Chapter 1470. Horizontal Lightning Sword. It was the single-target offensive technique from the human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that Zhong cultivated. He had cultivated it to the 4th stage, the proficiency stage. Now, as he performed the movement technique, the horizontal stride, he arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! The 3-foot-long green sword that was as thin as a willow twig in his hand was like a sharp thorn as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Horizontal lightning sword. The sword was so fast that a piercing sound could be heard in the air. The piercing sound seemed to be able to penetrate everything, causing the onlookers' faces to turn grave. Naturally, some of the outer court disciples with a lower cultivation base did not have time to hear the piercing sound at all. Heavy as Mount Tai. In the face of Zhong's sword, Duan Ling Tian took out the 1000-mass sword at a leisurely pace and activated the 1000-mass saint inscription on it. He swung the sword horizontally as though he was lifting a mountain and smashing it toward Zhong's sword that was charging at him. "You're overestimating yourself." Zhong smirked in the face of the scene. The true energy on the sword in his hand pulsated like green electric snakes, emitting an oppressive aura. As soon as the aura appeared, Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave. This aura gave him a feeling of invincibility. It was as though the sword in Zhong's hand had undergone an earth-shattering change at that moment and became invincible. Rumble. The 1000-mass sword pierced through the air and brought along a series of rumbles as it charged toward Zhong's horizontal lightning sword. From the beginning until the end, Zhong's horizontal lightning sword had been moving in a straight line, and it didn't have the slightest intention of changing direction to dodge. It pierced straight towards the 1000-mass sword that Duan Ling Tian swung and smashed out. In the face of the heavy sword that was charging at him like a mountain, he was fearless. Finally, the sword in Zhong's hand hit Duan Ling Tian's 1000-mass sword. Just when the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into a sneer, thinking that he would be able to send Zhong flying with his sword, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. The terrifying scene caused the smirk on his face to freeze instantly. He was shocked to see, the sword in Zhong's hand actually seemed to be indestructible. When the 1000-catty heavy sword in his hand was raised and smashed out, it pierced through the vital energy that covered the 1000-catty heavy sword. After piercing through the 1000-mass sword, the 3-foot-long blade that was as thin as a willow twig seemed to have transformed into a poisonous snake as it bit toward him. Its speed was shocking Isa's heart's eye. Strange pupil. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy swept out and entered his left eye as he activated the strange pupil. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian was Isa's lightning eye. He also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly dodge to the side. However, he soared. Zhong's sword brushed past his arm and tore his robe, causing a splash of fresh blood to spurt out. It penetrated his flesh. The tearing pain immediately traveled through his nerves to Duan Ling Tian's consciousness. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian quickly retreated. Zhong did not pursue him. Instead, he looked down at Duan Ling Tian from above. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Duan Ling Tian, that's all there is to you. What saint inscription is that? It can actually pierce through the 1000-mass sword. The 1000-mass sword is an earth-rank primitive saint weapon." Duan Ling Tian felt a lingering fear when he recalled the earlier scene. He looked at the sword in Zhong's hand with a hint of dread in his eyes. Not only did the sword ignore the impact of the 1000-mass sword, but it even pierced through his true energy and 1000-mass sword as it headed toward him. The hole on the 1000-mass sword's body was extremely glaring. The 1000-mass sword was pierced through. Don't tell me that's the penetration saint inscription. An inner disciple sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in surprise. The penetration saint inscription. The moment his words left his mouth, the entire place went into an uproar as expected. The sword in senior brother Zhong's hand is actually inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription. As far as I know, even in the Merit Pavilion, saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions are rare. They only appear occasionally. Moreover, the moment they appear, the inner court elders will buy them all. In the sect, only the inner court elders and above have the wealth to purchase a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. A saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions costs at least 1,000,000 merit points. The group of onlookers discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Hizhong. That sword seems a little familiar. An inner court disciple frowned as he looked at the sword in Hizhong's hand. He seemed to be trying to recall something. A moment later, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I remember now. That's the sword of our inner court's elder Lu Huan. I was fortunate enough to see Elder Lu Huan using this sword before. A saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions will never appear twice in the Moon Illumination sect. It's obvious that the sword in Hizhong's hand is Elder Lu Huan's sword." Elder Lu Huan's sword? I've never heard of Hizhong being related to Elder Lu Huan. How does he have Elder Lu Huan's sword? Many inner court disciples looked at Hizhong in shock. Perhaps Hizhong is a direct disciple that Elder Lu Huan secretly took in? As far as I know, the sect's senior officials like to secretly take in genius disciples in the outer court as their disciples. Their identities will only be made public after they enter the inner court. An inner court disciple said. I've heard about that as well. It seems like Hizhong must be a disciple that Elder Lu Huan secretly cultivated. Another inner court disciple chimed in. Lu Huan. Upon hearing the group of inner court disciples' discussion, many of the onlookers' eyes lit up. Elder Lu Huan has finally made his move. Unfortunately, this isn't a death duel. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, who had arrived at the scene and was hiding by the side to watch the battle, smirked coldly. However, even if it's not a death duel, with the enmity between Elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui, I'm sure he won't let this Duan Lingtian go so easily. The enmity between Lu Huan and Feng Hui was not a secret in the Moon Illumination sect. Therefore, after learning that Duan Lingtian came from Mound Hill City, Huang Cheng had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to get into trouble. Huang Cheng was the outer court elder who had lost more than 300,000 merit points to Duan Lingtian more than a month ago. For more than a month, he had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian dared to leave the sect, he would kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Unfortunately, he had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian for more than a month, but Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any intention of leaving the sect to train. Elder Lu Huan. The outer court deacon, Deng Wei, smiled as well. With Elder Lu Huan's people making a move, this Duan Lingtian will be crippled even if he doesn't die. With Hizhong's position in the outer court, even if Duan Lingtian is crippled, he'll only be punished moderately. Although Duan Lingtian was a genius martial cultivator, if he was crippled, he would lose his value to the Moon Illumination sect. Hizhong, on the other hand, was very valuable. Naturally, the Moon Illumination sect would not cripple Hizhong. Naturally, if Hizhong dared to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape death. This was because that was the Moon Illumination sect's rule. If someone managed to survive after killing someone, the Moon Illumination sect's prestige would no longer exist. Nobody would abide by the Moon Illumination sect's rule in the future. Duan Lingtian, Yi Man was present as well. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian was from Mound Hill City, and he had heard about the enmity between him and the inner court elder, Lu Huan, since he had been in the Moon Illumination sect for more than 3 months. Therefore, he also felt that Hizhong would not let Duan Lingtian go so easily. Unlike before, Yi Man could not wait for Duan Lingtian to be crippled. If that was the case, it would be much easier for him to kill Duan Lingtian. 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription. Lu Huan's sword. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. He did not expect Lu Huan to lend his sword to Hizhong just to deal with him. However, the power of the 3-star saint inscription still shocked Duan Lingtian. When he went to the Merit Pavilion previously, he did not see any saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. Otherwise, he would have definitely bought one. Horizontal stride. Horizontal lightning sword. When He Zhong heard the surrounding inner court disciples pointing out the origin of the sword in his hand, he immediately made his move again. This time, the target of the sword in his hand was Duan Lingtian's right hand that was holding the thousand-mass sword. It was as though he wanted to cut off Duan Lingtian's right arm. Faced with He Zhong's viciousness, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely grave. In the next moment, he immediately activated the strange pupil. Endless spiritual energy continued to gather in Duan Lingtian's left eye, causing a small whirlpool to appear in the middle of Duan Lingtian's left eye. The whirlpool's spinning speed continued to increase until it reached its limit. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the strange pupil. As the person who ranked third in the outer court, He Zhong's strength was extraordinary. Coupled with the sword that was inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, Duan Lingtian could not block it at all. He activated the strange pupil. Space shift. At that moment, the sword in He Zhong's hand was also shifted to the side, allowing it to pass through Duan Lingtian's right arm. Just when Duan Lingtian sighed in relief, he was surprised to see that He Zhong's eyes revealed a hint of realization. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. It was as though he had already known that this would happen. He already knew. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Feng Fan must have died under your spiritual secret tactic, right? Your spiritual secret tactic is indeed extraordinary to be able to shift the horizontal lightning sword that I stabbed out with all my might. However, it's time for all of this to end. He Zhong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, confirming Duan Lingtian's ominous feeling. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that a yellow piece of paper appeared in He Zhong's other hand. There were some complicated veins drawn on it. It's a Dao talisman. When the crowd recognized the Dao talisman, Duan Lingtian naturally recognized it as well. The Dao talisman shot straight toward Duan Lingtian. Lin. Chapter 1471. Appear. Almost at the same time as He Zhong shouted the word appear, another appear echoed in the air. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who shouted the word descend. When He Zhong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, an ominous feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. His entire body and mind were on full alert at that moment. When he saw He Zhong taking out the Dao talisman, he knew the reason for He Zhong's confidence. As it turned out, He Zhong wanted to use the Dao talisman to deal with him. Naturally, he believed He Zhong would not dare to kill him with the Dao talisman. However, He Zhong would definitely dare to cripple him. Perhaps, this was He Zhong's motive. Due to this reason, when He Zhong took out the Dao talisman, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed a Dao talisman in his hand as well. When He Zhong's Dao talisman shot out, he shouted, appear, to activate the Dao talisman's power. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian also shouted, appear, and activated the Dao talisman's power in his hand. A non-offensive Dao talisman could be used without being thrown out. In the air, the Dao talisman that He Zhong threw out exploded instantly and transformed into 4 extremely fast rays of light that shot toward Duan Lingtian's limbs. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian's limbs apart. One could imagine that if the 4 rays of light succeeded, Duan Lingtian would definitely become a limbless cripple. The speed of the 4 rays of light was so fast that only a handful of people on the scene could see it clearly. 2-star offensive Dao talisman. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, was one of the few people who could see the trajectory of the 4 rays of light. His eyes lit up immediately when he saw that He Zhong had used a 2-star offensive saint inscription. The energy contained in it was comparable to the attack of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The other outer court elders' expressions turned solemn. They did not expect He Zhong to be so ruthless as to want to cripple Duan Lingtian with a Dao talisman. Duan Lingtian, after today, you are destined to become a cripple. The outer court deacon, Deng Wei, had a bright smile on his face. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian's limbs being cut off. If Duan Lingtian was crippled, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for him. This was undoubtedly good news for his nephew. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the people who clearly saw the trajectory of the 4 sharp lights that burst out from the 2-star offensive Dao talisman froze. This was because they only saw a flash in front of their eyes before they realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared in front of them. From the beginning to the end, they did not know how Duan Lingtian disappeared. It's a 3-star divine strider talisman. Soon, one of the outer court elders cried out in surprise and was the first to react. Just now, when Duan Lingtian shouted Lin, he also heard it and realized that Duan Lingtian had also used a Dao talisman. A Dao talisman that could make Duan Lingtian disappear in front of his eyes could only be a 3-star divine strider talisman. The highest grade of divine strider talisman in the Moon Illumination sect was 3-star. For this reason, he immediately confirmed that Duan Lingtian had used a 3-star divine strider talisman. Although a 3-star divine strider talisman cost 300,000 merit points, it was impossible for an ordinary outer court disciple to afford it. However, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary outer court disciple. He had earned almost 2 million merit points more than a month ago. It was not difficult for him to buy a 3-star divine strider talisman. A 3-star divine strider talisman. Upon hearing the outer court elder's exclamation, Huang Cheng and Deng Wei's face turned grave immediately. Impossible. In the training field, horror dawned on He Zhong's face when he saw the 4 sharp lights that burst out from the Dao talisman that he shot out missed Duan Lingtian after he disappeared. Disbelief was written all over his face. Nothing's impossible. Just when He Zhong was pushed a distance away by the inertia and barely managed to stop himself, a calm yet terrifying voice resonated in his ears. After using the 3-star divine strider talisman, Duan Lingtian, whose speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, appeared next to He Zhong like a ghost. Bang! Before the onlookers, including the few outer court elders, could react, He Zhong was sent flying out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He crashed hard on the ground in a wretched manner. Slap! Just as He Zhong was about to struggle to stand up, a crisp sound of a slap rang out. On his face, there was a fiery red palm print. Duan Lingtian, if you're so capable, come out and fight me with your sword and spear. What's the point of being so sneaky? He Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth as he gritted his teeth. Upon hearing He Zhong's words, the group of onlookers had a strange expression on their faces. Did he say Duan Lingtian had the ability to fight him with his sword and spear? Did he say Duan Lingtian was sneaky? Wasn't he the one who used the Dao talisman first earlier? This He Zhong is too shameless. How can he say something like that? Right now, Duan Lingtian is just giving him a taste of his own medicine. An inner court disciple glanced at He Zhong in disdain and said. The other inner court disciples agreed with his words. Even the group of outer court disciples agreed with him. They felt that He Zhong only had himself to blame. Fight with my sword and spear? Do you think you're worthy? Duan Lingtian's sneer resonated in the entire training field. However, nobody could see his figure at all. After using the 3-star divine strider talisman, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator. He could even maintain it for 15 minutes. As long as he was moving, unless it was someone who was an inner court elder or above in the Moon Illumination sect, it would be difficult for anyone to catch his trace. Even the few outer court elders could only vaguely catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's afterimage the moment he made his move. Apart from that, they could not see Duan Lingtian's figure clearly at all. Slap! Another crisp slap resonated in the air. The other side of He Zhong's face began to swell as well. His entire body turned into a pig's head. His handsome face no longer existed. Duan Lingtian, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know who my master is? He Zhong roared. I'm not interested in knowing who your master is. All I know is that you want to cripple me. If that's the case, I'll cripple you too. Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely cold. He Zhong was so frightened that horror dawned on him. He immediately said, I admit, he wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Duan Lingtian again. He forcefully swallowed the word that he was about to say. Subsequently, every time he wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat, Duan Lingtian would slap him to stop him. In the end, he became completely obedient. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't cripple me, I promise I'll never be your enemy again. Under the watchful eyes of the others, He Zhong gave in completely. He was afraid. If he was crippled by Duan Lingtian, he would have no future to speak of. Faced with a crisis that concerned his future, He Zhong had no choice but to lower his arrogant head. Never be my enemy again? Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully. Do you think I'll believe you? Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely taken control of the situation. His speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Just his speed alone was enough to send chills down He Zhong's spine. In the martial Dao in the world, only speed was invincible. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian's speed was so ridiculously fast. I'll make an oath right now. Afraid Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him, He Zhong hurriedly pricked his finger and used the tribulation oath to swear he would never be Duan Lingtian's enemy again. Boom! 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 9 deafening claps of thunder bore witness to He Zhong's oath. You're quite bold. Duan Lingtian sneered. However, you almost crippled my limbs today and even made me waste a precious 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Do you think you'll be able to cover up what happened today just by swearing an oath? I can compensate you for the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. He Zhong took a deep breath and said. It's only right that you compensate me with the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Also, if you want to keep your limbs, you'll have to show your sincerity. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Although he could not wait to cripple He Zhong's limbs and give him a taste of his own medicine, Lu Huan was the reason behind Lu Huan's actions. However, when he thought about how the culprit was Lu Huan, even if he crippled He Zhong, he would not be able to change anything. At once, he thought of another way to solve the problem. Extortion. What do you want? He Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian warily. 1 million merit points to buy your limbs. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, I think your limbs are still worth these merit points, right? 1 million merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Oh my god. This Duan Lingtian has such a huge appetite. He actually wants 1 million merit points from He Zhong. Many inner court disciples clicked their tongues. It was obvious they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Senior brother Duan Lingtian wants so many merit points. I'm afraid senior brother He Zhong can't afford it, right? Many outer court disciples mumbled with a dazed expression on their faces. Even the outer court elders and deacons who were present were shocked by Duan Lingtian's exorbitant demand. 1 million merit points. None of them would be able to take out so many merit points in one go. Although He Zhong knew Duan Lingtian would ask for an exorbitant price, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a huge appetite to ask for 1 million merit points in one go. At once, He Zhong's face turned grave. I don't have that many merit points. Of course, I know you don't have that many merit points. You can just ask the person who ordered you to pay for these merit points. I think he has no reason not to pay for your limbs, right? Duan Lingtian smirked. Even if he doesn't care about the kinship between the two of you, I'm sure he'll do something for you. Who's helping him, for the sake of your master, right? Duan Lingtian spoke to He Zhong through true energy voice transmission. You actually know about this? He Zhong was dumbfounded. It turned out that Duan Lingtian already knew about his background. At this moment, an unparalleled sense of defeat rose in his heart. Uncle, it seems like you have no choice but to pay for it this time. At this moment, He Zhong's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Make another oath. Say that you'll send 1 million merit points and a 3-star Divine Strider talisman to me tomorrow. If you can't do it, you'll be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Chapter 1472. Duan Lingtian only let him go when He Zhong swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation again. This speed. It feels so good. Duan Lingtian, who was boosted by the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and whose speed was comparable to a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, began to wander around the outer court after He Zhong swore on his oath. He was so fast that even the outer court elders could not catch him. However, the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman was limited after all. After wandering around the outer court for a while, the effect disappeared and Duan Lingtian returned to his original state. At the same time, the news of Duan Lingtian defeating He Zhong spread to the inner court like a hurricane, causing Duan Lingtian to be in the limelight again. Although He Zhong was only an outer court disciple, he was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings in the 9 Sect Alliances district. He was so famous in the 9 Sect Alliances district that he even surpassed some of the ordinary inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. However, such a person was defeated by Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 3 months ago. Duan Lingtian had successfully replaced He Zhong and became the person who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. He Zhong, on the other hand, switched places with Duan Lingtian and was now ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. This position originally belonged to Feng Fan. In the inner court district, Duan Lingtian's name spread out again, causing many inner court disciples to click their tongues repeatedly. All this while, as long as it's someone from Mound Hill City, they would not be able to gain any advantage when facing Elder Lu Huan's group. However, this Duan Lingtian actually made Elder Lu Huan's group suffer a loss. He's really something. Many inner court disciples knew about the enmity between the inner court elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mound Hill City, Fang Hui. They could not help but be shocked. The news of He Zhong being Lu Huan's disciple also spread out. All in all, Lu Huan was greatly humiliated this time. In Lu Huan's mansion in the inner court. Smack! The enraged Lu Huan raised his hand and slammed his palm forward, shattering the stone table in front of him. 1 3-star Divine Strider Talisman for 1 million merit points. He really had a big appetite. Isn't he afraid of eating himself to death? His appetite has always been huge. It is said that he earned nearly 2 million merit points a month ago. He Zhong sighed. Uncle, I know you're not willing to accept this, but I've already made a vow. He Zhong reminded Lu Huan. Little Zhong, don't worry. Uncle won't let you go back on your words. Isn't it just a 3-star Godly Strider Talisman and 1 million merit points? Uncle can still afford it. Lu Huan took a deep breath. When he looked at He Zhong, his expression softened a little. However, the anger in the depths of his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. However, that Duan Lingtian is really bold. He actually beat you up like this. Looking at He Zhong, whose face was still swollen, Lu Huan said angrily, Little Zhong, are you really willing to accept this? Uncle, I know what you mean, but I've already made a vow that I'll never go against him again. Therefore, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning punishment. How could He Zhong not know what Lu Huan meant? It was without a doubt that Lu Huan wanted to continue dragging him into the water so that they could deal with the Duan Lingtian together. At this moment, he was starting to regret agreeing to Lu Huan's request. Otherwise, he would not have been so humiliated. Although he did not suffer any substantial loss, the humiliation was enough to cause his position in the outer court to plummet. I know you've made a vow, but Vice Sect Leader Zhang, Lu Huan's eyes gleamed. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by He Zhong. Uncle, it's not up to me to interfere with what Master will do. Since I've already made a vow that I'll never go against that Duan Lingtian again, it's only natural that I won't go to Master to instigate him. Otherwise, the tribulation of the oath will definitely think that I've broken my vow and send down the lightning punishment. There's no need for you to say that. I'll tell Vice Sect Leader Zhang about this. I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Zhang won't let go of someone who humiliated his direct disciple. When Lu Huan reached the end of his sentence, a cold smile appeared on his face. He Zhong glanced at Lu Huan indifferently but did not say anything. If that was the case, he would not be considered as breaking his vow. Uncle, about the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 1 million merit points, He Zhong looked at Lu Huan and reminded him, intentionally or otherwise. I'll transfer 1,000,000 merit points to you. You can purchase the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman from the Merit Pavilion. As for the extra 100,000 merit points, take it as my compensation to you. After all, I'm the one who asked you to deal with that Duan Lingtian. Lu Huan took out his crystal card and transferred 1,000,000 merit points to He Zhong without any hesitation. All right. He Zhong nodded. He was very satisfied with Lu Huan's tactfulness. After He Zhong left, Lu Huan's face turned completely gloomy. 4,000,000 merit points were gone just like that. It was impossible for him not to feel the pinch. His entire net worth was no more than 1,600,000 merit points. In just a short while, he had lost almost 90% of his merit points. Duan Lingtian. If you don't die, I, Lu Huan, won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Lu Huan thought to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. Subsequently, Lu Huan began to rack his brain to think of a way to get rid of Duan Lingtian once and for all. Early the next morning, He Zhong went to look for Duan Lingtian. Not bad, you're quite trustworthy. After receiving the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and the 1,000,000 merit points that He Zhong transferred to him, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. When He Zhong heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. How could he not keep his word? He had made an oath using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath. If he did not keep his oath, he would definitely not live to see the next day. After He Zhong passed the Dao Talisman and the merit points to Duan Lingtian, he did not stay any longer and left immediately. Although he had made an oath that he would no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian, it did not mean that he could face Duan Lingtian calmly. Right now, all he wanted to do was to stay as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. To him, Duan Lingtian was no different from a nightmare. It's a good thing I bought a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman when I went to the Merit Pavilion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape yesterday. When Duan Lingtian recalled what happened yesterday, fear still lingered in his heart. If it was not for the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he would not have been able to dodge the offensive Dao Talisman that He Zhong threw at him yesterday. That offensive Dao Talisman was a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. The energy contained in it was comparable to the full force of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse once it was unleashed. It seems like I can't save the merit points that I used to buy the Dao Talisman. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian left the small courtyard and went to the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect again. Unlike the last time he came to the Merit Pavilion, most of the inner court disciples recognized him when he came to the Merit Pavilion this time. After arriving at the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian did not stay on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. Instead, he went up the stairs directly. His target was the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. The 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion was where Dao Talismans were sold. When Duan Lingtian passed by the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion, he realized the person on duty was not Elder Fang Gan. Therefore, he went up to the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion directly. Duan Lingtian. The 2 inner court deacons on duty on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion were still the same as before. When they saw Duan Lingtian, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. They had heard about what happened yesterday. He had defeated He Zhong, the Earth Rankings powerhouse who was suspected to be the disciple of Inner Court's elder Lu Huan, and extorted 1,000,000 merit points and a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. When they first heard about Duan Lingtian's valiance, they were rendered speechless. In the history of the Moon Illumination sect, it seemed like there had never been such a valiant person before. Duan Lingtian nodded at the 2 of them. Then, he put down his spatial ring and entered the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion directly. This time, apart from buying a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he also bought 2 3-star Golden Energy Talismans. When Duan Lingtian was buying offensive Dao Talismans, he realized there were no 3-star offensive Dao Talismans on sale, so he could only buy a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. At this moment, he had 2 3-star Divine Strider Talismans, 3-star Golden Energy Talismans, and 2-star offensive Dao Talismans in his hands. At the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian, who had spent 900,000 merit points, could not help but ask, "May I ask why there are no 3-star offensive Dao talismans on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion?" Once a 3-star offensive Dao talisman was activated, its power was comparable to the full force of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. Naturally, it was only an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. "We don't have any 3-star offensive Dao talismans in the Moon Illumination sect." One of the inner court deacons shook his head and said, "Among all the Dao talismans, the offensive Dao talisman is the most difficult to inscribe. Although the offensive Dao talisman can be used up in just a blink of an eye, its value is still incomparable to the Divine Strider Dao talismans and Golden Energy Dao talismans. If you want to buy a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, you'll have to buy it at the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters." The other inner court deacon said. "The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters is located in the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliance's district, Hanyang City. If you want to buy a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, you'll have to go to Hanyang City. The inner court deacon who spoke first said again. "Understood." Duan Lingtian nodded and asked again, "May I ask where Elder Fong Gan lives?" After learning the approximate location of Elder Fong Gan's residence from the 2 inner court deacons, Duan Lingtian left the Merit Pavilion and went to the inner court district. This was his first time entering the inner court district since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. The biggest difference between the inner court district and the outer court district was the cultivation environment. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much higher than the outer court district. Not only that, the deeper he went, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy he could feel. The 7th grade Saint Stone Reserve of the Moon Illumination sect is obviously in the central district of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. The closer he was to the Saint Stone Reserve, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy was. Not only that, but the inner court district was also much larger than the outer court district. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Following the directions given by the 2 inner court deacons, Duan Lingtian arrived at an area east of the inner court district. Chapter 1473. Senior brother, do you know which mansion belongs to Elder Fong Gan? Duan Lingtian stopped an inner court disciple who was passing by and asked politely. That mansion is it? The inner court disciple pointed at a mansion not far away and replied. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him and walked toward the mansion at the same time. An outer court disciple looking for Elder Fong Gan? The inner court disciple was slightly surprised when he saw the outer court disciple identity token on Duan Lingtian's waist. In the Moon Illumination sect, the gap between an outer court disciple and an inner court elder was like a chasm. Theoretically, it was impossible for them to cross paths. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Fong Gan's mansion, he was stopped by an old man. Senior, is this Elder Fong Gan's mansion? Duan Lingtian looked at the skinny old man in front of him and asked politely. Is there anything you need from my young master? The old man asked back. Young master? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. Then, he realized that young master the old man mentioned was Elder Fong Gan. Senior, please pass the message on my behalf. Just say that outer court disciple Duan Lingtian is here to see Elder Fong Gan. Duan Lingtian smiled. You're Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's eyes lit up. It was obvious he had heard of Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian's waist. To be more precise, he was looking at the outer court disciple identity token on Duan Lingtian's waist. Young master has instructed me to bring you in directly if you're here to look for him. As the old man spoke, he led Duan Lingtian in. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Elder Fong Gan would care so much about him, and for a moment, he was extremely touched in his heart. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian met Elder Fong Gan in the backyard of the mansion. Elder Fong Gan was watering the vegetable garden in the backyard. He looked very serious and didn't even know that they had arrived. Young master, Duan Lingtian is here. The old man looked at Fong Gan and said respectfully. Duan Lingtian? When Elder Fang Gan heard this, he immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. It really is you. Why? Why are you looking for an old man like me? What can I do for you? Fang Gan asked with a smile. I do need Elder Fang Gan's help. Duan Lingtian nodded. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. If it wasn't for a cause, he wouldn't have come looking for Fang Gan. While Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan were conversing, the old man who had led Duan Lingtian in quietly retreated. I've told you before that you can look for me if you need anything. As long as it's within my ability, I won't reject it. Fang Gan gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the backyard and poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, Elder Fang Gan. After Duan Lingtian thanked him, he explained his purpose of visit. Elder Fang Gan, I'm here today to ask you. Is there a saint inscription master who can inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions on saint weapons in the Moon Illumination sect? Yes. Fang Gan nodded. In our Moon Illumination sect, most of the high-ranking officials who are inner court elders and above have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. These saint weapons all came from the hands of Elder Bailey. Elder Bailey? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Elder Bailey is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he's also the revered elder of our Moon Illumination sect. His position in our Moon Illumination sect is equivalent to the vice sect leader. Due to his special identity as a saint inscription master, even the sect leader and the few saint stage powerhouses in the sect are very courteous when they see him. This is something that the few vice sect leaders of our Moon Illumination sect can't compare to. Fang Gan said. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. A 3-star saint inscription master would be treated well even in a 6th-rate force. Let alone in a 7th-rate force, the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if it's possible for me to ask Elder Bailey to inscribe a saint inscription on a saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked Fang Gan in anticipation after taking a deep breath. This was the reason he came to look for Fang Gan. Ever since he saw the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, on He Zhong's sword yesterday, he wanted to inscribe a penetration saint inscription on his son's shooting bow as well. In that case, the arrow that he shot out from his son's shooting bow would have a powerful penetration attribute. Once the arrow was shot out, it would be able to pierce through everything. Naturally, even if the saint inscription masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land could inscribe a saint inscription master on the son's shooting bow, it was not something the saint inscription masters in the Moon Illumination sect could do. Duan Lingtian wanted to inscribe a penetration saint inscription on the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow. The bowstring of the sun's shooting bow was the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon. Although it was challenging to inscribe a saint inscription on it, it was much easier compared to inscribing a saint inscription on the sun's shooting bow. Inscribe a saint inscription? What kind of saint inscription do you want Elder Bailey to inscribe? Fang Gan asked curiously. Penetration saint inscription. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Penetration saint inscription? A 3-star saint inscription similar to the one on Lu Huan's sword? It was obvious Fang Gan knew the saint inscription on Lu Huan's sword was a penetration saint inscription. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The most powerful saint-grade martial tactic I cultivate is my archery skill. I'm thinking if I can inscribe a penetration saint inscription on my bowstring, the arrows I shoot out will have the penetration attribute and its power will increase tremendously. If the penetration saint inscription is inscribed, its power will definitely increase tremendously once it's activated, Fang Gan said. However, it's not easy to get Elder Bailey to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription for you. Elder Bailey always depends on his mood when he inscribes a 3-star saint inscription. For this reason, not every inner court elder has a saint weapon inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription even in the inner court. Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Those who were truly capable were those who had their own independent personalities. Since you've come to the inner court, I'll bring you to visit Elder Bailey. I'll try my best to convince him. However, it's not up to me to decide whether he'll agree or not. Fang Gan gave Duan Lingtian a heads up beforehand. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, let's go to Elder Bai Li's mansion. Fang Gan stood up and said. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was more than happy to see Fang Gan was so concerned about his matter and wanted to bring him to Elder Bai Li immediately. After leaving Fang Gan's mansion side by side, Duan Lingtian learned a little about Elder Bai Li from Fang Gan along the way. He found out Elder Bai Li's full name was Bai Li Hong and that he had joined the Moon Illumination sect 30 years ago. When he joined the Moon Illumination sect, he was already a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He was only a step away from the Saint stage. However, many years had passed, and he was still at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The Saint stage is too difficult. I've already broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage for 20 years, but I still can't take the last step. Fang Gan could not help but sigh when he mentioned Bai Li Hong's cultivation base. Similar to Bai Li Hong, his cultivation base was stuck at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He could not take another step forward to enter the Saint stage. Although there was only a step between the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. The weakest Saint stage powerhouse could easily kill dozens of Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses if they joined forces. There was a saying in the Dao martial Saint land. Those who had not entered the Saint stage were like chickens and dogs. Once they entered the Saint stage, they would ascend to the heavens. Based on this, one could see the difference between the Saint stage and the non-Saint stage. Naturally, there was a difference in strength between those who were at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. According to Fang Gan, he was no match for Bai Li Hong. The Saint weapon in Bai Li Hong's hand was an Earth-rank prominent Saint weapon that was inscribed with 3 3-star Saint inscriptions. It was also the number 1 Saint weapon in the Moon Illumination sect. With this Saint weapon alone, Bai Li Hong's strength was on par with the few Vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. In fact, those few Vice sect leaders were already half a step into the Saint stage. They were the ones who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Saint stage in the Moon Illumination sect. All they needed was an opportunity to break through to the Saint stage. The imminent Saint stage was between the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage. It was stronger than the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage but weaker than the Saint stage. A Saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star Saint inscriptions? Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he heard about Bai Li Hong's Saint weapon. That's too extravagant. Duan Lingtian, even if Elder Bai Li is willing to inscribe the 3-star Saint inscription, the penetration Saint inscription, for you, it'll cost at least 1,000,000 merit points. Fang Gan reminded Duan Lingtian before they arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. Elder Bai Li, I still have about 1,000,000 merit points with me. If it's not enough, please lend me some. Duan Lingtian looked at Fang Gan and said, I'll return them to you as soon as possible. This is a small matter. Fang Gan smiled faintly. After being notified by the people in Bai Li Hong's mansion, Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan entered Bai Li Hong's mansion and walked into the main hall of the vast mansion. A middle-aged man with stubble on his face was already standing in the main hall. He was frowning as though he was thinking about something. Elder Fang Gan is here. The person who led Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan and said to the middle-aged man. He's Bai Li Hong? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately as he stared at the middle-aged man. All right, you may leave. The middle-aged man's brows relaxed as he waved his hand impatiently. Then, he looked at Fang Gan and asked, Elder Fang Gan, is there anything I can help you with? Elder Bai Li. Chapter 1474. Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Fang Gan's words, Bai Li Hong's gaze instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. You're the Duan Lingtian who's only been in the sect for 3 months, but you've already caused a commotion in the outer court district? Duan Lingtian greets Elder Bai Li. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also bowed at Bai Li Hong. It seems like Elder Fang Gan thinks highly of you since he's willing to lead the way for you. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Bai Li Hong asked without beating around the bush. Elder Bai Li, I'm here to ask you to help me inscribe a penetration saint inscription on my saint weapon. Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. Penetration saint inscription? Bai Li Hong shook his head when he heard this. If you're here for the penetration saint inscription, then I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip. Even I have to put in a lot of effort to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription. For this reason, I only inscribe a 3-star saint inscription based on my mood. Based on my mood? Upon hearing this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. As expected of a capable person. What a character. Elder Bai Li, it seems like you're worried you won't be able to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription on my saint weapon. If that's the case, you can rest assured that I've already decided to let you inscribe a saint inscription on the bowstring of my bow. There's no need to inscribe it on the bow. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Do you think your provocation will work on me? Bai Li Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice. Fang Gan, who was standing at the side, smiled wryly. He felt Duan Lingtian was too impatient. Let alone Elder Bai Li, even Fang Gan could see through Duan Lingtian's provocation. Elder Bai Li, why don't we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. What bet? Bai Li Hong asked calmly. If you can inscribe a saint rune on my saint artifact bow, even if it's only a 1-star saint rune, I'll consider it my loss. If I lose, I'll give you 1 million merit points. How about that? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong and announced the terms of the bet. 1 million merit points. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's generosity had not only shocked Fang Gan, but even Bai Li Hong was so shocked that he took another look at Duan Lingtian. Are you sure? Although Duan Lingtian did not lack merit points since he was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, he did not have any reason to reject Duan Lingtian's bet since he was offered 1 million merit points. Even if it was a heaven-grade saint artifact, he was confident that he could inscribe saint runes on it. Therefore, he did not think that he could not inscribe saint runes on Duan Lingtian's saint weapon. Elder Bai Li, you've agreed? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. That's right. Bai Li Hong nodded. Elder Bai Li, I don't think I've mentioned the price you'll have to pay if you lose, right? You've agreed so quickly? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. I won't lose, Bai Li Hong said confidently. Bai Li Hong was very confident. He did not dare to speak about other areas, but he was confident in the Saint Inscription Dao. Although you're so confident, Elder Bai Li, I still have to tell you the price you'll have to pay if you lose. If you really can't inscribe the Saint Inscription on my Saint Weapon Bow, please inscribe the Penetration Saint Inscription on my Saint Weapon Bow for free, Elder Bai Li. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and said. No problem. Bai Li Hong agreed immediately. Elder Bai Li, I haven't finished speaking. Duan Lingtian said again. Duan Lingtian, don't push your luck. Bai Li Hong said with a frown. The wager of 1 million merit points was almost the same as the value of the Penetration Saint Inscription. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian wanted to increase the wager, he was unhappy even though he did not think he would lose. If you lose, Elder Bai Li, apart from inscribing the Penetration Saint Inscription for free, you'll also have to guide me in the Saint Inscription Dao for free for a month. Duan Lingtian ignored Bai Li Hong's words and continued to speak. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Bai Li Hong stunned, but even Fang Gan was stunned as well. Duan Lingtian was interested in saint inscriptions? That's all. Elder Bai Li, are you willing to bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Humph. Since you want to give me merit points, I naturally won't refuse. Bai Li Hong snorted. Take out your saint weapon. I'd like to see what kind of saint weapon can make you so confident. I'm not bragging, but I can even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. Heaven-rank saint weapon? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh inwardly when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. A heaven-grade sacred artifact was nothing in front of the sun-shooting bow. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan, Duan Lingtian took out the sun-shooting bow and revealed it to them. The corner of Fang Gan's mouth twitched when he saw the rusty sun-shooting bow. No matter how he looked at it, this saint weapon did not look like a saint weapon that Elder Bai Li could not inscribe saint inscriptions on. However, Bai Li Hong's attitude was different from Fang Gan's. As the saying went, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the skill. With just a glance, Bai Li Hong could tell Duan Lingtian's bow was extraordinary. Put aside the bow, just the bowstring alone was not something a human-rank saint weapon or earth-rank saint weapon would possess. Is this a dragon tendon? Bai Li Hong asked after he took the sun-shooting bow. He stared at the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow and gasped. Dragon tendon? Fang Gan was also shocked by Bai Li Hong's words. Although there were many rumors about dragons in the history of the Dao martial saint land. However, in the current era, the dragon was a legendary existence. However, Bai Li Hong said the bowstring of Duan Lingtian's bow was a dragon tendon? Elder Bai Li, you can recognize it? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect Bai Li Hong to recognize the dragon tendon. In fact, this was the first time someone recognized the bowstring of his son's shooting bow as a dragon tendon since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. In the Dao martial saint land, there's no lack of bows that use dragon tendons as bowstrings. The worst bow is a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. It seems like your saint weapon must be a heaven-rank saint weapon as well. Bai Li Hong muttered to himself. Heaven-rank saint weapon. Fang Gan was dumbfounded. He did not expect the saint weapon Duan Lingtian took out to be a heaven-rank saint weapon. In fact, even the Moon Illumination sect did not have a heaven-rank saint weapon. Even the 9 sect alliances might not be able to take out a single heaven-rank saint artifact. Heaven-rank saint weapon? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian remained silent. However, even if it's a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon, although it's difficult for me to inscribe a saint inscription on it, it's not impossible. You'll definitely lose this bet. Chapter 1475. Elder Bai Li, don't you think it's too early for you to say this? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Humph. Bai Li Hong snorted softly and ignored Duan Lingtian. With a raise of his hand, he took out an extremely small iron pen. It was the inscription pen used by Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The inscription pen had 2 ends. One of the ends looked no different from a brush. The other end was a sharp awl. The inscription pen was so small that it was like a big needle. It emitted waves of cold air. It was obvious the material used was extraordinary. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, inscription pens were divided into different grades. The inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was one of the best in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His inscription pen could even leave a mark on a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon. Logically speaking, such an inscription pen should not have appeared in the hands of a 3-star saint inscription master in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Let alone a 3-star saint inscription master, even a 6-star saint inscription master might not have such an inscription pen. The reason Bai Li Hong had such an inscription pen was related to a fortuitous encounter he had in the past. That fortuitous encounter was the inheritance left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. The inscription pen was also left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. Due to this fortuitous encounter, he finally became a saint inscription master after many hardships. There's no need to try to inscribe saint inscriptions. As long as my inscription pen can leave a mark on your saint weapon bow, I'll be able to inscribe saint inscriptions on it. You won't deny this, right? Bai Li Hong, who was holding Duan Lingtian's son's shooting bow in one hand and the inscription pen in the other, asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course, I won't deny it. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, as long as you can leave a mark on my bow, Elder Bai Li, I'll consider our bet as my loss. I'll definitely admit defeat. Very good. Bai Li Hong nodded in satisfaction. Then, under Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan's watchful eyes, he inserted his true energy into the inscription pen and pointed the sharp end of the inscription pen at the sun's shooting bow's body at lightning speed. The 2 ends of the inscription pen were also very particular. The sharp end was used by saint inscription masters to inscribe saint inscriptions on saint weapons. The other end of the brush was used by talisman masters to inscribe talismans on talisman papers. The inscription pen was used by both saint inscription masters and Dao talisman masters. Of course, saint inscription masters usually didn't use the other end. Fang Gan watched intently. His heart was filled with curiosity. Who would have the last laugh in this bet? It was not that he did not trust Bai Li Hong. It was Duan Lingtian's confidence that had shaken him a little. After all, ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Moon Illumination sect, he had never suffered a loss before. He wasn't sure if it would be an exception this time. Duan Lingtian watched calmly. Although he did not know that the inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was extraordinary, he was full of confidence in the body of the sun shooting bow, almost blind confidence. What a joke! The body of the sun shooting bow was a special material used to forge immortal supreme treasures. It was definitely not an easy task to leave a mark on it. At the very least, Duan Lingtian did not think Bai Li Hong would be able to leave a mark on it. Whoosh! The inscription pen fell like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding genuine qi was like a small green snake. At first glance, it looked like streaks of green lightning, constantly rotating around the inscription pen. Clang! Finally, the inscription pen landed on the body of the sun shooting bow and made an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, Bai Li Hong's eyes narrowed. His hand that was holding the inscription pen shook as he tried to leave a mark on the body of the sun shooting bow. However, although his hand moved, the result left him dumbfounded. He was shocked to find that there was no mark on the body of the bow at all. How's this possible? With the inscription pen in my hand, I can even leave a mark on a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon. After taking a deep breath, Bai Li Hong tried again in disbelief. Unfortunately, the result was the same this time. His inscription pen did not leave a mark on the body of the sun shooting bow. There's no mark at all. Fang Gan was stunned as well. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Elder Bai Li, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. What saint weapon is this? Don't tell me it's one of the legendary super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao martial saint land? Bai Li Hong did not answer Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked with a solemn expression. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said nonchalantly, this is a saint weapon that my master asked his friend to refine for me 20 years ago. It's definitely not one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking that has been circulating for a long time. When Duan Lingtian spoke, he made up a fabricated master. Your master isn't simple to have a friend who can refine such a saint weapon. Bai Li Hong's expression turned even more solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Fang Gan sighed in relief. Fortunately, he did not ask to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. No wonder he only acknowledged the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher and not his master. As it turns out, he already has a master, and it's obvious that he's an extremely powerful one. Fang Gan thought to himself. It was not difficult for Fang Gan to figure this out. He knew about Bai Li Hong's ability. According to Bai Li Hong, he could even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. When Bai Li Hong suspected that Duan Lingtian's saint weapon was one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking earlier, it undoubtedly explained one thing. Duan Lingtian's bow was a saint weapon that was comparable to a super saint weapon. As for the connection between Duan Lingtian and the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had only found out about it recently. I don't know about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the solemn expression on Bai Li Hong's face. He muttered to himself gloomily, that old man isn't a good master at all. He always likes to leave me alone, saying that he's training me. I've really boarded a pirate ship. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words were fabricated. However, it was a different story when it was heard by Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan. If he did not have the sun shooting bow as a cover, they might not have believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, with the sun shooting bow that was comparable to a super saint weapon, they could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian's words might be true. Duan Lingtian, you're lucky to have such a master. It's your good fortune. How can you say that you've boarded a pirate ship? Fang Gan shook his head. I was wondering what kind of background could nurture and produce such a monstrous talent like you. I didn't expect you to have such a mysterious and powerful master behind you. When Fang Gan reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement when he heard Fang Gan's words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I admit that I've lost this bet. Come and take your saint weapon 3 days later. As for learning saint inscriptions, you can start in 3 days. Although he could not inscribe the body of the sun's shooting bow, he was 100% confident that he could inscribe the bowstring. This was because he could not tell what material the body of the sun's shooting bow was made of, but he had long recognized the material of the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow. It was a dragon tendon. Dragon tendon. With the inscription pen in my hand, I'll be able to inscribe the saint inscription even if it's the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Bai Li Hong was filled with confidence. In the inheritance he obtained from the 7-star saint inscription master, not only did it contain the saint inscription art, but it also contained many secrets such as the secrets of the dragons. He also knew that the 5-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful existence among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to the message left behind by the 7-star saint inscription master, the inscription pen he left behind could even inscribe saint inscriptions on the toughest part of a 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon scales, let alone the dragon tendon. However, Bai Li Hong did not know that the dragon tendon on the bow in his hand was the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Thank you, Elder Bai Li. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Bai Li Hong's promise. He quickly thanked him. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan before he said solemnly, also, please don't tell anyone about this bow of mine, Elder Bai Li and Elder Fang Gan. I don't want to become a target for everyone. One could imagine that if others found out that his son's shooting bow was comparable to a super sacred artifact, there would be countless people who would want to snatch his son's shooting bow. I'm not that bored, Bai Li Hong said indifferently. I'm not that bored. Naturally, there was something he did not say. Even if he was so bored, he did not dare to take the risk because it was very likely that he would offend the master behind Duan Lingtian. Although Bai Li Hong could not confirm the existence of Duan Lingtian's master, he did not dare to take the risk. Don't worry. Fang Gan's reply was even more straightforward. Since Bai Li Hong was going to help Duan Lingtian inscribe the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, on the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow, Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan did not stay to disturb him. After saying their goodbyes, they left Bai Li Hong's mansion together. After they left, Fang Gan spoke to Duan Lingtian along the way. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's master. Duan Lingtian responded to his questions one by one. The reason he made up a master that did not exist was just to be safe. From the moment he was prepared to show how extraordinary the sun's shooting bow was, he already had a plan. He would fabricate a master so that Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan would be wary of him and would not dare to snatch the sun's shooting bow from him. Although he could see that Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan were not cunning people, he had to be cautious. As the saying went, one could know a person's face but not his heart. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he was more cautious than ordinary people. Elder Fang Gan, when I went to look for you earlier, the senior in your mansion seemed to address you as young master? He must have been following you for a long time, right? Chapter 1476. Yes, he's been with me for a long time. Fang Gan nodded and said in a nostalgic tone, more than 100 years ago, when I was still young, I was the young master of the prominent clan in the Moon Illumination sect's territory. He, on the other hand, was a martial arts student who accompanied me to train. Later on, he entered the Moon Illumination sect with me until today. Fang Gan's face was gentle when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was similar to what he had expected. After rejecting Fang Gan's invitation, Duan Lingtian left the inner court and returned to the outer court. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned to his independent courtyard, he saw a familiar figure standing outside his courtyard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the figure. He greeted him with a smile, Jianghu. Senior brother Duan. Jianghu turned around when he heard Duan Lingtian's greeting. His face was also filled with excitement. I didn't expect so many things to happen while I was in closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian, you're too powerful. This time, our Mound Hill city can finally hold our heads up high. It was apparent that Jianghu had heard about Duan Lingtian's recent achievements after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Killing Feng Fan, defeating an inner court disciple, and defeating He Zhong. When he first heard about it, he was stunned and could not react in time. Duan Lingtian appeared calm in the face of Jianghu's excitement. He merely smiled faintly. Jianghu, you happened to be in closed-door cultivation when I went to look for you the last time. Since you've come out of closed-door cultivation, should transfer the merit points that teacher gave you to you. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took out his crystal card. Senior brother, you should keep those merit points for yourself. Jianghu chuckled. Are you sure you want to keep them for me? Are you sure you don't want to borrow a human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Jianghu, causing him to feel a little awkward. He really did not think so much before this. He only thought that those merit points could be put to greater use in Duan Lingtian's hands. That's enough. You're a man. Why are you wasting time? Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Only then did Jianghu take out his crystal card. However, when he saw the merit points that Duan Lingtian had transferred to him, he cried out, Senior brother Duan, this isn't right. I remember that master gave me 20,000 merit points. Why did you transfer 250,000 merit points to me? What can you do with 20,000 merit points? With these 250,000 merit points, other than being able to borrow a human rank high-grade saint grade martial technique, you can also buy an earth rank saint weapon inscribed with 2-star saint inscriptions. Duan Lingtian said, that's all I can help you with. As for the merit points you need to borrow human rank prominent saint grade martial tactics, you'll have to earn them yourself. Senior brother Duan. Jianghu's eyes turned red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he knew that Duan Lingtian was trying to help him. Even his master, the city governor of Mound Hill City, might not have an earth rank saint weapon inscribed with 2-star saint inscriptions. Alright, hurry up and go to the merit pavilion. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he returned to his small courtyard without waiting for Jianghu's response. He had thought it through carefully before giving Jianghu so many merit points. Currently, he had completely offended the inner court elder, Lu Huan, in the Moon Illumination sect. If Lu Huan thought that he was not easy to deal with, he would definitely shift his target to Jianghu and Ling Yun. If Jianghu and Ling Yun did not have the ability to protect themselves, they would definitely suffer. Although Lu Huan would never let the people from Mound Hill City go, he was the one who had triggered the current conflict. Therefore, he did not want Jianghu and Ling Yun to suffer because of him. After 3 days, Duan Lingtian finally finished inscribing the saint inscription on the sun shooting bow. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and cultivated for 9 days before coming out. At this time, 3 days had passed in the outside world. This time, Duan Lingtian went to Bai Li Hong's mansion alone. Your saint weapon. Bai Li Hong passed the sun shooting bow to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian received it on the spot, he was ready to test it out in the front courtyard of Bai Li Hong's mansion. Coincidentally, there was a huge rock in the front courtyard. Moreover, it was not an ordinary rock. With your strength, the saint weapon in your hand, and the penetration saint inscription, it'll be a little difficult for you to penetrate this huge rock. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian. This huge rock was a unique rock in the Dao martial saint land. The metal material extracted from it could even be used to refine saint weapons. Naturally, it could only be used to refine human rank saint weapons. However, even with that being the case, it was not difficult to pierce through such a large rock. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He raised his hand and raised the sun shooting bow. True energy shot out from his right hand and eventually formed an arrow. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring open. This is the penetration saint inscription. As he pulled the bowstring open, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the bowstring. He saw the inconspicuous inscription on the bowstring. It was obvious it was the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, that Bai Li Hong had inscribed on it. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly inserted his true energy into it and activated it. In an instant, the penetration saint inscription was activated. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in the true energy arrow that was knocked on the bowstring. It was a very clear change. It was as though the arrow had the ability to pierce through everything at this moment. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring open with all his might. Squeak! Squeak! In the end, the bowstring emitted a soft sound that was particularly ear-piercing. Bai Li Hong stood at the side and watched intently. He also wanted to see how powerful this martial Dao genius who was famous in the outer court would be with the help of a strong bow that was inscribed with the penetration saint inscription. Duan Lingtian, who had knocked the arrow on the bow, began to pull his back as well. It was as though he had transformed into a strong bow as well. All of a sudden, the strong bow shook violently. In the next moment, the arrow on the bowstring in his hand shook and transformed into a streak of light that shot through the air. With a puffed sound, it penetrated the huge rock in front of him, leaving a bottomless hole on it. Puff! Before Bai Li Hong could react, he heard another soft sound. After the Jinshi arrow pierced through the boulder, the Jinshi arrow continued to pierce through the thick wall and continued to whistle through the air. Ah! At this moment, a shriek suddenly resonated from outside, causing Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Someone was shot by me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a strange expression on his face. Who would be so unlucky? Duan Lingtian rushed to the entrance of Bai Li Hong's mansion immediately. When he looked outside the wall, he happened to see an inner court disciple limping away without any hesitation. It was as though he had no intention of entering Bai Li Hong's mansion at all. It seems like as a 3-star saint inscription master, Elder Bai Li's prestige in the Moon Illumination sect is quite high. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to understand this. Even the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect and the few other saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect had to treat a 3-star saint inscription master with respect. Let alone the people below. Since that inner court disciple was able to appear here, he must be a disciple of an inner court elder. As a disciple of an inner court elder, it was only natural that he knew Bai Li Hong was not someone to be trifled with. When Duan Lingtian returned to the front courtyard of Bai Li Hong's mansion, he saw Bai Li Hong looking at him as though he was looking at a monster. Elder Bai Li, you're indeed a 3-star saint inscription master. The 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, is just too powerful. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim when he recalled the power of the arrow when it left his hand. Not only did the arrow penetrate the huge rock, but it even penetrated the thick wall and injured an inner court disciple who was passing by. Are you really a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage? However, Bai Li Hong ignored Duan Lingtian. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked. What? Elder Bai Li, are you trying to probe me with your spiritual secret tactic? Duan Lingtian shook his head. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li Hong's spiritual energy pressed down on him and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he even felt as though he was standing in front of others completely naked. At this moment, it seemed like he no longer had any secrets. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. He did not expect Bai Li Hong to probe him with his spiritual secret tactic. Moreover, he could not lose his temper. After all, he was the one who suggested it. It was equivalent to shooting himself in the foot. He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage. What a little monster. Bai Li Hong muttered to himself after inhaling a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was even more certain of one thing in his heart, and that was it was very likely that the master Duan Lingtian had fabricated really existed. If it was not for the mysterious and powerful master behind him, how could Duan Lingtian be so monstrous? Bai Li Hong's thoughts were simple and straightforward. With your current ability, you can be ranked at the top even in the Earth ranking. By the time you break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid the first place on the Earth ranking will have to give way to someone better. Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze as he said this. Elder Bai Li, are you that confident in me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. I'm confident in the saint inscriptions that I've inscribed. Bai Li Hong snorted. Naturally, he would not admit that. Every time he recalled how he had given away a 3-star saint inscription for free, his heart felt like it was bleeding. The materials for a 3-star saint inscription alone would be worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. If Duan Lingtian could hear Bai Li Hong's thoughts, he would definitely have cursed him secretly. A saint inscription that could be inscribed with 200,000 to 300,000 merit points was sold at a sky-high price of millions of merit points. Even a crow was not that greedy. Elder Bai Li, can I learn saint inscriptions from you from today onward? Duan Lingtian asked with a gleam in his eyes. Since I've promised you, of course, I won't regret it. However, the saint inscription Dao isn't something that can be learned easily. It also depends on your innate talent. You must be mentally prepared for that. Chapter 1477. Was the saint inscription Dao not something that could be learned just because one wanted to? Did it have to depend on one's innate talent? Did it have to be mentally prepared? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian chuckled inwardly. He had inherited Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of inscription Dao. Since inscription Dao and saint inscription Dao were different, he did not need to start from scratch to learn saint inscription Dao. All he needed to do was to grasp the similarities between saint inscription Dao and saint inscription Dao. As long as he could build a bridge between saint inscription Dao and saint inscription Dao, he believed he would become an outstanding saint inscription master. In the following month, Duan Lingtian stayed in Bai Li Hong's mansion and learned the saint inscription Dao from him. In the beginning, Bai Li Hong did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's innate talent in the martial Dao was already heaven-defying. In his opinion, God was fair. When he gave Duan Lingtian a heaven-defying innate talent in the martial Dao, he would not give Duan Lingtian an innate talent in the saint inscription Dao. However, reality gave him a resounding slap. He even thought God was playing a joke on him. How could there be such a person in this world who was so blessed by God? In just a month, Duan Lingtian could already inscribe a 1-star saint inscription. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy being too weak, Bai Li Hong did not doubt Duan Lingtian would be able to inscribe a 2-star saint inscription. In this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had given him too many surprises. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was confused. Then, Duan Lingtian was able to draw inferences from one instance. Occasionally, Duan Lingtian would say something that would make him ponder for a long time. Sometimes, Duan Lingtian gave him a feeling that he was not a beginner in the saint inscription Dao. Instead, he felt more like an experienced person. It was an unbelievable feeling, but it was true. Inscriptions, saint runes, they are the same in essence. Duan Lingtian had already seen that a bridge that connected inscriptions and saint inscriptions when he had just learned 10 heavenly saint inscriptions from Bai Li Hong. After 20 days, he had already walked on the bridge and comprehended it. After a few more days, he had completely grasped the similarities between inscriptions and saint inscriptions. He could also convert some of the inscriptions in Emperor Wu's memory into saint inscriptions. The inscriptions in Emperor Wu's memory were all-encompassing. There were so many types that it would take more than a day and a night to list them all. For example, the 2-star saint inscriptions, the 1,000-mass saint inscription, the Gale saint inscription, and the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, that he had come into contact with before could be transformed and inscribed through the inscriptions in the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Naturally, the material required for the inscription must be similar to the material used by the Dao martial Saint Land saint inscription masters. It must be refined into an ink-like liquid. The liquid was driven by the inscription pen to inscribe saint inscriptions. With his current spiritual energy, the limit was to inscribe a 1-star saint inscription. If he wanted to inscribe a 2-star saint inscription, he would have to break through to the saint rudiment stage first. Only by breaking through to the saint rudiment stage would his spiritual energy be able to transform further and reach the level where he could inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. After this 1 month of learning, I can now see inscriptions and saint inscriptions as one. With the help of Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, as long as my spiritual energy reaches a certain level, I'll be able to inscribe the corresponding saint inscription. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This situation was exactly the same as when he was on Cloud Continent. When he was on Cloud Continent, as long as his spiritual energy reached a certain level, he would be able to inscribe the corresponding inscription. Elder Bai Li, I'll have to trouble you for this 1 month. A month had passed, and it was time to leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent in the saint inscription Dao surpasses mine. Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Then, as though he had made up his mind, he clenched his teeth and said to Duan Lingtian, I'd like to accept you as my disciple on behalf of my teacher. Are you willing? Elder Bai Li, why you have a teacher? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Otherwise, where do you think I learned the saint inscription Dao from? Bai Li Hong shook his head and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, my teacher is a 7-star saint inscription master. Even the inscription pen in my hand was given to me by him. 7-star saint inscription master. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Bai Li Hong's words. Although he had guessed Bai Li Hong's teacher must be a 4-star saint inscription master or above, he did not expect Bai Li Hong's teacher to be a 7-star saint inscription master. Do you know why I was so confident about our bet a month ago? Bai Li Hong asked. Weren't you confident that you could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked. Then do you know why I was so confident that I could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon? Bai Li Hong asked again. It should be the inscription pen. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he replied. The material used to forge a heaven-rank saint weapon was extremely hard. If the inscription pen was too inferior, it would not be able to leave a mark on it. That's right, it's the inscription pen. Bai Li Hong nodded. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he said, generally speaking, it's already considered good for a 3-star saint inscription master to have a 4-star inscription pen. However, a 4-star inscription pen can only inscribe saint inscriptions on an earth-rank primitive saint weapon at most. A 4-star inscription pen can only inscribe saint inscriptions on an earth-rank primitive saint weapon at most? There's such a requirement? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Of course. Bai Li Hong nodded. Inscription pens are divided into different grades. The worst is a 1-star inscription pen while the best is a 9-star inscription pen. Of course, this is just a common saying in the Dao martial saint land. According to my teacher, there's an inscription pen that's of a higher grade than a 9-star inscription pen in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Although he had already connected saint inscriptions and inscriptions together and mastered the method of transforming inscriptions into saint inscriptions, he did not know much about the inscription pens in the Dao martial saint land. Now that he heard Bai Li Hong's words, he finally knew there were so many requirements to an inscription pen. A 1-star inscription pen corresponds to human rank inferior saint artifacts, and it can inscribe saint inscriptions on them at most. A 2-star inscription pen corresponds to human rank medial saint artifacts, and it can inscribe saint inscriptions on them at most. A 3-star inscription pen corresponds to a human rank primitive saint weapon. A 4-star inscription pen corresponds to an earth rank primitive saint weapon, and so on. A 9-star inscription pen corresponds to a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the inscription pen after Bai Li Hong finished speaking in one breath. Then, Elder Bai Li, the inscription pen in your hand is a 7-star inscription pen or above? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. A month ago, Bai Li Hong had said he could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. Now that he had a deeper understanding of the inscription pen, it was not difficult for him to figure this out. That's right. Bai Li Hong nodded. At the same time, he took out his inscription pen and muttered, "This is an inscription pen that my teacher whom I've never met gave me. It's a 9-star inscription pen. With it, I can even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. Now, you should know why I was so confident a month ago, right?" When Bai Li Hong reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he recalled the bet from a month ago. He could not help but sigh. "However, I didn't expect the saint weapon in your hand to be a super saint weapon that's above a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon." Super saint weapon was how Bai Li Hong described Duan Ling Tian's sun's shooting bow. Only Duan Ling Tian knew the sun's shooting bow in his hand was not a super saint weapon. It was a damaged celestial supreme treasure. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, it was a celestial supreme treasure. Although it was damaged, its hardness was not something a mere super saint weapon could compare to. A 9-star inscription pen. When Bai Li Hong said his inscription pen was a 9-star inscription pen, Duan Ling Tian was so shocked that he did not hear what Bai Li Hong said after that. A 9-star inscription pen was the best inscription pen in the Dao martial saint land. Although Duan Ling Tian had guessed the inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was at least a 7-star inscription pen, he thought it was just a 7-star inscription pen. He did not expect Bai Li Hong's inscription pen to be a 9-star inscription pen. "Elder Bai Li, didn't you say your teacher was only a 7-star saint inscription master? How did he get a 9-star inscription pen?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong in shock. "Well, it's not mentioned in the jade token my teacher left behind. That's why I don't know." Bai Li Hong shook his head. "You didn't ask him?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "Ask him?" Bai Li Hong was stunned as well. Then, he smiled wryly. "Duan Ling Tian, I've already said that I've never met my teacher. The inheritance I obtained is a spatial ring my teacher left behind. Apart from some materials for inscribing saint inscriptions, there are only 2 jade tokens and this 9-star inscription pen in my hand in the spatial ring. Even I don't know which era my teacher was from in the Dao martial saint land." When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. "I see." Duan Ling Tian finally understood. As it turned out, the saint inscription inheritance that Bai Li Hong obtained came from the spatial ring left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. It was not passed down by the 7-star saint inscription master himself. "Since that senior isn't here, why did you say you want to accept me as your disciple on behalf of your teacher, Elder Bai Li?" Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. "In the jade token my teacher left behind, he told me that if my innate talent in saint inscriptions is ordinary and I meet someone who's much more talented than me, I must accept him as my disciple and inherit his legacy, the strange inscription art." When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, his face was solemn. "Strange inscription art?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised. "What's that? Does it have anything to do with saint inscriptions?" "According to my teacher, the strange inscription art is an alternative inscription technique of the saint inscription art. It focuses on using the cheapest materials to inscribe saint inscriptions that are similar to the ones inscribed by the orthodox inscription technique. The saint inscriptions are the same, but the materials used are very different. In some cases, the difference is a few times more exaggerated." Chapter 1478. "It's a pity my talent is limited, and I didn't manage to learn the strange inscription art from the legacy my teacher left behind. If it wasn't for the legacy my teacher left behind, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Bai Li Hong sighed with a gloomy expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Bai Li Hong had always been worried about not being able to learn the strange inscription art from his teacher whom he had never met before. Throughout the years, he had met some saint inscription masters who were quite talented in saint inscriptions. However, those saint inscription masters could not learn the strange inscription art. The strange inscription art was all about the word strange. For a saint inscription with the same effect, the strange inscription art required less than half of the materials required for an orthodox saint inscription art. The reason the strange inscription art was so miraculous was because it had a high requirement on one's spiritual energy. Naturally, the high requirement on one's spiritual energy did not mean the level of one's spiritual energy was high. Instead, it meant the usage of one's spiritual energy was high. Only those who could utilize their spiritual energy to an extraordinary degree would be able to master the strange inscription art. Some people were born with strong spiritual energy. Their spiritual energy would follow their thoughts like a shadow. In other words, they could move their soul at will. Unfortunately, Bai Li Hong was not such a person. Due to this reason, he was destined to never learn the strange inscription art. This had always been a knot in Bai Li Hong's heart. After he obtained the 7-star Saint Inscription Master's legacy, he knew how much the 7-star Saint Inscription Master wanted to find a successor for the strange inscription art. For this reason, he had always hoped to find a qualified successor for the 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Although he had never met the 7-star Saint Inscription Master before, he had always treated the 7-star Saint Inscription Master as his teacher. After all, without the 7-star Saint Inscription Master, he would not have achieved what he had today. All these years, he had relied on the Saint Inscription art to gather a large amount of cultivation resources to achieve what he had today. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would not have achieved what he had today. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had always been looking for an opportunity to repay his debt of gratitude. And now, he realized that his chance to repay the favor had come. Duan Lingtian was the person he had been looking for, the person who could inherit his teacher's strange inscription art. During this period of time, when Duan Lingtian was inscribing the saint runes, he could clearly sense that Duan Lingtian's use of mind power had reached the acme of perfection, leaving him in the dust. Ordinary saint inscription masters had to be at least at the saint rudiment stage. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was able to inscribe sacred runes when he was in the immortal realm. Strange pattern art. Duan Lingtian was quite curious about the strange inscription technique from Bai Li Hong. The orthodox saint inscription art in the Dao martial saint land was undoubtedly similar to the inscription art on Cloud Continent. However, the strange inscription art was quite different from the inscription art on Cloud Continent. This piqued his curiosity. This jade token contains the records of the strange inscription art. I think you're the most suitable person for him. With a raise of his hand, Bai Li Hong took out a jade token and passed it to Duan Lingtian solemnly. At the same time, he said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, I know you already have a teacher. However, if you really inherit the strange inscription art, I hope you can treat my teacher as your teacher as well. That's only right. Duan Lingtian did not reject the jade token that Bai Li Hong passed to him. He was also curious about the strange inscription art. Now that he had the chance to learn it, he would not miss it. Since he had obtained the inheritance from the 7-star Saint Inscription Master, it was only natural for him to acknowledge him as his teacher. Moreover, he did not know which era the 7-star Saint Inscription Master was from. He might not even be alive now. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even need to think about it. Only a fool would reject the benefits that were sent to him. From today onward, you're my junior brother, Bai Li Hong said with a smile. Bai Li Hong smiled and said, in the future, don't call me Elder Bai Li. Just call me Senior Brother. Senior Brother. Duan Lingtian was not a person who would stick to trifles. He immediately changed his way of addressing Bai Li Hong. A bright smile appeared on Bai Li Hong's face when he heard how Duan Lingtian addressed him. It doesn't matter if my teacher is still alive or not. I'm sure he'll be very happy if he knows I've found such an outstanding disciple like you for him. Senior brother, don't be in such a hurry to praise me. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to cultivate the strange inscription art. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. With your ability to use spiritual energy, if you can't cultivate the strange inscription art, I'm afraid nobody in the world can cultivate it. Bai Li Hong was very confident in Duan Lingtian. Just like that, Duan Lingtian had already acknowledged an inner court elder as his senior brother before he even entered the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. Moreover, this inner court elder was not an ordinary inner court elder. As a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, Bai Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect was not only on par with the few vice sect leaders, but it was even slightly above them. Even the few saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, were very polite to him. "Junior brother, I heard you're from Mound Hill City?" Bai Li Hong asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. The fact that he was from Mound Hill City was no secret in the Moon Illumination sect. As for Lu Huan, I'll personally knock some sense into him later. I'll let him know that my junior brother isn't someone he can touch as he pleases. Bai Li Hong's eyes gleamed. His tone was domineering. It was apparent he knew about the conflict between the people from Mound Hill City and Lu Huan. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not reject Bai Li Hong's good intentions. However, he knew very well that even if Lu Huan was wary of his senior brother, he would only restrain himself on the surface. However, Lu Huan would still see him as a thorn in his side. If he did not get rid of him, Lu Huan would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. That's good as well. At the very least, Lu Huan will restrain himself on the surface. This is a good thing for Xionghu and Lingyun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Senior brother, a month's time is up. It's time for me to return. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Bai Li Hong. Junior brother, leave your bow behind. I'll inscribe 2 more 3-star saint inscriptions for you. My current limit is to inscribe 3 3-star saint inscriptions on a saint weapon at most. More than that is beyond my ability. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian was his junior brother, it was only natural that he would help Duan Lingtian as much as he could. He was reluctant to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription for Duan Lingtian previously. However, he was more than willing to inscribe more 3-star saint inscriptions for Duan Lingtian now. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately as he thanked Bai Li Hong. If the Sun Shooting Bow had 3 3-star saint inscriptions, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. It would be of great help to him. Although his attainment in the Saint Inscription Dao was not inferior to Bai Li Hong after he had mastered both Saint Inscriptions and Saint Inscriptions. However, due to his weak spiritual energy, he could only inscribe 1-star Saint Inscriptions. According to Bai Li Hong, he would have to break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage before he could inscribe 3-star Saint Inscriptions. Also, you can stay in my mansion from now on, Bai Li Hong said to Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong said to Duan Lingtian, senior brother has arranged a quiet courtyard for you. It's definitely better than the courtyard in the outer court. Senior brother, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'd like to stay in the outer court for the time being. It won't be too late for me to stay in your courtyard when I enter the inner court. Duan Lingtian smiled. You said it yourself. You must stay at my place when you enter the inner court, Bai Li Hong said seriously. Yes. Of course. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded in response. After handing the Sun Shooting Bow to Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian left. He was in a hurry to go back and study the strange inscription art. If he could master the strange inscription art, the efficiency of him earning saint stones in the future would be 2 times higher than an ordinary saint inscription master. After all, a saint inscription master who specialized in the strange inscription art would need less than half of the materials compared to an ordinary saint inscription master to inscribe the same saint inscription master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could faintly sense that the profundity of the strange inscription art did not stop there. However, since he did not cultivate the strange inscription art, his understanding of the strange inscription art was limited to the amount of materials needed to inscribe the saint inscription. Naturally, this was just his intuition. He would have to find out if this was the case. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the inner court, a piece of news spread in the inner court. The inner court elder, Bai Li Hong, the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, announced that he would take Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple, as his disciple on behalf of his master. From today onward, Duan Lingtian would be Bai Li Hong's junior brother. The news spread like a hurricane in the inner court and shook the entire inner court. It was as though a violent earthquake had happened in the inner court. Elder Bai Li has taken an outer court disciple as his junior brother? Is this a joke? Who's that outer court disciple? Is he so awesome? He's taken as elder by Li's junior brother? The group of inner court disciples who did not pay much attention to what happened in the outer court were stunned by the news. Really? You don't know who that Duan Lingtian is? That Duan Lingtian is famous in the sect recently, but you don't know him? Those inner court disciples who had long heard of Duan Ling Tian began to tell the disciples who had never heard of Duan Ling Tian before about Duan Ling Tian's past deeds. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name began to spread in the inner court. These inner court disciples who had heard of Duan Ling Tian were also shocked by the news that Duan Ling Tian had become elder by Li's junior brother. Some of them even looked into it and found out that it was true. Duan Ling Tian had really become elder by Li's junior brother. When the news shocked the entire inner court, Lu Huan, naturally, received the news as well. When he heard the news, he was so angry that he crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. Who's that Duan Ling Tian? How did that old man, Bai Li Hong, take him as his junior brother? Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 1479. Duan Ling Tian has been taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li on behalf of his master, and he's now Elder Bai Li's junior brother? Outside the courtyard where Lu Huan lived, Su Qi, who had planned to look for Lu Huan, stopped in his tracks when he heard Lu Huan's roar. A complicated expression flashed across his eyes. However, a faintly discernible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He did not look for Lu Huan anymore. Instead, he turned around and left. He knew Lu Huan's temper very well. He would be asking for trouble if he looked for Lu Huan at this time. In the next few days, the news that spread in the inner court had also spread to the outer court, shocking everyone in the outer court. Not many people would be surprised if some outstanding outer court disciple was secretly taken in as a direct disciple by an inner court elder. This was not a rare occurrence in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. However, this was the first time in the history of the Moon Illumination sect that an outer court disciple was taken in as a junior brother by an inner court elder. Most importantly, the inner court elder who took in the outer court disciple as his junior brother was not an ordinary inner court elder. Elder Bai Li has taken in senior brother Duan Ling Tian as his disciple on behalf of his master, and he's taking senior brother Duan Ling Tian as his junior brother? Is this for real? The news came from the inner court, and it was confirmed by the people in Elder Bai Li's mansion. This news can't be fake. Isn't senior brother Duan Ling Tian a little too amazing? For other outer sect disciples to be able to become inner sect elders' disciples is already envied by others. Yet, he directly became an inner sect elder's junior brother. That's an existence on par with inner sect elders. Most importantly, that inner court elder is Elder Bai Li. Who doesn't know that Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect? Among the 9 great sects in the 9 sect alliances, only our Moon Illumination sect and another sect have a 3-star saint inscription master each. The other 7 sects don't have one. They'll have to come to our Moon Illumination sect if they want a 3-star saint inscription master. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to neglect Elder Bai Li. After all, if Elder Bai Li is unhappy and leaves our Moon Illumination sect, it'll definitely be a great loss to our sect. As the news spread, the entire outer sect area was shaken. All the outer sect elders, deacons, and outer sect disciples who were not in closed-door training knew about the news immediately. In a remote mansion located at a corner of the outer court district, the outer court's grand elder, Dongfang Quan, almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just sipped when he heard the news. Duan Ling Tian has been acknowledged by Elder Bai Li as his junior brother? After Dongfang Quan swallowed the tea in his mouth, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face was filled with shock. As the grand elder of the outer court, Dongfang Quan's position in the Moon Illumination sect was in no way inferior to the inner court elders. In fact, his position even surpassed ordinary inner court elders. However, before Elder Bai Li Hong, even though he did not have to be extremely respectful, he still had to maintain a courteous attitude. He did not dare to be negligent or overstep his boundaries. All of this was not only because Elder Bai Li was powerful, but it was more because he was a 3-star saint inscription master. In the Moon Illumination sect, apart from the few saint stage powerhouses including the sect leader, the person he feared the most was Elder Bai Li. However, now that he found out Elder Bai Li had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Elder Bai Li is definitely not an impulsive person. Why would he acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his junior brother? Dongfang Quan could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time. In the end, he could only make wild guesses. Maybe it's because Duan Lingtian has revealed his true identity in front of him, so he acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother just to cover it up and protect Duan Lingtian? Other than that, he really could not think of any other reason. He did not believe that Duan Lingtian had known Bai Li Hong for a long time. If Duan Lingtian had such a relationship with Bai Li Hong, why would he need to spend 4th grade and 5th grade Saint Stones to hire him as a witness when he had a death duel with Feng Fan? Due to this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong had only gotten in touch recently. While Dongfang Quan was shocked by the news of Bai Li Hong acknowledging Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Huang Qing, who was in an independent mansion in the outer court, had also received the news. Smack! The moment Huang Qing heard the news, his expression was extremely grave. He slapped his palm out, and the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. The stone table in front of him was instantly crushed into dust. Is this news true? Huang Qing asked in a deep voice as he looked at the outer court disciple who told him the news. It's true. I heard that even the people in Elder Bai Li's mansion admitted it. The outer court disciple nodded. All right, you can leave now. Huang Qing took a deep breath and waved his hand impatiently. After the outer court disciple who told him the news left, Huang Qing's expression darkened as he growled in a low voice. Don't tell me that the matter between me and Duan Lingtian is going to end just like that? My 300,000 merit points are going to be wasted just like that? He was unwilling to accept this. Finally, Huang Qing took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian, you have Elder Bai Li as your backer now. It's true that I can't do anything to you in the sect. However, if you dare to leave the sect, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. It was obvious that Huang Qing did not choose to compromise in the end. At the same time, the outer court deacon, Deng Wei, had also received the news. His expression was extremely grave. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve Elder Bai Li's favor and even become Elder Bai Li's junior brother? He suddenly felt that his chance of revenge seemed to have become extremely slim. Forget it, forget it. The enmity between us was because of you in the beginning. Now that he has such a backer, there's no need for me to continue to be his enemy. Otherwise, if Elder Bai Li finds out about this, I'll definitely die. Unlike Huang Qing, Deng Wei chose to compromise. I must let you know about this. I must let him forget about the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian. Deng Wei did what he wanted to do. He immediately wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to his clan, the Deng clan. He did not want Deng Yu to not forget about the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian and bring disaster to the Deng clan. Elder Bai Li? The only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect? In an independent courtyard in the outer court area, Yi Man's eyes were scarlet red, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Could it be that you were really born to restrain me, Yi Man? I'm unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling to accept this. Yi Man was almost roaring when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, he had a feeling that since he was born, why was there a need for him to be born? In another independent courtyard, He Zhong had also received the news. He let out a long sigh. I only hope Uncle can stop now. Although it's impossible. Elder Bai Li is someone that even my master, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, is afraid of. Although his master was the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. However, in terms of strength, he was on par with Elder Bai Li at most. This was because Elder Bai Li had an Earth-rank prominent saint weapon that was inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. With that saint weapon, Elder Bai Li could fight an eminent saint stage powerhouse even though he was only at the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage. In the end, He Zhong gritted his teeth and left the outer court district to enter the inner court district. No matter what, Lu Huan was still his uncle. He still planned to persuade him personally. I understand. In the face of He Zhong's kind words, Lu Huan nodded perfunctorily. Although He Zhong could tell Lu Huan was trying to brush him off, he knew this was the best he could do. Uncle, now that Duan Lingtian has become elder by Li's junior brother, I'm afraid even my master wouldn't want to make him his enemy. I know. Lu Huan nodded his head nonchalantly. If there's nothing else, you may leave. He Zhong sighed when he heard Lu Huan's intention to send him off. He could only turn around and leave. No matter what, he had done his best. It was enough for him to answer to his mother who had passed away many years ago. After He Zhong left, Lu Huan smirked coldly. You want me to stop? Impossible. I've already sworn that anyone who comes out of Mound Hill City will either die or become my disciple. There's no exception. Not even Duan Lingtian. 5 days later, an uninvited guest arrived at Lu Huan's mansion. Elder Bai Li, Lu Huan's expression was a little unnatural when he saw the person, but he still bowed politely. Although the person in front of him was also an inner court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was not something he could compare to. Elder Lu Huan. The person who had just arrived was none other than Bai Li Hong, Duan Ling Tian's senior brother. I've never been one to beat around the bush. I'm here to remind you that Duan Ling Tian is my junior brother. If anyone dares to harm him, it'll be equivalent to slapping my face. Bai Li Hong's tone was calm, but it was overbearing. The relationship between Elder Bai Li and your junior brother is so deep that it's enviable. Lu Huan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. Bai Li Hong glanced at Lu Huan nonchalantly before he turned around and left. He came and went like the wind, entering and exiting Lu Huan's mansion as though there was no one around. After Bai Li Hong left, Lu Huan's face turned completely grave. He said hatefully, Duan Lingtian, if you don't die, I, Lu Huan, swear that I'm not human. Unless you hide in the Moon Illumination sect forever, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. The moment his words left his mouth, he left his mansion, the inner court, and the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect, Lu Huan headed north. That direction was the direction of Han River City. Han River City was the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliance's territory. It was also the most prosperous city. The headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliances was located there. Chapter 1480. It's been 10 days. Senior brother should have finished inscribing the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions on my son's shooting bow, right? After Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, he walked out of his room, courtyard, and outer court district. After 10 days, he entered the inner court district again. Did you see that? He's Duan Lingtian. Unlike before, Duan Lingtian was recognized not long after he entered the inner court district. Wherever he went, there would be inner court disciples paying attention to him. No wonder those outer court disciples looked at me differently when I left the courtyard earlier. It seems like senior brother has already spread the news that he's taking me in as a disciple on behalf of his master. 10 days ago, he had been in seclusion ever since he returned from Bai Li Hong's mansion. He had stayed in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for a month. 10 days had passed in the outside world before he finally came out. When he recalled the respectful gazes of the outer court disciples along the way and the complicated gazes of the group of inner court disciples in front of him, he could vaguely guess what had happened. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion once again. Young Master Lingtian, please come in. The servants in Bai Li Hong's mansion were also respectful when they faced Duan Lingtian. It was as though they treated Duan Lingtian as their second master. Junior brother. When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Lingtian from afar, he walked up to him enthusiastically. Senior brother. Duan Lingtian smiled in response. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. After meeting with Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong took out Duan Lingtian's son's shooting bow and returned it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian reached out to take the son's shooting bow. The first thing he did was to look at the bowstring. Soon after, he saw the 2 additional saint inscriptions on the bowstring. Senior brother, what are the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions that you inscribed for me? These 2 3-star saint inscriptions are the explosive flame saint inscription and the erosion saint inscription. Bai Li Hong said with a smile, these are 2 3-star saint inscriptions that I specially picked out for you. Together with the penetration saint inscription, they will have a miraculous effect. I would like to hear the details. Duan Lingtian looked curious. No matter how much you say, it's all meaningless. Why don't we leave the sect and look for a savage beast to test it on? Bai Li Hong suggested. That's fine. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, no matter how much he said, it was better to put it into practice. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong left the inner court together. They left the Moon Illumination sect and arrived outside the sect's estate. This was Duan Lingtian's first time leaving the Moon Illumination sect since he had been here for almost 4 months. Humph. You're lucky that Bai Li Hong is following you. After Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong left, a faint silhouette appeared at the side of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. It was blurry when one looked at it from afar. It was as though one was seeing things. If one looked closely, one would be able to tell it was a person. If there was an outer court disciple here, he would be able to tell it was the outer court elder, Huang Cheng. Although Huang Cheng was only an outer court elder and his cultivation base was not as high as Bai Li Hong's, he had obtained a secret tactic to conceal his whereabouts when he was young. With his current cultivation base at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, it was impossible for anyone to discover his whereabouts as long as they were not Saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, Bai Li Hong did not notice him at all. Recently, he had taken the initiative to request to be on duty at the monastery gate. Usually, other than a few outer court disciples, an outer court elder would be in charge of the monastery gate's duty. The reason Huang Cheng took the initiative to request to be on duty at the monastery gate was, naturally, because he had an ulterior motive. His target was Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian dared to leave the Moon Illumination sect without the accompaniment of a powerhouse, he would follow him immediately. Then, he would kill Duan Lingtian at a place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate and snatch Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and Duan Lingtian's crystal card. His purpose was to take back the merit points that he had lost to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he would kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that apart from Lu Huan, there was someone else who was plotting to kill him in the Moon Illumination sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian had followed Bai Li Hong to a remote place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Apart from being remote, this place was unique because there were many wild beasts. Wild beasts were beasts without intelligence in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were like wild beasts on the mortal continent that fought and killed each other. It was the law of the jungle. Every powerful savage beast had its own territory. As long as there were invaders in its territory, it would fight to the death to defend its absolute control of its territory. This place is the territory of an early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Bai Li Hong had introduced this place to him before he came here. This place was called the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. Here, wild beasts at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had their own territories. In their territories, they were the absolute kings. Boom! As Bai Li Hong raised his hand and pressed it down, a gush of invisible energy shrouded the ground and hit a big tree. Not only did it destroy the tree, but it even made a huge pit appear on the ground. Be careful, it's coming, Bai Li Hong said. When it appears, try your best to shoot an arrow at it. Don't hit its vital parts. Don't hit its vital parts? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How do I kill it then? Just do as I say. However, although you can't hit its vital parts, you must activate all 3 saint inscriptions at the same time. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, a gigantic creature appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as the sound of a furious beast roaring reverberated in the air. It was a wild beast the size of a small hill. Wherever it passed, the ground trembled as though there was a violent earthquake. This wild beast looked very strange. Duan Lingtian could not find any words to describe it. It had a triangular head with eyes as big as a gong at each corner. All of them were glaring at him and Bai Lihong fiercely. Bang! As a loud bang reverberated in the air, the wild beast the size of a small hill stomped on the ground in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. Like a huge cannonball, it shot up into the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian and Bai Lihong. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian focused his left eye and quietly activated his strange pupil. In an instant, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the wild beast's speed slowed down. However, it was still very fast. Wherever it passed, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Duan Lingtian raised the sun-shooting bow with his left hand while he condensed a true energy arrow with his right hand and placed it on the bowstring. As soon as he pulled the bowstring, traces of true energy gushed out of his chi and merged into the bowstring in his hand through more than 70 saint veins, activating the 3 saint inscriptions on the bowstring. Penetration saint inscription. Explosive flame saint inscription. Erosion saint inscription. All 3 saint inscriptions were 3-star saint inscriptions. As Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring and placed the arrow, his left eye locked on the wild beast's lower abdomen. That was not a vital part. Even if the arrow can penetrate the wild beast's body with the penetration saint inscription, it's not a vital part after all. Even if it penetrates, it'll only injure it but not kill it. Although Duan Lingtian had many doubts in his heart, he still chose to believe Bai Lihong. Clang! The moment Duan Lingtian let go of the bowstring, the true energy arrow in his hand instantly transformed into a bolt of green lightning and shot through the air. Due to the penetration saint inscription, the arrow pierced through the air like a meteor tearing through space. In the blink of an eye, the true energy arrow pierced through the thick scales on the wild beast's lower abdomen amidst the wailing of the wild beast. The arrowhead of the arrow appeared behind the wild beast in just a blink of an eye. Look carefully. At this moment, Bai Lihong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears like a clap of thunder. With Bai Lihong's reminder, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes was clearly captured in his left eye's field of vision. The true energy arrow had penetrated the wild beast's body. The arrowhead appeared behind it. The tail of the arrow was still in front of it. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the scene before him. With the power of the penetration saint inscription, the true energy arrow that had easily penetrated the wild beast's body emitted a dazzling green light. Following which, the dazzling green light exploded like a flame. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the green true energy flame exploded, causing a huge hole to appear in the wild beast's lower abdomen. The hole was so big that 2 adults could enter and exit at the same time. Explosive flame saint inscription. Hearing the shrill cry of the wild beast, these 4 words immediately appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The scene before him was not his doing. In that case, it could only be the power of the saint inscription. There's also the erosion saint inscription. As though it was supporting Duan Lingtian's thoughts, the moment Duan Lingtian's thoughts left his mind, black smoke began to emit from the hole on the wild beast's body. The black smoke continued to spread, and wherever it spread, everything turned into nothingness. The hole in the wild beast's lower abdomen was getting bigger and bigger. Wherever the black smoke around the hole passed, the wild beast's body was corroded. It was as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid or corpse-dissolving powder. The wild beast's cry became softer and softer. In the end, it stopped abruptly. At the same time, the wild beast's body turned into nothingness. It was completely corroded, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke that dissipated without a trace. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. The early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that was still alive a moment ago had turned into nothingness in just a blink of an eye and completely disappeared from this world. There were many inscriptions similar to the corrosion saint inscription in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. He had even used similar inscriptions before. However, those inscriptions could only deal with those with mediocre cultivation base. They were useless against those with profound cultivation base. However, a similar saint inscription had directly turned an early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast into ashes. Chapter 1481. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Bai Li Hong told him not to attack the vital points of the savage beasts. It was because Bai Li Hong knew that even if he didn't attack the vital points of the savage beasts, he would still be able to kill them. Whether it was the explosive flame saint inscription or the erosion saint inscription, they were both created by Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong was well aware of their power. Although the explosive flame saint inscription and the corrosive saint inscription are both 3-star saint inscriptions with extraordinary power, the most you can do is deal with someone at the early saint rudiment stage with your true energy at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Bai Li Hong reminded Duan Lingtian. The saint rune required the activation of true energy. Only when one's Jin Qi was strong enough would they be able to activate the full power of the saint rune. If it wasn't enough, he could only activate a portion of the saint rune's power. For example, a 1-star saint inscription could have a miraculous effect in a battle between two people of the same cultivation level. However, if one wanted to defeat an enemy of a higher level, it was almost impossible. 2-star saint inscriptions, on the other hand, could allow one to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation level. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent's strength hadn't reached the level where he could defeat someone of a higher level. For example, Duan Lingtian was currently at the perfection mortal shedding realm. Even if he did not use the strange pupil or the saint inscription, the martial and Dao cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage would not be able to fight against him even if they used 2-star saint inscriptions. This was because he was an existence that could easily defeat opponents above his level even without using the strange pupil or the saint runes. On the other hand, 3-star saint inscriptions were 2 grades more effective. For example, the perfection mortal shedding stage's true Qi could activate the 3-star saint inscription. It would be effective on those in the early saint rudiment stage. Of course, it would only work on those in the early saint rudiment stage at most. In order to be effective on intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouses, one must first break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The saint runes only depended on the level of one's true energy. The higher the level of one's Xinqi, the more powerful it would be. Of course, no matter how strong it was, there was a limit. It depended on how many stars the saint inscription was. For example, a 2-star saint inscription could only threaten an imminent saint stage powerhouse at most. Only a 3-star saint inscription could threaten a saint stage powerhouse. In order to threaten a saint stage powerhouse with a 3-star saint inscription, one must first be at the perfection saint rudiment stage. There were 2 levels between the perfection saint rudiment stage and the saint realm. The imminent saint stage was actually the paramount mortal shedding stage. It was only called the imminent saint stage because it was close to the saint stage. The saint realm was a watershed. The difference between the saint stage and the non-saint stage was even more exaggerated than the difference between the mortal shedding stage and the innate stage. The 3-star saint inscription activated by my current true energy is only effective on early saint rudiment stage existences? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, it seems like I still have to seize the opportunity to elevate my cultivation base. Currently, I'm not far from breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Once I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I can defeat even a saint rudiment intermediate stage cultivator. Of course, this was without using his strange pupil to defeat an intermediate saint realm master. As for the existence of a saint realm master, Duan Lingtian didn't even dare to think about it. Someone at the mastery saint rudiment stage had already mastered the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Even if he used his strange pupil, he would have to exhaust all of his spiritual energy just to affect his opponent for a split second. He might not be able to defeat his opponent in that split second. Using the true Qi weapon, he was able to block Li Mu's attack at that moment. The mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage is a watershed. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian put away the sun-shooting bow and thanked Bai Li Hong. Based on the effects of the 2 3-star saint inscriptions, it was enough to see Bai Li Hong's good intentions. The 2 saint inscriptions combined with the penetration saint inscription would definitely have a miraculous effect. There's no need to thank me since we're brothers. Bai Li Hong shook his head and smiled. Then, he asked in anticipation, Junior brother, How much have you mastered the strange inscription art in these 10 days? I should be able to inscribe saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art now. Duan Lingtian smiled. Bai Lihong was dumbstruck when he heard this. 10 days ago, he had just passed the jade token that recorded the strange inscription art to Duan Lingtian. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian said he could inscribe saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art. How could he not be shocked? Junior brother, let's go. Let's go back. Bai Lihong raised his hand, and an invisible energy swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. He quickly brought Duan Lingtian back to the Moon Illumination sect, the inner court, and his mansion. He was eager to see Duan Lingtian's strange inscription art technique. He had never mastered the strange inscription art in his entire life. However, the junior brother that he had accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master had mastered the strange inscription art in just 10 days. There was a quiet room in Bai Lihong's mansion that was specially used to inscribe saint inscriptions. When inscribing saint inscriptions, one could not be disturbed at all. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Currently, there were only Duan Lingtian and Bai Lihong in the quiet room. There was a stone table in the middle of the quiet room. A sword was placed on the stone table. It was obvious it was a saint weapon. Next to the sword was a vessel that contained an unknown liquid. The unknown liquid was dark yellow and would boil from time to time. Junior brother, are you really able to inscribe the floating light saint inscription with the inscription ink refined from such a small amount of materials? Bai Lihong asked in disbelief as he looked at the dark yellow liquid in the vessel. The floating light saint inscription was a 1-star saint inscription. Bai Lihong knew this saint inscription very well because it was an extremely common 1-star saint inscription. When he had just become a 1-star saint inscription master, he had used it to practice many times. He knew the materials needed to inscribe this saint inscription very well. Not a single one of those materials could be missing. Currently, his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, was also preparing to inscribe the floating light saint inscription. However, the materials he was going to use were less than half of the standard materials. The cost of the materials was reduced by almost 2/3. Although he knew the biggest advantage of the strange inscription art was its cost saving, he still found it unbelievable that it was so economical. Senior brother, just watch and see. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. His words were filled with confidence. In the next moment, he extended his right hand and held Bai Lihong's 9-star inscription pen in his hand. After taking a deep breath, he extended his left hand and picked up the sword on the table. This was his first time inscribing a saint inscription with the strange inscription art. Naturally, in the past 10 days, he had practiced it countless times in his mind, so he was already very familiar with it. Therefore, everything that happened next was logical. Duan Lingtian shook the 9-star inscription pen in his right hand. The 9-star inscription pen seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it shot toward the inscription ink. Inscription ink was a general term for the liquid refined from the materials needed to inscribe saint inscriptions. The sharp end of the 9-star inscription pen that shot out like a bolt of lightning picked up a drop of inscription ink like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, the 9-star inscription pen brought the drop of inscription ink to the sword in his left hand. Suddenly, a mark appeared on the sword. As Duan Lingtian's right hand moved quickly, a series of complicated inscriptions appeared on the sword. The drop of inscription ink flowed along the inscriptions like water flowing into a stream. Everything was so natural. Duan Lingtian's movements were as smooth as flowing water. However, Bai Lihong, who was standing at the side, was already stunned. Duan Lingtian's speed of inscribing saint inscriptions was even faster than his. This is the strange inscription art? How much mental energy does he have to use at such a fast speed? Junior brother is really the best candidate to cultivate the strange inscription art. At this moment, Bai Lihong's heart trembled slightly from excitement. Fast. Too fast. That was the only thought left in Bai Lihong's mind when he saw Duan Lingtian's movements. Is this the difference between the orthodox saint inscription art and the strange inscription art? After a long while, Bai Lihong regained his senses. He had mixed feelings. It's done. While Bai Li Hong was in a daze, Duan Lingtian had already stopped. Senior brother, take a look at the effect of the floating light saint inscription and see if it has decreased. It's done. Bai Li Hong was completely dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It should be known that even with his current strength, it would take him at least half an hour to inscribe the floating light saint inscription. However, this junior brother of his only used less than 15 minutes to do so. It was not even half of the time he had to spend. He was a 3-star saint inscription master. Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and suppressed the inexplicable shock in his heart. He took the sword that Duan Lingtian passed to him and tested the 1-star saint inscription, the floating light saint inscription. His gaze became extremely complicated. The effect has not decreased. After a long while, Bai Li Hong finally caught his breath and sighed. The strange inscription art is really the work of a god. It's a pity that I'm not fated to use the strange inscription art with my mental strength. The use of mental strength depended on one's innate talent. However, Bai Li Hong was obviously not talented in this aspect. He was not the only one who could not do it. Most saint inscription masters could not do it. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. Although he had deduced the strange inscription art many times in his mind, this was the first time he had put it into practice. Therefore, although he was confident, he could not help but feel a little nervous. Senior brother, here's your inscription pen. Duan Lingtian called out to Bai Li Hong when he was gently caressing the floating light saint inscription on the sword in his hand. At the same time, he passed the inscription pen back to him. However, although Bai Li Hong raised his head in time to look at the inscription pen, he did not reach out to take it. His eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth. It was as though he had made a huge decision. Junior brother, you can have this 9-star inscription pen. I'll go to Han River City and buy an inscription pen for myself. Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He said, "You've inherited teacher's strange inscription art, so it's only right that I give this inscription pen to you. Senior brother, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come into contact with teacher's strange inscription art. This 9-star inscription pen is your fortuitous encounter. If I were to snatch away what you love, I wouldn't be worthy of being your junior brother." Chapter 1482. Duan Lingtian had his own principles. He had to admit that he really wanted the inscription pen in his hand. Who would not want a 9-star inscription pen? However, as the saying went, a gentleman would not take away someone else's treasure. Based on Bai Li Hong's hesitation earlier, one could see that he was reluctant to part with the inscription pen. Therefore, he shouldn't have taken the inscription pen for himself. Otherwise, it would be too selfish of him. Seeing how Duan Lingtian was unwilling to accept the inscription pen, Bai Li Hong had no choice but to take it. After taking it, he said firmly, "Junior brother, I know you don't want to take away what I love. However, I can take this inscription pen back temporarily, but you have to promise me one thing." "Please tell me, senior brother," Duan Lingtian said. "When you become a 3-star saint inscription master, at that time, you must accept this inscription pen. Otherwise, you'll have to accept this inscription pen today." It was true that Bai Li Hong was reluctant to part with the 9-star inscription pen in his hand. However, that was human nature. There were not many 9-star inscription pens even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he had used it for so long. It was normal for him to be reluctant to give it away. However, he knew he could not be so selfish. This inscription pen was left behind by his teacher whom he had never met. Although he was the one who obtained it, his teacher had always hoped to find a successor who could inherit his strange inscription art. Duan Lingtian happened to be that successor. He believed that if his teacher was present, he would most likely pass the inscription pen to Duan Lingtian. No problem. Seeing how Bai Li Hong looked as though he was going to fight him if he did not agree to it, Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. In his opinion, nobody knew what would happen in the future. Perhaps, he would no longer be in the Moon Illumination sect when he became a 3-star saint inscription master. After chatting with Bai Li Hong for a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell and prepared to return to the outer court. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian noticed that as long as it was a person, they would stare at him as though there was a flower on his face. It's true that people are afraid of fame while pigs are afraid of being fat. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly to himself. When he passed by the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian stopped and muttered to himself, "There seems to be nothing left to exchange for in the Merit Pavilion now. I'll use the remaining merit points to exchange for Dao talismans to protect myself." In the end, Duan Ling Tian only kept the portion of merit points that he had given to Ling Yun and 100,000 merit points for himself. He used the remaining merit points to buy Dao talismans. To him, the Dao talisman was a life-saving item. As for the 100,000 merit points, he kept them as a precaution. What if the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda appeared in the stalls of the inner disciples on the first level of the Merit Pavilion? If he didn't have any merit points, who would he cry to? Naturally, he could ask for it from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. However, his senior brother had already helped him a lot. If it was possible, he really did not want to trouble his senior brother. After buying the Dao talismans, Duan Ling Tian went to the first level of the Merit Pavilion and started to wander around. However, after one round, due to Duan Ling Tian's greeting, Lao, who was paying attention to the outside, did not find the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Looks like I've really used up all my luck. Duan Ling Tian laughed at himself and left the Merit Pavilion under the watchful eyes of the group of inner disciples. I heard from senior brother that there's an inscription pen for sale in Han River City. Han River City is the largest city in the Nine Sect Alliance's territory. The headquarters of the Nine Sect Alliances are also located there. It's time for me to take a look there. On the way back to the outer court, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He decided to go to Han River City. He had heard of Han River City many times. Moreover, he really needed an inscription pen now. Other than the inscription pen, I can also go to Han River City to see if there's any materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Now, I'm not far from completely repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, my cultivation speed will be even more efficient. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. He would find a time to go to Han River City. With his current ability, he could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasures in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, the cultivation environment inside had a profound meaning to him. 5 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. 8 months later, I must make a trip back to Half Moon Island to accompany the 2 girls until they give birth. If I can repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my ability will definitely skyrocket 8 months later. By then, I'll be able to protect myself on the way back. When Duan Ling Tian thought of Kerr and Li Fei, his heart was filled with motivation. When I find my parents, I'll bring them back to the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, I'll definitely hold a grand wedding for them. When he thought of his 2 fiancées, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with a blissful smile. As for those 2 girls, he still hadn't given them a proper status until now. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to, but he could not because his parents were not around. It was fine if the 2 girls' parents were not around, but his parents were healthy. If he wanted to get married, it was only natural that both of his parents were present. Perhaps, when I find my parents, both of my children will be able to speak. I wonder how happy they'll be when they find out that they're going to be grandparents. Duan Ling Tian could not stop smiling. Wherever Duan Ling Tian passed by, the group of outer court disciples would be stunned when they saw him laughing foolishly to himself. Why was senior brother Duan so happy? Could it be that Elder Bai Li had given him some benefits again? When the outer court disciples thought of this, their eyes were filled with envy. However, they also knew that they could not be envious of Duan Lingtian's good fortune. Duan Lingtian was destined to be someone they had to look up to. Jianghu, did Lu Huan's people cause you any trouble recently? When Duan Lingtian saw Jianghu again, he asked. Senior brother Duan, who doesn't know that you're Elder Bai Li's junior brother now? Lu Huan must have been scared out of his wits when he heard that Elder Bai Li acknowledged you as his junior brother. How would he dare to cause trouble for us? Xianghu grinned. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you yet, senior brother Duan. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Xianghu's optimism. He did not believe Lu Huan would completely give up on making things difficult for him just because of Bai Lihong's existence. Currently, Lu Huan must have moved from being in the open to being in the dark. This was not a good thing for him. Of course, he did not regret allowing Bai Lihong to publicize their relationship as fellow disciples. At the very least, Xianghu and Ling Yun would be safe now. Lu Huan would definitely not dare to cause trouble for them in the open. However, senior brother is really overbearing. He beat Lu Huan up as soon as he saw him. Bai Lihong had mentioned to Duan Lingtian that he had beaten Lu Huan up. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. He really didn't see that his senior brother had such a side to him. His protective nature was obvious at a glance. It was as though Lu Huan would definitely die if he dared to touch him. Although there was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that forbade disciples from killing each other. However, who was Bai Lihong? Even the few powerhouses in the sect did not dare to put on airs in front of Bai Lihong. Even if Bai Lihong did not have a valid reason to kill, they would not dare to do anything to him. Bai Lihong meant a lot to the Moon Illumination sect. All these years, the other 7 seventh-rate sects that did not have a 3-star Saint Inscription Master and the 9 sect alliances had never stopped sending people to lure Bai Lihong to their sections. The few Saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect knew about this very well. In the past, Bai Lihong had rejected the 7 great sects' good intentions because he had a good time in the Moon Illumination sect. Once he was dissatisfied with the Moon Illumination sect, it would be hard to say if he would reject the 7 great sects again. A 3-star Saint Inscription Master was too important to a 7th-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect. He was no different from a pillar. Xianghu, I'll transfer Ling Yun's merit points to you. Give it to him later. I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for a while. Duan Lingtian took out his crystal card and told Xianghu. Senior brother Duan, you're going into closed-door cultivation? Xianghu asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not plan to tell Xianghu about his plan to leave the Moon Illumination sect and go to Han River City. Not only that, he did not plan to tell anyone, including Bai Lihong. He knew very well that although he had been in the Moon Illumination sect for less than 4 months, he had offended many people in this period of time. If those people knew he was leaving, would they not chase him out of the Moon Illumination sect and kill him immediately? However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to leave immediately. I'll break through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage first before going to Han River City. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. What Duan Lingtian did not know was when he entered the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate in closed-door cultivation, the inner court elder, Lu Huan, had arrived at Han River City. Lu Huan had arrived at Han River City. Even if his direct disciple, Zhou Qi, was still alive, he would not be able to recognize him. This was because he had disguised himself. After entering the bustling Han River City, Lu Huan went into a few secluded alleys and completely concealed himself. He only appeared again when it was late at night. In the west of Han River City, there were few people at night. In a secluded area near the west of Han River City's city wall, there was an independent house. The house looked very ordinary. It was so ordinary that it did not attract anyone's attention at all. It was almost impossible to see anyone going in or out during the day. However, there were many ghost-like figures going in and out of the house every night. Lu Huan arrived at the house. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he walked in. After passing by quite a number of ghostly figures, Lu Huan walked into a dark room with an open door. Almost as soon as he walked in, the light was turned on and the door was closed. I want to buy a person's life. Chapter 1483. More than once, Duan Lingtian had imagined what would happen after he had broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. He wondered how many saint veins he would be able to open and whether he would be able to open all of them. There were a total of 99 saint veins. However, when he broke through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, he calmed down all of a sudden. Saint Veins. After opening all the saint veins that he could open, Duan Lingtian began to observe the saint veins in his body. Now that he had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, it meant that the saint veins in his body had been completely formed. It would be impossible for him to have more in the future. Therefore, he felt a little solemn. Due to his solemn mood, he did not count how many saint veins he had opened after breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage when he was opening his saint veins. If he had counted, he would have known and would not be as anxious as he was now. However, when he counted the number of saint veins in his body, the huge rock that was pressing on his heart was finally lifted. 99 saint veins. This. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed when he counted the number of saint veins in his body for the first time. This was something that he had been thinking about in his dreams many times. It had always been what he had been looking forward to. Now that he had realized it, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Duan Lingtian knew very well what 99 saint veins meant. It meant that he had reached the limit of the number of saint veins he had. Even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, from the ancient myths and legends in his past life, and the one who had once suppressed Sun Wukong under the Five Fingers Mountain, had opened more saint veins than him. I'll count again. After a moment of excitement, Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming. He immediately counted again. That's right. It's 99 saint veins. Count again. After counting a few times, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed that he had opened 99 saint veins. Hualao. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, he went to look for Hualao. When Hualao heard that Duan Lingtian had opened 99 saint veins, he was stunned for a moment. He even asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you have opened 99 saint veins?" Ever since Duan Lingtian met Hualao, this was the first time he had seen Hualao lose his composure like this. For a moment, he was secretly pleased. "Hualao, do you want to take a look yourself?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Hualao did not stand on ceremony. He placed his hand on Duan Lingtian's hand at lightning speed. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he withdrew his hand and muttered, "It's really 99 saint veins. Are you really human?" In the end, Hualao looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on this. Just now, when Hualao placed his hand on his hand, he felt as if an electric current had passed through his body. Before he could react, the electric current had withdrawn. At the same time, Hualao withdrew his hand. Hualao's strength shocked Duan Lingtian once again. It's a pity that Hualao can't leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda now, and he can't attack anyone outside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great help to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself that it was a pity. After opening 99 saint veins, Duan Lingtian had opened up all the saint veins that should be opened up. Currently, apart from his hearing, his eyesight, and even his sense of smell had been elevated to an extremely exaggerated level. Duan Lingtian, who had opened up 99 saint veins, was confident that he could be called a king on the mortal shedding stage even without relying on the saint inscriptions, the strange pupil, or even a saint weapon. The help that the 99 saint veins gave him was no joke. With my current strength, I can be considered to be able to protect myself to a certain extent. It's time to leave the Moon Illumination sect and explore the outside world. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. On the same night that Duan Lingtian had this thought, he quietly left his courtyard in the dead of the night. He left the outer court and the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Whoosh! After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Duan Lingtian let loose and shot into the distance as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. He was heading in the direction of Han River City. It had been a month since he had planned to go to Han River City. After a month, Duan Lingtian had finally broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and left the Moon Illumination sect. From the beginning until the end, he did not tell anyone. Everything was done secretly. However, although Duan Lingtian's movements were discreet, he was still discovered by someone. This person was none other than the outer court's elder Huang Cheng. After waiting for so long, the rabbit has finally come knocking on my door. Duan Lingtian left in the middle of the night without anyone following him. I'm afraid even Elder Bai Li doesn't know about this, right? Huang Qing smirked at the side of the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. He moved with the wind and chased after Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng had mastered the secret tactic to conceal his tracks. Even though Duan Lingtian was the most powerful weapons specialist on Earth in his past life and had an amazing anti-tracking ability, he did not notice Huang Qing following him. He continued on his way. He only realized the situation had changed when a gust of wind whistled behind him. Horror dawned on his face immediately. The moment Duan Lingtian's expression changed, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. Another person appeared in front of him. It was someone he was familiar with. Huang Cheng. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he saw the person in front of him. He did not expect to be targeted even though he had left so discreetly. Huang Cheng was one of the people he had offended in the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng's face was filled with a bright smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression. I've waited for more than 2 months, and you've finally left on your own. The last time you left, that old man Bai Li Hong followed you. I couldn't do anything to you at all. This time, you'll definitely die. As soon as Huang Cheng's voice fell, 2 streams of Jin Qi rose above his head. One of them turned into a giant saber, and the other turned into a giant beast that looked like a leopard but wasn't a leopard, or a tiger but wasn't a tiger. Whoosh! The gigantic saber tore through the air and appeared on Duan Lingtian's left in just a blink of an eye. It hovered in the air while emitting waves of sharp aura. Boom! 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 The gigantic beast took a step forward. Every step it took shook the air and created a thunderous sound. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic beast appeared on Duan Lingtian's right. It stared at Duan Lingtian covetously as though it would pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time and swallow him whole. True energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he muttered to himself. You're quite knowledgeable to recognize my true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast technique. Huang Qing snorted coldly. However, from today onward, you, the genius whose martial Dao innate talent is widely acknowledged as the #1 in the outer court, is destined to turn into a pile of dirt in the Dao martial saint land. Perhaps, after a year or so, not many people will remember you anymore. Huang Qing, as far as I remember, there's no great enmity between us, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. The conflict between us seems to be limited to that bet. I didn't use a knife to force you to make a bet during that bet. It was you who made the bet yourself. It's your own fault that you lost. What does it have to do with me? It's meaningless to talk about this now. Huang Qing said nonchalantly, from today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are destined to disappear from this world forever. Nobody will know that I'm the one who killed you. If there's a next life, remember that there are some people you can't afford to offend. If I return the 300,000 merit points to you, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian asked coldly. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Qing burst out laughing instead. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, you're too naive. After I kill you, all the crystal cards in your hands will be mine. At that time, I'll be able to get as many merit points as I want. Moreover, since you become Elder Bai Li's junior brother, you should have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions that he gave you, right? Let me guess. The saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in your hands has at least 2 3-star saint inscriptions, right? At this moment, the way Huang Qing looked at Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was looking at a person at all. Instead, it was as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he looked at Huang Qing. What he said earlier was actually just a test for Huang Qing. He no longer had 300,000 merit points in his hands. In his crystal card, there were only 100,000 merit points. Huang Qing, you've guessed wrongly. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Guessed wrongly? Huang Qing sneered. Duan Lingtian, what tricks are you trying to pull now? Don't tell me you think you'll still be able to live after today? What tricks can I pull? Duan Lingtian said, I just want to tell you that the saint weapon in my hand is not only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions, but it's inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. However, even if you obtain it, would you dare to use it? Duan Lingtian sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. When Huang Qing heard Duan Lingtian mention the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions, there was only a greedy gleam left in his eyes. When he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence, he smirked in disdain. Don't tell me you think there's a need for me to stay in the Moon Illumination sect after I kill you and snatch the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions from you? Even if I stay in the Moon Illumination sect temporarily, it'll only be a cover-up at most. I'll leave eventually. A saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions was enough for him to leave the Moon Illumination sect. Huang Qing had made up his mind. It seems like you, Huang Qing, have been planning this for a long time. You've even thought of your own escape route. Chapter 1484. As soon as his words left his mouth, a talisman appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This 3-star Divine Strider talisman's speed is comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you, Huang Qing, think you can catch up to me with the 3-star Divine Strider talisman? A confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at Huang Qing. However, contrary to Duan Lingtian's expectations, Huang Qing was not surprised by Duan Lingtian, who had taken out the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. At once, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Activate. Although Duan Lingtian did not know why he had such a feeling, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately shouted and activated the 3-star Divine Strider talisman in his hand. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman instantly disappeared as a mysterious energy entered Duan Lingtian's body. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's body moved and disappeared before Huang Qing's eyes. Although Huang Qing and the giant saber and giant beast condensed from his true energy blocked Duan Lingtian's escape route, Duan Lingtian was not disturbed at all when he left. This was because Huang Qing, whose cultivation base was only at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, could not react in time at all. The speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was not something a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could compare to. However, Huang Qing did not panic when he saw Duan Lingtian disappearing before his eyes. Instead, he raised his hand at lightning speed and a talisman appeared in his hand. Activate. As soon as Huang Qing opened his mouth, a loud shout reverberated in the air. After the talisman disappeared, Huang Qing also disappeared on the spot. Naturally, he did not really disappear. His speed was so fast that it seemed like he had disappeared. Duan Lingtian, do you think you're the only one who has a 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's speed had slowed down after he had fled for a distance, it did not take long for Huang Qing to catch up to him and appear behind him. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice behind him. Huang Qing has a 3-star Divine Strider talisman as well. This was the first thought that came to his mind. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about how Huang Qing could afford a 3-star spirit travel talisman. Logically speaking, Huang Qing had lost so many merit points to him, so he shouldn't have any more merit points to buy a 3-star spirit travel talisman. After all, the wealth in the hands of an outer court elder was limited. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that. In the Moon Illumination sect, there were many inner court elders who liked to lend money. Huang Qing had found an inner court elder and borrowed 200,000 merit points from the loan shark. Including the merit points he used all of his wealth to buy a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. The reason he did this was all for Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was for the huge wealth in the hands of the Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian fought with Yizhong, he had used the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Huang Qing had seen it. Moreover, he also knew that Yizhong had given a 3-star Divine Strider talisman to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely because he knew that Duan Lingtian had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman that he did not hesitate to borrow money from the loan shark to buy a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. It was all for this moment where he could kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop and seize Duan Lingtian's wealth. He believed that this would definitely be a profitable business. Whoosh! After learning that Huang Cheng also had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, Duan Lingtian hurriedly sped up. At this moment, he even regretted decelerating earlier. The reason he had decelerated earlier was because he thought he had escaped from Huang Cheng's sight. It did not cross his mind that Huang Cheng also had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Moreover, he had caught up with him. When Duan Lingtian raised his speed to its peak again, Huang Cheng had already caught up with him and was running side by side with him. Duan Lingtian, I've said before that after today, you'll leave this world forever. I'll send you on your last journey. Huang Cheng sneered. 2 surges of true energy appeared above his head. The true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast techniques appeared again. Buzz! The huge saber swept across the sky like a saber waterfall that streaked across the sky. It charged toward Duan Lingtian menacingly as though it wanted to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Boom! 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 The enormous beast soared into the sky and opened its bloody mouth to bite Duan Lingtian. Lin! Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice as his face turned grave when he saw Huang Cheng attacking him. At the same time, the talisman that he had just grabbed in his hand disappeared as well. Huang Cheng frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's shout. He noticed a layer of golden energy rising from Duan Lingtian's body. It looked like a golden eggshell that enveloped Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the huge saber and the huge beast formed by Huang Cheng's true energy shattered when they collided with the golden eggshell. On the other hand, the golden eggshell was not damaged at all. 3-star golden energy talisman. Huang Cheng's expression darkened when he saw this. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a 3-star golden energy talisman other than the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really afraid of death. Not only do you have a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, but you also have a 3-star golden energy talisman. Huang Cheng scolded sarcastically. Afraid of death? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Huang Cheng's words. Based on your words, you're not afraid of death? Don't you want to kill me? Come on then. Once the 3-star golden energy talisman was activated, it would form a layer of defense around one's body. This defense was comparable to the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Similar to the 3-star Divine Strider talisman, it could last for 15 minutes. Huang Cheng, a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial artist, could not break through the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian, don't be so smug. Huang Cheng's expression darkened. After 15 minutes, the 3-star golden energy talisman will lose its effect. At that time, you'll be a fish on my chopping board. Before that happens, your 3-star Divine Strider talisman will lose its effect as well. Let's wait and see. Duan Lingtian glanced at Huang Cheng indifferently before he slowed down and even came to a halt. Huang Cheng stopped as well. Naturally, he knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Since he could not shake him off, it was meaningless for him to continue using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. He might as well stop since the result would be the same anyway. At this moment, Huang Cheng's heart was bleeding. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman that he had spent 300,000 merit points on had become useless after just a short while. However, when he thought about the huge amount of wealth on Duan Lingtian, he felt relieved. In his opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian died, the millions of merit points in Duan Lingtian's possession would be his. At that time, he would be able to buy the 3-star Divine Strider talisman whenever he wanted. Duan Lingtian stood in the same spot with the golden eggshell around his body. He looked at Huang Cheng calmly. Huang Cheng was also staring at Duan Lingtian. He was waiting for the moment the 3-star golden energy talisman on Duan Lingtian's body would lose its effect completely. At that moment, he would show his might and kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. He was looking forward to it. Just like that, a strange scene appeared. Duan Lingtian and Huang Qing stood there staring at each other, but neither of them made a move. Time passed by quietly. From the moment Duan Lingtian used the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, 15 minutes had passed by very quickly. The effect of Duan Lingtian's 3-star Divine Strider Talisman was the first to disappear. Following that, the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on Huang Qing's body disappeared as well. Huang Qing, the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on you should be gone by now, right? It was rare for Duan Lingtian to speak, breaking the silence. So what if it's gone? If the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on me is gone, it means that the effect of the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman on you is about to disappear as well. The moment the effect of the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman is gone will be the moment of your death. Huang Qing sneered. Huang Qing, I'm very curious. How do you still have so many merit points to buy the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? You lost more than 300,000 merit points to me earlier. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have enough merit points to buy the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Huang Qing only snorted in response to Duan Lingtian's question. He did not reply. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. Could he say that he had borrowed a loan from an inner court elder? Or was it the kind of loan shark that would charge 20,000 merit points a month for a loan of 200,000 merit points? I think you don't have a second 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on you, right? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. Don't tell me you do. Huang Qing asked reflexively when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, Huang Qing saw the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Huang Qing, Duan Lingtian, will remember what happened today. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Qing deeply before he took out another 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. When the golden eggshell on his body began to fade, he shouted, "Activate." Duan Lingtian instantly disappeared before Huang Qing's eyes again. Oh, no. Huang Qing's expression changed drastically. Why does he still have a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? Why is he so afraid of death? He even prepared so many 3-star Divine Strider Talismans. At this moment, Huang Qing felt like he was going crazy. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a second 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. How was he going to chase after him? Although he could confirm the direction Duan Lingtian had left in, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian was still in that direction. Moreover, even if he was, he could not catch up to him. The reason he could catch up to him earlier was because he also had a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Before Duan Lingtian could turn around, he managed to catch up with Duan Lingtian in time. This time, it's impossible for me to return to the Moon Illumination sect since I didn't manage to kill Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian might have returned to the Moon Illumination sect to look for Bai Lihong. With Bai Lihong's position in the Moon Illumination sect, he can definitely take my life. Huang Qing's face turned pale as he took a deep breath. Even if I leave, I still have to. At the very least, I don't have to pay the loan sharks to the inner court elder anymore. Huang Qing knew very well that he only had one choice now, which was to leave the Moon Illumination sect. If he returned to the Moon Illumination sect, he would definitely die. Nobody would say anything even if Bai Lihong did not have a valid reason to kill him, let alone killing him. Bai Lihong's special position in the Moon Illumination sect gave him a power that was different from ordinary inner court elders. Chapter 1485. Duan Lingtian, don't ever fall into my hands again. Otherwise, I, Huang Qing, will make you wish you were dead. When Huang Qing thought of the culprit who forced him to leave the Moon Illumination sect, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. In his opinion, all of this was Duan Lingtian's fault. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian did not return his bet, he would not have hated Duan Lingtian, and things would not have escalated to this stage today. It had never crossed his mind that he had participated in the bet that Duan Lingtian had set up because of his own greed. Now that Duan Lingtian was far away from Huangcheng, he flew at full speed for 15 minutes. He only came to a halt when the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman left his body. It's a good thing I still have a second 3-star Divine Strider Talisman with me. Otherwise, I'd definitely die today. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the scene earlier. Even if you have a third 3-star Divine Strider Talisman with you, you'd still die today. A hoarse voice that seemed to come from all directions entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression change immediately as he shouted, "Who's there?" At the same time, a figure covered in a black robe appeared near Duan Lingtian like a ghost. The person covered in the black robe only revealed a pair of cold eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that I'm here to take your life. No wonder you're so valuable. As it turns out, you have so many trump cards with you." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, he was almost mumbling to himself as though he was lamenting. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he had seen the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Huangcheng. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he was obviously the final oriole. "Are you an assassin?" The black-robed man's mutterings were heard by Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change. "You are very smart. It's a pity that many people smarter than you have died in my hands." The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck." You actually still have the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? Is this a 3-star Golden Energy Talisman? It seems that you have a lot of trump cards." Duan Lingtian once again took out a 3-star Spirit Strider Talisman and a 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. As soon as he took them out, the black-robed man saw them. "Brat, don't tell me you think I'm that trash called Huangcheng." The black-robed man sneered and said, "Do you think that this 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 3-star Golden Energy Talisman can help you escape from under my nose? Now, I will let you know how naive and ridiculous your idea is." Almost as soon as the black-robed man's words left his mouth, the black robe on his body suddenly fluttered like dark clouds. At the same time, 3 waves of vast and rolling true energy swept out from his body. One of them transformed into a gigantic sickle while the other transformed into a skinny wild beast. The last wave swept out in all directions. It was this last wave of true energy that swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it spread out to a radius of 100 meters around the black-robed man and enveloped Duan Lingtian as well. Wisps of faint green aura appeared at the edge of the 100-meter radius around him. True energy consolidated territory. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. "Why, you're at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage." Previously, when the black-robed man caught up to him, he thought he had used a 3-star Spirit Strider Talisman to catch up to him. Now, he finally realized his opponent was a genuine Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. If the true energy consolidated weapon was the symbol of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, then the true energy consolidated beast was the symbol of the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In that case, the true energy consolidated territory was the symbol of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The true energy consolidated territory was a territory that covered a radius of 100 meters. Every Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was different. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was the gravity territory. Once it was activated, the gravity within a radius of 100 meters around the territory would rapidly increase to an extremely exaggerated degree. Naturally, Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who controlled territories would not be affected. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses' territory was the wind territory. Once the territory was activated, it would turn into a world of wind. The wind inside was completely controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. It would either turn into wind blades to attack or form a gust of wind that swept out in all directions to affect the opponent, tiring them out. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses' territory was the sword territory. Once the territory was activated, countless swords would form in the territory. These swords were all controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. Apart from that, there were many other territories. Otherwise, why do you think I said you'll die today even if you have the third 3-star Divine Strider talisman? The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. How many saint stones did the person who hired you spend? As long as you're willing to stop, I can give you saint stones that will tempt you even more. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he learned the black-robed man was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was just as the black-robed man had said. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman were useless against him. Although the speed of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman was comparable to the speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, it was only comparable to the speed of an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was the same for the defense of the 3-star Golden Energy talisman. These two Dao talismans might be effective against martial and Dao cultivators below the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, they were nothing in front of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Boy, we have our rules in our line of work. Moreover, as long as you're dead, all your wealth will be mine, and I won't have to break the rules. The black-robed man continued to smile sinisterly. At the same time, the black scythe above the black-robed man's head seemed to have transformed into a blood moon that hung high in the air. The tip of the scythe was pointed at Duan Lingtian. As for the skinny wild beast, it was also glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Although it was a wild beast that was consolidated from true energy consolidated beast, it was still very lifelike. The saint stones that will tempt you are not with me. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to swear on the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that I'll give you all the saint stones. Duan Lingtian said to the black-robed man after taking a deep breath. He was not afraid of death. However, in the face of such danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not his own life. Instead, what would happen to his 2 fiancées if he died? Moreover, what would happen to the children in their wombs if they were born without a father? For this reason, he did not want to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wanted to live on. The current him was different from the him in his previous life. In his previous life, he had no ties and was all alone in the world. Even in the face of death, he could remain calm. However, the current him had too many ties. Boy, let's cut the crap. Do you think people in our line of work would not break the rules without swearing on the tribulation oath? The black-robed man sneered. For this reason, it's useless even if you're willing to give me 10,000 first-grade saint stones as long as I let you go. If I break the rules, the tribulation oath will come true immediately. The 99 heavenly tribulation will descend and kill me. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he gripped the 2 Dao talismans in his hands tightly. Was he really going to die here today? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was in a mess. Activate. Activate. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shouted twice and activated the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman in his hands. At once, his entire body was shrouded by the golden eggshell. At the same time, the energy in the 3-star Divine Strider talisman also merged with his body, allowing him to possess a speed comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was apparent that even though Duan Lingtian knew he was in a dire situation, he did not intend to wait for death to come. It was not his style to wait for death without putting up a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian transformed into a streak of light and shot into the distance. In the distance, the black-robed man stood there. When he saw Duan Lingtian using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman, he smirked contemptuously. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius suddenly became active. The territory that was originally light green instantly turned crimson red. Wisps of black mist could be seen in the crimson red, emitting an extremely evil aura. At the same time, the black mist that was mixed with crimson continued to tumble in Duan Lingtian's path. In the end, it consolidated into a human figure and transformed into a giant. Naturally, it was a giant formed purely from the black mist. The giant stood there like an iron wall, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. With a raise of his hand, a 2-star offensive Dao talisman shot out. As the word appear resonated in the air, the attack that was comparable to a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse landed on the giant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian used whatever he had. He no longer thought about saving anything. Since he was already on the verge of death, it was meaningless to save anything. Once he died, there would be nothing left. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the giant was unharmed after being hit by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman's energy, horror dawned on him. What kind of monster is this? Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and tried to escape in another direction. However, in another direction, an identical giant also appeared in a timely manner. Subsequently, no matter where Duan Lingtian fled, an identical giant would appear in that direction. These giants were formed from black mist with a crimson aura emitting from them. It gave off an invisible pressure, causing Duan Lingtian to feel extremely depressed. Boy, you're still trying to escape in my blood devil territory? How naive. Chapter 1486. Blood Devil's Territory? Is this the power of the true energy consolidated territory? Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. His expression turned gloomy. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to die here today? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. He could not accept this. He had yet to see his 2 unborn children. He had yet to find his parents. He had yet to return to Earth to seek revenge. There were too many things that he had yet to do. As the giants around Duan Lingtian's body dissipated, they transformed back into black mist that was mixed with a bloody aura. The black-robed man appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His eyes were shining under the black robe. Duan Lingtian finally saw his eyes clearly. He did not look human at all. Boy, it's all over now. As the black-robed man spoke nonchalantly, the gigantic scythe above his head and the skinny wild beast charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their speed was not fast, as though they were intentionally giving Duan Lingtian a chance to catch his breath. This was the black-robed man's habit of killing. When he killed someone, he did not like to take his opponent's life in one go. He preferred to see the despair on his opponent's face when they were struggling for their lives. To him, this was a form of enjoyment. It was a form of spiritual enjoyment. However, Duan Lingtian's performance was destined to disappoint him. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the black-robed man. The gloominess on his face was gone. The unwillingness in his eyes was gone as well. He smiled strangely. Why, you're a devil cultivator? Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. You can tell that I'm a devil cultivator from my blood devil's territory. Although the strange smile on Duan Lingtian's face annoyed him, the black-robed man still snorted arrogantly. Even in the Moon Illumination sect, other than those saint stage powerhouses, only those imminent saint stage powerhouses can defeat me. You should be proud that you're able to die in my hands. The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. We don't know who will die yet. Duan Lingtian grinned and his eyes flashed. Before the black-robed man could react, he raised his hand and took out a stone tablet with a chipped corner. Above the stone tablet, there were wisps of black fog that emitted waves of terrifying aura. Seeing this stone tablet, the black-robed man had an ominous premonition. Kid, what is this? As a devil cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm sure you know that there's a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapon rankings that can restrain devil cultivators, right? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face was brilliant, and he was no longer as disheartened as before. The 10 great divine weapons ranking? A super sacred artifact that can restrain devil cultivators? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black-robed man was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed greatly. Seal, that's right. It's the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian shouted. It shocked the black-robed man so much that his body trembled. While he was in a daze, he suddenly lifted the stone tablet with a chipped corner in his hand and smashed it at the black-robed man. This smash did not contain any martial arts moves. It was purely a casual smash. However, this smash was the final straw for the black-robed man. The stone tablet with a chipped corner, the Devil Seal tablet, was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon rankings in the Dao martial saint land. When it was smashed out, the black light around it shone brightly as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Its speed became faster and faster. When the black-robed man finally regained his senses and wanted to make a move, the Devil Seal tablet had already smashed hard on his body. Bang! A loud sound resonated in the air. The black-robed man's body trembled before he was sent flying. At this moment, the black-robed man's eyes that were shining with a faint light suddenly turned dark and merged with the black-robed man's body. At the same time, the black-robed man no longer made any sound. His soul had been devoured and suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. At the same time, the gigantic scythe and the skinny wild beast that the black-robed man had consolidated with his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast technique disappeared as well. It was as though they had never appeared. Apart from that, the blood devil territory that the black-robed man had cast with his true energy consolidated territory technique that covered a radius of 100 meters disappeared as well. After killing the black-robed man, the Devil Seal tablet returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. What a false alarm. However, it's fortunate that he's a devil cultivator. Otherwise, I would have died today. Duan Lingtian said with lingering fear in his heart after he took a deep breath and calmed down his restless emotions. The Devil Seal tablet was only useful against devil cultivators. With Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not a saint stage devil cultivator, the Devil Seal tablet would be able to easily suppress him. Perhaps, he didn't even dream that a brat like me, whom he didn't take seriously, would possess the Devil Seal tablet that would strike fear in all the devil cultivators in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian flew out and landed next to the black-robed man's body. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. At the same time, he reached out and lifted the black-robed man's robe to reveal his face. Even though Duan Lingtian had lived 2 lives and had a strong heart, he could not help but frown when he saw the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man's face was festering. He did not look human at all. If an ordinary person saw the black-robed man's face, perhaps he would have vomited the food he had eaten the day before out of disgust. After searching the black-robed man's body for a while, Duan Lingtian found his spatial ring and put it away. Since the black-robed man had died, the spatial ring had become ownerless as well. After claiming ownership of the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian took a look inside and could not help but click his tongue. As expected of a powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint rudiment stage. The wealth in his hands is really shocking. These things that are piled up like a mountain seem to be 6th grade saint stones. There must be at least 1 million of them, right? With just a cursory glance, Duan Lingtian could see that there were at least 1 million 6th grade saint stones piled up like a mountain. Apart from 6th grade saint stones, there were also many 7th grade saint stones. Naturally, it was not that exaggerated. There were few low-grade saint stones while there were many high-grade saint stones. It seemed a little strange, but to Duan Lingtian, it was undoubtedly a huge gain. I'm afraid even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint rudiment stage wouldn't have such an exaggerated amount of wealth. This guy must have something to do with his identity as an assassin for him to have so much wealth. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. In his past life, when he was a mercenary, some of the businesses he did were similar to an assassin's. He was hired to kill people. Naturally, he had his own principles when he was hired to kill people. That person must be someone who deserved to die. No matter what, he was trained by the Hua Nation's official special forces. He had his own bottom line. Apart from the millions of 6th grade saint stones and the hundreds of thousands of 7th grade saint stones, there were many other things in the black-robed man's spatial ring. There were saint weapons inscribed with saint inscriptions and various Dao talismans. 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. There are so many of them. Also, this is a 3-star Offensive Dao Talisman. Duan Lingtian observed the Dao Talismans in the spatial ring for a while and realized there were 3-star Offensive Dao Talismans that the Moon Illumination sect did not have. Once the 3-star Offensive Dao Talisman was used, it could unleash an attack that was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's strength. At once, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. There are actually 2 3-star Offensive Dao Talismans. This is good stuff. Although the number of 3-star Offensive Dao Talismans was not as many as the 3-star Divine Strider Talismans and the 3-star Golden Energy Talismans, Duan Lingtian was still in a good mood since he managed to obtain 2 of them. One must know that when he discovered the black-robed man was a devil cultivator, he already regretted using the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. After all, the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman were useless against the black-robed man. Most importantly, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. If he wanted to deal with a devil cultivator below the saint stage, he would not have to go through so much trouble. All he had to do was to use the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet's strength alone was enough to kill the black-robed man. However, now that he saw the black-robed man had left behind so many 3-star Divine Strider Talismans and 3-star Golden Energy Talismans, he felt better. Not only did he make up for what he had wasted today, but he even gained a lot more. Most importantly, he had also obtained 2 3-star Offensive Dao Talismans. As for the 3-star Dao Talismans, there were even more. However, there were no 3-star Dao Talismans. With his strength, he definitely wouldn't care about the 3-star Dao Talismans. Duan Lingtian could understand this. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he was at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would not have boasted that nobody in the Moon Illumination sect would be able to defeat him apart from the few Saint Stage powerhouses and imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. After looking at the Dao Talismans in the black-robed man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian looked at the pile of saint weapons. The best saint weapon was only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions. These saint weapons were not very attractive to Duan Lingtian. What a joke! His sun's shooting bow was inscribed with a total of 3 3-star saint inscriptions. It was not something the pile of saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring could compare to. In terms of value, even if all the saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring were added together, they would not be comparable to the sun's shooting bow in his hands. There are still many materials. I wonder if there's any material needed to repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda among these materials. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted when he saw the pile of materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring. Currently, he was obsessed with repairing the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This was because the opening of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was of great significance to him. He wanted to open the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda even in his dreams. Huolao. Duan Lingtian immediately greeted Huolao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he poured out all the materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring and distributed them for Huolao to check. Huolao checked for a while but did not say anything. Huolao, are there any materials that can be used? In the end, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. We're in luck. There are a few materials that can be used. With these materials, it'll be enough to repair the remaining parts of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huolao replied. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huolao's words. He felt as though he was dreaming. Chapter 1487. Once the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, it would mean that Duan Lingtian would have an excellent cultivation environment. According to Huolao, the cultivation environment on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the cultivation environment on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Coupled with the slower flow of time, it was of great help to Duan Lingtian. Once the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, I can begin to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside will completely stabilize. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Once the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda stabilized, it meant that he could hide inside when he encountered a life or death situation. Just like today. Fortunately, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. And if the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was stable, even if the black-robed man was not a devil cultivator, he would not be afraid. This was because he could hide inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and let the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda turn into a speck of dust. When the black-robed man left, he would come out again. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the only way to repair the fourth level. Now that he could completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was something worth celebrating for Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao, you can start repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I will continue on my way. By the time I reach Han River City, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda should have been repaired. Duan Lingtian threw the materials into the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda and impatiently told Hua Lao. Hua Lao nodded and went to work. Duan Lingtian collected the remaining materials on the ground and continued on his way to Han River City. After experiencing the obstruction from the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court elder, Huang Cheng, and the black-robed assassin, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian successfully arrived in the vicinity of Han River City. Before coming here, he had specifically gone to Han River City to find out the exact location of Han River City, as well as the situation around it. This should be the Jianghu mountain range south of Han River City. Duan Lingtian stood in the air, gazing at the mountain range in front of him as he muttered. This mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. If one wanted to pass through it, one would have to pass through it. It's said that the gravity in the Jianghu mountain range is much stronger than the outside. Even an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator would find it difficult to fly in there. This was Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Jianghu mountain range. I don't know if it's true. Looking at the continuous mountain range in front of him, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. At the same time, he took to the air and approached. He couldn't imagine how a mere mountain range could have such a strong gravitational force. However, when he neared the Jianghu mountain range and had yet to enter the mountain range, he could faintly feel an additional pressure from the void pressing down on his body, causing him to lower the altitude he was flying at. This pressure was similar to the flight forbidding formation, but it was not a flight forbidding formation. In the area covered by the flight prohibiting formation, those with insufficient cultivation base would not be able to fly at all. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was only flying at a lower altitude, but he could still continue to fly. The closer I get to the Jianghu mountain range, the stronger the pressure. It seems like the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range is really extraordinary. When he arrived at the worts of the Jianghu mountain range, Duan Lingtian could only walk on the ground due to the pressure. Although he could still fly, he would have to exert all his strength, and he could not fly for long. At this time, if he wanted to fly, it was equivalent to fighting against the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range. The gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range was the force of nature. Only when one's strength had reached a certain level would one be qualified to ignore it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems like I can only walk on the ground if I want to pass through the Jianghu mountain range. It's said that there are many wild beasts in the Jianghu mountain range, including Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. I can't be careless after I enter. Before entering the Jianghu mountain range, Duan Lingtian was secretly on guard. Duan Lingtian entered the Jianghu mountain range through one of the entrances. After entering, he could feel the gravitational force getting stronger. Now, it's a little strenuous to take each step. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He had heard that the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range was strong, but he did not have much of an idea of it. However, when he saw the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range, he realized he had underestimated it. Such a strong gravitational force. Unless one's at the perfection saint rudiment stage or above, it's impossible for one to fly freely in the air. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after gaining a certain understanding of the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range. Naturally, if he used the 3-star Divine Strider talisman, he would be able to fly in the air in the Jianghu mountain range. However, he did not plan to do so. Unless he encountered a life-or-death situation, he would not consider using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Not only was the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range strong, but there were also many unknown dangers inside. These dangers were the wild beasts inside. The wild beasts in the Jianghu mountain range had been living in the Jianghu mountain range since they were young. They had long gotten used to the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range. Not only that, but they had also been suppressed by the gravitational force in the Jianghu mountain range since they were young. Surviving in such a harsh environment also allowed their strength to surpass wild beasts of the same level in the outside world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless when he was in the Jianghu mountain range. He carefully guarded his surroundings. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of a wild beast that was as strong as a bull and looked like a tiger leaped out from behind the bamboo forest at the side and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian in one gulp. In an instant, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of heat coming toward him. Accompanying the wave of heat was a foul stench. It was the bad breath of the wild beast that had leaped out from behind the bamboo forest. "You're asking for death." Duan Lingtian's face darkened as he roared. The 1,000-catty sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. With a sudden jerk, he swung it toward the wild beast's bloody mouth. The 2-star saint inscription, 1,000-catty saint inscription, was activated. Heavy as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian swung the 1,000-catty sword in his hand. It was as though a huge mountain had collapsed as it landed heavily on the wild beast's bloody mouth, pinning it to the ground. Roar. Roar. The wild beast that was pinned on the ground had a pair of red eyes that were as big as a gong. It kept roaring and moving its bull-like body as though it was trying to break free from the grip of the broadsword in Duan Lingtian's hand. "You want to stand up so badly?" Duan Lingtian sneered. "Since you want to stand up so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 1,000-catty sword at lightning speed. The wild beast's large eyes lit up immediately. Following that, its 4 limbs shook the ground as it tried to stand up. Heavy as Mount Tai. However, Duan Lingtian would not let it stand up so easily. He raised his hand and swung the 1,000-catty sword that was raised above his head again. It landed on the wild beast's head and killed it. Boom! The wild beast's huge body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was completely silent. Its large eyes were still wide open as though it had died with a remaining grievance. This wild beast's cultivation base is at most at the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, the strength it displayed is comparable to a wild beast at the perfection mortal shedding stage. The wild beasts in the Jianghu mountain range are really terrifying. Duan Lingtian did not feel smug after killing a wild beast at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Instead, his expression turned solemn. This was the first wild beast he had encountered since entering the Jianghu mountain range. The wild beasts he would encounter would definitely be more terrifying than this wild beast as he ventured deeper. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was extremely cautious throughout the journey. Along the way, Duan Lingtian killed a few more wild beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage and perfection mortal shedding stage. As for the few wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage that he encountered, Duan Lingtian intentionally avoided them and tried his best to avoid conflict with them. After all, those wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage were from the Jianghu mountain range. Even he had to fight them with all his might. If a battle really broke out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, it might attract more wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage or even more powerful wild beasts. Therefore, even though Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill those wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he did not make a move. The wild beasts that he killed were all wild beasts that he was confident he could kill in one blow. Of course, this one-hit kill was under the condition that he did not use the sun's shooting bow. With the 3 3-star saint inscriptions on the sun's shooting bow, he was confident he could kill the wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage in the Jianghu mountain range with one arrow. However, the commotion caused by the explosive flame saint inscription was too great. If it was not necessary, he did not want to use it. Therefore, Duan Lingtian tried his best to behave with his tail between his legs as he traveled through the Jianghu mountain range. Huh! Duan Lingtian, who was traveling cautiously along the way, suddenly heard a huge commotion in front of him. Taking a closer look, he realized that an elderly man was currently fighting with a savage beast. Whether it was the old man or the wild beast, both of them were injured. However, they had no intention of stopping. They fought fiercely as though they would not stop until one of them was dead. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also saw 2 people standing nearby while the old man was fighting with the wild beast. One of them was a good-looking young lady and the other was an ordinary-looking young man in luxurious clothes. Judging by the young lady's attire, it was obvious she came from an extraordinary background. Elder Ping is indeed a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse from the Ouyang clan. He's even stronger than this Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. This is a wild beast that grew up in the Jianghu mountain range. Its strength is incomparable to wild beasts from other places. The young man in luxurious clothes praised. Of course. Chapter 1488. Upon hearing the young woman's words, a cold gleam flashed across the young man's eyes. This trace of cold light was noticed by Duan Lingtian. Aren't they together? Why does it seem like there's a conflict between them? Duan Lingtian was confused. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast was finally killed by the old man. With the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, the old man pierced through the wild beast's glabella and pinned the wild beast to the trunk of a big tree. It hung there, causing the big tree to tremble. Elder Ping, you're amazing. The young woman smiled as she walked toward the old man. She exclaimed in admiration. Barf. When the young woman walked toward the old man's face suddenly turned red. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he knelt on one knee on the ground. His body began to tremble. It was obvious he was severely injured. Elder Ping, you're injured? The young woman's expression changed drastically. She asked a question that made Duan Lingtian speechless. This woman, she couldn't possibly think that this old fellow only had a little wound on his body, right? Naive. This was Duan Lingtian's first impression of the young woman. Second miss, let's return to Han River City. The old man lifted his head with difficulty and said to the young woman. Okay. The young woman nodded immediately. At the same time, she looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and frowned. Tianxing, why aren't you helping Elder Ping? Coming. The young man in luxurious clothes, Tianxing, smiled awkwardly. He strode toward the young woman and the old man. All of a sudden, his gaze turned cold as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Ouyang Ping. Tianxing suddenly shouted. The young woman was so shocked that she was stunned. Ouyang Ping, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, lifted his head instinctively and looked at Tianxing in a daze. When he saw Tianxing raising his hand and sending a saber ray toward him, horror dawned on his face. Fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. Although he was at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight after fighting with the wild beast. In the past, this early Saint Realm martial cultivator was nothing in his eyes, but under such circumstances, he had no way to avoid such a blow. Kacha. As the saber light descended, Ouyang Ping's head was chopped off and rolled to the side. The 2 halves of his body continued to spurt out blood, staining the ground. It was a dazzling sight. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. Tianxing, you're crazy. The young woman finally came back to her senses. When she saw this scene, her expression could not help changing drastically. You actually killed Elder Ping. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Even your father won't be able to save you this time. My father can't protect me? Yi Tianqing smiled. Oh Yang Yan, you don't seem to understand the situation, do you? Now that this old man is dead, do you think you can still survive to go back and inform him? You want to kill me? Ouyang Ruo's expression changed. If you dare to kill me, your Yi family will be in chaos. Even if I kill you, who would know that I was the one who killed you? Yi Tianqing smirked. I met you halfway, so who would know that I was with you? Even if you didn't return to the Ouyang family, the Ouyang family would only think that you were buried in Jianghu mountain range. Why would they suspect me? Ouyang Ruo's face turned pale when she heard Yi Tianqing's words. Naturally, she knew that Yi Tianqing was telling the truth. Yi Tianqing, I don't think I've ever offended you. Why are you doing this? Ouyang Ruo's voice trembled slightly. She was the young miss of an aristocratic family who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever encountered such a situation? She was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. Why am I doing this? When Yi Tianqing heard this, his expression turned ferocious. Naturally, it's to get you. You, Ouyang Ruo, relied on the Ouyang clan's power and never treated me, Yi Tianqing, seriously. Since we were young, I've written no less than 1,000 love letters to you. Have you even read one? You're looking down on me, Yi Tianqing, from the bottom of your heart. Yi Tianqing roared when he reached the end of his sentence. When Ouyang Ruo heard this, she was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect Yi Tianqing to harbor evil intentions and kill her because of this. How twisted must one's mind be to do such a thing? For a moment, her heart was filled with fear. Yi Tianqing, it's not like that. I've read all the letters you've written. However, I don't have the habit of replying to letters. Ouyang Ruo lied to calm Yi Tianqing down. You don't have the habit of replying to letters? Yi Tianqing laughed maniacally. Then, why did you reply to Siduhao's letters? Until now, do you still think that I, Yi Tianqing, am an idiot that you can toy with? Ouyang Ruo's face was pale. She did not expect Yi Tianqing to know about this. I've heard that the Sidu family will soon come to the Ouyang family to ask for Siduhao's hand in marriage. Your father has also agreed to it. I've been thinking about how to get you. Thank God, I've finally found my chance. Yi Tianqing walked toward Ouyang Ruo step by step. His eyes were filled with lust. Yi Tianqing, as long as you let me go, I'll swear that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. As for Elder Ping, I'll say that he died protecting me. Ouyang Ruo was completely terrified. There's no need for that. As long as I get you and kill you, no one will know about this. Didn't you always act all high and mighty in front of me? Why? You're no longer high and mighty now. Yi Tianqing's expression was ferocious when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Ouyang Ruo took out a Dao talisman at lightning speed and tossed it at Yi Tianqing. Activate! Ouyang Ruo cried out in a low voice. At the same time, another activate resonated in the air. Yi Tianqing had also tossed out a Dao talisman that exploded with a powerful force. It collided with the force of the Dao talisman that Ouyang Ruo had tossed out and cancelled each other out. They were both 2-star offensive Dao talismans, so they could not do anything to each other. Ouyang Ruo, you don't have to struggle anymore. Perhaps, as long as you serve me well, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 7 to 8 pieces and feed each piece to a different wild beast. Yi Tianqing grinned. His smile was ferocious and evil. Ouyang Ruo was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her delicate body trembled, and she was completely speechless. Yi Tianqing instantly made his move. Although Ouyang Ruo resisted, she was no match for Yi Tianqing. She was subdued in just a blink of an eye. She was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. She was powerless in front of Yi Tianqing, who was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. How twisted must your mind be to do such a thing? Duan Lingtian walked out from the dark and chuckled when Yi Tianqing was about to attack Ouyang Ruo, who was in despair. He had never been a busybody. Moreover, he did not like Ouyang Ruo's spoiled temper. However, Yi Tianqing's behavior disgusted him. He knew that he couldn't just watch Yi Tianqing get what he wanted. "Who's that?" Yi Tianqing's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He turned around hastily and saw Duan Lingtian at first glance. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you disgusted me." Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Tianqing indifferently and said, "You're a 7-foot man, but you're reduced to this state because of a woman. How sad. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me, Yi Tianqing?" Yi Tianqing sneered. A saber as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand when he raised his hand. The saber gleam flashed, and an arc-shaped saber ray shot toward Duan Lingtian without any warning. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, moved his body and barely avoided the arc-shaped saber light. This was because Yi Tianqing had only casually attacked. If he had attacked with his full strength, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to dodge it so easily. No matter what, Yi Tianqing was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. His cultivation base was 2 levels higher than him. "Save me! Save me!" When Duan Lingtian dodged Yi Tianqing's attack, Yi Tianqing let go of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. Ouyang Ruo quickly moved behind Duan Lingtian to seek protection. She no longer had the arrogance from before. "If you save me, our Ouyang clan won't mistreat you. At that time, no matter what you want, as long as our Ouyang clan can afford it, we'll give it to you," Ouyang Ruo said to Duan Lingtian. Although Ouyang Ruo was not arrogant when she said that, Duan Lingtian still felt uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he had already made up his mind. If he had the chance, he would definitely extort a huge sum from the Ouyang clan. "Die!" At this moment, Yi Tianqing shouted again and attacked at lightning speed. The saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing whistled as he used the Saint-grade martial tactic saber technique and aimed it at Duan Lingtian. The strength of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator was fully displayed. One had to admit that Yi Tianqing was very powerful. Moreover, there were 3 2-star saint inscriptions inscribed on Yi Tianqing's saint saber. Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for Yi Tianqing if he only used the 1,000-mass broadsword to cast the gargantuan mountain. For this reason, he took out his trump card. Sun Shooting Bow. Body and arrow synchronization. Aerolite strike. Duan Lingtian immediately activated the 3-star saint inscriptions on the Sun Shooting Bow. Apart from not using the strange pupil, he used almost all his strength. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and aimed at Yi Tianqing's vital point. "You overestimate yourself." Yi Tianqing smirked. The saint's saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing trembled and formed a layer of defense in front of him. In his opinion, an arrow condensed from true energy by a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator would not be able to break through his defense. However, when the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out arrived before him, he finally realized how naive he was. Chapter 1489. Although he was shocked by the power of Duan Lingtian's arrow, Yi Tianqing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the arrow seemed to have deviated due to his defense and shot towards his shoulder. However, his expression changed in the next moment. And the scene of fear on his face was destined to be the last scene of his life. Bang! At the same time, the arrow that hit Yi Tianqing's shoulder suddenly exploded, causing his upper body to turn into a bloody mist. Not only that, even the lower half of his body had been corroded to the point where nothing was left. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianqing's body was engulfed by the black smoke and completely disappeared from this world as though he had never appeared. Ouyang Ruo, who was hiding behind Duan Lingtian, widened her eyes when she saw this. She was so frightened that her body began to tremble. A person who was still alive a moment ago had completely disappeared before her eyes in the blink of an eye. This scene gave her too much of a shock. However, she was the daughter of a great clan after all. She quickly recovered and thanked Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for saving me." Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at Ouyang Ruo indifferently. He did not say anything. Until now, he still did not have a good impression of this woman. Earlier, he had walked out from the shadows because he could not stand Yi Tianxing's actions. There was no other reason. If Yi Tianxing had not tried to kill him first, he would not have killed Yi Tianxing. Ouyang Ruo frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian picking up Yi Tianxing's spatial ring like a money grubber before taking Ouyang Ping's spatial ring and putting them into his own spatial ring. "That's Ouyang clan's elder Ping's spatial ring. Shouldn't you?" Ouyang Ruo could not help but speak. However, before she could finish, Duan Lingtian interrupted her. "That spatial ring was Yi Tianxing's spoils of war. It's considered Yi Tianxing's. I killed Yi Tianxing, so his things are naturally my spoils of war." Duan Lingtian's words angered Ouyang Ruo to the point that she was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, that seemed to be the case. "Miss Ouyang, if I didn't save your life, not to mention these things were originally mine, even your storage ring would be mine." Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Ruo and said. After saying that, Duan Lingtian could not be bothered with Ouyang Yan anymore. He went to the other end of the Jianghu mountain range. As for the repayment that Ouyang Ruo had mentioned before, Duan Lingtian wasn't too interested in it. With Ouyang Ruo's temper, who knew if she would bite the hand that fed her when she arrived at the Ouyang family? He had just gone to collect his spoils of war, but this Ouyang Ruo actually had the nerve to ask him for it. As he spoke, he even faintly used the Ouyang family to pressure him. Was this how she treated her savior? Wait. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had abandoned her and left, Ouyang Ruo immediately panicked. Who didn't know that the Jianghu mountain range was extremely dangerous? With her strength, if she encountered a savage beast, she would definitely die. In an instant, Ouyang Ruo caught up with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not be bothered with Ouyang Ruo and continued walking forward. If it was not for the fact that he had to be careful with every step in the Jianghu mountain range, he would have used his speed to shake Ouyang Ruo off. How dare he ignore me? Seeing that Duan Lingtian had ignored her, Ouyang Ruo, who was following behind him, had a gloomy expression on her face. As the only daughter of the Ouyang family's clan leader and the second miss of the Ouyang family, she had grown up surrounded by a group of men. Which man would not reveal their admiration for her when they saw her? This was the first time she had been ignored by a man of her age. At that moment, Ouyang Ruo felt that her pride had been ruthlessly trampled on by Duan Lingtian. Looking at Duan Lingtian's back, there was only anger in Ouyang Ruo's eyes. However, although she was angry, she did not dare to do anything. She did not even dare to argue with Duan Lingtian. She had seen Duan Lingtian's coldness. She knew this was a man who did not know how to be gentle with women. I really don't know if he's a man or not. How can he treat a beauty like me so coldly? If Duan Lingtian knew what Ouyang Ruo was thinking, he would definitely have laughed out loud. Which of his two fiancées was not better than Ouyang Ruo by 1,000 times? He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Along the way, Ouyang Ruo witnessed Duan Lingtian's attacks a few more times. At this moment, she could clearly sense the true energy's aura that Duan Lingtian released. It was the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. There was a certain difference between the true energy of the Saint Rudiment stage and the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. Ouyang Ruo could clearly tell the difference. A mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator managed to penetrate Yi Tianxing's defense and kill him with just one arrow. It seems like the saint inscription inscribed on his saint weapon is not simple. Ouyang Ruo thought to herself. Fear still lingered in her heart when she recalled the scene of Yi Tianxing being killed instantly. That arrow seemed to have easily penetrated Yi Tianxing's defense. It didn't even seem like it was obstructed at all. It's impossible for a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him to have such strength. Ouyang Ruo speculated inwardly. In that case, it must be the power of the saint inscription. It's impossible for a saint inscription with such a strong penetrating ability to be a one-star saint inscription. It's also impossible for it to be a 2-star saint inscription. Could it be a 3-star saint inscription? Among the 3-star saint inscriptions, the penetration saint inscription just so happens to possess such a characteristic. Ouyang Ruo's heartbeat quickened when she thought of this. 3-star saint inscription. Even in their Ouyang clan, there were only a few saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. Moreover, they were all in the hands of the few high-ranking officials in the clan. Who's he exactly? When Ouyang Ruo looked at Duan Lingtian again, her eyes shone brightly. His background is definitely not ordinary. Even Situ Hao can't be compared to him. The Sita clan is just an 8th-rate clan like our Ouyang clan. It's very likely that he's from a 7th-rate force. When Ouyang Ruo thought of this, she no longer found Duan Lingtian an eyesore. She even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Moreover, her image had changed to that of a gentle lady. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had seen Ouyang Ruo's arrogance before, he would have been fooled by her. Why has Ouyang Ruo suddenly changed so much? Duan Lingtian was secretly on guard. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. He understood this simple logic. As expected. When Duan Lingtian noticed Ouyang Ruo trying to figure out his identity, he could guess what she was thinking. Miss Ouyang, I heard you're going to marry someone from the Sita clan soon. Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. That's all Yi Tian Xing's nonsense. Situ Kong is a licentious young master, and I don't like him. I like a man who loves himself, Ouyang Ruo said softly. Ouyang Ruo said softly as she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. There was a hint of adoration in her eyes. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Naturally, he was not naive enough to think Ouyang Ruo would fall for him just because he had saved her. This Ouyang Ruo doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Could it be that she saw through me? Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what was going on. He became even more wary of Ouyang Ruo. This woman was much smarter than he had imagined. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't this a little unfair? Ouyang Ruo asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian. There's nothing unfair about it. You didn't tell me your name yourself. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Ouyang Ruo was slightly annoyed by his stubbornness. However, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile on her face. The more Duan Lingtian acted like this, the more she felt Duan Lingtian's origin was not simple. I hope he'll get rid of his prejudice against me along the way. At that time, as long as I mesmerize him, our Ouyang clan will be able to establish a connection with the force behind him and soar to the sky. At that time, even the Situ clan will be completely trampled by our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Ruo's eyes lit up as though she could already see the scene of the Ouyang clan soaring to the sky. She thought so because not only did she guess Duan Lingtian came from a 7th-rate force, but she also guessed Duan Lingtian's position in the 7th-rate force was not simple. Otherwise, how could he possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription when he was only at the mortal shedding stage? After half a day had passed, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief when he felt the gravity on his body was decreasing. I'm finally leaving this godforsaken place. To Duan Lingtian, the Jianghu mountain range was a godforsaken place. In this godforsaken place, not only did he have to be wary of wild beasts, but he also had to deal with a scheming woman like Ouyang Ruo. Due to this reason, after leaving the Jianghu mountain range, Duan Lingtian immediately stepped into the air and flew away without saying anything. Wait for me. Ouyang Ruo panicked when she saw Duan Lingtian was about to abandon her and leave. She lifted her hand and took out a 1-star Divine Strider talisman. After shouting "Activate," she possessed the speed of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, she caught up with Duan Lingtian. Hey! Why are you so rude? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to a weak woman like me? Ouyang Ruo said to Duan Lingtian in embarrassment. Weak woman? Upon hearing Ouyang Ruo's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at her and sneered inwardly. If this Ouyang Ruo was a weak woman, then there would be no weak women in this world. Activate. Duan Lingtian was really annoyed with Ouyang Ruo. He immediately used a 2-star Divine Strider talisman that he obtained from the black-robed man's spatial ring and disappeared before Ouyang Ruo's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Ouyang Ruo was so angry that she stomped her feet. Am I that annoying? However, the fact that he can use a 2-star Divine Strider talisman so casually proves that my guess is right. His origin is indeed not simple. Soon after, Ouyang Ruo smiled again. Her eyes narrowed as they gleamed. Looking at the direction he left, he should be heading to Han River City as well. Chapter 1490. As the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliances district, Han River City covered a vast area. It was the biggest city Duan Lingtian had ever seen in this life. The reason why he said it was in this life was because the cities in this world could not be compared to the cities in his past life. The cities in his past life were different from the cities in this life. The cities in this life were similar to the ancient cities in his past life. However, Duan Lingtian lived in a modern society in his past life. There were no city walls in the modern society, and there were no clear divisions. In the modern society in his past life, a city was a whole area. It was not a city surrounded by walls. Before he got close to Han River City, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were more and more people in front of him. Looking at the way these people were going, it was obvious that they were going to Han River City just like him. As a city in the 9 Sect Alliances district, Han River City had also set up a flight prohibiting formation. Duan Lingtian had learned about this before. The flight prohibiting formation in Han River City was the same as the one in the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. It restricted martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage from flying. However, martial and Dao cultivators above the Saint stage could fly freely in the air. Therefore, when he arrived at the worts of Han River City, Duan Lingtian could only follow the flow of people into Han River City obediently. The streets in Han River City were bigger than ordinary cities. The flow of people in Han River City also broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons. Compared to Han River City, the cities I've been to before are just like small villages in the countryside. Shuttling through the streets and looking at the magnificent Han River City, Duan Lingtian could not help but secretly click his tongue. However, Duan Lingtian did not forget his purpose of coming to Han River City. After finding an inn to stay in, he began to inquire about some things in Han River City. Before coming to Han River City, he only had a general understanding of the city. As for the things in Han River City, he was not very clear about it. However, as the saying went, money makes the world go round. Duan Lingtian went to a restaurant outside to eat a meal. After giving away some holy stone, he had a certain understanding of the situation in Han River City. Han River City was under the joint jurisdiction of the 9 Sect Alliances and was under their protection. The headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliances was in Han River City. Almost all the industries in Han River City, big or small, were divided among the 9 major sects of the 9 Sect Alliances. After the division, they were delegated to the local forces in Han River City to manage. The local forces of Han River City were all 8th-rate forces. Naturally, the strength of these 8th-rate forces was not something the 8th-rate forces under the Moon Illumination Sect's 18 cities could compare to. The 18 cities under the Moon Illumination Sect could barely be considered as an 8th-rate force due to the Moon Illumination Sect's influence. On the other hand, the 8th-rate forces in Han River City were all forces with deep foundations. Among these 8th-rate forces, the stronger ones even had several Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses while the weaker ones had several Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. These forces, be it clans or sects, were all local tyrants in Han River City. It seems like the Ouyang clan, Sita clan, and the Yi clan behind Yi Tianxing are all local tyrants in Han River City. Not only that, the Ouyang clan and Sita clan should be the best among these local tyrants. The Yi family is slightly weaker. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he saw the scene when he first met Ouyang Ruo and Yi Tianxing. Apart from having a certain understanding of the local tyrant forces in Han River City, Duan Lingtian also inquired about the places that sold inscription pens and all kinds of strange materials. Apart from relaxing, he had two major purposes in coming to Han River City. One was to buy an inscription pen. The other was to look for the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. When he left the restaurant, the sky was gradually darkening. Duan Lingtian had also returned to the inn. After closing the door of the guest room, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. However, he found Hualao resting with his eyes closed on the first level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He called out to Hualao a few times, but there was no response. It seems like Hualao is burdened to completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Let's go take a look at the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before he passed through the Juku mountain range, he had received Hualao's voice transmission that the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda had been completely repaired. If it was not for the environment, he would have entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda a long time ago. After ascending to the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian did not stop and continued to walk to the third level. However, he still took a few more glances at the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In the future, this place will be unused. With a better cultivation environment, he naturally would not cultivate on the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. The third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. After ascending to the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air. It was not something the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda could compare to. The third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was empty. In the middle of the empty space, there was a huge rock. This huge rock stood there like a small mountain. The area it occupied was so vast that it was no less than the football field where the World Cup was held in Duan Lingtian's previous life. After flying up the huge rock, Duan Lingtian saw a long weapon in front of him. It was a halberd. This is the immortal supreme treasure astonishing god halberd that Hualao mentioned before. When Duan Lingtian saw this halberd, his heart could not help but beat faster. The astonishing god halberd was one of the seven treasures in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In terms of ranking, it was even higher than the jasper fairy sword on the second level. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he should not be able to pick up the astonishing god halberd, he still tried. He used all his strength, but the astonishing god halberd did not move at all. Only then did he stop. I wonder when I will be able to use the immortal supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and sighed. Who would be able to understand his feelings? Although the sun's shooting bow was also an immortal supreme treasure, it was incomplete. Its current power was not even comparable to the worst immortal supreme treasure. On the other hand, the jasper fairy sword on the second level and the astonishing god halberd on the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda were complete immortal supreme treasures. They possessed incredible power. According to Hualao, if I can use any of the six immortal supreme treasures in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, nobody in this world will be a match for me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his heart itched even more. However, no matter how much he itched, there was nothing he could do. He was too weak to pick up an immortal supreme treasure. Only half a day had passed outside, but 2.5 days had passed inside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. 2.5 days were enough for Duan Lingtian to further consolidate his cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When the dawn of the second day shone on the earth, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. After taking a hot bath and enjoying himself, he walked out of the room and left the inn. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian went to buy an inscription pen. This inscription pen is really expensive. It's just a 3-star inscription pen, but it costs me 100,000 7th-grade saint stones. After obtaining the inscription pen, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. After buying the inscription pen, Duan Lingtian went to the biggest market in Han River City and spent the whole day there. It's a pity that Hualao hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, he could see if there are any other materials to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda here. During the whole day, Duan Lingtian did not come up empty-handed. He found 2 of the materials that Hualao had mentioned to him before. They were the materials needed to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. When he returned to the inn in the evening, someone came looking for him. "Young master, I'm the butler of the Ouyang clan. Our clan leader would like to see you." The person who came was an old man. Duan Lingtian raised his brow. He had a feeling that this old man's strength was not inferior to any of the outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect. The outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Chapter 1491. The Ouyang family? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown. Earlier in the market, he had noticed someone following him. However, that person had hidden very well and he had not been able to find him. After that person had stopped following him and he had forgotten about it. Who would have thought that someone would come knocking on his door as soon as he returned to the inn? Moreover, it was the Ouyang family's housekeeper. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess. It must have been Ouyang Ruo's doing. Otherwise, how could a newcomer like him attract the Ouyang family's attention? Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After Ouyang Ruo returned to the Ouyang family, the first thing she did was to look for her father, the Ouyang family's patriarch, and tell him about what had happened in Jianghu mountain range. When the Ouyang family's patriarch heard that his precious daughter had almost met with disaster, he was furious and wanted to denounce the Yi family. However, Ouyang Ruo stopped him at that moment. After listening to Ouyang Ruo's story, the Ouyang family's patriarch realized that the most important thing now was not to settle the score with the Yi family but to find the young man who had saved his daughter. According to his daughter, the young man was most likely from a 7th-rate faction or above. Therefore, after his daughter had drawn a portrait of the young man, he had sent people all over Han River City to look for him. Ouyang Ruo's drawing skills were not bad. At the very least, the people from the Ouyang clan managed to find Duan Lingtian in the biggest market in Han River City through the portrait she drew. Not only that, but they also found out the location of the inn Duan Lingtian was staying in. "Please." The Ouyang family's housekeeper narrowed his eyes and invited Duan Lingtian once again. His eyes flashed. "What will you do if I refuse?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the Ouyang family's housekeeper and asked. "Young master, please don't make things difficult for me." The butler of the Ouyang family sighed. "You can rest assured. You are Our Lady's savior. No matter how bad our Ouyang family is, we will not be ungrateful. This invitation is to thank you. We have no ill intentions." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the Ouyang family's housekeeper. After a while, he nodded and said, "Lead the way." He was not a cowardly person to begin with. The reason he asked the Ouyang family's housekeeper like that just now was just to test the other party. On the way to the Ouyang clan, Duan Lingtian learned that the name of the Ouyang clan's butler was Ouyang Ji. When Ouyang Ji asked for his name, he only said that his surname was Duan. "Young Master Duan, is this your first time in Han River City?" Ouyang Ji probed. "Why do you ask?" Duan Lingtian asked. "I heard from my men about your performance in the market." Ouyang Ji said with a smile. "Is the person following me one of your men?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "Yes," Ouyang Ji admitted. "He's an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator who's good at following people. I didn't expect you to notice him, young Master Duan. Before this, let alone mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, even intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators didn't notice him when he was following them." Ouyang Ji sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. "There's always someone better out there. It's just that he hasn't met anyone yet." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "That's right. Young Master Duan, you've taught him a good lesson today." Ouyang Ji smiled. "I don't think he was the one who discovered the inn I'm staying in, right?" Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he was most curious about. As the most powerful weapon specialist on Earth in his previous life, he was confident that he had an extraordinary tracking ability. However, he did not notice anyone following him back to the inn. One must know that the current him had opened 99 saint veins in his body. Whether it was his hearing, vision, or smell, they were far superior to ordinary people. This also made his anti-tracking ability even stronger. However, he still did not discover that person. It was fine if he did not discover Huang Cheng and the black-robed man on his way to Han River City earlier. After all, one of them was a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator while the other was a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator. Their cultivation bases were much higher than his. However, the person who followed him back to the inn was definitely not someone at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In a clan like the Ouyang clan, those who were at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage and above were undoubtedly the pillars. All of them were high-ranking members of the clan. It was impossible for these people to follow him. After he was discovered by you at the market, young Master Duan, he stopped following you. Ouyang Ji nodded. After he came back to report, I personally followed you, young Master Duan. Therefore, I appeared not long after you returned to the inn, Duan Lingtian. Does this mean you're at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Lingtian asked as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ouyang Ji nodded. Duan Lingtian's heart sank slightly. The difference in their cultivation bases seemed to have rendered his anti-tracking ability useless. However, when he recalled that he was only at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, he was relieved. He was only at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, how could he possibly expect to discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage following him? If he could discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would it not be too degrading? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji to the Ouyang clan's mansion. As a first-year 8th-rate clan in Han River City, the Ouyang clan's mansion was located in the east of Han River City. It occupied a vast area and was magnificent. Lord Ji. Lord Ji. When Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji into the Ouyang clan's mansion, more than 10 Ouyang clan's guards stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully to Ouyang Ji. The current Ouyang Ji was no longer as easygoing and warm as he was when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. His expression was solemn, displaying the majesty of a steward. However, after entering the mansion, his expression changed again when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. He introduced the scenery along the way to Duan Lingtian. The Ouyang clan's mansion was huge. It took them a long time to walk through the front yard. There was a lake, rockery, and corridors in the front yard. It looked like the back garden of the Imperial Palace in Duan Lingtian's hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Naturally, even the back garden of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace was not as big as the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. At this moment, the sunset on the horizon gradually dimmed. Night began to fall. The front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion began to be lit up one by one. It set off the buildings in the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. It looked magnificent and magnificent. Young Master Duan, the reception hall of our Ouyang clan is right in front of us. The clan leader and young miss have been waiting for you for a long time. Ouyang Ji glanced ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked ahead. With just a glance, he saw a palace-like building standing in front of him. It was surrounded by other buildings like stars surrounding the moon. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens. When he brought Duan Lingtian to the outside of the main hall, Ouyang Ji said respectfully, "Clan leader, young Master Duan is here. So your surname is Duan." Almost as soon as Ouyang Ji's words left his mouth, a figure that was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian appeared before his eyes. It was Ouyang Ruo. At this moment, Ouyang Ruo was looking at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "How is it? We meet again, right? Young Miss Ouyang, you don't seem like you're treating your savior like you're treating your enemy instead." Duan Lingtian said meaningfully. "If I didn't do this, how would I have found you?" The smile on Ouyang Ruo's face remained unchanged. She could guess what Duan Lingtian was talking about. It was none other than the fact that the Ouyang clan was following him. "Ruo, why aren't you inviting your savior in?" At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from the main hall. The voice was extremely majestic. Just by listening to the voice, one could tell that this person must have been in a high position for a long time. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess to know that it was the voice of the Ouyang clan's clan leader. Please come in. Young Master Duan. Ouyang Ruo looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not intend to be courteous. He strode into the Ouyang clan's main hall. The Ouyang clan's main hall was dazzling and majestic. After entering the main hall, Duan Lingtian looked around. With just a glance, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the main hall. The middle-aged man was a man with a curly beard. He had a strong back and a strong waist. As he sat there, he was majestic like the king of lions. He was the Ouyang clan's clan leader, Ouyang Ba. Behind him stood a young man. The young man was quite handsome. His brows were similar to Ouyang Ruo's. Duan Lingtian could guess that this person must be Ouyang Ruo's elder brother, the Ouyang clan's first young master, Ouyang Qing. It said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The Ouyang clan's clan leader is such a careless person. It's really rare that he could give birth to such a delicate son and daughter. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was speechless. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could almost imagine that Ouyang Ba's wife must be a rare beauty. Otherwise, how could she give birth to such a pair of children? If Ouyang Ba's wife was not a beauty, then there was only one possibility. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Ruo might not be Ouyang Ba's biological children. Of course, the possibility of this was very low. As the Ouyang clan's clan leader, how could he possibly raise someone else's children? Ouyang clan leader. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together at Ouyang Ba as a form of greeting. I'm Ouyang Ba, the Ouyang clan's clan leader. May I know little brother Duan's name? Ouyang Ba chuckled. There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. He was not arrogant at all. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. He still did not intend to reveal his name. His name must be very unpleasant. Ouyang Ruo, who followed Duan Lingtian back into the main hall, cursed in her heart as she stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Humph. Just as Ouyang Ba's expression froze, Ouyang Qing, who was standing behind him, snorted coldly. You're really arrogant. My father asked for your name, but you're not willing to reveal your own. I'm really curious about your background. You're so ill-mannered. Whether I'm willing to reveal my name or not depends entirely on my mood. If you insist on talking about manners. You're the Ouyang clan's first young master. How can you treat your sister's savior in this manner? Chapter 1492. You. Ouyang Qing was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, but he was speechless. After all, what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He did save his sister's life. All right, Qing, little brother Duan is a guest and Ruo, savior. Don't be rude. Ouyang Ba was the one who spoke at the critical moment. Little brother Duan, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Ouyang Ba stood up and clasped his hands at Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude. You're welcome, Ouyang clan leader. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, now that I've thanked you, if there's nothing else, Ouyang clan leader, it's time for me to go back. I have an appointment with my elder at the inn tonight. Elder? Ouyang Ba and Ouyang Ruo looked at each other when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They saw the joy in each other's eyes. No matter what, I'll have to invite little brother Duan tonight to thank you for saving my daughter's life. As for little brother Duan's elder, he'll have to attend as well. Why don't I go with little brother Duan to invite your elder? Ouyang Ba said to Duan Lingtian. His words were sincere. Duan Lingtian had fabricated an elder, so that he could get away as soon as possible. Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan leader would be so stubborn that he would personally go with him to invite that elder to the Ouyang clan? Ouyang clan leader, I'm afraid this won't work. My elder doesn't like to meet outsiders. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Doesn't like to meet outsiders? Ouyang Qing sneered. He's really arrogant, but I wonder if he's really capable. Ouyang clan leader, it seems like your son doesn't welcome me. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian was not upset when he saw that Ouyang Qing was going against him. Instead, he was amused. He clasped his hands at Ouyang Ba and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Little brother Duan, please wait. Seeing this, Ouyang Ba immediately panicked. When he heard that a senior from the Duan Lingtian family was coming, his first thought was to meet that senior from the Duan Lingtian family and build a good relationship with him. It would only be beneficial to the Ouyang family. My son is not sensible, please forgive him. After Ouyang Ba finished his sentence, he turned around to look at Ouyang Qing and bellowed, unfilial son, why are you still standing here? I shouldn't have let you come along. Ouyang Qing was stunned when he heard Ouyang Ba's roar and saw Ouyang Ba's furious expression. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father throw such a tantrum at him, and it was because of an outsider. Immediately, he felt his chest fill with anger, ready to burst out at any moment. Humph. Ouyang Qing left in a huff. When he passed by Duan Lingtian, he glared at Duan Lingtian before leaving the hall. Ouyang family head, farewell. Duan Lingtian did not wait for Ouyang Ba's explanation as he strode out. He would be a fool not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. You're not allowed to leave. However, Duan Lingtian forgot about one person, and that was Ouyang Ruo. She blocked Duan Lingtian's path first. Young lady Ouyang, is this how you treat your savior? Duan Lingtian's face darkened slightly. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved you back then. You! Ouyang Ruo was so furious that her expression changed. Duan Lingtian did not show any courtesy to Ouyang Ruo. He moved aside and left the Ouyang family's hall. However, he was stopped again outside the Ouyang family's hall. This time, the person who stopped him was the Ouyang family's housekeeper, Ouyang Ji. Housekeeper Ji, are you trying to stop me too? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Young Master Duan, please don't make things difficult for me. Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly. He did not dare to let this person leave without the family head's permission. Housekeeper Ji, let young brother Duan leave. At this moment, Ouyang Ba spoke. Father. Ouyang Ruo's expression changed. She did not expect her father to let Duan Lingtian leave so easily. It took her a lot of effort to draw his portrait and find him. However, Ouyang Ba ignored Ouyang Ruo. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, young brother Duan, I apologize to you for what happened today. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and personally apologize to you. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly and left. After leaving the Ouyang family's mansion, Duan Lingtian felt his body lighten. He felt like a bird flying in the vast sky and a fish swimming in the vast sea. In the Ouyang family's hall, Ouyang Ruo looked at Ouyang Ba and asked with a frown, Father, why did you let him leave just like that? In that situation earlier, what else could I have done? Force him to stay? Ouyang Ba shook his head. I'm afraid that many people in Han River City already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Not to mention the forces that have been keeping an eye on our Ouyang clan, even the people behind him probably already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Ruo fell silent when she heard Ouyang Ba's words. Father, his background is definitely not simple. Are we going to let him go just like that? Ouyang Ruo said with some reluctance. Of course, we can't let him go just like that. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and apologize to him. At that time, I'll bring your brother along to apologize to him as well. Ouyang Ba could not help but frown when he mentioned Ouyang Qing. Qing has really disappointed me this time. Father, don't blame brother. He's just feeling injustice for you. I don't know why that person with the surname Duan is so secretive. He's not even willing to say his name. Ouyang Ruo pleaded for Ouyang Qing first. However, when she mentioned Duan Lingtian, she looked upset again. He doesn't have a good impression of our Ouyang family. As the clan leader of the Ouyang family and a powerful force in Han River City, Ouyang Ba's judgment of people was still very accurate. Ruo, did you miss out anything from what you told me earlier? I felt that he seemed to be hostile toward you when he met you. Hostile toward me? Ouyang Ruo was stunned. Although she knew that Duan Lingtian seemed to dislike her, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian was hostile toward her. Yes. Ouyang Ba nodded. Could it be that I asked you to invite him here by force? Is that why he's hostile toward me? Ouyang Ruo was puzzled. I don't think it's that simple. I feel that his hostility toward you is not something that was formed overnight. Ouyang Ba shook his head. Think about it again. Did you miss out on any details? Just as Ouyang Ruo was racking her brains, Ouyang Qing saw Duan Lingtian walking out of their Ouyang family's mansion with his own eyes. Boy, my father and sister said that you have a seventh-rate force behind you. I'd like to see if you're just playing tricks. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Ouyang Qing's mouth. At the same time, he went to the Ouyang family's backyard and found a white-haired old man. Grandpa Shan, there's someone who's plotting against our Ouyang family. He even lied that he's from a seventh-rate force. My father seems to believe him. Chapter 1493. The white-haired old man whom Ouyang Qing addressed as Grandpa Shan was the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan. Ouyang Qing had grown up with him since he was young. He had long treated him like his own grandson. His love for Ouyang Qing was more than the love his father, Ouyang Ba, had for Ouyang Qing. Due to Ouyang Ba's love, he had to give half of it to Ouyang Qing. However, he gave all of his love to Ouyang Qing. Qing, your father is not a fool. Since he believed him, it means that he might be from a seventh-rate force. Ouyang Shan shook his head and said with a smile. Grandpa Shan, you said it's a possibility. Maybe he's not from a seventh-rate force? Ouyang Qing said, my father asked him to stay out of goodwill and wanted to invite him to a banquet, but he rejected him. He even said that he had an appointment with an elder. I think that's most likely his excuse. Perhaps, even Ouyang Qing did not expect that. He had spouted nonsense in front of the old man in front of him to attack Duan Lingtian, and he had hit the nail on the head. That was indeed Duan Lingtian's excuse. Does this mean that he left? Ouyang Shan asked. Yes. Ouyang Qing nodded. If he has any ulterior motives for the Ouyang clan, I don't think he would reject your father. So, he should be fine. As the saying went, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Ouyang Shan was very clear about this. Grandpa Shan, that might be the case. Maybe he's deliberately mystifying and retreating in order to advance? Ouyang Qing panicked when he heard Ouyang Shan's words. If he was alone, he really wouldn't dare to do anything in secret. Moreover, he had heard from his sister that the boy with the surname Duan was not easy to deal with. He had killed Yi Tianxing from the Yi clan in just a second. He knew that his ability was only slightly more powerful than Yi Tianxing, that's possible. Ouyang Shan nodded thoughtfully. Grandpa Shan, we'll know if there's anything wrong with him as long as we keep an eye on him at the inn for a night. I'd like to see if he really has an appointment with his elder or if he's lying. Ouyang Qing's eyes gleamed coldly as he said. Qing, you seem to be hostile toward him. Ouyang Shan vaguely sensed that something was amiss. He had watched Ouyang Qing grow up, so he naturally understood his temper. My intuition tells me that he is indeed plotting against our Ouyang clan. Naturally, Ouyang Qing knew that he had exposed his emotions in front of Ouyang Shan, so he added immediately, we can't let anyone who's plotting against our Ouyang clan live. If he's really lying today, he can't be allowed to live in this world after tonight. At the end of her sentence, Ouyang Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Grandpa Shan, come with me. We will secretly monitor him. If his elders don't show up, it means that he is lying, which also means that his thoughts are not pure. We need to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. As Ouyang Qing spoke, he made a kill gesture with a ferocious expression. Even if he's lying, it only means that he's unwilling to accept the clan leader's invitation. This doesn't mean that he's plotting against our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan frowned and said, moreover, this doesn't prove that he's not from a seventh-rate force. Even if he's from a seventh-rate force, he might still reject the clan leader's invitation. Some people really don't like banquets. If we kill him rashly, there's no doubt that we'll offend the force behind him. If the force behind him is really a seventh-rate force, then it'll undoubtedly be a disaster for our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan's expression was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Grandpa Shan, I've thought about this. When we leave the clan, we don't have to go through the main door so that the people in the clan won't know that we've left. Even if he's dead, nobody will know that it was done by our Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing said. It was obvious that he already had a plan. Seeing that Ouyang Shan was still hesitating, Ouyang Qing continued, Grandpa Shan, as the saying goes, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The feeling he gives me is really too dangerous. It'll definitely be a disaster for our Ouyang clan if we keep such a person alive. When Ouyang Qing saw that Ouyang Shan's frown had eased after hearing his words, he clenched his teeth and kneeled on the ground with a thud. Qing, what are you doing? Get up, get up. Ouyang Shan immediately stood up and wanted to help Ouyang Qing up. However, Ouyang Qing was unwilling to get up. Grandpa Shan, just trust me this time. Don't tell me you want to watch the Ouyang clan be destroyed just like that. You said that you'll watch me become the clan leader of the Ouyang clan in the future. If the Ouyang clan is destroyed, how can I still be the clan leader? Ouyang Qing was very agitated as he spoke. He was so agitated that he knocked his head hard on the ground. His forehead was bleeding and it was dazzling. At the same time, a hint of cunning flashed across his eyes. This was because he had lowered his head so Ouyang Shan could not see it. Naturally, even if he did not lower his head, Ouyang Shan might not have seen it. Qing, Grandpa Shan promises you. Ouyang Shan felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife when he saw Ouyang Qing's lifted forehead dripping with blood. He had focused his entire life on martial Dao. Other than a failed relationship when he was young, he had always been alone and had no children. Ouyang Qing's appearance was like a ray of light that illuminated the dark world in his heart. From then on, he was no longer alone. He had someone who was worthy of his protection and care for his entire life. He was willing to do anything for Ouyang Qing, even if he had to die. Now that he saw the blood flowing out of Ouyang Qing's forehead, he no longer had any qualms and agreed to it right away. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Naturally, he did not regret agreeing to Ouyang Qing's request. He regretted hesitating. If he had agreed to Ouyang Qing's request earlier, he would not have kowtowed and his head would not be bleeding. Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Although he knew Ouyang Shan would agree to it, Ouyang Qing still pretended to thank him. Grandpa Shan, I'll prepare 2 sets of night clothes and 2 masks. Ouyang Qing said to Ouyang Shan and prepared to leave. Grandpa Shan has everything that you mentioned. Wait a moment, Grandpa Shan will go in and get them. Ouyang Shan stopped Ouyang Qing and turned to enter his room at the same time. Duan, it's fine if you really have a senior here. But if your senior isn't here, tonight will be the day you die. A ferocious gleam flashed through Ouyang Qing's eyes as he thought to himself. Ouyang Qing had heard about Duan Lingtian from his sister before. In fact, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was from a 7th-rate force. This was because only outstanding young talents from 7th-rate forces would possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription. According to Roa, the saint weapon in that Duan boy's hand seems to have more than one 3-star saint inscription inscribed on it. The moment Ouyang Qing thought about this, he became excited again. Naturally, the reason he asked Ouyang Shan for help was not because of the Ouyang clan's safety. It was just an excuse. His purpose was to kill Duan Lingtian and seize everything that Duan Lingtian had. This included the saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription and the precious Dao talismans on him. In his opinion, it must be a huge fortune that was enough to move his heart. Although he was the great young master of the Ouyang clan was only an 8th-rate force. Although it was considered one of the best among the 8th-rate forces, it was still incomparable to a 7th-rate force. Just like in Han River City, their Ouyang clan had to depend on the 9 sect alliances to survive. All of this was because the 9 sect alliances was an alliance formed by 9 7th-rate forces. Any 7th-rate force had the ability to annihilate the Ouyang clan. In Han River City, it was not only the Ouyang clan, but the other 8th-rate forces were also subordinate to the 9 sect alliances. Although Duan Lingtian had saved his sister's life, he did not take it to heart. Let alone saving his sister's life, even if Duan Lingtian had saved his own life, as long as the other party had something that moved his heart, he would still seize it by hook or by crook. Soon, Ouyang Shan came out. When he came out, he had already changed into a black night suit. In his hand, he was also holding a night suit and 2 grimacing masks. Once he put them on, it would be enough to cover his face completely and no one would recognize him. "Grandpa Shan, let's go." After changing into the night suit and putting on the grimacing mask, Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Shan eagerly and said excitedly. Of course, since his face was covered by the grimacing mask, Ouyang Shan could not see the excitement on his face. "Yes." Ouyang Shan responded. With a lift of his hand, he brought Ouyang Qing out of his courtyard and disappeared into the night. As the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan's cultivation base was naturally not simple. Along the way, the Ouyang clan's guards patrolling everywhere did not find any trace of Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing. It was easy for the two of them to climb over the wall at a remote corner of the Ouyang clan's mansion and leave the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang clan, the two of them disappeared at the end of a remote street in Han River City. In the Ouyang clan's guest hall. "Father, do you think? Is it because I asked him to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to me when he killed Yi Tianqing and took Elder Ping's spatial ring?" Ouyang Ruo racked his brain and finally thought of something useful. "However, Elder Ping is a member of our Ouyang clan. It's only right that he gave me Elder Ping's spatial ring. If it's because of that, then he's too petty." Ouyang Ruo snorted. "Ruo, what should I say to you?" Ouyang Ba smiled bitterly. He finally knew the reason. Elder Ping was killed by Yi Tianqing. If he didn't do anything, not only would Elder Ping's spatial ring be Yi Tianqing's, but even your spatial ring would be Yi Tianqing's spoils of war. He killed Yi Tianqing and saved you. It's only right that he took Elder Ping's spatial ring. How can you ask him to return it to you? Chapter 1494. In fact, Ouyang Ba knew that he could not blame his daughter for this. His daughter rarely ventured out, so she did not know about the law of the jungle in the outside world. "Father, why are you saying the same thing as he said?" Ouyang Ruo frowned. She still remembered that when she asked Duan Lingtian to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to her, the words that Duan Lingtian said were almost exactly the same as what her father was saying now. If she did not know that it was impossible for her father to have discussed with Duan Lingtian beforehand, she would have suspected that her father and Duan Lingtian had discussed and said that together. "Ruo, this is the law of the outside world." Ouyang Ba could only explain it this way. These things could not be understood just by talking about it, they had to be put into practice. "All right, Ruo, this matter is over now, don't think too much about it. Go and get your brother here, I want to discuss with him about going to little brother Duan tomorrow to bring a bramble and ask for punishment." Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Ruo. "Father, brother will never agree to this," Ouyang Ruo said bitterly. Ouyang Ruo said with a bitter face. She knew her brother very well. His ego was frighteningly strong. It was impossible for him to bring a bramble and ask for punishment from someone who had not had any conflict with him, let alone someone who had just had a conflict with him today. He has to agree to this even if he doesn't want to. I don't believe that he can go against the heavens. Ouyang Ba snorted coldly and said overbearingly, "Just go and get your brother here, there's no need to tell him about this in advance. I'll tell him myself. Otherwise, he'll run away in advance if you tell him about this." Although Ouyang Ba did not dare to say that he knew his son's character the best, it was not like he did not know. Yes, father. Ouyang Ruo smiled wryly and left the reception hall to look for her brother, Ouyang Qing. Now that Ouyang Qing had left the Ouyang clan's estate, she naturally did not find him. Ouyang Ruo sighed in relief when she found out that her brother was not around and seemed to have left. At the same time, he went back to report to Ouyang Ba, "Father, I went to brother's courtyard to look for him, but he wasn't there. I asked the servants in his courtyard, and they all said that he didn't go back. That unfilial son definitely couldn't stand my scolding and went out to have fun." Ouyang Ba cursed. "Butler Ji." At the same time, Ouyang Ba called out loudly, "Patriarch." Immediately, the old man standing outside the reception hall walked in. It was the Ouyang family's steward, Ouyang Ji. "Take some people and bring that unfilial son back to me. No matter what you do, even if you have to tie him up, you have to tie him up and bring him back. Tomorrow morning, I must see him." Ouyang Ba ordered. "Yes, Patriarch." Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly and retreated. He was most unwilling to do this kind of thing, but he didn't dare to disobey the Patriarch's orders. Although Ouyang Qing was the successor to the Patriarch's position, he had not yet matured, so he was not afraid of him. He was afraid of the person behind Ouyang Qing. That person was their Ouyang family's real power figure. He was not someone that he, Ouyang Ji, could offend. At this moment, Ouyang Ba only thought that Ouyang Qing had gone out to have fun. However, he had no idea that Ouyang Qing had his eyes on the young man who was suspected to be from a seventh-rate force whom he wanted to befriend. What he did not know was that this night might be a turning point for the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang family and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian did not leave immediately. If he was a timid person, he would naturally hide as far away as possible from the Ouyang family's line of sight. However, he was not that kind of person, so he did not plan to run away with his tail between his legs. After returning to the guest room, he could not wait to enter the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, coupled with the excellent cultivation environment, was enough for his cultivation base to improve rapidly. If I calculate the time outside by cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid the time I spent breaking through from the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage to the Saint Rudiment stage is less than the time I spent breaking through from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 5 days was only equivalent to 1 day outside. This was not something the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could compare to. Moreover, the cultivation environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was far inferior to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If one really had to make a comparison between the two, it could be said that the cultivation speed on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not even half of the cultivation speed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Before I return to Half Moon Island, I should be able to break through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, it'll be even better if I can break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian's mind became much more active as he thought about this. What I need to do now is to cultivate diligently and elevate my cultivation base as soon as possible. With my current ability, I can deal with ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators, but if I really encounter a powerhouse, I'll be at their mercy. Ever since Duan Lingtian found out that someone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage could easily avoid his anti-tracking, he felt a sense of pressure that he had never felt before. He desperately wanted to elevate his cultivation base. However, everything had a process, and he knew in his heart that he could not rush it. However, he was so anxious that he could not control his emotions at all. Someone's watching from outside. Unknowingly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was like a clap of thunder that completely woke him up. "Hualao? You're awake?" The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw Hualao, who was just inches away from him. "Yes." Hualao nodded. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda took a huge toll on me, and it took me a while to fully recover. However, I gained something during the restoration, and my strength has recovered a little. Now that my divine consciousness has recovered a lot, I can extend it to cover an area. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, it's still useful for scouting. Elder Hua said, I just found out that there are 2 people spying on you outside this inn. They don't come with good intentions. 2 people? Spying on me? Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't tell me they're from the Ouyang clan? It can only be them. What are they trying to do? When I was recovering this time, I left behind a gush of sun energy that I'm going to channel into your body to refine your true energy. In the future, when your true energy transforms into this world's true origin, it'll carry the sun energy and become the sun true origin. Hua Lao told Duan Lingtian. True origin was the energy in the body of a powerhouse above the saint stage. After a saint rudiment stage powerhouse broke through to the saint stage, his true energy would transform into true origin. Sun energy? Sun true origin? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. However, he soon frowned again. Hua Lao, let's do it another time. There are still 2 people outside that we haven't dealt with yet. The power of the sun is dissipating at every moment. Even I won't be able to hold it for long. Furthermore, given your current level of Jinqi, it'll take you at most 2 hours to refine it. Hua Lao did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. He lifted his hand and pointed his sword finger at the space between Duan Lingtian's brows. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifyingly hot aura rushing toward him. It transformed into a stream of heat that entered his qi through the space between his brows. He was like a bandit who robbed people of their houses. As the stream of heat entered his qi, Duan Lingtian discovered the true energy in his qi was boiling. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. While Duan Lingtian was unconscious, the true energy in his qi underwent an earth-shattering change. In the beginning, his true energy was boiling as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Following that, the 99 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body began to circulate one great cycle after another as a warm current guided the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air into his body. This stream of heat was extremely domineering. It seemed to possess a devouring characteristic. Originally, the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could not be seen. However, it had now gathered above Duan Lingtian's head and condensed into a large pool of liquid. Moreover, the liquid was still increasing. This was the materialization of the heaven and earth spirit energy. The materialized heaven and earth spirit energy continued to surge into Duan Lingtian's body and was guided by the stream of heat to circulate his qi. At the same time, black impurities began to seep out of every pore on Duan Lingtian's body. Naturally, there were not many black impurities. Duan Lingtian's body had already been reborn twice. Naturally, the amount of impurities in his body would not be as much as an ordinary person's. At this moment, if there was a powerful person present, he would definitely be able to tell with just a glance that this 3-legged golden crow was using the sun energy to cleanse the purple-clad young man's impurities and help him to attain the sun body through the enlightenment technique. Every 3-legged golden crow could only use this enlightenment technique once in their lives. It was extremely domineering and heaven-defying. At this moment, Hua Lao had already transformed into his true form. He was a 3-legged golden crow that was covered in flames. His entire body was emitting a domineering heat wave that made the entire 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda seem to have fallen into a scorching heat. Naturally, the unconscious Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. 2 hours were equivalent to 2 hours. 2 hours later, Elder Hua finally transformed back into his human form. His originally rosy complexion had become incomparably pale, as though he had aged several hundred years in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gradually regained consciousness. In the beginning, he was still a little confused. However, after he recalled for a while, he completely regained his senses. The first thing he did was to observe his qi. The moment he did so, he was taken aback. This, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely stunned. Disbelief was written all over his face as though he had discovered something unbelievable. This seems to be Intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage. Chapter 1495. Duan Lingtian noticed the qi si in his body had turned into a small lake. It was completely different from his previous qi si. Previously, his sea of qi was at most a large pool. As far as he knew, even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivator's qi si was only the size of a small stream. Due to this reason, the moment he looked into his qi si, he realized he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Although this was somewhat unbelievable, it was indeed true. Huolao, this is, Duan Lingtian looked at Huolao in front of him excitedly. He had too many questions to ask, but he did not know which to ask first. You can ask later. The most important thing now is to deal with the two people who are spying on you. Huolao said to Duan Lingtian before he left and returned to the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian had also seen Huolao's pale face. Although he was curious, he knew it was not the best time for Huolao to answer his questions. Ouyang clan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he began to test the true energy in his body on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, the true energy in his body was as vast as a lake. It flowed through the 99 saint veins and swept out in just a blink of an eye. Even if it's someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage, regardless of whether it's the true energy weapon condensation, true energy beast condensation, or true energy domain, their short burst of power might not necessarily be comparable to mine. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. If the true energy was the car in his previous life, then the saint veins were the roads in his previous life. There were more cars here that could travel at the same time. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that from the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage onwards, one's strength was no longer limited to the use of true energy and saint veins. At the same time, it also depended on the true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory techniques. Duan Lingtian had seen these three methods before and knew that they were extraordinarily powerful. However, with my current strength, even a martial or Dao cultivator at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage who uses the true energy consolidated weapon might not be a match for me. Although martial and Dao cultivators at the late stage of the Mortal Shedding realm who had mastered the true energy weapon condensation technique were very powerful, there was still a limit to how powerful they were. With his means and reliance, unless a late-stage Mortal Shedding realm existence was also an existence that could surpass ranks and defeat enemies, it was impossible for them to be his opponent. Of course, if it was someone at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, he would not dare to say that he could win. After all, the existence of the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage not only mastered the true energy weapon condensation technique, but also the true energy beast condensation technique. After spending a few hours familiarizing himself with the true qi in his body, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As my cultivation base has increased, my spiritual energy has also increased. Currently, I can already inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, he walked out of the room and left the inn. He's leaving. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the inn, two figures clad in night clothes walked out from a corner of the inn. The owners of the two figures were each wearing a ghost mask. It was already late at night, and there was almost no sign of people on the road. Grandpa Shan, let's follow them and have a look. One of the masked men looked at the other masked man and said through true energy voice transmission. The other masked man did not say anything. He merely nodded and brought the former along to follow them. Two people. Although Duan Lingtian who was walking in front did not turn his head, he also noticed the two people who were following them from afar. Naturally, he might not be able to see them even if he turned his head. This was because the two sneaky people were walking in a place that was not covered by the streetlights. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, with the help of the spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, that Huolao passed on to me, I can now detect the age and cultivation base of those below the saint stage without them noticing. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he quietly extended his spiritual energy and quickly detected the cultivation base of the two people who were following him. Early saint rudiment stage? How dare you follow me when you're so weak? When Duan Lingtian detected the cultivation base of one of them, he could not help but scoff. That's not right. This person is very good at hiding. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation base has broken through to the intermediate saint rudiment stage, I might not have been able to detect him. Either he has some special concealment technique or he has a powerhouse protecting him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss again. At this moment, his spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, also began to detect the other person. When he detected the person's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened. Perfection. Perfection saint rudiment stage? Duan Lingtian's heart sank. Even the Ouyang clan's steward, Ouyang Ji, is only at the mastery saint rudiment stage. Even in the entire Ouyang clan, there are very few people at the perfection saint rudiment stage. The weakest one is an elder. The Ouyang clan really thinks highly of me. They actually sent an elder to spy on me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt the flames of rage rising in his heart. He did not plan to have any relationship with the Ouyang clan at all. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the invitation of Ouyang Ba, the clan leader of Ouyang clan. Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan would be so despicable? They said one thing but did another behind his back. The night was dark and the wind was strong. What did they mean by sending someone secretly? Did they want to kill him and steal his wealth? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the rage in his heart. He calmed down and thought of a plan to deal with this. In the end, he turned into a main road in a flash. This main road was the main road of Han River City. Therefore, even though it was late at night, he could still see a few figures on the road. Where is he going? One of the two devil-masked men who were following them in the dark sounded a little impatient. We'll know once we follow him. The other masked man was very calm. However, his voice was very old. It was obvious that he was an old man. Huh. That's the direction of the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters. Could this kid be from the Nine Sect Alliances? After following Duan Lingtian for more than half an hour, the masked man with the old voice stopped in his tracks when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still heading to the north of Han River City. Grandpa Shan, the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters is still quite a distance away from here. Maybe he's just passing by. The other masked man said, let's follow him and have a look. The former hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in the end. He continued to move forward while covering the ladder. When he saw that the target had suddenly stopped heading north and turned to the west, the masked man with the old voice heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the other party was from the Nine Sect Alliances. The people from the Nine Sect Alliances were all from 7th-rated forces. It was not a big deal to kill such a person without exposing themselves. Once they were exposed, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the families behind them. I knew it. How could he be related to the Nine Sect Alliances? The other masked man with the young voice said. They're really following me. If I continue to head north to the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, they might not dare to follow me. However, the two masked men did not know that their target, Duan Lingtian, had noticed their hesitation. That was why he changed his route at the last minute and headed west. He continued to head west and came to a remote place. This remote place was filled with a fishy smell. It was the place where all kinds of rubbish were piled up in Han River City. Usually, other than the people in charge of cleaning Han River City, very few people would come here. The area that this place occupied was also very vast, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Soon, Duan Lingtian came to the center of this remote place and stopped. At the same time, he turned around. The two masked men who were following behind him immediately hid behind a pile of rubbish. You're quite vigilant. One of the masked men hid in the dark and stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Duan Lingtian chuckled and looked at the place where the two masked men were hiding. You've been following me all the way, so isn't it time for the two of you to come out? I wonder what the two of you are trying to do after following me for so long. If Duan Lingtian did not say, the two of you, perhaps the two masked men would have thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying them. After all, many people would deliberately say things like, I saw you, or, come out, stop hiding, because they were afraid of being followed. In fact, they were not even sure if they were being followed. However, the other party had accurately said, the two of you, which was enough to prove that the other party had really noticed them. Humph. I didn't expect you to notice us. While the masked man with the old voice was surprised, the other masked man with the younger voice had already walked out of the rubbish. His nose that was hidden under the mask wrinkled. It was obvious that he was not used to the smell here. The devil-masked man with the old voice could only follow him out. However, there was a serious expression in his eyes. He was very confident in his concealment technique. A mere martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage had actually seen through his whereabouts. At that moment, the masked man's eyes narrowed. He extended his spiritual energy and cast the spiritual secret tactic immediately. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a gush of spiritual energy sweeping toward him, intending to pry into his cultivation base. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted softly. However, he could not stop it. He allowed the other party's spiritual energy to attach itself to his body and probe his cultivation base. Although the spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, that Hualao had passed on to him, had a secret tactic that was specifically used to prevent other people's spiritual energy from prying, that secret tactic could only be cast when one's spiritual energy was at the saint stage or above. However, the current him could not cast it yet. Intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage. Chapter 1496. Intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage. The other ghoul-masked man with a young voice exclaimed in shock when he heard the old ghoul-masked man's words. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, the sound of his exclamation was completely different from the sound of his voice just now. His earlier voice was intentionally faked, making it sound slightly hoarse. However, he did not pretend to sound hoarse now. Ouyang Qing. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he immediately recognized the young ghoul-masked man with a young voice. It was the Ouyang clan's great young master, Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian had recognized him. He pretended to sound hoarse as he said, "What Ouyang Qing? I don't know what you're talking about. The Ouyang clan's great young master is such a coward. How disappointing. In my opinion, an idiot like you doesn't deserve to be the successor of the clan leader of Ouyang clan. Even your sister, Ouyang Ruo, is more suitable than you to be the clan leader of Ouyang clan." Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue and shook his head. His words were filled with undisguised mockery. Meanwhile, the ghoul-masked man with a young voice, who was the Ouyang clan's great young master, Ouyang Qing, was enraged. He took a step forward, wanting to shed all pretense of cordiality with Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was really an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he was still no match for his grandfather Shan. His grandfather Shan was the Ouyang clan's second elder. His cultivation base had long entered the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, when Ouyang Qing took a step forward and was about to speak, he was stopped by the ghoul-masked man with a hoarse voice. This ghoul-masked man was the Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan. You seem to have some enmity with the Ouyang clan. Unfortunately, we're not from the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly. With your cultivation base, you must be an elder of the Ouyang clan, am I right? I wonder if you've come here under the orders of the Ouyang clan's clan leader, Ouyang Ba, or are you merely obeying the orders of this cowardly Ouyang clan's first young master, Ouyang Qing? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Ouyang Shan to Ouyang Qing. Hearing Duan Lingtian call him a coward, Ouyang Qing naturally couldn't hold it in and was about to explode. However, He was interrupted by Ouyang Shan as soon as he opened his mouth. "Sir, I've already said that we're not from the Ouyang family." There was a hint of impatience in Ouyang Shan's tone. "Not from the Ouyang family?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "If you're not from the Ouyang family, then tell me, who are you?" "Humph. There's no harm in telling you since you're a person who's about to die anyway. The two of us are from the Mountainshade Black Market, and we're here to take your life." As soon as Ouyang Shan finished speaking, 2 waves of essential qi rose from his body. One of them transformed into a gigantic axe that hovered majestically in the air as though it could split everything in half. The other transformed into a gigantic eagle that spread its wings like clouds that covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the already dark area to become even darker. It was like a bottomless abyss where one could not even see their own fingers if they stretched their hands out. Without warning, the gigantic axe and the gigantic eagle flew out and split into 2 sides, forming a 3-sided encirclement with Ouyang Shan, surrounding Duan Lingtian in the middle. "You're not wrong to die in the place you chose to be buried," Ouyang Shan said indifferently. Ouyang Shan said nonchalantly. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Mountainshade Black Market? When Duan Lingtian heard Ouyang Shan's words, he was thinking about something else. Naturally, he had heard of the Mountainshade Black Market before. He even knew that it was a colossus in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Rumor had it that the Mountainshade Black Market was a powerful and unique third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it was different from ordinary third-rate forces. Its tentacles were all over the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. Even in the 9 Sect Alliances district, a remote place in the Dao Martial Saint Land, its shadow could be seen everywhere. Of course, the Mountainshade Black Market in the 9 Sect Alliances district was just a small branch. However, it was precisely this branch that scared the 9 great sects so much that they formed an alliance until today. The 9 great sects announced to the public that the alliance was to defend against the invasion of a 6th-rate force. However, in reality, it was to defend against the Mountainshade Black Market. To them, the Mountainshade Black Market was like a ferocious dragon that gave them great pressure. All these years, they were glad that the Mountainshade Black Market did not seem to have any intention of encroaching on their district. However, the underground world was ruled by the Mountainshade Black Market. The Mountainshade Black Market was a very special force. As long as one had the ability, no matter who one was, one could join it. Those who joined the Mountainshade Black Market would usually be able to amass a huge amount of wealth in a short period of time. Of course, there were also many people who died before they could even amass any wealth after joining the Mountainshade Black Market. The Mountainshade Black Market did all kinds of business. As long as one could afford the Saint Stones and pay the price, there was nothing that the Mountainshade Black Market could not do. That black-robed man. It's very likely that he's from the Mountainshade Black Market. After Ouyang Shan's reminder, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that the assassin who killed him earlier was most likely from the Mountainshade Black Market. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that this was not the time to think about this. Since when did the people from the Mountainshade Black Market have the habit of announcing their identity and origin when doing business? Duan Lingtian looked at Ouyang Shan and sneered. "I've said it before. You're a person who's about to die. It's fine even if I let you know some things." Ouyang Shan said nonchalantly, "I'll send you on your way now." Almost as soon as Ouyang Shan's words left his mouth, the gigantic axe suddenly danced in the air. After accumulating strength, it slashed down on Duan Lingtian's head with a force that could split Mount Hua. Buzz! 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 Wherever the gigantic axe passed, a series of sonic booms resounded in the air. The terrifying force caused the air to be sucked dry. The ferocious light that appeared briefly descended on Duan Lingtian's head. Aerolite strike. In the face of Ouyang Shan's true energy consolidated weapon attack, Duan Lingtian, who had long been prepared, drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the air as though it could pierce through everything. It targeted the gigantic axe that was descending on him. Of course, the speed of the arrow breaking through the air was still much slower than the speed of the axe falling down. However, when the two of them collided, an unexpected scene occurred. The gigantic axe was penetrated and exploded like a flame bomb. It instantly turned into nothingness. Penetration Saint Inscription. Explosive Flames Saint Inscription. At the same time, Ouyang Shan could not help but exclaim. It was obvious that he saw the power of the Saint Inscription in Duan Lingtian's arrow. You have a good eye to recognize the Saint Inscription that I used. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Shan nonchalantly and said. Ouyang Shan's eyes gleamed. He was almost certain that the purple-clad young man before him was definitely from a 7th-rated force. Penetration Saint Inscription. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription. When he heard Ouyang Shan's exclamation and saw that Duan Lingtian had confirmed it, Ouyang Qing was inexplicably excited. He had suspected that Duan Lingtian's saint weapon might have more than one 3-star saint inscription inscribed on it. However, he did not expect his guess to be correct. There was a second 3-star saint inscription on Duan Lingtian's saint weapon. The explosive flames saint inscription was similar to the penetration saint inscription. It was also a 3-star saint inscription. Grandfather Shan, kill him. He already suspects that we're from the Ouyang clan. If we let him live, it'll undoubtedly be a disaster for the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Shan and spoke righteously through true energy voice transmission. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian was dead, everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian would become his grandfather Shan's spoils of war. Naturally, his grandfather Shan would not be stingy with giving those things to him. Ouyang Shan took a deep breath. He knew very well that this was the only path he could take. If you think that you can defeat me with just 2 3-star saint inscriptions, then you're wrong, Ouyang Shan said coldly. His night clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. The gravel under his feet was lifted into the air by the aura that was emitted from his body. It was as though it had been given life and wings at this moment. At the same time, a gust of true energy extended from Ouyang Shan's body and transformed into a gigantic axe again. The true energy consolidated weapon could be consolidated and cast at any time unless one's true energy was exhausted. As long as Duan Lingtian was killed, Ouyang Shan could create another one. Unlike the last time when he only used his gigantic axe to deal with Duan Lingtian, Ouyang Shan did not hold back this time. Not only did the gigantic axe appear, but the gigantic eagle that he consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique also flapped its wings and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, he held a saint weapon gigantic axe in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Although the saint weapon gigantic axe in his hand did not have any 3-star saint inscriptions, it had 3 2-star saint inscriptions. In order to kill Duan Lingtian, an intermediate saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, to prevent future trouble, he, a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, attacked without holding back. He unleashed his peak strength as though it could crush everything. Die. Die. If you die, everything you have will be mine. In the distance, Ouyang Qing, who was dressed in night clothes and wearing a grimacing mask, was extremely excited when he saw the scene before him. It was as though he could already see the saint weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand that was inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions waving at him. Moreover, the other wealth that Duan Lingtian had as an outstanding young talent from a 7th-rate force would also be his. Duan Lingtian's expression turned extremely solemn when he saw Ouyang Shan attacking with all his might. Aerolite strike. He lifted his arm and shot another arrow, shattering Ouyang Shan's gigantic axe once again. However, he only had the chance to shoot that arrow. This was because the gigantic eagle that Ouyang Shan consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique had already swooped down near him. It was so fast that he could not shoot a second arrow at all. Chapter 1497. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a perilous situation. There was a strong enemy in front of him and a pursuer behind him. At this critical moment, many thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. Although my cultivation base has broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, I still feel a lot of pressure when facing a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Moreover, this old man from the Ouyang clan is obviously not an ordinary Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. After making a breakthrough in his cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes had become sharper. It was easy for him to see that Ouyang Shan was not an ordinary person. Moreover, this old man actually activated the 3 2-star saint inscriptions on his saint weapon. He's determined to kill me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the reason why Ouyang Shan was determined to kill him. He was worried that if he survived today, it would be detrimental to the Ouyang clan. He believed that when this old man recognized the 2 saint inscriptions on the sun's shooting bow in his hand, he had already vaguely confirmed his identity. It was precisely because of this that the old man's attitude had changed. He was determined to kill him. Only when he was dead would the Ouyang clan be safe. You want me to die? You're destined to be disappointed. Today, the person who dies will be you. As for the Ouyang clan, you're destined to pay the price for what you've done. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. His extremely sharp gaze instantly locked onto Ouyang Shan, who had appeared in front of him as he shouted at the same time. His thunderous voice reverberated in Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing's ears. Shameless boasting. Ouyang Qing sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. Did he think that he, a mere intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, could defeat someone at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage? Moreover, this person at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage was a powerhouse who had half a foot in the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Young and arrogant. Ouyang Shan sneered. The gigantic axe in his hand tore through the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, apart from the raging true energy around the gigantic axe, there were 3 additional strange energies. They were the 3 2-star saint inscriptions on the gigantic saint weapon axe in Ouyang Shan's hand. Whoosh! At the same time, the giant eagle that swooped down was only a foot's distance away from Duan Lingtian. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil that he had been accumulating strength for a long time suddenly activated to its limit. He burned his spiritual energy recklessly. His strange pupil had locked onto the giant eagle that was swooping down from the sky. It was the giant eagle that Ouyang Shan had conjured using his real energy consolidated beast. This giant eagle was condensed from Ouyang Shan's true energy. Even if it faced a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it would still be able to crush them. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate this enormous eagle. The giant eagle was even more powerful than the gigantic axe that Ouyang Shan condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon. Time was of the essence. Duan Lingtian did not have time to shoot another arrow, and Ouyang Shan did not have time to condense another gigantic axe. Die. Ouyang Shan's eyes narrowed. His eyes were cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. In Ouyang Shan's opinion, he could easily kill Duan Lingtian even without the gigantic axe condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon. The gigantic axe condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon was his weakest technique. Strange pupil. Spatial shift. Just as the giant eagle swooped down toward Duan Lingtian used the most heaven-defying ability of his strange pupil. Perhaps the strange pupil that he activated with his current spiritual energy could not perfectly affect a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, but it could affect a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator's true energy consolidated beast easily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian made the giant eagle turn around. At the same time, he took a step to the side. In an instant, the giant eagle that turned around charged toward Ouyang Shan, who was attacking Duan Lingtian from the other side without any hesitation. Ouyang Shan did not have time to react to all of this. He did not expect the giant eagle to break free from his control and turn to attack him. At that moment, he did not even have time to think about anything else. With a shake of the gigantic axe in his hand, he blasted the giant eagle into nothingness with ease. The giant eagle was condensed with his true energy after all. With just a thought, the giant eagle's momentum was reduced. Under his attack, it was shattered. Although I don't know what you did to affect my true energy consolidated beast, You won't be able to escape death today even without the true energy consolidated beast. After destroying the giant eagle, Ouyang Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and launched another attack. Lin. Just as Ouyang Shan launched another attack, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his hand and shot a Dao talisman at Ouyang Shan. At the same time, he shouted and activated the power in the Dao talisman. Do you think you can threaten me with just this Dao talisman's power? In the face of Duan Lingtian's Dao talisman, Ouyang Shan laughed mockingly. He did not even look at the Dao talisman as he shot the gigantic axe in his hand at Duan Lingtian. As for the Dao talisman's power, he was confident that he could destroy it easily. This attack alone was enough. From the beginning until the end, Ouyang Shan did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. This was because in the 9 sect alliances district, only 2 forces had 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Not only that, but they were not spread out. Even in the black market, it was extremely difficult to buy one. These 2 forces were the Profound Talisman sect, one of the 9 major sects, and the Mountain Shade black market. Even in the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade black market, it was rare to see a 3-star offensive Dao talisman among the younger generation. He did not think that he would be so unlucky as to encounter such an existence. Die. Die. In the distance, Ouyang Qing's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask was filled with excitement. It was as though he could already see all of Duan Lingtian's wealth falling into his hands after his death. Boom! However, as the earth-shattering loud bang reverberated, Ouyang Qing's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask completely froze. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. What exactly had happened to make Ouyang Qing so fearful? As the Dao talisman exploded, the void in the distance seemed to distort slightly at this moment. The rolling shockwave continued to blast out a vast airwave that swept in all directions and wreaked havoc in all directions. As for Ouyang Shan, who happened to be within the range of the Dao talisman's energy, apart from the saint weapon in his hand that was blasted away, his entire body was torn into pieces. He did not even have the time to scream. The pieces of flesh that filled the sky were once again attacked by the airwave that seemed to be able to distort space. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. All that was left was a single storage ring that had fallen onto the ground. Ouyang Shan was dead. He was killed before he could even react. A mere perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator dares to ignore a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. It seems like the people from the Ouyang clan are all the same. They're so arrogant that they think the heavens are the most important and they're second. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue as he looked at Ouyang Qing in the distance meaningfully. Apart from the last accident, everything that happened earlier was within his plan. First, he shot an arrow with all his might to shatter Ouyang Shan's true energy consolidated weapon. Then, he used his strange pupil's ability to change the direction of the true energy consolidated beast's attack. Finally, he killed Ouyang Shan with the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Any one of the 3-star offensive Dao talismans could unleash a full-force attack that was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse once it was activated. Even if Ouyang Shan was one of the best among the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators who had half a foot in the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was not a true Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse after all. It was impossible for him to block a full-force attack from a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the last accident was Ouyang Shan being killed directly. In his plan, Ouyang Shan might have survived if he blocked the Dao talisman's energy with all his might. However, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured and become a fish on his chopping board. To his surprise, Ouyang Shan actually ignored the 3-star offensive Dao talisman that he threw out and was killed directly in the end. Grandpa Shan, Ouyang Qing stared blankly at the ground that was dyed red by the bloody mist. He was completely stunned. His Grandpa Shan, who was like an invincible god of war in his eyes, died just like that? A 3-star offensive Dao talisman, a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Who is he? How can he have a 3-star offensive Dao talisman? At this moment, no matter how stupid Ouyang Qing was, he realized that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Moreover, this iron plate was so hard that even the entire Ouyang clan behind him might not dare to kick it. Ouyang Qing's heart trembled. After inhaling a breath of cold air, he quickly regained his senses. He knew very well that he would not be able to escape death if he continued to stay here. With that thought in mind, Ouyang Qing wanted to escape. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard a cold voice coming from behind him. Ouyang Qing, if you don't want to die, you'd better stay there obediently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing's face that was covered by the grimace mask froze again. He did not dare to move anymore and stood there obediently. Why, you're really not going to kill me? Ouyang Qing asked in a trembling voice. He no longer pretended to be hoarse because he knew there was no point in pretending now. Duan Lingtian had already taken control of the situation before him. Now, it was Duan Lingtian who was in charge. Why? Are you doubting my words? Duan Lingtian sneered. And no. No. Ouyang Qing did not know why, but when he heard Duan Lingtian sneer, he recalled the scene where Ouyang Shan was blasted into a bloody mist by the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. His heart trembled for no reason as boundless fear rose in him. With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian put away Ouyang Shan's saint weapon, gigantic axe, and spatial ring before walking toward Ouyang Qing. Take off your mask and remove the ownership of the spatial ring on your hand. Give it to me. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, that old man from before will be your example. Chapter 1498. I won't. I won't. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's threat, Ouyang Qing quickly shook his head. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. Right now, he looked like a frightened bird. Ouyang Qing's pale face was revealed after he took off the ghost mask. His eyes were filled with fear and it did not fade away for a long time. I'll give it to you. After removing the ownership of the spatial ring in his hand, Ouyang Qing handed it over to Duan Lingtian obediently. He was very cooperative. Of course, behind this cooperation, his heart was also bleeding. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. However, he did not expect that in the end, it was Duan Lingtian who took away his spatial ring. He could not reject it at all. Or rather, he did not dare to reject it. When he thought about how his grandfather Shan, the dignified second elder of the Ouyang clan, died in Duan Lingtian's hands, Ouyang Qing did not have any thoughts of resisting. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed Ouyang Qing's arm like an iron clamp. He carried him away from the garbage dump and returned to the place where they turned earlier. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought Ouyang Qing all the way to the north. Why, you're from the 9 sect alliances? Seeing that Duan Lingtian was bringing him closer to the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, Ouyang Qing's voice began to tremble slightly due to fear. Weren't you quite unyielding when I went to the Ouyang clan today? Why are you so cowardly now? I'm really not used to it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing indifferently and said. His words made Ouyang Qing's face and ears turn red, but he was speechless. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, What are you trying to do? What are you going to do to me? You said that, you won't kill me. You can't go back on your words. Ouyang Qing was completely flustered. When he found out that Duan Lingtian had used a 3-star offensive Dao talisman to kill Ouyang Shan, he realized that the Duan Lingtian must have a frightening background. However, that was only his own guess after all. It might not be true. Perhaps the Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a treasure left behind by an expert. Perhaps the 3-star Dao talisman came from that treasure. However, now that he realized that Duan Lingtian might really be a member of the 9 sect alliances, the last bit of hope in his heart had completely vanished. He knew clearly in his heart that if Duan Lingtian was a member of the 9 sect alliances, even if he killed him, the Ouyang clan behind him would not dare to say a word. Duan Lingtian could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. There was no need for him to fear anything. Realizing that his life was in Duan Lingtian's hands, Ouyang Qing was scared, really scared. I said that I won't kill you, so naturally, I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing in disgust as he thought to himself, if it was not for the fact that this guy still has some value, I would not have spared his life at all. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had guessed that Duan Lingtian might want to use him for something, he did not think too much about it. To him, it was fine as long as he could survive. As long as he did not die, he would do anything. This was because once a person died, there would be nothing left. He would completely disappear from this world and vanish into thin air. The Nine Sect Alliance's regional headquarters occupied a large area in the north of Han River City. This area was divided into 9 small areas. They were the strongholds of the 9 major sects in the Nine Sect Alliance's regional headquarters in Han River City. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, Duan Lingtian was stopped. Who are you? Why have you come to our Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters so late at night? The entrance of the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters was brightly lit. There were 9 people standing on both sides of the entrance, making a total of 18 people. Right now, one of them was looking at Duan Lingtian and asking with a frown. I'm a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian replied. Since he had come to the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, of course, he would have to report his identity. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter at all. Moon Illumination sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing, who was being lifted up by him, narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face. Now, he finally knew Duan Lingtian's identity. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was from the Moon Illumination sect. However, it was a little too late for him to find out now. You're from the Moon Illumination sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man who questioned Duan Lingtian with a frown relaxed his brows. At the same time, he looked at the other 2 people among the 18 people. Lu Hai, Lu Yu, since he claims to be from your Moon Illumination sect, I'll let you verify his identity. The 2 people who were called Lu Hai and Lu Yu, one of them looked young while the other looked middle-aged. Both of them nodded their heads and walked up to Duan Lingtian at the same time. You said you're a disciple of our Moon Illumination sect? Do you have the sect's token? Lu Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked courteously. Although Duan Lingtian looked very young, Lu Yu, who had been wandering outside for many years, could tell that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary bearing. Even if he was a Moon Illumination sect's disciple, he should not be an ordinary Moon Illumination sect's disciple. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. At the same time, he took out a token and passed it to Lu Yu. It was the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple identity token. There's no mistake about the token. But, you're an outer court disciple? Lu Yu asked in surprise as he returned the token to Duan Lingtian after verifying the token. Duan Lingtian greets senior brother Lu Yu and senior brother Lu Hai. Duan Lingtian casually tossed Ouyang Qing aside as though he was throwing away trash. He cupped his hands slightly and greeted Lu Yu and Lu Hai. Judging from the identity tokens on both of their waists, one could tell they were inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. However, the moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Lu Yu and Lu Hai were dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian? Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple? At this moment, the other 16 people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison as though there was something about Duan Lingtian that attracted them. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was stunned as well. Why you're Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Ouyang Qing, who was casually tossed aside by Duan Lingtian, also looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian. You know me too. Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Was he really that famous? Junior brother Duan, don't you know that your name has almost spread throughout the entire Nine Sect Alliance's district? At this moment, Lu Yu finally regained his senses. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question to Ouyang Qing, he could not help but smile wryly. Almost spread throughout the entire Nine Sect Alliance's district. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ever since you killed Feng Fan, who was ranked 99th on the Earth ranking, and replaced him not long after you entered the sect, your name has begun to spread throughout the 9 sect alliances district. Lu Yu sighed emotionally. Later on, you defeated He Zhong, who was ranked 66th on the Earth ranking, and directly entered the 66th place on the Earth ranking, stunning the entire 9 sect alliances district. Currently, in the 9 sect alliances district, as long as it's not too remote, as long as it's not too uninformed, there's almost no one who hasn't heard of you. Lu Yu continued. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. After all was said and done, it turned out that it was all related to the Earth ranking. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As far as he knew, the Earth ranking was the ranking of the entire 9 sect alliances district. It gathered the most outstanding powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances district. Since it was related to the Earth ranking, it was not strange that news about him had spread throughout the entire 9 sect alliances district. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not know about it because he did not think about it. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly become a household name in the 9 sect alliances district. Although those who were ranked on the Earth ranking were only martial or Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage, all of them were at the peak of the mortal shedding stage without exception. Most importantly, junior brother Duan, you're only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator entering the 66th place on the Earth ranking is something that has never happened before in the history of the Earth ranking. At this moment, Lu Hai sighed emotionally. He's Duan Lingtian? He looks really young. I heard that he's only 35 years old. 35 years old, and he managed to enter the 66th place on the Earth ranking. His strength and innate talent are indeed shocking. I heard that he's only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. I don't think it's possible, right? I think it's impossible as well. It's most likely a gimmick that those guys from the Moon Illumination sect came up with on purpose to attract attention. The other 16 middle-aged men and young men who were guarding the entrance of the 9 sect alliance's headquarters discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they did not believe that Duan Lingtian could enter the 66th place on the Earth ranking with his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. I heard that this Duan Lingtian has even been accepted as a disciple by Elder Bai Lihong of the Moon Illumination sect on behalf of his master. This is the most shocking thing. This news must be true since it was spread by the Moon Illumination sect. That's right. Who would dare to spread fake news when it concerns Elder Bai Lihong? Putting everything else aside, just based on this alone, we can't offend this Duan Lingtian. Offending him is equivalent to offending Elder Bai Lihong. When the 16 of them reached this point, dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. As for Ouyang Qing, who was thrown to the ground by Duan Lingtian, he was dumbfounded when he found out that the person he was plotting against was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse who was ranked 66th on the Earth ranking. He was one of the best in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. It would be fine if this was all. What really terrified him was Duan Lingtian's identity. Duan Lingtian was the junior brother of Bai Lihong, the 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect. There were only a few 3-star Saint Inscription Masters in the entire 9 sect alliances district. No wonder. No wonder there are so many 3-star Saint inscriptions on his saint weapon. As Bai Lihong's junior brother, it's only natural that he doesn't lack 3-star saint inscriptions. At this moment, Ouyang Qing finally understood many things. However, it was already too late when he finally figured it out. Junior brother Duan, who's this? Chapter 1499. Isn't this the Ouyang clan's eldest young master, Ouyang Qing? Right at that moment, one of the 16 people recognized Ouyang Qing. The Ouyang clan's eldest young master? At once, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes landed on Ouyang Qing, causing him to become the center of attention. If it was in the past when he had a glamorous identity, Ouyang Qing would definitely be proud of himself for being noticed by the people from the 9 sect alliances. However, at this moment, he was like a stray dog with his head lowered, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. The Ouyang clan's eldest young master? Although Lu Yu and Lu Hai were surprised when they heard that the person sitting on the ground in a daze was the Ouyang clan's eldest young master, they were not too shocked. As people from a seventh-rate sect, it was only natural that they would not take someone from an eighth-rate clan seriously. Junior brother Duan, Yu and him, however, the two of them were still curious about the matter between Duan Lingtian and the Ouyang clan's eldest young master. This was because they had noticed that the Ouyang clan's eldest young master was carried by Duan Lingtian with just one hand. It was obvious that the two of them were not friends. Right now, the two of them were looking at Ouyang Qing with hostility in their eyes. Unless there was an unresolvable conflict between the Moon Illumination sect's disciples, they would always be united against outsiders. For this reason, after realizing that Ouyang Qing might have offended Duan Lingtian, both Lu Yu and Lu Hai were filled with hostility toward him. Sensing the hostility in their eyes, Ouyang Qing was so frightened that his body began to tremble even more violently. The matter between me and him can't be explained in just a few sentences. Senior brothers, the reason I came to the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters so late at night is to look for Elder Hui. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing nonchalantly. When he looked at Lu Yu and Lu Hai again, his face was filled with friendliness. It was as though he was a completely different person compared to when he looked at Ouyang Qing. So, junior brother Duan is here to look for Elder Hui. I'll bring you in now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly said. Elder Hui was one of the people in charge arranged by the Moon Illumination sect at the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters. Among the three Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials who were stationed at the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, he could be considered as the second in command. Apart from that, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect knew that as a two-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect, Elder Hui was very close to Bai Li Hong, the three-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect. He even claimed that Bai Li Hong was like a brother to him. Therefore, in Lu Yu's opinion, even if Elder Hui was resting or cultivating, he would not reject Duan Lingtian's visit. After all, Duan Lingtian was elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian hastily expressed his gratitude. With a raise of his hand, he grabbed Ouyang Qing and followed Lu Yu into the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian politely said goodbye to Lu Hai. With junior brother Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, it's really rare for him to be so polite to an ordinary inner court disciple like me. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing silhouette, Lu Hai's eyes were filled with excitement. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man in front of him was destined to soar into the sky as long as he did not die prematurely. If he stayed in the Moon Illumination sect in the future, he would most likely be the next sect leader. How could he not be excited when such a person was so polite to him? Looks like the Ouyang clan's great young master is going to be in trouble. Who could he have offended, yet he dared to offend Duan Lingtian? At the entrance of the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, many people sighed. That's right. Let alone the Ouyang clan's great young master, even the clan leader of the Ouyang clan wouldn't dare to offend Duan Lingtian even if he had 100 guts. Many people nodded in agreement. However, that Ouyang clan's great young master should have heard of Duan Lingtian before. But why would he dare to offend Duan Lingtian? You don't know about this, right? You speak as if you know about it. Although I don't know about it, I saw it earlier. When Duan Lingtian announced his name, the Ouyang clan's great young master immediately panicked. It's obvious that he didn't know about Duan Lingtian's identity beforehand. You even noticed this? Your zodiac sign is an eagle, right? Your eyes are so sharp. If that's really the case, then Duan Lingtian must be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Looks like the Ouyang clan has kicked an iron plate this time and is going to be in big trouble. Apart from Lu Hai, the other 16 people looked at each other and saw pity in each other's eyes. It was pity for the Ouyang clan. Humph. Junior brother Duan is such a good-tempered person. If it wasn't for that Ouyang clan's great young master who offended him, it's impossible for him to make such a big fuss. Although Lu Hai had not spent much time with Duan Lingtian, he could see that Duan Lingtian was definitely not the kind of rich playboy who would be arrogant just because he had some confidence. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian carried Ouyang Qing and followed Lu Yu to the Moon Illumination Sect's base in the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters. The Moon Illumination Sect's base in the Nine Sect Alliance's district was a mansion that occupied a vast area. Although it was not as big as the Ouyang clan's mansion, it was not much smaller. Senior Brother Lu Yu, are those people on duty with you and Senior Brother Lu Hai from the other 8 great sects? On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled the other 16 people he saw at the entrance of the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters and asked curiously. That's right. Lu Yu nodded. There's a total of 18 people on duty at the entrance of the Alliance's headquarters, including Lu Hai and I. 2 people from each of the 9 great sects are on duty, and it just so happens that it's Lu Hai and my turn to be on duty these few days. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was almost the same as what he had guessed previously. There was not much difference. Now that you've appeared in front of the people from the other 8 great sects, I'm afraid the entire Han River City will know that you've come to Han River City after tomorrow. By then, you must be mentally prepared. Lu Yu suddenly seemed to have recalled something and reminded him. Mentally prepared? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What kind of preparation? Of course, it's preparation to deal with those mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who want to replace you and become the 66th person on the Earth rankings. Lu Yu said, it's still alright when you killed Feng Fan and replaced him as the 99th person on the Earth rankings. After all, that was a death duel. It's impossible for Feng Fan to let you win. However, many people suspect that he Zhong let you win on purpose during the battle later. When Lu Yu reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and secretly sighed in relief when he realized that he was not angry. Let me win on purpose? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he smiled. Just because both He Zhong and I are Moon Illumination Sect's disciples. Is that why He Zhong let me win? That's not the only reason. Lu Yu shook his head and said, right now, many people are spreading rumors that He Zhong lost to you on purpose because he was afraid of Elder Bai Li Hong's pressure and willingly became your stepping stone. Moreover, very few people believe that you're only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Their imaginations are really good. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as if he did not care about those people's opinions at all. What a joke. Currently, he had already broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Let alone the challenges from those mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who wanted to replace him, he could even easily crush the strongest person on the Earth rankings. No matter how powerful the Earth rankings powerhouses were, they could only defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength was on par with intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. However, Duan Lingtian's current strength could crush mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Even if he faced an ordinary perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he might still be able to fight them. Naturally, if he faced a perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse like Ouyang Shan who had 1 foot in the paramount mortal shedding stage, he would still be no match for him if he did not use a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Of course, all of this was only temporary. Once Duan Lingtian broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastered the true energy consolidated weapon technique, or cultivated the Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to its peak, he might be able to defeat Ouyang Shan. He might not necessarily be unable to fight a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse like Ouyang Shan in a fair and square battle. Junior Brother Duan, I admire you more and more now. Lu Yu exclaimed, if I were in your shoes and heard these rumors, I definitely wouldn't be as calm as you are. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, but he did not explain. He had experienced 2 lifetimes, so he was already indifferent to rumors. Naturally, he would not care about them. Moreover, he did not feel guilty. I'd like to see how many ignorant people are going to challenge me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. If Lu Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was already at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, and if he knew what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind, he would definitely mourn for the mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who came to challenge Duan Lingtian after hearing that Duan Lingtian was in Han River City. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qing who was being held in Duan Lingtian's hand was in shock. He was hoping that Duan Lingtian would not go back on his words and kill him. His only thought now was that he hoped that he could survive. When Lu Yu brought Duan Lingtian to the courtyard where Elder Hui lived, it was just as Lu Yu had expected. After hearing that Duan Lingtian had come, Elder Hui immediately rushed out personally and welcomed him in. Ha! Junior brother Duan, I finally get to meet you. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't leave recently, I would have returned to the sect to see you, the genius who's recognized as junior brother by senior brother Bai Li. When Elder Hui welcomed Duan Lingtian into the courtyard, he laughed out loud and said with incomparable enthusiasm. Elder Hui's full name was Dong Hui. He was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He looked kind and amiable. Lu Yu, who followed Duan Lingtian in, was already dumbfounded. Was this amiable old man in front of him really Elder Hui? One must know that although Elder Hui was not bad-tempered in the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, he was still very cold and did not interact much with other people. Chapter 1500. At this moment, Lu Yu finally realized that the rumors were true. The relationship between Elder Hui and Elder Bai Li was indeed not ordinary. Elder Hui, I'll take my leave first. Since he had brought Duan Lingtian in, Lu Yu naturally took his leave tactfully. All right. Dong Hui merely nodded his head nonchalantly in the face of Lu Yu. Lu Yu then bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Thank you for leading the way, senior brother Lu Yu. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian watched Lu Yu leave before he looked at Dong Hui and cupped his hands together. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Hui. Why? Are you not happy that I called you junior brother? Do you think I'm not worthy to be your senior brother? Dong Hui asked with a straight face when he heard Duan Lingtian greeting him. Senior brother Hui. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Although he could see that Dong Hui was purposely putting on a straight face, he could only go along with it. At the same time, he also realized that the relationship between Dong Hui and his senior brother was much closer than he had imagined. That's right. A bright smile appeared on Dong Hui's face when he heard Duan Lingtian changing the way he addressed him. He is? Soon after, Dong Hui's gaze shifted to Ouyang Qing, who had been thrown aside by Duan Lingtian earlier. He could faintly guess that this fellow must have something to do with Duan Lingtian coming to look for him. He's Ouyang clan's eldest young master, Ouyang Qing. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing nonchalantly and said, Ouyang clan? The Ouyang clan in the east city of Han River City? Dong Hui raised his brow and asked. Yes, it's that Ouyang clan. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? Did he offend you, junior brother Duan? Dong Hui asked. It's fine if he only offended me. The problem is, he joined forces with a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage elder from the Ouyang clan to kill me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed fiercely. What? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Dong Hui's expression changed. When he looked at Ouyang Qing again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In his heart, he had long regarded Bai Li Hong as his teacher in the Saint Inscription Dao. When he found out that Bai Li Hong had acknowledged a young man as his junior brother, although he had yet to meet the young man, he still treated the young man as his junior brother. He had imagined many situations when he would meet this junior brother of his, but never would he have thought that when they really met, it would be in such a situation. If something happened to Duan Lingtian in Han River City, how could he face senior brother Bai Li Hong? Therefore, Dong Hui was enraged, thoroughly enraged. Sensing Dong Hui's killing intent, Ouyang Qing's body trembled in fear. Terrified to the extreme, he said to Duan Lingtian in a panic, Duan Lingtian, you said you wouldn't kill me. You said you wouldn't kill me. You can't go back on your words. Huh? When Dong Hui heard Ouyang Qing's words, he could not help but frown as he looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. He could not figure it out. Why was Duan Lingtian so lenient to someone who wanted to kill him? What I said is final. Why are you panicking? Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, scaring Ouyang Qing so much that he immediately shut his mouth. However, there's a condition when I said I wouldn't kill you. The condition is that you'll cooperate with me obediently and won't play any tricks. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I'll definitely cooperate with you. I won't play any tricks. Ouyang Qing quickly said as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would regret it if he was too slow. Speak. Who's the old man who came with you to kill me? With his ability, he must be an elder of the Ouyang clan. I'm sure of that. Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Ouyang Qing. His name is Ouyang Shan, and he's the second elder of our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Qing did not dare to hesitate and immediately said. Did he come under your father's orders or was he instigated by you? Duan Lingtian asked again. It wasn't my father's orders. Ouyang Qing shook his head. Then, you're the one who instigated him? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. No. No. Ouyang Qing was so frightened that he immediately shook his head when he saw the cold gleam that flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. I didn't instigate him. I didn't instigate him. It's him. He heard about you and knew that you have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. He wanted to kill you and steal your treasure. Ouyang Qing pushed all the blame onto Ouyang Shan, who was already dead. If Ouyang Shan, who was on the Yellow Springs path, heard Ouyang Qing's words, who knew if he would be so infuriated that he would vomit 3 liters of blood or be so infuriated that he would remain silent. He might even regret agreeing to Ouyang Qing's request to attack Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not believe Ouyang Qing's words. However, all of this was not important to him anymore. Your Ouyang clan is really bold. Dong Hui, who was standing at the side, was enraged when he heard Ouyang Qing's words. How dare you think of killing our Moon Illumination sect's disciple? It seems like your Ouyang clan has been living a peaceful life for too long. Do you really think that Han River City will be turned upside down without your Ouyang clan? Junior brother Duan, you promised not to kill him, but as your senior brother, I didn't. In my opinion, since he's from the Ouyang clan, and the Ouyang clan dares to offend our Moon Illumination sect, there's no need to keep him alive. Although Dong Hui wanted to kill Ouyang Qing with a slap, he respected Duan Lingtian and did not attack him directly. No. You can't kill me. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Ouyang Qing panicked. That was right. Duan Lingtian said that he would not kill him, but he did not say that others would not kill him as well. Duan Lingtian, you promised not to kill me. Naturally, you can't watch others kill me. This has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. It's all because of Ouyang Shan. Yes. It's Ouyang Shan. He was the one who coveted your saint artifact. He wanted to kill you and seize your saint artifact. Ouyang Qing's face was pale as he tried his best to defend himself. After glancing at Ouyang Qing with disgust, Duan Lingtian did not look at him anymore. Instead, he looked at Dong Hui. Senior brother Hui, it doesn't matter to me whether he lives or not. However, I'd like to ask you one thing, senior brother Hui. Can I uproot the entire Ouyang clan just because of this? Duan Lingtian asked seriously when he reached the end of his sentence. Dong Hui fell silent when he heard that. After a while, he shook his head. I'm afraid you can't do that. Even if the sect is willing to help you, the most you can do is to make the people who are related to this pay a price. It's impossible to destroy the Ouyang clan. After all, the Ouyang clan is one of the best among the 8th-rate clans in Han River City. They have a partnership with the 9 sect alliances as well. Destroying the Ouyang clan will definitely cause the other 8 great sects to suffer a great loss. They won't agree to it. Dong Hui said. I guessed it would be the same as well. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, so, I don't plan to take his life. I plan to use him in this matter to make a deal with the Ouyang clan. Duan Lingtian emphasized the word deal. Dong Hui was stunned. After a while, he realized what Duan Lingtian meant by deal. There was no doubt that he wanted to extort a sum from the Ouyang clan. That's easy to handle. Dong Hui nodded and said apologetically, "Junior brother Duan, I'm really sorry that I couldn't avenge you." In his opinion, he would not be able to answer to Duan Lingtian if he could not destroy the Ouyang clan. He would not be able to answer to Bai Li Hong, who was behind Duan Lingtian. Therefore, his heart was filled with apologies. "Senior brother Hui, how can you say that you didn't avenge me? I'll have to leave the negotiation with the Ouyang clan to you." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Don't worry, junior brother Duan. I'll definitely handle this matter properly," Dong Hui said solemnly. The next morning, in the Ouyang clan's mansion, the clan leader, Ouyang Ba, was furious. "What? You didn't find that unfilial son?" Ouyang Ba looked at Ouyang Ji and asked solemnly, "Did you hide him for the sake of the second elder?" "Clan leader, I wouldn't dare to go against you even if I had 10 more guts." Ouyang Ji was shocked when he heard Ouyang Ba's words. He smiled bitterly. Ouyang Ba's expression softened when he heard that. He was only testing Ouyang Ji earlier. He was not worried about this steward because Ouyang Ji had never disobeyed his orders. "Father, what do we do now? Are we still going?" Ouyang Ruo, who was beside Ouyang Ba, asked. "Yes. Of course we're going." Ouyang Ba gritted his teeth and said, "That unfilial son, I'll skin him alive when I see him later." Just as Ouyang Ba was about to bring Ouyang Ruo and the big gift he had prepared to the inn where Duan Lingtian was staying to apologize to Duan Lingtian, an anxious and panicked voice came from afar. "Clan leader, this is bad. This is bad." The person who came was one of the Ouyang clan's guards. To be more precise, it was the Ouyang clan's guard at the entrance. "What's the matter? Why are you so anxious?" Ouyang Ba was already in a fit of anger. When the guard made such a fuss, it was like adding oil to the fire. His tone was not pleasant at all. "Clan leader, it's the first young master. The first young master is..." The guard's body trembled. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ouyang Ba again. "What did you say? That unfilial son? You have news about that unfilial son? Where is he?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Ba appeared in front of the guard like a gust of wind and asked with a solemn face. The Ouyang clan's guard felt like he was suffocating when he saw the clan leader, who was usually high and mighty, appearing in front of him so close to him. Ouyang Ba's imperious aura gave him a great pressure. "Clan leader, I think it's better to let him speak properly." At this moment, Ouyang Ji stepped forward and spoke to Ouyang Ba. He then asked the guard to take a few steps back. "If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't panic." "Yes, yes." Chapter 1501. The words of the family guard who had barged in rashly shocked Ouyang Ba, Ouyang Ji, and Ouyang Nuo. The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters? Detained Ouyang Qin. "Brother, what have you done? How did you offend the 9 Sect Alliances?" Ouyang Ruo's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, she stole a glance at Ouyang Ba, only to realize that her father was also shocked and had not recovered from his shock for a long time. "Are you sure he's from the 9 Sect Alliances?" Ouyang Ji secretly gasped and asked the family guard in front of him in a deep voice. "That's what he said." The family guard replied. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ji vaguely realized that this matter must be true. In the 9 Sect Alliance's territory, nobody dared to pretend to be from the 9 Sect Alliance's territory. Moreover, they did it in the Ouyang clan. Clan leader, taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ji looked at Ouyang Ba. He could understand Ouyang Ba's current feelings. B*****. Finally, Ouyang Ba regained his senses. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. He had never thought that his son would offend a young genius who was suspected to be from a 7th-rated force, and now, he had offended the 9 Sect Alliances. The 9 Sect Alliances was an alliance formed by the 9 great 7th-rated forces. Moreover, their Ouyang clan's businesses in Han River City were almost entirely dependent on the 9 Sect Alliances. As long as the 9 Sect Alliances gave an order, their Ouyang clan would be removed from the Han River City's business world immediately. Without any hesitation, Ouyangba did not even have the time to greet the others. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was and went directly to the 9 sect alliances. At this moment, he had also forgotten about Duan Lingtian. To him, the 9 sect alliances matter was the most important matter at the moment. This time, even if the eldest young master comes back, I'm afraid he won't have a good time. Ouyang Ji sighed. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ruo's eyes were filled with worry. She was worried about her brother, Ouyang Qing. On the way to the 9 sect alliances headquarters, Ouyangba had thought of many scenarios when he arrived at the 9 sect alliances headquarters. He was already prepared to clean up his useless son's mess. However, when he learned about the trouble his son had caused, he almost fainted. Elder Hui, is there a misunderstanding? With my understanding of that unfilial son of mine, even if he was given 100 guts, it's not very likely that he would have any devious thoughts towards that genius disciple of your esteemed sect. When Ouyangba heard from Dong Hui that his son had gotten into trouble, his first reaction was disbelief. Although his son was a spoiled brat, he was not a brainless idiot. Of this, he was very sure. What? Does Ouyang family head think that I am slandering your son? Dong Hui asked calmly. I don't dare. Although he had this thought in his mind, Ouyangba naturally did not dare to say it out loud. I just think it's quite impossible. Although my unfilial son is mischievous, he would never dare to provoke that genius disciple of your esteemed sect, Duan Lingtian. Ouyang family head, it seems that you have really underestimated your son. Dong Hui took a deep look at Ouyangba before speaking to the inner room. Junior brother Duan, bring him out for a face-to-face confrontation. Let the Ouyang clan's clan leader know that the people from our Moon Illumination sect won't stoop to slandering the Ouyang clan. When Dong Hui spoke, Ouyangba also looked in the direction of the inner room. When he saw the figure walking out of the inner room, he was completely dumbfounded. Belittle brother Duan? This was because he knew the purple-clad young man in front of him. They had just met yesterday, and he was even planning to apologize to him at the inn he was staying at this morning. However, since his son had offended the people from the 9 sect alliances, he could only come over to clean up his son's mess. When he heard that his son actually wanted to kill Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect, he was even more terrified. At that moment, his heart felt as though it was about to jump out of his chest. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he was no stranger to this name. He was an outstanding outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. Apart from that, he was also the junior brother acknowledged by Elder Bai Lihong of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Lihong was a well-known figure in the 9 sect alliances district. He was one of the only 2 3-star saint inscription masters in the 9 sect alliances district. His position was so special that even the sect leaders of the 9 great 7th-rate sects had to treat him with respect. He was a figure that even he had to look up to. If such a figure acknowledged a junior brother, even he would have to be humble if he met him. Yet, his son actually wanted to kill him? He could not believe it. Humph. Who do you think my junior brother Duan is? How dare you call him your brother? Dong Hui snorted coldly. Immediately, Ouyangba changed his words. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. The clan leader of the Ouyang clan in Han River City, Ouyangba, greets young Master Duan. I was unaware of young Master Duan's identity yesterday and neglected you. Please forgive me, young Master Duan. At this moment, Ouyangba's heart was in turmoil. It had never crossed his mind that the young genius who was suspected to be from a 7th-rate force who had saved his daughter in the Jianghu mountain range was actually Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect, the monstrous genius who had become famous in the entire 9 sect alliances district in recent months. At this moment, he was already scolding his daughter for being stupid in his heart. If it was not for the fact that she had offended Duan Lingtian in the Jianghu mountain range, their Ouyang clan might have been able to establish a connection with Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent and Bai Lihong's support, it was not impossible for him to become the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect in the future. Clan leader Ouyang, you look good. Looks like you must have had a good sleep last night. Duan Lingtian casually tossed Ouyang Qing to the ground as if he was throwing away trash. He looked at Ouyang Ba and said calmly. At this moment, not only was Duan Lingtian's tone calm, but his face was also calm. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. Ouyang Qing had just been carried out by Duan Lingtian. When he saw Ouyang Ba, he had already called out to him through true energy voice transmission, "Father! Save me! Save me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Father, I'm your only son. You can't give up on me." However, in the face of his call for help, Ouyang Ba only glared at him fiercely and ignored him. From the beginning until the end, Ouyang Ba's attention had been on Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew that Duan Lingtian was the key to this matter. Only by calming down Duan Lingtian's rage would there be a way to resolve this matter. At this moment, he already believed that his son wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he also knew that his son had done such a stupid thing because he did not know Duan Lingtian's background. After all, before this, they only knew that the purple-clad young man in front of them had the surname Duan. They did not know that he was the Duan Lingtian who had been spreading like wildfire in the 9th Sect Alliance's district recently. He believed that if Duan Lingtian had told him who he was yesterday, his son would definitely not have gotten into a conflict with him. At this moment, he could not help but resent Duan Lingtian in his heart. Was he not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Of course, although he resented him in his heart, he did not dare to voice it out. "It's all right." When he heard Duan Lingtian say that he slept well last night, Ouyang Ba responded by instinct. "Clan leader Ouyang, you slept well, but I didn't sleep at all last night. All of this is thanks to your Ouyang clan's eldest young master and second elder." Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Ba indifferently and said, "Second elder?" When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Ba's expression changed drastically. He glared at Ouyang Qing immediately. "Unfilial son. You actually dragged the second elder into this matter as well?" At this moment, Ouyang Ba finally realized that things were more complicated than he had imagined. If it was only his son, with his son's ability, he might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. However, now that the matter was related to their Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. "Father, I only told Ouyang Shan about Duan Ling. Young Master Duan. Who knew that he actually coveted the saint weapon inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription in young Master Duan's hand and wanted to kill young Master Duan." Now, when Ouyang Qing mentioned Duan Lingtian, he cleverly changed the way he addressed him. As for his grandfather Shan, he was also calling him by his name. Fortunately, young Master Duan is blessed by God and has the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Otherwise, he would have definitely died in Ouyang Shan's hands, Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Qing said to Ouyang Ba. Anger was written all over his face as though he was really worried about Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Ouyang Ba knew about his son's background. He would not believe what Ouyang Qing said even if he was beaten to death. This was because their Ouyang clan's second elder was definitely not someone who would take such a risk. Although Duan Lingtian did not reveal his identity earlier, they were almost certain that he was from a 7th-rated force. As it turned out, their guess was right. Duan Lingtian was indeed from a 7th-rated force. Moreover, his position in that 7th-rated force was extraordinary. Naturally, under such circumstances, Ouyang Ba would not deny Ouyang Qing's words. After all, Ouyang Qing was his son. No matter how much of a bastard his son was, he would not watch him die here. "Where's second elder now?" Ouyang Ba asked Ouyang Qing through true energy voice transmission. In his opinion, even if their Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan, was no match for the 3-star offensive Dao talisman, he should be able to survive. "Father, grandfather Shan is dead. He was killed by Duan Lingtian's 3-star offensive Dao talisman." At that critical moment, grandfather Shan didn't seem to realize that the talisman that Duan Lingtian threw out was a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Ouyang Qing replied through true energy voice transmission. He sounded like he was about to cry. That's right. How did Duan Lingtian get his hands on a 3-star offensive Dao talisman? Even in the 9 sect alliances district, only the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade Black Market have 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Their 3-star offensive Dao talismans are almost never given to outsiders. At this moment, Ouyang Ba finally regained his senses and realized this. Chapter 1502. It was no wonder Dong Hui would think that way. In the Moon Illumination sect, even the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, might not be able to take out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. As a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, Bai Lihong might have other ways to get a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Young Master Duan, this matter is indeed our Ouyang clan's fault. Even I, the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, didn't expect that Ouyang Shan would be so daring. He actually dared to covet young Master Duan and even tried to kill you. Ouyang Ba looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically. When he reached the end of his sentence, he pretended to rejoice. Fortunately, young Master Duan is blessed by God, and Ouyang Shan has been killed as well. It's a happy ending for everyone. A happy ending for everyone? Duan Lingtian smirked and looked at Ouyang Ba meaningfully, causing Ouyang Ba to feel guilty. However, no matter what, Ouyang Shan is still our Ouyang clan's second elder. Although he's dead, our Ouyang clan still has to bear the main responsibility for this matter. Although our Ouyang clan can't take out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, we're willing to take out other things as compensation. Besides, we're willing to pay more to help you get over your shock, young Master Duan. As the current clan leader of Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba was, naturally, a shrewd person. When he saw that his son was alive and well, he could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian and Dong Hui's intention. They wanted to extort a sum of money from the Ouyang clan and make them bleed. Therefore, before Duan Lingtian could speak, he took the initiative to bring it up. As for Ouyang Qing, he did not say anything more because he knew there was no need to do so now. Clan leader Ouyang is a straightforward person indeed. Since clan leader Ouyang is so straightforward, it's only natural that I won't keep harping on this matter. You can take Ouyang Qing away. However, I hope clan leader Ouyang can show some sincerity in certain matters. Otherwise, this matter might not end just like that. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by Ouyang Ba's tact, he did not plan to harp on this matter since he had achieved his goal. However, he still warned Ouyang Ba. What he meant was, he did not want Ouyang Ba to brush him off with some deceptive things. Definitely. Definitely. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Ba broke out in a cold sweat. He really did have the thought of giving Duan Lingtian something not too valuable. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. He could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian, nor could he afford to offend the entire Ouyang family behind him. 3 days later, Senior Brother Hui and I will pay you a visit. At that time, I hope clan leader Ouyang can prepare your sincerity. Personally, I'm also very interested in things that ordinary people can't recognize. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ouyang Ba and said. As for the last sentence, it was for the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Perhaps there were some unknown materials in the Ouyang family's collection that were needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Although the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had been repaired, Duan Lingtian was not satisfied at all. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had a total of 7 levels. Even if the 3rd level was repaired, it was not even half of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Don't worry, young Master Duan. I'll definitely satisfy you. Although his heart was bleeding, Ouyang Ba still forced a smile in response to Duan Lingtian. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Dong Hui, he left with Ouyang Qing. When they were leaving, Ouyang Qing, who had just survived a disaster, had excitement in his eyes. He followed behind Ouyang Ba obediently without saying a word. At the end of the day, he was the one who caused this disaster, and he was very guilty. Father, scold me if you want. After leaving the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, Ouyang Qing was not used to Ouyang Ba's silence. I want to know the truth of the matter. Ouyang Ba opened his mouth, but he did not have the intention to scold Ouyang Qing. His tone was terrifyingly calm. When Ouyang Qing heard this, he did not dare to hide the truth. He told the whole story in detail. When he mentioned that Ouyang Shan was killed, he noticed that his father's body trembled slightly. He quickly added, "I'm the one who killed Grandpa Shan. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Since you know that it's your fault, it means that you're not hopeless yet. The second elder was killed because of you this time. Not only you, even I feel guilty toward him." Ouyang Ba said nonchalantly. "Yes, I feel guilty toward Grandpa Shan." Ouyang Qing nodded immediately, not daring to refute. "After we go back this time, I plan to send you to the Nether Ridge." Ouyang Ba's eyes flashed. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by determination. Nether Ridge? Upon hearing Ouyang Ba's words, Ouyang Qing, who appeared to be very obedient, had a change of expression in an instant. He roared, "No. Father, I'm not going to the Nether Ridge. Father, you can't do this. I'm your only son." Ouyang Ba's face was cold when he heard Ouyang Qing's words. Only son? Perhaps he was in the past. Some time ago, his concubine outside gave birth to an illegitimate son for him. In the entire Ouyang clan, only he and his confidants knew about this. The reason he did not spread the news was that he was worried that Ouyang Qing would harm his son. Due to Ouyang Qing's existence, the entire Ouyang clan would reject his illegitimate son. Although he was happy when the illegitimate son was born, he had never thought of bringing him into the Ouyang clan. He was determined to pass the Ouyang clan to Ouyang Qing. However, Ouyang Qing's performance this time had disappointed him. As a result, he made the decision to send Ouyang Qing to the Nether Ridge. If Ouyang Qing never returned, he could only say that he was unlucky. At that time, he would bring his illegitimate son back to the Ouyang clan and train him to be his successor. "Father, I'll die." Since ancient times, none of the people from the Ouyang clan who entered the Nether Ridge came out alive. Ouyang Qing kept roaring as if he would rather die than go to the Nether Ridge. "You're wrong. Someone from the Ouyang clan came out alive from the Nether Ridge." Ouyang Ba said nonchalantly. "But that was tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, he's the only exception in the Ouyang clan. In the past tens of thousands of years, there were at least 8,000 people from the Ouyang clan who went to the Nether Ridge, but none of them came out alive." Ouyang Qing's face was filled with terror. The moment his words left his mouth, he glanced at Ouyang Ba vigilantly. His body moved and he wanted to escape. However, how could he escape from Ouyang Ba's hands? Ouyang Ba stopped Ouyang Qing effortlessly. "I've already decided on this matter. You don't have to be too negative. The elder from our Ouyang clan who came out of the Nether Ridge tens of thousands of years ago is the same as you. He's also a direct descendant of our Ouyang clan. Therefore, your hope is still very high. After all, the place in the Nether Ridge is said to be related to the first clan leader of the Ouyang clan. Perhaps, he'll favor a lineal disciple like you more." Ouyang Ba said. "Moreover, if you can walk out of there, in time, let alone that Duan Lingtian, even the Moon Illumination sect and the entire 9 sect alliances won't be in your eyes." When the senior in our Ouyang clan was at his peak, even the Saint stage powerhouses from 6th-rated forces were no match for him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had offended a big shot from a 5th-rated force, he wouldn't have died. And our Ouyang clan wouldn't have collapsed from this setback. Ouyang Ba's face was filled with excitement when he began to speak. However, he could not help but sigh when he reached the end. "Qing, I really think that you'll be the second lineal disciple of the Ouyang clan to come out of the Nether Ridge." Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Qing. "Father, don't think that I don't know that most of the Ouyang clan's disciples who entered the Nether Ridge were lineal disciples. But what happened to them? Their soul pearls shattered in less than 3 months after they entered," Ouyang Qing said with fear in his eyes. Ouyang Qing exclaimed in horror. His body struggled continuously, trying to break free from Ouyang Ba's restraints. In the end, Ouyang Ba could only knock him out. Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for the huge trouble you've caused this time. I'm not the only one who won't believe what you said at the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters. Even the elders in the clan won't believe it. I must give them an explanation for this matter. Ouyang Ba sighed when he reached the end of his mumbling. Although he could let Ouyang Qing go, he did not doubt that he would be dismissed by the elders in the clan as soon as Ouyang Qing left. There was a rule in the Ouyang clan. Once the clan leader made a huge mistake, his lineage's privilege to inherit the clan leader's position would be taken away. In the Ouyang clan, there were many elders who were lineal disciples like him but did not come from the same lineage. They were waiting for him to make a mistake so that they could dismiss him and let their lineage have the priority to inherit the clan leader's position. In order to protect his lineage's privilege, Ouyang Ba had made up his mind and made such a choice. Such a choice not only made the elders speechless, but it also gave his son, Ouyang Qing, a glimmer of hope. Although the hope was very slim, and even he did not think that Ouyang Qing would survive, at least it was better than dying in the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters. The Nether Ridge. When Ouyang Ba thought about the perilous place that was passed down in the Ouyang clan since ancient times, his heart could not help but tremble. The Nether Ridge was rumored to be related to their Ouyang clan's ancestors. All along, there had been a legend in the Ouyang clan that said any Ouyang clan's disciple who could walk out of the Nether Ridge would definitely become a top powerhouse. In the beginning, because no Ouyang clan's disciple could walk out of that place alive, nobody believed in the legend anymore. Chapter 1503. Duan Lingtian came to Han River City for two purposes. Firstly, to buy an inscription pen. Secondly, to look for the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He had already bought the inscription pen. What he needed to do next was to look for the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. When he first came to Han River City, he was all alone. Now that he had arrived at the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters and the Moon Illumination Sect's base in the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, he had also received Dong Hui's help. With Dong Hui's help, he had collected many materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Of course, there were not many high-grade materials among these materials. However, there was a pleasant surprise in the Ouyang clan. With Hua Lao's reminder, the materials that Duan Lingtian had collected in the Ouyang clan to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda were much better than the materials he had collected in Han River City for the past few days. Thank you, clan leader Ouyang. Before leaving the Ouyang clan, Duan Lingtian thanked Ouyang Ba with a smile. Although Ouyang Ba's heart was bleeding and he hated Duan Lingtian, he did not show it. He did not dare to show it. He could only reply with a smile, as long as you don't mind, young Master Duan. I don't mind. Of course, I don't mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely visit you in the Ouyang clan again, clan leader Ouyang. Duan Lingtian's words scared Ouyang Ba so much that his heart trembled. Next time? Just this time, the group of Ouyang clan's elders already had a strong opinion of him. If he were to do it again, those old fellows would definitely skin him alive. However, when Ouyang Ba thought about how he had already sent away his troublemaker son, he sighed in relief. Farewell, clan leader Ouyang. When Duan Lingtian saw the fake smile on Ouyang Ba's face, he was delighted as well. After greeting him nonchalantly, he left the Ouyang clan with Dong Hui. Ouyang Ba, the clan leader of Ouyang clan, personally sent the two of them to the gate. The Ouyang clan steward, Ouyang Ji, and the second young miss of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Roa, accompanied him to send off Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. He's actually a Duan Lingtian. How could he be a Duan Lingtian? Even though a few days had passed, Ouyang Roa still found it hard to believe that the person who saved her in the Jukum mountain range back then was actually the Moon Illumination Sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire in the Nine Sect Alliance's district recently. However, when Ouyang Roa recalled that her brother was sent to the Nether Ridge because of Duan Lingtian, her face turned cold right away. Her eyes were filled with cold hatred. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, my brother wouldn't have been sent to the Nether Ridge. Those who entered the Nether Ridge had a slim chance of survival. Ouyang Ruo also didn't think that Ouyang Qing could walk out of there alive. Ouyang Ruo really wanted to avenge her brother. However, when she thought about Duan Lingtian's innate talent, strength, and background, she felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. She couldn't summon any thoughts of revenge at all, so she could only bury the hatred deep in her heart. Junior brother Duan, it's rare for you to come to Han River City. Why don't you stay for a while longer? On the way back to the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters after leaving the Ouyang clan, Dong Hui immediately urged Duan Lingtian to stay when he heard that he would be returning to the Moon Illumination sect in a few days. It's only a few days, and I haven't had the time to show my hospitality as your senior brother. If senior brother Bailey finds out that I've neglected you, he definitely won't be happy. Dong Hui told Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Hui, I'm not leaving now. Besides, I still have something to do when I return to the sect in a few days, so I won't be able to stay in Han River City for too long. Duan Lingtian smiled. When your shift is over and you return to the sect, we'll have a good gathering again. Since you insist, junior brother, then I won't say anything else. However, I'll have to arrange your schedule for the next few days. Let me be the host for the next few days. Dong Hui said. Yes, senior brother Hui. Duan Lingtian agreed right away. It was all thanks to Dong Hui's help these few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find so many materials. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination Sect stronghold in the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, he heard Dong Hui calling out to him before he even had the chance to sit down. Senior brother Hui, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? He had just parted ways with Dong Hui not long ago, and he did not expect Dong Hui to come looking for him again. Junior brother Duan, I shouldn't have disturbed your rest, but according to the rules of the Nine Sect Alliance's Earth ranking, I have to. Dong Hui smiled wryly. Earth ranking? Don't tell me someone wants to challenge me? Duan Lingtian raised his brow and asked. He could not think of anything else other than this. That's right. Dong Hui nodded. I heard it from someone else as well. That person came early this morning, but we just happened to go to the Ouyang clan. Now that he heard you're back, he's already waiting outside our Moon Illumination sect stronghold. Now, many people from the other 8 great sects are waiting for you to accept his challenge as well. They more or less want to see you, the young genius who has become famous in the Nine Sect Alliance's district. Dong Hui said. Since he's already here, I'll go and meet him. Duan Lingtian responded and left the Moon Illumination sect stronghold with Dong Hui, arriving outside the Moon Illumination sect stronghold. When they arrived outside the Moon Illumination sect stronghold, Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw the black mass of people in the surroundings. Outside the Moon Illumination sect stronghold, the black mass of people was surrounding an empty space like stars surrounding the moon. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes stood in the middle of the empty space. The middle-aged man's face was covered in stubble, and he looked very sloppy. However, his eyes were brimming with vigor, giving off a threatening aura. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this must be the person who wanted to challenge him. However, Duan Lingtian did not take this person to heart. Even before he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, he was not afraid of any mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator's challenge, let alone now that he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. It's Elder Hui from the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian and Dong Hui came out together, many people recognized Dong Hui. The person who came out together with Elder Hui must be Duan Lingtian, right? That's right. It's him. I was on duty a few days ago, and I saw him coming to our Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters with my own eyes. I thought he would avoid the challenge from the Earth Rankings powerhouse on purpose, but I didn't expect him to accept the challenge directly. It seems like he's very confident in his own strength. While the people from the other 8 sects were discussing among themselves, all of them had their eyes trained on Duan Lingtian. These people were the inner court disciples of the various sects, and all of them were at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. If it was an ordinary person, they would more or less feel a little nervous when they saw so many people at the Saint Rudiment stage or above sizing them up. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm when faced with these people's gazes. From the beginning until the end, he was as calm as an ancient well, as though he was an old monk who was meditating. Humph. He's just someone who's ranked 71st on the Earth ranking. Our junior brother Duan can even defeat someone who's ranked 66th on the Earth ranking. Don't tell me he's afraid of someone who's ranked even lower. Lu Hai snorted coldly and said in disdain when he heard what the other 8 sect's disciples said. That's right. Our junior brother Duan's strength has been proven, and he deserves his reputation. Many Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples agreed. Pfft. Many people from the other 8 sects could not help but laugh when they heard what the group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples said. The problem is, He Zhong, who's ranked 66th on the Earth ranking, is also a disciple of your Moon Illumination sect. That's right. Who knows if He Zhong was coerced by your Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials and had no choice but to lose to Duan Lingtian. Although the people from the other 8 sects did not mention a name, the group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples knew who the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking official was. It was none other than Elder Bai Li Hong, who had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother. Bullsh *T. Lu Hai scolded with a flushed face. Many of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples followed suit and scolded as well. However, some of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples had a hint of doubt in their eyes when they heard what the disciples from the other 8 sects said. They stared at Duan Lingtian, who was walking out of the Moon Illumination sect's stronghold slowly. It was apparent that they had doubts in their hearts. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard and noticed the discussions in the surroundings and the questioning gazes in the surroundings. However, he did not mind at all. This was because he knew he would be able to shut the mouths of the disciples from the other 8 sects very soon. Soon, the questioning gazes in the surroundings would disappear. You're the Duan Lingtian who defeated He Zhong and replaced him to be ranked 66th on the Earth ranking? The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and a slightly sloppy appearance looked straight at Duan Lingtian and asked with a tone that was close to questioning. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him nonchalantly. So what if I am? If you are, I'll defeat you today and replace you. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he said confidently, remember, the person who defeated you is called, idiot. Duan Lingtian spat out 2 words slowly and interrupted the middle-aged man's words. He did not have a good impression of this guy who had spoken to him in a condescending manner since the beginning. If you want to challenge me, just do it. What's the point of being long-winded? Ha 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 ha. When Duan Lingtian interrupted the middle-aged man's words, the crowd burst into laughter when they heard it. This was because the 2 words that Duan Lingtian spat out just happened to finish the middle-aged man's sentence. This Duan Lingtian is really arrogant. He provoked the other party as soon as he opened his mouth. Many of the disciples from the other 8 sects shook their heads. They felt that Duan Lingtian was too impulsive. Now that he won't have a good time, he's going to have a hard time. Many of the disciples from the other 8 sects gloated. The furious middle-aged man opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. Chapter 1504. I'm not interested in knowing the name of a loser. Duan Lingtian had spoken before the middle-aged man did. Not only did it enrage the middle-aged man, but it also caused an uproar among the onlookers. Arrogant. Too arrogant. This was the same thought that appeared in the minds of the group of people, including many Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples. All of them thought Duan Lingtian's words were too arrogant. After all, the outcome of the battle had not been decided yet. Good, very good, very good. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the rage that was on the verge of bursting out. He stared at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll let everyone present here witness how you're slapping your own face with your words. If you're capable of that, you're welcome to slap my face. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, looking natural and at ease. This scene made the onlookers look at each other. Could it be that Duan Lingtian really had the confidence to defeat the middle-aged man? You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's words were like a fuse that completely ignited the middle-aged man's anger. At once, the middle-aged man roared and pounced toward Duan Lingtian like a madman. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. As expected of a famous powerhouse on the Earth ranking, his speed has already surpassed most of the early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. The onlookers were all inner court disciples from the 9 great sections. They could all see the speed the middle-aged man was displaying was very fast. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian. However, the next scene made them completely dumbfounded. "Is that all you've got?" Duan Lingtian's voice resonated nonchalantly. At the same time, he had already dodged the middle-aged man's attacks easily a few times. Not only that, but he also appeared next to the middle-aged man and spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Based on his tone, it was obvious the speed he was displaying was not his full speed. After all, if a person were to use their full strength, even if they could speak, it would be impossible for them to speak so naturally, as if they were just chatting. Dong Hui, who had come out with Duan Lingtian and was watching the battle from the side, was also stunned by the speed displayed by Duan Lingtian. This speed. I'm afraid it's not inferior to an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, right? Dong Hui inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, with the speed that junior apprentice brother Duan displayed today, it's impossible for him to be just a mortal shedding realm martial cultivator. It seemed that he had broken through to the Saint realm. What a frightening growth rate. No wonder senior brother Bailey would acknowledge him as his junior brother. Now, Dong Hui thought that Bai Li Hong had taken a liking to Duan Lingtian's martial talent, which was why he had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother. However, it did not cross his mind that the reason Bai Li Hong had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother was not because of Duan Lingtian's martial talent, but because Duan Lingtian could inherit the strange inscription art that was left behind by the teacher he had never met. Dong Hui's thoughts were exactly what most of the onlookers were thinking. The speed that Duan Lingtian displayed right now completely overpowered him. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? It's possible. If that's the case, the rumor that Duan Lingtian entered the Earth ranking with a cultivation base of the perfection mortal shedding stage must be fake as well, right? It must be fake. While the disciples of the 8 major sects were discussing among themselves, many of them cast their spiritual secret techniques without restraint in an attempt to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. However, all of them returned empty-handed. It was precisely because they returned empty-handed that they confirmed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. With their strength, they could probe the cultivation base of any martial or Dao cultivator below the Saint Rudiment stage by casting their spiritual secret techniques. However, their spiritual energy secret techniques were unable to pry into the cultivations of Saint Realm masters like them, or even those above that. Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Junior brother Duan is a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Lu Yu and Lu Hai were stunned when they heard that Duan Lingtian was a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. They looked at each other in disbelief. The other Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples were stunned as well. As Moon Illumination sect's disciples, naturally, they were no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but they were certain that Duan Lingtian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when he first became famous. This was because Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had been probed by a group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples using their spiritual secret techniques. Those inner court disciples were certain that Duan Lingtian was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. It might be possible for 1 or 2 probing mistakes. However, there were so many people, it was impossible for there to be a mistake. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. It had only been a few months, but Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the perfection mortal shedding stage. While the onlookers were still in shock, Duan Lingtian had also lost his interest in teasing the middle-aged man. With a lift of his hand, he swung his palm out. Vast true energy swept out and pressed down on the middle-aged man's body, sending him flying. The middle-aged man landed heavily on the ground with heavy injuries, but he did not pass out. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian was no longer arrogant. Instead, there was only fear in his eyes. Why you've broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? In his opinion, even the person ranked first on the Earth ranking would not be able to defeat him so easily. There was only one possibility for the person in front of him to be able to defeat him so easily. The person in front of him had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. When one was at the mortal shedding stage, one could be ranked on the Earth ranking. Once one had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage, one's strength could even be compared to an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator. Those who were ranked at the top of the Earth ranking could even defeat an ordinary intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse after breaking through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. You're not that stupid after all. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man nonchalantly before turning around and leaving without looking back. Only the middle-aged man and the crowd could see his handsome back. Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect was a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. At that moment, many people on the scene regained their senses one after another. Horror was written all over their faces. At the same time, the news spread like a hurricane. In just one night, it had spread all over Han River City. In Han River City, as long as one was not in closed-door cultivation or out, one would know about the news. The people from the Ouyang clan were no exception. He actually broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Ouyang Ru was shocked. She still remembered that the true energy that Duan Lingtian displayed when he saved her was not at the Saint Rudiment stage. Because of this, she was certain that Duan Lingtian was not a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator before this. However, now, Ouyang Rua, who did not have the intention to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, felt even more helpless in her heart. Monster. Monster. Our Ouyang clan must never be his enemy. After learning that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Ouyang Ba was also shocked. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he must never be Duan Lingtian's enemy. No matter how much the news spread outside that he was already a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. He stayed at the Moon Illumination sect stronghold in the 9 sect alliance's headquarters. When he was free, he would chat with Dong Hui and discuss the martial Dao and the Saint Inscription Dao. Originally, Dong Hui had planned to bring Duan Lingtian out for a walk in the next few days. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Saint Inscription Dao, he dismissed the idea. He realized that when Duan Lingtian discussed the Saint Inscription Dao with him, every time he said something strange, it would give him a lot of inspiration. In the end, he also realized that the reason Bai Lihong took Duan Lingtian as his junior brother was not only because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent in the martial Dao, but it was also because of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary talent in the Saint Inscription Dao. Junior brother Duan, this doesn't seem to be an orthodox Saint Inscription Dao, right? Dong Hui could not help but frown when he heard Duan Lingtian's answer when they were discussing another question. Senior brother Hui, I heard from senior brother Bai Li that you've also come into contact with the strange inscription Dao before. Why? Didn't you notice the shadow of the strange inscription Dao that I mentioned earlier? Duan Lingtian smiled. Strange. Strange inscription Dao. However, when Dong Hui heard Duan Lingtian's words, he turned pale with fright. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Junior brother Duan, don't tell me you've mastered the strange inscription Dao? I can't say that I've mastered it. I've just learned the basics. Duan Lingtian replied humbly. However, even if he was being humble, it still shocked Dong Hui so much that he fell silent for a long time. After a long while, Dong Hui sighed. It seems like senior brother Bai Li has finally found the person he's been waiting for. To think that I thought senior brother Bai Li only acknowledged you as his junior brother because of your martial Dao innate talent. Now, it seems like I was wrong from the beginning. At this moment, Dong Hui was completely certain. Bai Lihong acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother not because of Duan Lingtian's martial Dao innate talent, but because Duan Lingtian could inherit the strange inscription Dao. Bai Lihong had shared the strange inscription Dao with him before. However, just like Bai Lihong, he could not cultivate it because of his spiritual energy. When Duan Lingtian heard Dong Hui's words, he only smiled faintly and did not say anything. Senior brother Hui, the materials that I need should be here in 2 days, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Lihong and changed the topic. A large part of the reason he wanted to stay in Han River City for a few more days was because there was still a pile of materials that he needed on the way to Han River City. Those were the materials that Bai Lihong had ordered people to gather. Those materials were also the materials that Duan Lingtian needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. They'll definitely be here in 2 days at most. Dong Hui nodded. He did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's matter. 2 days later, all the materials had arrived. According to Huolao, with the materials that I've gathered in Han River City, the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda should be able to be repaired by 10%. With so many materials, it's only 10%. It seems like repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda is much more difficult than repairing the 3rd level. Chapter 1505. Since he had obtained the materials, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in Han River City any longer. Senior Marshal Brother Hui, I'll have to trouble you with the materials I need. Duan Lingtian added when he was bidding farewell to Dong Hui. Don't worry, Junior Brother Duan. I'll continue to send people to look for the materials that you need. When I find them, I'll ask someone to bring them back to the sect and pass them to you. Dong Hui nodded. Thank you, Senior Brother Hui. After thanking him again, Duan Lingtian left. It was late at night when he left. It was so dark that he could not see his own fingers. Duan Lingtian took advantage of the dark to leave the Moon Illumination Sect stronghold and the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters quietly. The reason why he chose to leave at this time was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even though he was an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he would not be able to fight back if he encountered a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that a figure was following him closely when he left. It wasn't until he saw him leave Han River City that the man stopped in his tracks. He lifted his head and watched Duan Lingtian's figure disappear into the void under the moonlight. The moonlight shone on the person's face. It was none other than Dong Hui, who had just parted ways with Duan Lingtian not long ago. It turned out that after Duan Lingtian left, Dong Hui thought about it and felt worried. Therefore, he secretly escorted Duan Lingtian out of the city. He did not follow him until he saw Duan Lingtian leaving Han River City and disappearing before his eyes. Duan Lingtian flew at full speed in the direction of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Huang Cheng. On the way back to the Moon Illumination Sect, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the outer court elder who tried to kill him when he left the Moon Illumination Sect. His heart sank. If it was not for the fact that he had a second 3-star Divine Strider talisman, he would have died in Huang Cheng's hands. I hope you're brave enough to stay in the Moon Illumination Sect so that I can have my revenge. Duan Lingtian murmured. These words were obviously directed at Huang Cheng. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was destined to be disappointed. Huang Cheng had realized that he would not end well if he returned to the Moon Illumination Sect after failing to kill him. Therefore, he did not return to the Moon Illumination Sect at all. Instead, he went into hiding. Naturally, the reason Huang Cheng was hiding was not because he was afraid of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid of Duan Lingtian, Bai Lihong. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, there was a remote courtyard in Han River City that was bustling with people. These people, taking advantage of the darkness, shuttled back and forth between the inside and outside of the house. During the day, not a single person could be seen entering or leaving the house. Only at night would a group of people be seen entering and exiting the house. This was the stronghold that the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances had set up in Han River City. Currently, in this lively house at night, in a spacious room, the candlelight flickered with the wind. It flickered continuously, reflecting 2 swaying silhouettes. Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination Sect is Qi Ming's target. There's only one possibility for him to come to Han River City alive and cause such a huge commotion. Qi Ming has failed. One of the silhouettes belonged to a skinny old man. He had a head of interlaced black and white hair. His face seemed to be divided into two asymmetrical halves. Half of it was like a man while the other half was like a woman. Currently, he was looking at the sturdy middle-aged man in front of him as he spoke. Could it be because of some other reason? It's impossible for Qi Ming to fail. The sturdy middle-aged man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear stood there like an iron tower. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. Even if it's because of some other reason, Qi Ming should be back by now. I'm afraid he's not back yet. The old man replied. Knock. Knock. At this moment, two soft knocks on the door resonated in the air. Lord Yin Yang. When the old man and the middle-aged man's eyes landed on the door, a respectful voice resonated from outside. Come in. The old man said nonchalantly as though he could tell who the owner of the voice was. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing the door to open automatically. A tall young man dressed in black walked in slowly. When he saw the sturdy middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully. Lord Tai Wu. What's the matter? The old man raised his hand again and asked nonchalantly after closing the door. Lord Yin Yang, there's a quasi-3-star assassin outside. He said he has something to tell you personally. The young man said, if Lord Yin Yang doesn't want to see him, I'll chase him away. Quasi-3-star assassin? The old man's cloudy eyes gleamed brightly. After a moment of silence, he said, bring him here. In the Mountainshade Black Market, assassins were divided into different grades. For example, the black-robed man who died in the hands of Duan Lingtian was a 3-star assassin in the Mountainshade Black Market. Although a quasi-3-star assassin was not as good as him, he was not too far off. In the Mountainshade Black Market, a quasi-3-star assassin could assassinate an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage as long as he caught them off guard. One could imagine how terrifying a quasi-3-star assassin was. After a while, the young man who left brought someone with him. It was a person who was covered in a black robe. His face and body could not be seen clearly. He exuded a mysterious aura. Greetings, Lord Yin Yang. The black-robed man bowed slightly to the old man. As for the sturdy middle-aged man next to the old man, he did not seem to know him, so he did not greet him. However, the sturdy middle-aged man did not seem to mind at all. He was still sizing up the black-robed man with great interest. You're looking for me? The old man, who was the Mountainshade Black Market's high-ranking official with the code name Yin Yang, asked nonchalantly. Naturally, he was only a high-ranking official in the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9th Sect Alliance's district. In the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters, with his strength that had just entered the Saint stage, he was just a handyman who was not worth mentioning at all. The black-robed man, who was also the quasi-3-star assassin who was looking for Yin Yang, glanced at the young man next to him before glancing at the sturdy middle-aged man. You may leave. Upon hearing Yin Yang's order, the young man retreated and closed the door behind him. He's Tai Wu. Yin Yang glanced at the quasi-3-star assassin and said. Tai Wu. However, as soon as Yin Yang's words left his mouth, the quasi-3-star assassin's body could not help but tremble. When he spoke again, his voice trembled a little. Why, you're Lord Tai Wu? Then, he lifted his head slightly and glanced at the sturdy middle-aged man. When he saw the hideous scar that stretched across the sturdy middle-aged man's left eye, he took a deep breath and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Lord Tai Wu. As an assassin in the Mountainshade Black Market, he had only come into contact with the high-ranking official, Yin Yang. Although he had heard of Tai Wu many times, he had never seen him before. Therefore, even if Tai Wu was standing in front of him today, he did not recognize him at all. However, when he recalled the rumors about Tai Wu, his heart could not help but tremble. There was a shocking rumor among the Mountainshade Black Market's assassins that the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect had died in Tai Wu's hands. When the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect died, his strength could be ranked in the top 3 in the 9 Sect Alliance's district. His strength was even above Yin Yang, one of the Mountainshade Black Market's high-ranking officials. He had also heard a little about Tai Wu's origin. It seemed like he had offended a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper branch and was suppressed by that high-ranking official. In the end, he was demoted to the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district. The Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district was also one of the lowest-ranking branches in the huge Mountain Shade Black Market. There was another rumor about Tai Wu, who had just arrived at the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district. It was said that when he had just arrived, he was also ostracized by the high-ranking officials in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district. Under such circumstances, he did not say anything and just relied on his iron fists to establish his position in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district. Currently, his position in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch was even higher than Yin Yang's. Therefore, when the black-robed man who was a quasi-3-star assassin heard that the burly middle-aged man standing in front of him was Tai Wu, he was also shocked. "What's the matter? Just tell me directly." Tai Wu nodded at the black-robed man and said nonchalantly, "Yes." The black-robed man quickly responded. He did not dare to slack off at all as he looked at Tai Wu and Yin Yang and said, "Lord Tai Wu, Lord Yin Yang. A few days ago, late at night, I just so happened to witness something with my own eyes. It's something that has an extremely bad impact on our Mountain Shade Black Market." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. "Huh?" Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Tai Wu and Yin Yang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. That night, because I had a mission, I left in a hurry after confirming the identities of those two people. It was only when I completed my mission and rushed back that I came to look for you, Lord Yin Yang. The black-robed man said to Yin Yang. "What happened?" Yin Yang asked. "Someone pretended to be from our Mountain Shade Black Market." The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, "They claim to be assassins from our Mountain Shade Black Market, but I can tell from the aura that they're definitely not assassins. Moreover, our Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins are all restricted by the lightning penalty oath, so it's impossible for them to expose their identities." Swoosh. Swoosh. The black-robed man's words caused Tai Wu and Yin Yang's expressions to change at once. The uppermost headquarters of the Mountain Shade Black Market was a third-rate force. For such a large force, nothing could be accomplished without rules. Without rules, it was naturally impossible for them to achieve the glory they had today. There were many taboos in the Mountain Shade Black Market as well. One of them was that assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market were not allowed to expose their identities when they were out. Chapter 1506. Due to this reason, the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins would never reveal their identities no matter what. It was a taboo for the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins to reveal their identities. They would even be killed by the thunder punishment of the Tribulation Oath, the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulation. It was even more unforgivable for someone to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, there was also a rule that if any force or person dared to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market, the Mountain Shade Black Market would attack them with all its might. In order to protect this bottom line, the Mountain Shade Black Market had even made a rule. Anyone from the Mountain Shade Black Market who had broken through to the Saint stage would have to swear on the Thunder Punishment Oath that anyone who impersonated someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market would be attacked with all its might. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed by the Thunder Punishment Oath. Even Tai Wu and Yin Yang were no exception. They had also sworn on the Thunder Punishment Oath. It would be fine if they did not know about it. However, once they knew about it, the Thunder Punishment Oath would come true. "How can you prove that what you said is true?" Yin Yang looked at the quasi-3-star assassin in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Do you dare to swear on the Thunder Punishment Oath that everything you said just now is true? If there's any falsehood, you'll be killed by the Thunder Punishment Oath immediately." When the quasi-3-star assassin heard this, he immediately swore on the Thunder Punishment Oath without hesitation. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air, shocking more than half of Han River City. Those who heard the claps of thunder knew that someone had sworn on the Thunder Punishment Oath. That was why the tribulation oath, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, responded. When Tai Wu and Yin Yang saw how the quasi-3-star assassin swore on the thunder punishment oath without any hesitation, they realized that this quasi-3-star assassin was not lying. They wanted to verify it because they were worried that this quasi-3-star assassin wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. In the 9 sect alliance's territory, their hands were undoubtedly the sharpest knives. You said that you've confirmed the identities of the impersonators from the Mountainshade Black Market? Tai Wu looked at the quasi-3-star assassin and asked. Yes. The quasi-3-star assassin nodded. Who are they? Yin Yang asked. They're from the Ouyang clan in Han River City. The Ouyang clan is an 8th-rate clan in Han River City. They usually do business with the 9 sect alliance's thighs and have accumulated quite a fortune. The quasi-3-star assassin. Ouyang clan? Hearing the quasi-3-star assassin's words, Tai Wu and Yin Yang looked at each other and saw the cold gleam in each other's eyes. That night, the Ouyang clan welcomed an unprecedented catastrophe since its establishment. The entire Ouyang clan, including the clan leader of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba, was killed except for a small group of people who happened to be out. The group of Ouyang family's upper echelons didn't even have time to react before they were killed one by one. Even the few paramount Saint Rudiment stage-old ancestors of the Ouyang clan were dragged out of the secret chamber in the Ouyang clan's forbidden area and killed one by one. The Ouyang family's paramount Saint Rudiment stage Ouyang family ancestors could not figure out until the moment they were killed. Why would a Saint Realm Master come to kill them and not even say a word to them? That night, the Ouyang clan was bathed in blood. While the Ouyang clan was in a bloodbath, the 2 Saint Realm experts who had acted quickly also swaggered away. When they left, a group of black-robed men rushed in and searched the Ouyang family from top to bottom. When the people from the 9 sect alliance's headquarters arrived, almost everything that was valuable in the Ouyang clan had been taken away. Only corpses were left on the ground and a river of blood was left behind. Yesterday, the Ouyang clan was still glorious and glorious, but overnight, it had completely become history, a thing of the past. At the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, the people in charge of the 9 great sects gathered together. Everyone, what do you think about the Ouyang clan's incident? A burly man with a curly beard asked loudly. His gaze swept across the 30 people present. These 30 people were the people in charge sent by the 9 great sects to Han River City. They worked together to manage the affairs of the 9 sect alliance's headquarters. These 30 people came from the 9 great sections. The few people from the Moon Illumination sect, including Dong Hui, were also present. How did the Ouyang clan get annihilated? Don't tell me senior brother Bai Li did it? No. Even if senior brother Bai Li did it, it's impossible for him to annihilate the Ouyang clan overnight. The few paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the Ouyang clan are all dead. None of them managed to escape. Initially, Dong Hui thought Bai Li Hong had done it to avenge Duan Ling Tian. However, he soon realized it was impossible. Huh. Suddenly, Dong Hui noticed that many people were looking at the few people from the Moon Illumination sect. Is there a need to look? It must be the people from the Moon Illumination sect who did it. The Moon Illumination sect really cares about that Duan Ling Tian. Knowing that he was bullied by the Ouyang clan, they immediately annihilated the Ouyang clan. A middle-aged man with an ugly appearance said in a sarcastic tone. Annihilating the Ouyang clan overnight. Even those few paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses couldn't escape. It must be a Saint stage powerhouse who did it. Someone said. What a Moon Illumination sect. Just because of a small conflict, they actually annihilated an 8th-rate clan that cooperated with our 9 sect alliances. On top of that, it's a clan that we supported together in the past. Moon Illumination sect, you must give us an explanation. An old man looked at Dong Hui and the few of them angrily and growled. That's right. No matter how wrong the Ouyang clan is, they were still supported by us. Even if the Moon Illumination sect wants to annihilate them, shouldn't you inform us in advance? How do you view the 8 great sects by acting on your own accord? Many people followed suit and questioned. Annihilating the Ouyang clan? Who's going to take over the mess that the Ouyang clan left behind? How much effort would it take to support an 8th-rate force again? What the Moon Illumination sect did this time is really too much. At this moment, Dong Hui and the few of them had become the target of the 8 great sections. Humph. Do you have any proof that our Moon Illumination sect did this? A sturdy old man next to Dong Hui snorted in disdain and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 20 people in front of him. This old man was the person in charge of the 9 sect alliances headquarters sent by the Moon Illumination sect. He was one of the few vice-sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. His name was Tan Quan. That's right. It's best if you don't say anything before you have any proof. Dong Hui sneered as well. The remaining few people in charge of the Moon Illumination sect chimed in one after another. Although they suspected in their hearts that Elder Bai Li had persuaded the upper echelons of the sect to let the Saint Stage powerhouses in the sect annihilate the Ouyang clan, at this time, they obviously could not show their suspicion. What proof do we need? A sturdy middle-aged man stepped forward and sneered, apart from the Moon Illumination sect, who else would have the motive to annihilate the Ouyang clan? That's right. Only a Saint Stage powerhouse can annihilate the Ouyang clan in just one night. Why don't you tell me, apart from the 9 great sects, which other force has a Saint Stage powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances district? Another hostage asked. Apart from the 9 great sects, which other force has a Saint Stage powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances district? Upon hearing this person's question, Tan Quan sneered. You seem to have forgotten about the Mountainshade Black Market, right? Mountainshade Black Market. When Tan Quan mentioned the Mountainshade Black Market, the scene fell silent, and the atmosphere became a little strange. The Mountainshade Black Market had always been a thorn in the throat of the 9 great sections. It was also the driving force that bound the 9 great sects together. Without the Mountainshade Black Market, the 9 sect alliances would not exist. It could be said that the Mountainshade Black Market was the one who created the alliance of the 9 great sections. The Mountainshade Black Market had given them a lot of pressure. Humph. Don't use the Mountainshade Black Market to scare us. All these years, the Mountainshade Black Market has only been operating in the dark. When did they ever do such a thing? Soon, one of the sect's senior management snapped back to his senses and snorted coldly. His words also received the agreement of many people. That's right. Although the people from the Mountainshade Black Market do things strangely, this doesn't seem like their style at all. The Ouyang clan offended Duan Lingtian from your Moon Illumination sect, and they were annihilated just a few days ago. Who would believe you if you say this has nothing to do with your Moon Illumination sect? Is the Moon Illumination sect so cowardly that they don't dare to admit what they did? Many people from the 8 great sects began to mock Tan Quan, Dong Hui, and the others. For a moment, Tan Quan, Dong Hui, and the others were rendered speechless. After all, what the people from the 8 great sects said made sense. Maybe the people from the Ouyang clan were blind and offended the Mountainshade Black Market? In the end, Dong Hui was the first to snap back to his senses and refuted. Just when the group of senior management from the 8 great sects was about to say something, a young man rushed in from the outside in a hurry. Such a lack of etiquette caused everyone to involuntarily frown. Which sect's disciple is so rude? He's not from our Profound Talisman sect anyway. He's not from our sect either. The senior management from the 8 great sects denied any involvement. Soon after, their gazes landed on the few senior management from the Moon Illumination sect in unison. If he was not from their sect, then he could only be from the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, whether it was Tan Quan, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, or Dong Hui and the others, all of them had a grave expression on their faces. However, the Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in did not seem to notice the strange atmosphere. As he rushed in, he said, "Junior uncles, senior uncles, the reason why the Ouyang clan was annihilated has spread in Han River City." What? The moment the Moon Illumination sect's disciple's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. At this moment, nobody bothered about the Moon Illumination sect's disciple's lack of manners anymore. To them, the reason why the Ouyang clan was annihilated was the most important reason. What reason? Chapter 1507. The Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in recklessly was just an ordinary inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. The reason he barged in earlier was because he was shocked by the news. Now, when he saw the 9 great sect's upper echelons looking at him, he, who had already regained his senses, felt somewhat restrained. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. When Tan Quan saw how restrained the Moon Illumination sect's disciple was, he smiled and encouraged him. In the face of the Vice sect leader's encouragement, the Moon Illumination sect's disciple took a deep breath and said slowly, "The news that's spreading outside is said to be released by the Mountain Shade Black Market. Because someone from the Ouyang clan pretended to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market, they annihilated the entire Ouyang clan." Mountain Shade Black Market. The moment the Moon Illumination sect's disciple's words left his mouth, the high-ranking officials of the 9 great sects gasped one after another. Humph. In the future, there are some things that are best not said without evidence. After Tan Quan came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to look at the higher-ups of the 8 sections. He snorted and said sarcastically. In the face of Tan Quan's ridicule, although the upper echelons of the 8 great sects were dissatisfied, they did not say anything more about this matter. After all, they were in the wrong. Vice sect leader Tan, we shouldn't be entangled in this matter anymore. What we need to discuss is the matter regarding the Mountain Shade Black Market. The Mountain Shade Black Market's hand has stretched too far. They clearly knew that the Ouyang clan was supported by the 9 sect alliances, yet they still dared to annihilate them. A white-bearded old man glared at him and said with dissatisfaction, "You can't say that. The Mountain Shade Black Market has spread word that the Ouyang clan was exterminated because someone from the Ouyang clan impersonated them." That's right. The Ouyang clan's people are simply digging their own graves by doing so. I've also heard of the Mountain Shade Black Market's rules. Anyone who dares to impersonate one of their people will be executed along with their entire family once it's verified. The Ouyang clan only has themselves to blame, they can't blame others. Including the high-ranking officials of the Moon Illumination sect, the high-ranking officials of several sects felt that the Ouyang clan had brought this upon themselves. They could not blame the Mountain Shade Black Market. Moreover, even they knew the rules of the Mountain Shade Black Market. It was impossible for the Ouyang family not to know. However, even if that was the case, the Ouyang clan's man still dared to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market. He was simply courting death. You can't say that. Even if the Ouyang clan is in the wrong, they shouldn't be exterminated, right? At most, we'll just kill the Ouyang clan's man who pretended to be a member of the Mountain Shade Black Market. As the saying goes, don't implicate the family. That's right. I also feel that the Mountain Shade Black Market has gone too far this time. They're trying to show off their strength to us. I feel the same way. I think we need to send someone to negotiate with them. There were also a few high-ranking officials from other sects who were dissatisfied with the Mountain Shade Black Market, including the Profound Talisman sect. As for the other sects, they were closer to the Profound Talisman sect. It was not a secret that the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade Black Market were sworn enemies in the 9 sect alliances district. All of this was because the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect had been killed by a powerhouse from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Due to the oppression from the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouse, the 3-star Dao Talisman master from the Profound Talisman sect, who was also the current sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect, had sworn on the Lightning Penalty Oath. The Lightning Penalty Oath stated that the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman that he had drawn was not allowed to be passed on to anyone other than the people from the Profound Talisman sect. When anyone from the Profound Talisman sect obtained a 3-star offensive Dao Talisman, they would have to swear on the Lightning Penalty Oath that they would not pass the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman to anyone else. Due to this reason, although the Profound Talisman sect had a Dao Talisman master who could draw 3-star offensive Dao Talismans, they would not pass it on to outsiders. The Profound Talisman sect had lost a business opportunity because of this. The Profound Talisman sect had always regarded this as a great humiliation. Due to this reason, they had always been hostile to the Mountain Shade Black Market. As for the reason why the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouse forced the Profound Talisman sect to do this, it was because they did not want 3-star offensive Dao talismans to be circulated in the 9-sect alliances district. This was because it would affect their various businesses to a certain extent. Just think about it. When a 2-star assassin whose cultivation base was at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage was hunting a target whose strength was far inferior to his, and his opponent threw out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, would that not kill him? In that case, he would fail his mission as well. If he failed his mission, it would affect the Mountain Shade Black Market's reputation. What the Mountain Shade Black Market valued the most was their reputation. Due to this reason, the Mountain Shade Black Market would not allow 3-star offensive Dao talismans to wreak havoc in the 9-sect alliances district. Humph. Since all of you want to negotiate with the Mountain Shade Black Market, then go on your own. Forgive us for not accompanying you. Tan Quan, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, naturally knew what the Profound Talisman sect's people were thinking. He could not help but snort coldly. That's right. All of you go on your own if you want to. If you succeed in negotiating, we'll hold a celebratory feast for all of you. That's right. The other senior officials from the other sects who were not so close to the Profound Talisman sect chimed in as well. As the senior officials of the various sects, they were naturally sly old foxes. How could they not see that the Profound Talisman sect wanted to drag them into the water and have a direct conflict with the Mountain Shade Black Market? They were not stupid enough to be the Profound Talisman sect's knife. As for the other sects, they were all sects that had a good relationship with the Profound Talisman sect. Usually, the Profound Talisman sect would sell all kinds of Dao talismans to them at a huge discount. This treatment was not something they could enjoy. Although the 9-sect alliances were an alliance, they were not a monolithic entity. Unless the Mountain Shade Black Market wanted to annihilate the 9 great sects, they would never truly unite. However, in recent years, the Mountain Shade Black Market did not have such ambition. Why you? You, the old man with a goatee, was the vice-sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect. When he heard the words of Tan Quan and the other vice-sect leaders, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at them. Are all of you still in the same alliance as us? Vice-sect leader don't forget the purpose of the 9-sect alliances when we were first established. Tan Quan sneered. This time, the Mountain Shade Black Market could have completely concealed the fact that the Ouyang clan was annihilated by them, but they didn't do so. The reason why they revealed it was because they wanted to show their might and warn the others. This time, the Ouyang clan was in the wrong. Although it's a little too much for them to be annihilated, don't tell me this is the first time you've seen the Mountain Shade Black Market's way of doing things? When Tan Quan reached this point, he took a deep look at He-In, the vice-sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect. Tan Quan. He-Yin's face turned grave as he flew into a rage. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Tan Quan's words. He was insinuating that their Profound Talisman sect's previous sect leader was killed by the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouse, and that their Profound Talisman sect was forced by the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouse to not dare to spread the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Vice-sect leader Tan, you've gone too far. Even if you don't dare to offend the Mountain Shade Black Market, there's no need to boost their morale and destroy our 9-sect alliance's prestige, right? An ugly short middle-aged man snorted. What a big hat. Tan Quan sneered. What did I say earlier? Do my words have the prestige of the Mountain Shade Black Market to destroy our 9-sect alliance's prestige? Aren't you overthinking things? Why don't you tell everyone what you think? When the short middle-aged man heard Tan Quan's words, he was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Tan Quan's words. He was not the only one. Everyone present could understand it as well. Tan Quan was insinuating the Profound Talisman sect's unbearable past. However, Tan Quan did not say it out loud, so he did not directly offend the Profound Talisman sect. If he said it out loud, he would be directly offending the Profound Talisman sect. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. No matter what, this matter came to an end with Tan Quan and the others' denial. If the people from the Profound Talisman sect and the other sects convinced the people from the Moon Illumination sect and the other sects to go to the Mountain Shade Black Market to denounce them, they might have some confidence. However, they did not dare to go alone. Even if the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district was only one of the lowest and smallest branches under the Mountain Shade Black Market, it was still not something that a few 7th-rate sects like them could shake. If Junior Brother Duan knows that the Ouyang clan has been annihilated just like that, I'm sure he'll be very happy, right? Dong Hui's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. No matter how turbulent the situation in Han River City was, Duan Lingtian knew nothing about it for the time being. He was on his way back to the Moon Illumination sect. With his current speed, it would still take him some time to rush back to the Moon Illumination sect. There was still quite a distance between Han River City and the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination sect and learned that the Ouyang clan had been annihilated, he was stunned. Pretending to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market? When Duan Lingtian learned about this, the first thing that came to his mind was that night in Han River City when the Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan, appeared and seemed to have lied about being from the Mountain Shade Black Market. At that time, he had already confirmed Ouyang Shan's identity. Therefore, he was certain that Ouyang Shan was not from the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, he did not expect that Ouyang Shan's words to deceive him would lead to the annihilation of the Ouyang clan. Apart from the dead Ouyang Shan, only Ouyang Qing and I knew that Ouyang Shan had pretended to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Could it be that Ouyang Qing spread the news? The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he shook his head again, thinking that it was impossible. If it's not Ouyang Qing, it means that there was a fourth person at the scene. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt chills running down his spine. A person who could hide so perfectly without being discovered by him would have to be at least at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage or even a Saint stage powerhouse. If that person wanted to harm him, he would not be a match for him even if he had a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Chapter 1508. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised by the annihilation of the Ouyang clan. Soon after, he put this matter to the back of his mind. However, the next thing that happened made him feel terrible. That Huang Qing disappeared without a trace after leaving his post without permission. The thing that Duan Lingtian did not want to happen the most still happened. Huang Qing, the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder who wanted to kill him, actually chose to leave the Moon Illumination sect after failing to kill him. He must be worried that I'll return to the Moon Illumination sect after leaving and tell senior brother Bai Li that he wanted to kill me. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. Although Huang Qing was only an outer court elder, as long as his senior brother Bai Li Hong wanted to, he could easily kill him anytime. Moreover, he did not even have to do it himself. The days after Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination sect were not peaceful. At the very least, it was not peaceful around him. This was because when the news of the annihilation of the Ouyang clan spread, the news of him breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage swept across the entire Moon Illumination sect like a hurricane. It shocked the entire sect. Oh my God. Someone tell me that this is fake news. Many inner court disciples wailed. These inner court disciples had witnessed Duan Lingtian defeating He Zhong with their own eyes. They had also probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base during the process. They were certain Duan Lingtian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when he defeated He Zhong. However, how long had it been, and Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Could it be that Elder Bai Li fed him some spirit pills or heaven and earth spirit fruit? I've never heard of any spirit pills or heaven and earth spirit fruit that can help a person break through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the perfection mortal shedding stage in just a few months. Is Duan Lingtian really a normal human? Why do I feel like he's the incarnation of a celestial god? Don't be ridiculous. Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. No matter what, the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was a fact. When Duan Lingtian displayed his strength at the Saint Rudiment stage, not only were there many inner court disciples from the Moon Illumination sect present, but there were also many people from the other 8 great sects present as well. Due to this reason, it could not be fake at all. At this moment, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian. If the Moon Illumination sect was a pool of stagnant water before Duan Lingtian's arrival, Duan Lingtian had forcefully brought the pool of stagnant water back to life. Junior brother, you broke through to the Saint Realm? Bai Li Hong, who had just heard the news, was also stunned. Although there were some rumors circulating outside that said it was because of him that Duan Lingtian's cultivation could improve so quickly and so exaggeratedly. However, only he knew that it was not his doing at all. He didn't have that ability yet. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile in response to Bai Li Hong's question. At this moment, Bai Li Hong smiled wryly for a long time with a complicated gaze. I thought Junior Brother's innate talent in the Saint Inscription Dao was shocking enough, but I didn't expect your innate talent in the martial Dao to be so monstrous as well. No. This is no longer monstrous, it should be heaven-defying. In just a few months, he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Such progress could be considered heaven-defying. Only Duan Lingtian knew that he did not have such a huge breakthrough in just a few months. Although his innate talent was not bad, it was mostly because of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. The extremely slow flow of time in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda provided him with an unimaginable cultivation environment. It allowed him to catch up and even surpass others in the shortest time possible. Junior brother, now that you've broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, you can inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions now, right? Bai Li Hong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he had just returned, he had tried to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions. After failing a few times, he finally succeeded. Can you inscribe it using the strange inscription technique? Bai Li Hong's eyes lit up as he asked. Ever since I came back, I've only deduced how to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique. I haven't tried it yet, Duan Lingtian said. Can I have the honor of watching? Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. At the same time, he began to try inscribing 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique in front of Bai Li Hong. The materials required to inscribe Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique were less than half of the materials required by the orthodox technique. After a few experiments, Duan Lingtian finally managed to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique. The materials required were less than half of the materials required by the orthodox Saint inscriptions, saving him a lot of money. Junior brother Duan, you're really a genius in the Saint inscription Dao. Bai Li Hong could not help but exclaim when he saw Duan Lingtian manage to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique in such a short time. Initially, I was still thinking about how to persuade you to focus on the Saint inscription Dao. However, it seems like there's no need for that now. This is because no matter if it's your achievements in the martial Dao or the Saint inscription Dao, they're both beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people might not be able to reach the peak of both the martial Dao and the Saint inscription Dao, but you won't. Based on Bai Li Hong's words, he was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. It was almost blind confidence. Senior brother, I'm going to sign up for the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. When will the Inner Court Disciple Assessment begin? Duan Lingtian asked. Junior brother, with your current strength, it's meaningless for you to participate in the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. I'll get someone to make a trip and get you an Inner Court Disciple Identity Token, Bai Li Hong said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian thought about it for a moment. Indeed, that was the case. With his current strength, even a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not be much of a threat to him. Due to this reason, he did not reject Bai Li Hong's good intentions. Junior brother, I remember you promised me that when you enter the inner court one day, you'll stay at my place. Bai Li Hong said with narrowed eyes. Of course, I remember. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. If senior brother doesn't mind, I'll stay at your place from now on. Ha. Great. I've already gotten someone to prepare a room for you. Moreover, it's tidied up every once in a while. You can stay there directly. Bai Lihong laughed out loud when he received Duan Lingtian's promise. He appeared to be very happy. Upon hearing Bai Lihong's words, Duan Lingtian was touched. He felt extremely warm. Oh, right. Did your trip to Han River City go smoothly? Bai Lihong asked. He knew nothing about Duan Lingtian's journey to Han River City and what happened after he arrived at Han River City because he did not have the time to ask Duan Lingtian. Before this, he did not even know Duan Lingtian had left the Moon Illumination sect. However, he did not blame Duan Lingtian because he knew the reason Duan Lingtian did that was because he did not want to trouble him and make him worry. Duan Lingtian had long regarded Bai Lihong as his elder brother even though the age gap between them was a little exaggerated. Due to this reason, he did not hide anything from Bai Lihong and told him everything that had happened to him. Of course, as for the dangers involved, he played it down. Even so, it still made Bai Lihong tremble with fear. Huang Cheng, he's just an outer court elder. How dare he covet you and want to kill you? He deserves to die. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll use my connections to find Huang Cheng and bring him to you for you to do whatever you want with him. Bai Lihong was furious. He was really furious. In the beginning, he had only regarded Duan Lingtian as his junior brother because Duan Lingtian was able to inherit the strange inscription art. However, now that he thought of Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Duan Lingtian's strength had changed. However, he had long regarded Duan Lingtian as his junior brother now. It was not only because he had inherited the strange inscription art, but it was also because his character was very compatible with his temperament. When he was with Duan Lingtian, he even felt like he had found a good friend despite the difference in age. When he learned that Duan Lingtian had almost died in Huang Cheng's hands, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Senior brother, please calm down. Huang Cheng is nothing to me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said confidently. He was really confident in his words. With his current strength, he might not be able to fight Huang Cheng head-on. However, as long as he was given more time, he would definitely be able to surpass Huang Cheng in all aspects. The cultivation environment on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not something the second level could compare to. It was enough to help him soar. If I'm not mistaken, the black-robed man at the back must be an assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Soon after, Bai Lihong said with a solemn expression, "Fortunately, you met a benefactor. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Duan Lingtian also told Bai Lihong about the black-robed assassin. However, he omitted the part about the Devil Seal tablet. He only said that it was a powerhouse who happened to be passing by and killed the black-robed man with a flip of his palm. That's right. Fortunately, I met a benefactor. Unfortunately, when I asked him for his name and where he came from, he did not reply and left immediately. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Bai Lihong's words made it sound as if it was true. Naturally, Bai Lihong did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He nodded and said, "That benefactor is either a reclusive powerhouse who usually lives in seclusion in our 9 sect alliances district, or he's from a force that's at least at the same level as our Moon Illumination sect. Based on your description, the black-robed man who wanted to kill you should be a 3-star assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Since that benefactor could kill him with a flip of his palm, it means that he's not an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse." When Bai Lihong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. It was gratitude toward that benefactor. In a spacious mansion in the inner court district. After Lu Huan learned that not only had Duan Lingtian returned safely, but he had also broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he was so furious that his face turned grave. He was speechless for a long time. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for him to still be alive. Chapter 1509. Don't tell me the people from Mountain Shade Black Market haven't made their move yet? Although Lu Huan could not believe Duan Lingtian had returned alive, it was true that Duan Lingtian had returned. No matter how unwilling Lu Huan was to believe it, he had no choice but to accept this reality. For a moment, he thought the people from Mountain Shade Black Market had not made their move yet. That's not right. I've set a time with the Mountainshade Black Market. Once the time is over, the mission will be considered a failure. Now that the time has passed, this means the mission has failed. Lu Huan's face turned grave again when he thought of this. Soon after, he left his mansion and the Moon Illumination sect and headed in the direction of Han River City. He wanted to confirm this himself. When Lu Huan left, many people in the Moon Illumination sect who had interacted with Duan Lingtian had also learned that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Impossible. 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 Yi Man had just come out of his closed-door cultivation when he heard the news that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. He was in a daze. Initially, he thought he could wash away the humiliation he had suffered in the past by coming to the Moon Illumination sect. He thought he could trample Duan Lingtian beneath his feet and even kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands. However, the heavens played a huge joke on him. Although he had fallen into the Devil Dao due to his obsession, his cultivation speed had improved by leaps and bounds. However, he was still far from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seemed to be walking in front of him with every step he took. No. 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 Yi Man's body exuded traces of devil qi unknowingly. His eyes had also turned extremely red. At the same time, he rushed out of his independent courtyard and attacked anyone he saw as though he had lost his mind. Yi Man's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage when he came out of closed-door cultivation this time. Very few people in the outer court were his match. In just a short while, a few outer court disciples had died in his hands and were torn into pieces by him. The bloody scene caused the surrounding outer court disciples to reveal terrified expressions one after another as they dispersed in an uproar. Murder. Murder. Yi Man has gone into qi deviation and killed someone. Elders, deacons, help. Help. One by one, the outer sect disciples who saw Yi Man kill people scattered and shouted loudly. Some of the outer sect disciples who were targeted by Yi Man kept calling for help. Unfortunately, it would take some time for the outer court elders and outer court deacons to rush over after receiving the news. Therefore, before the outer court elders and outer court deacons arrived, Yi Man had already killed more than a dozen people. Every time he killed a person, the devil qi on his body would surge a little. In the end, he actually broke through. He had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. Early Saint Realm? As for Yi Man, who had originally lost his rationality and was on the verge of madness, after breaking through, he instantly regained his senses. At this moment, he also realized that he was in trouble. Duan Lingtian, you are a Saint Realm expert, and I am also a Saint Realm expert. One day, I will trample you under my feet. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, Yi Man's confidence seemed to have returned. When he realized the impending danger, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately fled out of the Moon Illumination sect. However, how could his speed be compared to the speed of the outer court elders? In just a few moments, a few outer court elders appeared around him and surrounded him, glaring at him fiercely. Whoosh! At the same time, a gust of wind blew past, and another person appeared in front of Yi Man, Elder Dongfang. When the few outer court elders saw this person, they bowed respectfully one after another. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the outer court, Dongfang Quan. The few outer court elders did not expect this matter to alarm Dongfang Quan. However, when they thought about how terrible this matter was, they felt relieved. If this elder Dongfang did not appear, then it would be somewhat unreasonable. After all, he was the person in charge of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. Even the outer court elders like them had to listen to his orders and obey him. You're quite bold to attack your senior brother from the same sect. At this moment, Dongfang Quan's expression was slightly grave. He did not expect such a terrible thing to happen in the outer court while he was the Grand Elder of the outer court. Such a thing had only happened a few times in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. Although Yi Man had never seen the old man in front of him before, he knew his identity from how the few outer court elders addressed him. Yi Man's expression turned solemn at once. After taking a deep breath, Yi Man's hands trembled. 2 cold gleams flashed and left 2 bloody wounds on both of his palms at the same time. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds as though it was free. At the same time, Yi-Man clapped his hands together, and a dazzling bloody gleam shone out of them. *T. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Dongfang Quan's face. The expressions of the few outer court elders around him changed as well. Whoosh! 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 The instant horror dawned on Dongfang Quan and the few outer court elders. They quickly made their moves. However, even Dongfang Quan, who was the fastest, could only destroy the bloody mist that was condensed by the red gleam when he passed by the spot where Yi-Man was standing. From the beginning until the end, he did not touch Yi-Man at all. However, Yi-Man, a living person, had disappeared before their eyes just like that. Blood flight. It's the blood flight. One of the outer court elders said with a grave expression, "This Yi-Man is actually a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator." The blood flight was a technique that only devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage could master. Once the blood flight was cast, the devil cultivator would possess a speed that was 1 level higher than his cultivation base in just a blink of an eye. It was the devil cultivator's life-saving secret technique. Naturally, the blood flight's secret technique was so heaven-defying that it came with a hefty price. Apart from being able to cast it 3 times in one's life, one would have to burn one's life force. Not only that, but one would also lose one's strength for a period of time. It was impossible for a devil cultivator to cast the blood flight unless it was a matter of life and death. You guys didn't notice a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator lurking in the outer court all this while? Dongfang Quan glanced at the few outer court elders with a grave expression and said, "It was one thing for a devil cultivator to kill someone in the outer court. However, the devil cultivator had actually escaped. He had escaped right under his nose. To him, this was an absolute humiliation." Dongfang Quan left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate like a gust of wind while the few outer court elders were smiling wryly. No matter what, he had to do his best to search for the devil cultivator who had escaped. This was because only then would he be able to answer to the dead outer court disciples and the sect. Although the chances were slim, he knew that the best time to look for the devil cultivator was now. This was because the devil cultivator had already lost all of his strength. Even if he used the blood flight to somewhere, he would not be able to get far. When Dongfang Quan was chasing after Yi-Man, the few outer court elders had also returned to the outer court. However, they did not dare to say much about Yi-Man's matter. No matter how the other outer court elders and outer court deacons asked, they only said that they had encountered Dongfang Quan on their way back. Dongfang Quan had asked them to come back to comfort the group of outer court disciples while he went to capture Yi-Man. Elder Dong Chong, that Yi-Man entered the sect right under your nose. I'm afraid you won't be able to get away with this matter. One of the outer court elders looked at Dong Chong and said. Dong Chong was the outer court elder who was in charge of presiding over the entrance examination of the Moon Illumination sect when Duan Lingtian and Yi-Man had participated in the entrance examination. Upon hearing the outer court elder's words, Dong Chong could not help but smile wryly. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. If the sect had set a rule from the beginning to forbid devil cultivators from entering the sect, this wouldn't have happened. Many outer court elders spoke up for Dong Chong. If we're really talking about responsibility, it's the sect's responsibility. It has nothing to do with you at all, Elder Dong Chong. You're only acting according to the sect's rules. That's right. Everyone knows that Yi-Man is a devil cultivator. However, nobody knew that he would suddenly go crazy and kill so many outer court disciples. Each and every one of the outer court elders was filled with righteous indignation. All right, what we have to do now is to comfort the remaining outer court disciples. I'm afraid what happened today has left a shadow in their hearts. This matter can be big or small. We must minimize the impact. An outer court elder who was calmer saw the situation before him clearly. That's right. What we have to do now is not to complain about the sect's rules. The most important thing now is to comfort the remaining outer court disciples. Dong Chong agreed. When Duan Lingtian learned about this matter, it was already 3 days later. For the past 3 days, he had been inscribing 2-star saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique in the quiet room in Bai Li Hong's mansion. In the end, his mastery of the strange inscription technique of inscribing 2-star saint inscriptions had also reached the point of perfection. At this moment, he finally walked out of the quiet room. As soon as he walked out of the quiet room, he heard about the devil cultivator killing people in the outer court. Yi Man? When Duan Lingtian learned that the devil cultivator was Yi Man, a strange expression appeared on his face. He was familiar with Yi Man. In fact, he had met Yi Man when he had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. During that meeting, he had even snatched the spot to join the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City that should have belonged to Yi Man. After a year, he had met Yi Man again during the entrance exam of the Moon Illumination sect. At that time, he had already sensed Yi Man's hatred and killing intent toward him. Yi Man could not wait to kill him. However, all this while, he had never taken Yi Man seriously. He was not even afraid of Yi Man before he had fallen into the Devil Dao, let alone Yi Man who had fallen into the Devil Dao. Yi Man, who had fallen into the Devil Dao, would not be able to withstand the devil-suppressing energy that was displayed by the Devil Seal tablet unless his cultivation base was 2 levels higher than him. Under the suppression of the devil-suppressing energy, his soul was destined to be destroyed. He must have fallen into qi deviation, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Have you caught him? Duan Lingtian asked Bai Li Hong. Tell the public that we've caught him. Bai Li Hong replied. Then, in reality, we haven't caught him? How's that possible? Chapter 15:10. Although Yi Man was a devil cultivator who suffered from qi deviation, his strength had increased tremendously. However, he was only a paramount mortal shedding stage devil cultivator after all. Logically, it was impossible for him to escape from a group of outer court elders and deacons. Moreover, Yi Man had killed so many outer court disciples. His vile nature was enough to shake the entire Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. Even the outer court's grand elder, Dongfang Quan, would intervene in this matter. Duan Lingtian had dealt with Dongfang Quan before, so he knew that his strength was comparable to an inner court elder. With him making a move, how could Yi Man possibly have the leeway to escape? I heard Yi Man cast the blood flight. Bai Li Hong said. Blood flight? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he knew what the blood flight was. Blood flight is a technique that only devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage can cast. Does this mean Yi Man has already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The speed of a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator who cast the blood flight secret tactic was as fast as a Saint stage powerhouse. Once the blood flight secret tactic was cast, apart from the terrifying side effect, the speed was so exaggerated that it could allow one to cross a major level. Therefore, even if Yi Man was only an early Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator, as long as he successfully cast the blood flight secret tactic, no one below the Saint stage could stop him. Speaking of Yi Man, he seems to have entered the sect at the same time as you, junior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. I really didn't expect that apart from you, there would be such a monster among the disciples recruited by the sect this time. Unfortunately, he killed someone in the sect. It's destined that the sect won't tolerate him. Moreover, after using the blood escape secret technique, his future achievements will be greatly reduced. Bai Li Hong said. Devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage could only cast the blood flight secret tactic 3 times in their lifetime. The 3rd time it was used would also mean the end of one's life. Therefore, ordinary devil cultivators would only dare to cast the blood flight secret tactic twice if they wanted to live. Moreover, each time they cast it, it would cause a huge side effect to them. Not only would the side effect affect their lifespan, but it would also affect their cultivation progress in the future. I'm afraid Dongfang Quan won't be able to explain this to the sect leader. Bai Li Hong shook his head and muttered to himself. However, as someone who had opened 99 saint veins, Duan Lingtian's hearing was amazing. He could easily hear Bai Li Hong's mutterings. Regarding this, he could understand. No matter what, Dongfang Quan was still the outer sect's grand elder, the person in charge of the entire outer sect. Since such a thing had happened in his territory and the culprit had not been caught yet, he would definitely be punished. Junior brother, it's enough that you know about Yi Man's successful escape. Try not to spread it to the outside world. Tell the outside world that Yi Man has been captured and will be executed in the next few days. Bai Li Hong said. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Bai Li Hong did not explain the reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. It was none other than the Moon Illumination sect's senior officials who were worried that the outer court disciples would panic again if the news of Yi Man's escape spread. Only by saying that they had captured Yi Man could they calm the fear of the outer sect disciples and restore peace to the outer sect. 3 days later, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect gave the order to execute Yi Man. On that day, Duan Lingtian was also present. When he saw Yi Man, who was tied up in the middle of the execution ground surrounded by a huge crowd, even Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim inwardly, what a brilliant disguise technique. It's almost as if he's the real one. If I didn't know Yi Man had escaped, I'm afraid I would have really mistaken him for Yi Man. He's Yi Man? The devil cultivator who killed 23 outer court disciples? Devil cultivators are ticking time bombs. In my opinion, the sect should set a rule to not accept devil cultivators. That's right. As long as we set this rule, we'll be able to put an end to such incidents. Many Moon Illumination sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Even some inner court disciples had lingering fear on their faces when they mentioned devil cultivators. Humph. All of you are discriminating against devil cultivators. So what if he's a devil cultivator? Look at me, when have I ever suffered from chi deviation? Moreover, don't forget that there are 2 devil cultivators among the few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. What do you think of devil cultivators by discriminating against them? An inner court disciple who was a devil cultivator said with dissatisfaction. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples fell silent immediately. That was right. Among the few saint stage powerhouses in the sect, there were 2 devil cultivators. It was obviously impossible for the sect to set a rule to not accept devil cultivators. What happened next was very straightforward. One of the Moon Illumination sect's enforcement elders personally killed Yi Man. After killing Yi Man, he looked around and said in a deep voice, the sect has never rejected devil cultivators because we value their cultivation speed and extraordinary combat strength. However, a devil cultivator is still a devil cultivator. To the sect, it's a double-edged sword. The sect has been using this double-edged sword very well until recently, when an anomaly like Yi Man appeared. Duan Lingtian felt like dozing off when he heard the enforcement elder's words. It was just too official. Duan Lingtian could guess what he was going to say next even if he did not listen. It must be a warning to the other devil cultivators. I'd like to warn all the devil cultivators in the sect to avoid suffering from chi deviation when cultivating. Even if there's a risk of chi deviation, you must leave the sect and take the risk. Otherwise, if you cause any trouble in the sect, Yi Man will be your example. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the enforcement elder's words were a warning to the devil cultivators present on the scene. His meaning was simple. Devil cultivators like you should leave the sect to cultivate if you're not confident. In that case, even if you suffer from chi deviation, it would not affect the sect. However, if you were to suffer from chi deviation in the sect and kill someone, only death would await you. One must admit that the enforcement elder's words were very effective. The group of devil cultivators' faces turned solemn immediately. With Yi Man as an example, they did not dare to be careless. Just like that, Yi Man's matter came to an end. The Moon Illumination sect gradually regained its peace. With Bai Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect, it only took him a few days to get Duan Lingtian an inner court disciple identity token. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had officially entered the Moon Illumination sect's inner court and stayed in Bai Li Hong's mansion. Due to Bai Li Hong, not many inner court disciples dared to offend Duan Lingtian even though he had just entered the inner court. In the following days, Duan Lingtian entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and greedily absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and saint stones to raise his cultivation base. He was eager to break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once he broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, it would mean that he would master the true energy consolidated weapon technique. At that time, his strength would have a qualitative leap. Once I master the true energy consolidated weapon technique, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. As for a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, it's hard to say. After all, they've mastered the true energy consolidated territory technique. Duan Lingtian had witnessed how terrifying the true energy consolidated territory was. The assassin suspected to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market had consolidated the Blood Devil's territory and easily blocked him when he used the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Every Blood Devil in the Blood Devil's territory was extremely powerful. I wonder what kind of territory I'll master after I break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. If he could choose the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast technique, he could choose the True Energy Consolidated Weapon technique. However, he had no choice in the True Energy Consolidated Territory technique since it was usually a gift from the heavens. Naturally, it was a territory that he could use as he wished. Just like the assassin suspected to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market earlier, he was a devil cultivator and had mastered the Blood Devil's territory. It was a territory that was very suitable for him. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating diligently, the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan, had also returned to Han River City and arrived at the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. The purpose of his visit was simple. He wanted to ask the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market if he had failed his mission. What should he do if he had failed? Did I really fail? Although he was mentally prepared, Lu Huan's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask was still grave when he learned that he had failed his mission. Dear customer, we've underestimated your target. According to the Mountain Shade Black Market's rules, we can refund you twice the commission. The Mountain Shade Black Market's man said to Lu Huan apologetically. In other words, if Lu Huan had spent 10,000 6th-grade Saint Stones to buy Duan Lingtian's life, he would have earned another 10,000 6th-grade Saint Stones for nothing. However, Lu Huan was not happy about it at all. What if I want to continue this mission? Lu Huan asked again. At this moment, he thought the people sent by the Mountain Shade Black Market were too weak. That was why they had failed. If you want to continue this mission, you don't have to pay more commission. All you need to do is to stay in the Mountain Shade Black Market for a while longer. The Mountain Shade Black Market's man said. All right. I want to continue this mission. I hope you can send someone stronger this time. Don't disappoint me. When Lu Huan reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Don't worry, dear customer. We, the Mountain Shade Black Market, will definitely not disappoint you a second time. The Mountain Shade Black Market's man said. After Lu Huan left, the 2 high-ranking officials of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district gathered in a room in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch because of Lu Huan's mission. These 2 high-ranking officials were Yin Yang and Tai Wu. Yin Yang was one of the people in charge of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Han River City. He was usually in charge of handling various affairs. Tai Wu, on the other hand, was the trump card of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. He was usually on duty in the various branches of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Chapter 1511. Let's continue with the mission that Qi Ming failed. Yin Yang looked at Tai Wu and said. All right. Tai Wu nodded. This time, you won't let a 3-star assassin make a move again, right? Although Qi Ming isn't the best among the 3-star assassins, he's still one of the best. Since he failed and was killed, it's only natural that I won't let a 3-star assassin make a move again. This time, I'm going to let Qi Mei make a move. Yin Yang's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke clearly. Some time ago, he had specially returned to the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch to verify that Qi Ming's soul pearl had shattered. The time it shattered was when he was carrying out the mission. The shattering of the soul pearl also meant that he was dead. Qi Mei. Tai Wu was surprised. As far as I know, Qi Mei is already considered a top-notch trump card in the branch, right? She has never failed to kill a target below the saint stage. That's right. Qi Mei is one of the trump cards in our branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. She's a quasi-4-star assassin. Yin Yang nodded. In the Mountainshade Black Market, quasi-4-star assassins usually had the strength of an imminent saint stage. Since they were assassins, they usually would not make a move directly. Whenever they made a move, it would be a surprise move. For this reason, the quasi-4-star assassins in the Mountainshade Black Market usually had the strength to kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, not all imminent saint stage powerhouses could be killed. Some half-step Saint Realm experts were so powerful that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with weaker Saint Realm experts due to various reasons. It would be difficult for a quasi-4-star assassin to kill these imminent saint stage powerhouses. However, such imminent saint stage powerhouses usually did not exist in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Usually, such imminent saint stage powerhouses would only appear among the young talents from 5th-rate forces, 4th-rate forces, and even more powerful forces. If Duan Ling Tian had the cultivation base of an imminent saint stage powerhouse in the future, he would naturally belong to this category as well. His innate talent and potential were not inferior to those young talents from the powerful forces. With Qi Mei making a move, this mission should be a success, Tai Wu said. Based on his words, it seemed like he was confident in the quasi-4-star assassin, Qi Mei. Other than being a quasi-4-star assassin, Qi Mei was also a woman. This woman was also the only female quasi-4-star assassin in the Mountainshade Black Market's regional branch in the 9 Sect Alliances. Apart from that, she was also widely acknowledged as the strongest quasi-4-star assassin in the Mountainshade Black Market's branch. No one had ever seen Qi Mei's true face. Even Yin Yang and Tai Wu had only seen Qi Mei's graceful figure under a black cloak. Regardless of the fact that Qi Mei's face was covered by her black clothes, just her devilish figure was enough to make any man drool. However, even Tai Wu and Yin Yang did not dare to have any thoughts about Qi Mei. This was because the person behind Qi Mei was the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances. As for the relationship between Qi Mei and the Mountainshade Black Market's leader, it was a mystery to everyone. Most likely, only Qi Mei and the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch knew the answer to this. However, there were still many people from the Mountainshade Black Market who were discussing and speculating in private. Some said that Qi Mei was the leader's woman. Some said that Qi Mei was the leader's illegitimate daughter. Some even said that Qi Mei was the leader's granddaughter. No matter what, Qi Mei's origin was still a mystery. It was a mystery that made people curious but unable to solve. Although the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in Han River City was the main branch, it was not the Mountainshade Black Market's branch's lair. The Mountainshade Black Market's branch's lair was located deep in the mountains north of Han River City. It was hidden behind layers of illusory formations. Apart from the Mountainshade Black Market's high-ranking officials and some ace assassins who knew how to enter this place, the rest of the people in the Mountainshade Black Market's branch could not even enter, let alone know about this place. The illusory formation in the Mountainshade Black Market's branch's lair was mysterious and unpredictable. It was jointly set up by a 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Dao Talisman Master. Naturally, this did not mean that the Mountainshade Black Market's branch had a 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Dao Talisman Master. This was because the 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Dao Talisman Master who set up the formation were sent by the Mountainshade Black Market's higher-ranking branch. They only set up the formation for the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances. After setting up the formation, they left. Even an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to enter this illusory formation. Through the layers of illusory formations, one could see that in the depths of the mountains, there was a huge valley surrounded by independent mansions. At first glance, these mansions were everywhere in the mountains. Whoosh! Without warning, a sharp arrow carrying a jade token flew through the air and finally nailed itself on a wooden plaque in the front courtyard of a mansion halfway up the mountain. Whoosh! Almost at the same instant when the sharp arrow nailed itself on the wooden plaque, a delicate purple sparrow appeared out of thin air. It opened its mouth and bit the sharp arrow, easily pulling it out from the wooden plaque. The entire process was extremely easy. Whoosh! The purple sparrow disappeared into thin air and reappeared in the backyard of the mansion. The backyard was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was obvious that a formation had been set up. This formation had completely blocked the view from the outside. Naturally, it was extremely clear when one looked from the inside. At this moment, a young lady was sitting next to the small lake in the backyard. Her lotus root-like jade-like feet were gently stirring the water in the lake. Her peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be in deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. Sister, sister. The young lady only snapped back to her senses when the purple sparrow appeared and spoke in human language. She conveniently took the sharp arrow from the purple sparrow's mouth. After tossing the sharp arrow away and leaving only the jade token behind, the young lady extended her spiritual energy and merged with it. Soon after, the information in the jade token surged into her mind. Moon Illumination Sect, Duan Lingtian, Saint Rudiment Stage. He was only at the perfection mortal shedding stage a few months ago. There's actually such a monstrous martial Dao prodigy in this godforsaken place? The young lady was a little surprised. Asking me to attack such a target. Are those 3-star assassins trash? Unknowingly, the young lady began to frown. However, when she sorted out all the information in her mind, her brows relaxed again. Qi Ming actually failed? Interesting, interesting. It seems like we'll have to go out for a while. The young lady's last sentence was obviously directed at the purple sparrow. Hee hee. Finally, there's a mission. Sister, leave the target to me this time. I'll definitely do it well. The purple sparrow hovered in front of the young lady and swore as it flapped its wings. We'll see when the time comes. The young lady smiled faintly. In my opinion, that Moon Illumination Sect's disciple called Duan Lingtian must have someone protecting him. That person must be the 3-star Saint Inscription Master from the Moon Illumination Sect, Bai Li Hong. He's comparable to an imminent saint stage powerhouse if he uses all his techniques. Sister, why don't I give you the target and leave Bai Li Hong to me? Upon hearing the young lady's words, the purple sparrow immediately changed its words. Based on its words, it seemed like it did not take Bai Li Hong, who was comparable to an imminent saint stage powerhouse, seriously. If you're going to nag again, you'd better stay at home obediently. The young lady frowned and glared at the purple sparrow. The latter was so shocked that it immediately shut its mouth, not daring to make any more noise. When the young lady walked into the room and came out again, her entire body was covered in a layer of black clothes. That peerlessly beautiful face was now completely covered up, not revealing the slightest bit. However, the lady's devilish figure was enough to make other women feel ashamed of their inferiority and men drool over her. Soon after, the lady vanished into thin air. The purple sparrow disappeared along with her as well. There was a remote mountain range 10,000 miles west of the cluster of mountains where the mountain shade Black Market's branch's lair was located. The mountain range looked barren from afar. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. It was as though it was a land of extinction. At this moment, there was a slightly wretched figure who was holding a pearl tightly in her hand as she made her way to the depths of the mountain range. Brother, now that the Ouyang clan and father are gone, you don't have to continue being punished anymore. I'll go get you now. The owner of the wretched figure was also a young lady. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young lady was none other than the Ouyang clan's second young miss, Ouyang Ruo. Ouyang Ruo should have died along with the Ouyang clan. However, she was lucky because she happened to be outside and managed to escape the disaster. Although she managed to escape the disaster, her days were not easy. She had to evade the mountain shade Black Market's assassins all the way before she finally left Han River City in a panic. The direction Ouyang Ruo was heading in was the direction of the Ouyang clan's nether ridge that had been passed down since ancient times. Her purpose was simple, which was to look for her brother in the nether ridge. If the clan leader of Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba, was still alive and knew about Ouyang Ruo's thoughts, he would definitely smile wryly. This was because Ouyang Ruo was too naive. Naturally, Ouyang Ruo could not be blamed for this. This was because there were not many people in the Ouyang clan who knew about the Nether Ridge. The Nether Ridge was a bottomless abyss. Unless one came out of it, death would be the only way out for them. Moreover, the pearl in Ouyang Ruo's hand was the soul pearl of her brother, Ouyang Qing. She had taken it from the Ouyang clan's ancestral shrine after the Ouyang clan was annihilated. That day, when she sneaked into the Ouyang clan's ancestral shrine, most of the soul pearls inside had already shattered. Only a few soul pearls belonging to the lineal disciples who were not in the Ouyang clan were left. In the Ouyang clan, only the lineal disciples were qualified to possess a soul pearl. Chapter 15:12. 2 months went by in just a blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian left the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of his room with a bright smile on his face. One could see that Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. I've finally broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. After letting out a sigh of relief, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually faded away. However, there was still a faint smile on his face. Although 2 months had passed in the outside world, 10 months had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. In these 10 months, apart from cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic, Duan Lingtian's attention was mostly focused on cultivating his cultivation base. He had also successfully broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. However, after breaking through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian realized he could no longer use the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Duan Lingtian had asked Bai Lihong about the true energy consolidated weapon and learned that the true energy consolidated weapon was an independent weapon that could be condensed from one's true energy as one wished. As for what kind of weapon it was, it depended on the person who cast it. One could condense it into an arrow this time or a saber the next time. One could do it as one wished without any restrictions. Naturally, among the 3 great techniques mastered by a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, only the true energy consolidated weapon was not restricted. Once the true energy consolidated beast was formed, it could not be changed. If one wanted to condense a beast using one's true energy, one could condense it using the blood essence of a wild beast or a saint beast. It could also be condensed using one's imagination. However, the true energy consolidated beast condensed using one's imagination was far less powerful than the true energy consolidated beast condensed using one's blood essence. The former only had the appearance and form while the latter had both the appearance and form. In fact, it even had the power. Up until now, almost all of the true energy consolidated beasts Duan Lingtian had seen were the former. This was because it was extremely difficult to obtain the blood essence of a wild beast or a saint beast. The true energy consolidated beast required beast blood essence as well. It had to be a beast with a high-grade bloodline such as dragons and phoenixes. Otherwise, it had to be a beast at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage or above. Therefore, unless one had an extraordinary background and had an expert extract the essence blood of beasts for them, very few people could use the essence blood of beasts as a foundation to master the true energy condensed beast technique. I've already merged with the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. As long as I break through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, I'll be able to consolidate the 5-clawed devil dragon with my true energy. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. His true energy consolidated beast technique was based on the blood essence of the 5-clawed devil dragon. Its power was extraordinary, enough to crush 99% of the true energy consolidated beasts of martial and Dao cultivators of the same level. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat someone of a higher cultivation realm than him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that after leaving the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, he had condensed his genuine qi into a sword with a single thought. A huge sword was suspended in the air in front of him. With a single thought, the huge sword soared through the air with a series of sonic booms. It seems like I can't use the true energy consolidated weapon technique in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to use the true energy consolidated weapon technique. If that happened, he would lose a huge advantage in a battle with other martial and Dao cultivators of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage or above. True energy consolidated weapon? Just as Duan Lingtian was playing with the various weapons formed by his genuine qi in the air and seemed to have forgotten the time, a cry of surprise came from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian knew it was Bai Lihong. Senior brother. With a single thought, Duan Lingtian dispersed the spear formed by his genuine qi. He looked at Bai Lihong and greeted him with a smile. However, Bai Lihong did not respond to him. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. Although he knew Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he thought Duan Lingtian was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to give him such a big surprise when he had only returned to the sect for 2 months. Instead of calling it a surprise, it would be more accurate to call it a shock. Less than 6 months ago, he was only a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Now, he was already at the mastery Saint Rudiment stage. If it was before, he would not have believed there was such a monstrous person in the world even if he was beaten to death. Senior brother, you're looking for me? Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what was on Bai Lihong's mind when he saw him staring at him in a daze. However, he was more curious about why Bai Lihong was looking for him. If it was not for something, Bai Lihong would not have come here so coincidentally. At this moment, Bai Lihong finally regained his senses. However, he did not respond to Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. After a while, he finally said, "Freak." Although it was not his first time hearing someone call him that, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw Bai Lihong, an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, calling him that. Junior brother, how did you cultivate? It's only been less than 6 months, but you've already broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastered the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Although Bai Lihong knew this was Duan Lingtian's secret, he still could not help but ask. Naturally, he was already mentally prepared that Duan Lingtian would not be able to tell him. After all, everyone had their own secrets. He just could not help but ask. He did not necessarily want an answer. Senior brother, would you believe me if I broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in less than 6 months? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he shook his head in response to Bai Lihong. Of course, I didn't believe it before this. However, the truth is right in front of me now. How can I not believe it? Bai Lihong smiled wryly. What if I say I know a secret tactic that can conceal my cultivation base from being detected by the spiritual secret tactic? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Bai Lihong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was not that he had not thought of such a possibility, but he had never heard of such a secret tactic before. I see. Bai Lihong sighed in relief. Although this secret tactic also shocked him, it was not as shocking as the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in less than 6 months. In comparison, he was more willing to accept this explanation. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw that Bai Lihong believed his explanation. At this moment, he still felt a little guilty. After all, Bai Lihong was sincere to him, but he had lied to him. Naturally, he knew he had to do this. The 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was his biggest secret. If it was exposed, he would be doomed eternally. Naturally, he believed Bai Lihong would not tell anyone even if he knew the truth. However, sometimes, it did not mean he would not tell anyone even if he did not want to. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of psychic power, there were many psychic power secret techniques that could directly pry into other people's souls and know all of their thoughts and thoughts. These psychic power secret techniques were often impossible to guard against. Once one was affected by these spiritual energy secret tactics, it was impossible to keep the secret. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to keep it a secret. He believed he was keeping it a secret for Bai Lihong's sake. Junior brother, I've been coming to your place since half a month ago. Every time I came, I saw you were in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you. Bai Lihong said. You've been looking for me for half a month? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Senior brother, is there anything urgent? Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. Aren't you interested in all kinds of rare and strange materials? This time, you'll have a chance to come into contact with the sect storehouse. By then, with my help, I'm sure you'll be able to get the materials you want. He had also heard about how Duan Lingtian was looking for materials in Han River City. After he heard about it, he had his eyes on the Moon Illumination sect storehouse. Unfortunately, although he was an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect and had an extraordinary position in the sect, it was still difficult for him to come into contact with the Moon Illumination sect storehouse. This was because the Moon Illumination sect storehouse was usually only open to outstanding young disciples. Usually, even the sect leader would not come into contact with the storehouse directly. The sect storehouse? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. What's that? The sect storehouse is where all kinds of rare and strange items are kept. The items there are passed down from generations in the sect, and there's no lack of dusty treasures, Bai Li Hong explained. However, only the outstanding inner court disciples in the sect are allowed to enter that place, and it's only opened once a year. In that case, it's going to open this year? After listening to Bai Li Hong's explanation, Duan Lingtian was also interested in the Moon Illumination sect storehouse. He could faintly sense that it was a treasure trove that had never been excavated before. Yes. Chapter 1513. Inner court disciple below the age of 40? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. He looked calm as though he did not feel pressured at all. With his current strength, let alone inner court disciples below the age of 40 in the Moon Illumination sect, he was not even afraid of those inner court disciples with extraordinary strength who were in the top echelon of the inner court. With his current strength, he dared not say he could defeat a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, as long as those powerhouses on the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage were not particularly monstrous, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, the annual hunting assessment held by the Moon Illumination sect was just a formality in his opinion. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded and smiled. The hunting assessment this time is just a formality to you, junior brother. With your strength, it'll be a piece of cake for you to get the first place in the hunting assessment. Based on his words, he was confident in Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, none of the inner court disciples below the age of 40 in the Moon Illumination sect could compare to him. Even the inner court disciples below the age of 40 in the Moon Illumination sect who had a cultivation base at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage were considered to be extremely talented. Duan Lingtian's achievement was far ahead of them. I've already signed you up on my own accord. We'll depart in 10 days and head to the place where the hunting assessment will be held. I'll go with you, Bai Li Hong said. Senior brother, you're going with us? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Yes, I've asked the sect leader for a patroller identity to prevent anyone from cheating in the hunting assessment. Bai Li Hong smiled. Isn't the sect leader afraid that you'll help me cheat? Duan Lingtian laughed as well as he joked. With your cultivation base, why would you need me to help you cheat, junior brother? Moreover, even if I help you cheat, the sect leader won't say anything. Bai Li Hong's words were filled with confidence. Among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect, he was the only one who had the confidence to say such words. Not to mention the other inner court elders, even the vice sect leader did not have the confidence to say such words. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Not only was his senior brother an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, but he was also the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect. His position was so high that it was even higher than the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. Even the Saint Realm experts, including the sect master, had to give face to his senior brother. To the Duan Lingtian who had entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 10 days was equivalent to 50 days. 50 days was enough for him to do a lot of things. Now, I've cultivated the golden shirt to the highest level, and I've also cultivated the main moves of the colossal aerolite arrow to the 4th level. I'm only one step away from the 5th level, which is the highest level, impeccable refinement. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, apart from that, the offensive move, Gargantuan Mountain, in the Golden Rock mass tactic has also improved a lot. In these 50 days, I'll focus on cultivating the aerolite strike and body and arrow synchronization in the colossal aerolite arrow. After I've cultivated both of them to the highest level, the impeccable refinement, I'll cultivate the aerolite shower as well. The aerolite shower was one of the offensive moves in the colossal aerolite arrow. At the same time, it was also the foundation of the most powerful move in the colossal aerolite arrow, the colossal arrow bell. Only by cultivating the aerolite shower to the highest level could he start cultivating the colossal arrow bell with the aerolite shower as the foundation. Although they were both defensive moves, the strength of the colossal arrow bell was not something the golden shirt could compare to. The golden shirt was a move that was on par with the aerolite shower, while the colossal arrow bell was a powerful defensive move that was comparable to the defensive moves in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. On the other hand, the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by those at the Saint stage and above. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had always been looking forward to cultivating the colossal arrow bell. Due to this reason, he did not neglect cultivating the aerolite shower. Currently, his aerolite shower was not far from breaking through to the 4th stage. Ever since Hualao helped me raise my cultivation base to the intermediate Saint rudiment stage, I feel like it's much easier for me to cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic. It feels like I've been enlightened. The things that were difficult for me in the past have also become easier to understand. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this. He had even asked Hualao about it. However, Hualao's answer was only 4 words. Sun body. Duan Lingtian did not know much about the sun body. All he knew was that Hualao had said his current body was the sun body. As for what was special about the sun body, Hualao did not say much about it. He only asked Duan Lingtian to discover it himself. Up until now, he had only discovered the special thing about cultivating the Saint grade martial tactic being faster. However, this special thing was enough to make Duan Lingtian feel shocked and excited. According to Hualao, there are still many secrets about the sun body. I wonder how many surprises are waiting for me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. 50 days was not short, but it was not long either. Under Duan Lingtian's diligent cultivation, 50 days of time passed by quickly. And as he wished, he also cultivated meteor strike and body and arrow synchronization to the highest level. Apart from that, he had also cultivated the aerolite shower to the 4th level. It was only one step away from the highest level. Once he took another step, he would be able to officially cultivate the colossal arrow bell. When he had cultivated the aerolite shower to the 4th level, the 50 days in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were about to pass. At this moment, Duan Lingtian left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was already late at night outside. The next day was the time to depart to the hunting assessment held by the Moon Illumination sect. This night, Duan Lingtian did not return to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Instead, he sat on the bed in his room and rested with his eyes closed. However, his thoughts had already drifted away. I'll return to Half Moon Island after my cultivation base has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He believed that with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it would only take him 3 months to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Naturally, 3 months referred to the 3 months in the outside world. 3 months in the outside world meant 15 months in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In other words, it was 1 year and 3 months. My children are going to be born soon. Duan Lingtian was inexplicably excited when he thought of this. The excitement was even more intense than when his cultivation base had broken through. Once the 2 children were born, it would mean that he would be a father. This was something he did not dare to imagine in his past life. In his past life, he was a mercenary who walked in the dark and licked the blood off his blade. Even he did not know what would happen in the next moment. Due to this reason, he had never thought of getting married and having children in his past life. However, in this life, he was going to have children soon. Moreover, it was 2 children. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was even more anxious to return to Half Moon Island. The next morning, Duan Lingtian met up with Bai Li Hong. Both of them left together and met up with the main group. The hunting assessment this time was personally hosted by a vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. Apart from the vice sect leader, there were 3 other inner court elders who were patrolling envoys. Bai Li Hong was one of them. Originally, with Bai Li Hong's identity, it would only take him a few words to host the hunting assessment. However, he did not like hosting. He only wanted to be an idle patrolling envoy. Elder Bai Li, as soon as they met up with the main group, Duan Lingtian saw a sturdy old man walking towards him and Bai Li Hong. He greeted Bai Li Hong enthusiastically. The sturdy old man was tall like a small mountain. When he walked over, it was as if a mountain was moving over, giving people an invisible pressure. Vice sect leader Zhong. Bai Li Hong nodded in response to the sturdy old man. His words revealed the person's identity. It was none other than Zhonghua, one of the vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect who was hosting the hunting assessment this time. This must be Elder Bai Li's junior brother Duan Lingtian, right? Soon after, Zhonghua looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. Vice sect leader. Duan Lingtian quickly responded to Zhonghua. However, he felt a little uncomfortable. Zhonghua in front of him looked harmless and there was nothing strange about him. However, for some reason, Duan Lingtian felt uncomfortable. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian could even faintly sense hostility from Zhonghua. Naturally, the hostility was very weak. It was so weak that he did not know if he was mistaken. Logically speaking, this was the first time he had met Zhonghua. Zhonghua shouldn't be hostile toward him. Junior brother, this Zhonghua is the master of the outer court disciple, He Zhong, whom you defeated earlier. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums. At once, it dispelled Duan Lingtian's doubts. He realized he was not mistaken. So, he's He Zhong's master. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Since he was He Zhong's master, it was normal for him to be hostile to him. He Zhong was Lu Huan's nephew. Previously, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. He was even forced by Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he would never go against Duan Lingtian again. When Duan Lingtian glanced behind Zhonghua, he noticed He Zhong was among the group of people behind him. He Zhong has also become an inner court disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was not surprised that He Zhong had become an inner court disciple. With He Zhong's master, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, it would only take him a few words to make an exception for He Zhong to enter the inner court. Chapter 15-14. When Duan Lingtian probed He Zhong's cultivation base, He Zhong was also looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. To a certain extent, the reason he could break through to the Saint Rudiment stage so quickly was partly because of Duan Lingtian. The reason he said it was because of Duan Lingtian was because he had heard that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage 3 months ago. Because of this, he had suffered a huge blow and felt pressured. As the saying went, where there's pressure, there's motivation. Under this invisible pressure, He Zhong had successfully broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage a month ago. After he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he had officially become vice sect leader Zhonghua's disciple. At this moment, the group of outer court disciples finally realized that He Zhong was not secretly taken in by Lu Huan. Instead, he was the direct disciple of vice sect leader Zhonghua. However, due to the shock that Duan Lingtian had given them, they were somewhat immune to it. Therefore, they were not too shocked by this matter. After all, Duan Lingtian had directly become Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Who was Elder Bai Li Hong? He was the publicly acknowledged #1 inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. His position was so high that it was even higher than the few vice sect leaders. Not only that, even the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader, had to be polite to Elder Bai Li Hong and treat him as an equal. From the moment Duan Lingtian became Bai Li Hong's junior brother, Duan Lingtian's seniority in the Moon Illumination sect had unknowingly increased. Even He Zhong's master, Zhonghua, one of the vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect, had to address Duan Lingtian as junior brother out of respect for Bai Li Hong when he faced him. I can only hope that uncle can completely let go of the thought of going against Duan Lingtian and not brush me off. He Zhong thought to himself. Previously, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had become Bai Li Hong's junior brother, the little bit of resentment he had toward Duan Lingtian had completely vanished. As for the matter from before, he had completely thrown it to the back of his mind. He knew he would only be troubled by it if he kept it in his mind. This time, he was able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage faster than he expected because of Duan Lingtian. To a certain extent, he was still grateful toward Duan Lingtian. He Zhong, congratulations. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet He Zhong through voice transmission True Energy Voice. When He Zhong heard it, he was stunned Zhong Hu at Duan Lingtian's congratulation. He Zhong Huai's Lingtian was obviously referring at him. He was at him. Duan Lingtian was master, he Lingtian. However, until now, it seemed like only he and his master knew that he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. He had never revealed his current cultivation base to the outside world. However, Duan Lingtian had seen through it with just a glance. At once, he felt like he had nowhere to hide in front of Duan Lingtian. You can tell? After taking a deep breath, He Zhong could not help but ask through True Energy Voice transmission. Duan Lingtian did not reply. He merely smiled back at He Zhong. It was a mysterious smile in He Zhong's eyes. At this moment, in He Zhong's heart, Duan Lingtian's danger level had increased by a few levels. Soon after, the other two inner court elders who were the patrollers of the hunting assessment also took the initiative to greet Bai Li Hong. Their attitudes were extremely warm. Elder Bai Li, at this moment, the group of inner court disciples, including He Zhong, also greeted Bai Li Hong respectfully. Junior brother Duan. Soon after, the two inner court elders looked at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. This scene made the group of inner court disciples envious. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian have a high martial Dao innate talent, but he also had a good life. Now that he had a senior brother like Bai Li Hong, he could do whatever he wanted in the Moon Illumination sect. Let's go. As soon as Bai Li Hong spoke, Zhonghua gave the order. The group of people walked out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate in a mighty manner. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, the group of people soared into the sky and headed to the place where the hunting assessment was held. Not long after the group of people left, in a spacious mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect, Lu Huan sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and tapped the table lightly. Duan Lingtian should be participating in the hunting assessment now, right? This is a good opportunity. I only hope the mountainshade black market won't disappoint me again. Lu Huan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered to himself. Also, there's that Feng Hui. After so many years, it's time for me to put an end to the feud between us. Initially, I thought he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if I let him live. I can't believe he actually took such a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian as his disciple. A sharp glint flashed across Lu Huan's eyes as killing intent shot out. After a while, he stood up and was ready to leave. Master. At this moment, a figure walked toward him. It was none other than Su Qi. Su Qi was holding a plate with a bowl of soup in his hand. This is the clear jade soup that I made for you. Please eat it while it's still hot, master. You're the one who's thoughtful. That rascal Zhou Qi has never made a bowl of soup for me. Lu Huan was very satisfied with this disciple before him. Ever since he became his disciple, not only did he cultivate diligently, but he would also personally make a bowl of soup for him every few days. Moreover, it was different every time. After drinking the soup that Su Qi handed to him, Lu Huan's eyes gleamed as a new idea popped up in his mind. Su Qi, come with me for a while. Lu Huan said to Su Qi. Yes. Su Qi did not ask where Lu Huan was going and agreed to it right away. Aren't you going to ask me where I'm bringing you? Lu Huan asked. I'll go wherever you want me to go, master. I won't even frown if it's a mountain of swords or a volcano, Su Qi said seriously. Lu Huan nodded. Huh. Good, good. The worst thing that I, Lu Huan, did in my life was to take that rascal Zhou Qi as my disciple. The best thing that I did was to take you as my disciple. Lu Huan laughed out loud. He was very satisfied with Su Qi's answer. Let's go. I'll bring you back to Mound Hill City. The moment Lu Huan's words left his mouth, he left the room. Mound Hill City. Su Qi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lu Huan's words. He could faintly guess what Lu Huan was going to do. He also realized that all of this was closely related to Duan Lingtian's rise. However, after taking a deep breath, Su Qi still followed Lu Huan. Some time ago, the news of Duan Lingtian becoming the junior brother of Bai Lihong, the inner court elder of Moon Illumination sect, had spread to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was stunned for a long time before he finally regained his senses. He's actually taken as elder by Li Hong's junior brother? Fang Hui was shocked and surprised at the same time. In the end, he laughed out loud with joy on his face. In the end, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Those were tears of joy. As the outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect, Fang Hui used to be a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he knew who Elder Bai Lihong was. He was someone that even the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect had to treat with respect. In the past, Elder Bai Lihong was an insurmountable lofty mountain that he had to lift his head to look at. Moreover, when he first met Elder Bai Lihong, he did not even dare to breathe loudly for fear that he would upset Elder Bai Lihong. Now, he learned that his disciple, Duan Lingtian, had been taken as a junior brother by Elder Bai Lihong. How could he not be surprised? He's broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. After a while, Fang Hui received another piece of news from the Moon Illumination sect. The news was about Duan Lingtian breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage. No wonder Elder Bai Lihong took him as his junior brother. As it turns out, he saw how extraordinary his innate talent is. It's funny that I wanted to take him as my disciple and make him acknowledge me as his master. What a joke. What a joke. Fang Hui's face was filled with self-mockery as he muttered to himself. However, he was more happy for Duan Lingtian. With Elder Bai Lihong as his backer, Lu Huan shouldn't dare to touch him easily. Ling Yun and Xiong Hu should be safe with him taking care of them. Fang Hui sighed in relief when he thought of this. In the following days, Fang Hui was in a good mood. He felt like the haze that had been accumulating in his heart for many years seemed to have dissipated. Naturally, such days did not last long. Fang Hui. A thunderous voice resonated in the sky above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, causing Fang Hui, who was cultivating in his room, to have a drastic change of expression. He was very familiar with this voice. It was so familiar that it was impossible for him to forget it. Lu Huan. Fang Hui's expression was extremely grave as he took a deep breath. He did not expect Lu Huan, who had not taken the initiative to look for him and trample on his master for many years, would come looking for him at this moment. However, he could faintly sense that Lu Huan's sudden visit had something to do with Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had pressured him. The moment Fang Hui thought of this, his expression softened a little. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Huan, are you afraid as well? When Fang Hui walked out of his room and stepped into the air, he realized that Lu Huan was not the only person who came. There was another person who was extremely familiar to him. Su Qi. Fang Hui's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Qi standing next to Lu Huan in the air. Su Qi was originally the disciple that he valued the most. He had an extremely high innate talent. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he was the one with the highest innate talent among all the young geniuses in Mound Hill City. Due to this reason, he had spent a lot of effort on Su Qi. However, he did not expect that he would end up benefiting Lu Huan in the end. Now that he saw Su Qi standing in the air, he realized that Su Qi had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to ignore the flight prohibiting formation in the sky above Mound Hill City. The flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City restricted all martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage. Chapter 15:15. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the crisis that Feng Hui was facing. He did not expect that Lu Huan would be so desperate to kill his teacher, Feng Hui, after he had made a name for himself several times. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong were following the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect to the place where the hunting assessment would be held. It was above a mountain ridge with a steep terrain. Looking from afar, the mountain ridge was so vast that it would make one's jaw drop. This mountain range will be your stage from now on. You can kill the savage beasts as you please in there. However, it's best that you leave a mark on the wild beast after you kill it so that we can verify your results. Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, told the group of inner court disciples including Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing his words, Duan Lingtian and the rest nodded their heads. It seems like I can't destroy the wild beast's body directly. After all, once I destroy the body, I won't be able to prove that I'm the one who killed the wild beast, and I won't be able to prove that I've killed any wild beast. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While they were still on the way, he had already roughly understood the rules of the hunting assessment this time. In the hunting assessment, the points would be different depending on the strength of the wild beast that was killed. Each of you will take one of these jade tokens. If you encounter any accident, just crush it. At that time, the 3 inner court elders and I will rush to your side immediately. Zhonghua raised his hand and took out several jade tokens before passing them to Duan Lingtian and the rest. However, I still have to remind all of you. Once you crush the jade token, it'll mean the end of the assessment. Even if the assessment time is not up yet, the person who crushed the jade token will have already finished the assessment. What Zhonghua was trying to say was obvious. Unless they were in danger, it was best not to crush the jade token. Apart from Duan Lingtian who was studying the jade token in his hand thoughtfully, the group of inner court disciples including He Zhong nodded their heads in realization. Saint inscription. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed a saint inscription was inscribed on the jade token in his hand. This saint rune was very special. It was neither an offensive saint rune nor an auxiliary saint rune. At the very least, he had never come across such a saint rune before. Senior brother, did you inscribe the saint rune on this jade slip? Duan Lingtian asked Bai Li Hong through a true energy sound transmission. Although he couldn't recognize the saint inscription on the jade slip, he could tell that there were traces of Bai Li Hong in the saint inscription. The words had handwriting, and so did the sacred inscriptions. Yes. Junior brother, don't underestimate the saint inscriptions on these jade slips. These saint inscriptions are 3-star saint inscriptions. 3-star saint inscription? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard this. However, although this saint inscription is a 3-star saint inscription, it only has a warning effect. Moreover, its cost is extremely low. It's not even comparable to a 2-star saint inscription. Bai Li Hong added. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Although the cost is low and it's easy to inscribe, it's still a 3-star saint inscription no matter what. Even the territory of an imminent saint stage powerhouse can't restrict its warning. Of course, it's a different story if it's a saint stage powerhouse. Bai Li Hong continued. It can warn through the territory of an imminent saint stage powerhouse? Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, he no longer dared to underestimate the saint inscription on the jade slip in his hand. Alright, all of you can leave now. The 3 inspectors and I will take turns to look after all of you. If all of you encounter any danger, just crush the jade slip, and we'll come to your rescue immediately. Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, did not beat around the bush. As for the detailed rules of the hunting assessment, he had already explained them on the way here. Whoosh! 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 The moment Zhonghua's words left his mouth, the group of inner court disciples flew down one after another and entered the lush mountain range. Their bodies disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was as though they were stones that had sunk into the sea. Duan Lingtian nodded at Bai Li Hong before he flew down and entered the lush mountain range as well. Elder Bai Li, I think junior brother Duan is the one who's going to participate in the hunting assessment this time. He should be able to get first place. What do you think? After the group of inner court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, entered the lush mountain range, Jianghu looked at Bai Li Hong and asked with narrowed eyes. Naturally, he asked this question on purpose. However, in the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded when he heard Bai Li Hong's answer. Not should, but he definitely will. Junior brother will definitely get first place in the hunting assessment this time. This was Bai Li Hong's answer. Bai Li Hong's answer not only stunned Zhonghua, but even the other two inner court elders could not help but click their tongues. They thought Bai Li Hong's confidence in Duan Lingtian was a little too blind. However, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was pretty good. However, having good innate talent did not mean that he was powerful. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's foundation must be unstable since he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in such a short time. He might not even be as good as most of the inner court disciples who came this time. Naturally, this was also because they did not know about Duan Lingtian's secret. If they knew that Duan Lingtian possessed a heaven-defying celestial supreme treasure like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, they would definitely not think this way. While Duan Lingtian entered the lush mountain range and started killing the wild beasts inside, the city governor's estate in the faraway Mound Hill city was in a state of panic. In the sky, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, looked at Su Qi with a complicated expression. However, he did not say anything in the end. In his opinion, Su Qi's choice was not wrong. In this world where the strong were respected, was it not for the sake of survival that people worked so hard to cultivate? To be honest, he did not blame Su Qi for choosing to become Lu Huan's disciple in order to survive. Su Qi did not do anything wrong because he wanted to survive. However, when he saw the killing intent flashing in Lu Huan's eyes, his heart turned cold. He realized Lu Huan did not come looking for him with good intentions. He even wanted to kill him. He did not find it strange that Lu Huan wanted to kill him. However, Lu Huan brought Su Qi here. This made his heart turn cold. Lu Huan wanted to use Su Qi to flaunt his prowess before killing him. Ruthlessly trampling on his dignity in front of his former disciple, and then obliterating him. Fang Hui, I really have to thank you for finding me such an outstanding disciple. As expected, Lu Huan looked at Fang Hui and said with a smile. Lu Huan, stop pretending. Didn't you come here today to kill me? Duan Lingtian's existence is like a fishbone stuck in your throat, isn't it? Fang Hui glanced at Lu Huan indifferently and said fearlessly, even if I die today, I have no regrets. Duan Lingtian is destined to be a nightmare for you. Of course, that's if you can live longer. Ha 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 ha, when Fang Hui reached the end of his sentence, he laughed heartily. Fang Hui. Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave as he roared in a deep voice. He did not expect Fang Hui would still dare to provoke him at this moment. Moreover, it was obvious Fang Hui was not afraid of death. Are you trying to provoke me so that you can die a quick death? Lu Huan asked with a cold smile as he regained his senses. Lu Huan, your imagination is still as vivid as before, Fang Hui said indifferently. Fang Hui said calmly. His expression was calm as if he had already seen through life and death. Humph. I think I guessed right, didn't I? If you want to die a quick death, I won't let you get what you want. Lu Huan sneered. Although you're going to die today, I won't let you die a quick death. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I'm going to rip off every inch of your flesh. When Fang Hui heard Lu Huan's words, he shuddered even though he had already seen through life and death. Lu Huan, my death is just the beginning. The beginning of your nightmare. Fang Hui was still laughing. He was laughing freely and heartily. It had been so many years, but this was the first time he was so happy when he saw Lu Huan. All these years, he had been living like a walking corpse. Wasn't it all because of the trace of obsession in his heart? Now that his disciple Duan Lingtian had risen to power, Lu Huan felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He suddenly felt that all these years of forbearance and sacrifice were worth it. This was because he had received a huge reward. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was the best gift that God had given him. With Duan Lingtian around, there was no need for him to worry that no one would avenge him. Although he had only known Duan Lingtian for less than a year, he knew very well what kind of person Duan Lingtian was. If he died, Duan Lingtian would definitely not let Lu Huan go. "You're seeking death." Lu Huan was furious. True energy surged from his body, causing his long robe to flutter even though there was no wind. Lu Huan's robe fluttered furiously as he was about to attack Lu Huan. Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face. At the same time, he lifted his hand at lightning speed and slapped the side of his body. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as a figure was sent flying by Lu Huan like an arrow that was shot out. The person who was sent flying was none other than Su Qi. To be more precise, it was Su Qi who was sent flying by Lu Huan's palm after he stabbed a needle into Lu Huan's body. Su Qi. Seeing Lu Huan's body trembling violently and his face turning green, Fang Hui would have lived his life in vain if he still did not know what had happened. At this moment, realization dawned on him. As it turned out, Su Qi did not betray him. Su Qi's heart was still with him. Su Qi was not afraid of death. He was waiting for the right time to avenge him. The moment Lu Huan thought of this, he no longer hesitated. He flew out and caught Su Qi. "Master, if you were a few months later, I'd definitely be able to kill him for you." "What a pity, what a pity." Blood spurted from Su Qi's mouth. His face was pale. "Rascal, when did you poison me?" In the distance, Lu Huan roared as he questioned Su Qi. Chapter 15-16. At this moment, Lu Huan realized Su Qi had been plotting this for a long time. The poison in his body was not formed overnight. "Lu Huan, the soup I made tastes pretty good, right?" "Ha." Cough. Cough. Su Qi, who was caught by Lu Huan, glanced at him coldly before he laughed out loud. His face turned even paler as he coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, Su Qi's vitality began to weaken. It was obvious he was on the verge of death. "Soup. I see, I see. It seems like you didn't sincerely acknowledge me as your master from the beginning. I've always treated you well, but in the end, you actually wanted to harm me. Rascal. Rascal." Lu Huan finally understood everything. His face that was glowing green was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it at any time. "Sincerely?" When Su Qi heard this, he mocked. "Su Qi, only acknowledge one master in my life, but it's not you, Lu Huan. It's ridiculous that you, Lu Huan, actually thought you could make me submit to you. If it wasn't for the sake of waiting patiently for the right time to avenge my master, why would I pretend to submit to you? Unfortunately, you were so close. If I had a few more months, I'm confident I'll make you die from the poison." When Su Qi reached the end of his sentence, a look of pity could be seen on his face. Lu Huan was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. An ordinary poison would not be able to harm him at all. Due to this reason, he had used a slow-acting poison that he obtained by chance on the mortal continent. Not only was it colorless and tasteless, but it was also undetectable. As for that type of poison, it wasn't usually that toxic. It would only show its powerful toxicity when it was combined with another drug. The needle that he had pierced into Lu Huan's body earlier was stained with the drug that triggered the poison. It had completely activated the poison that had been hidden in Lu Huan's body for a long time, causing him to be poisoned. "Master, you must leave now." While Lu Huan is focused on expelling the poison and doesn't dare to move recklessly, "You must leave now," Su Qi urged Lu Huan as he looked at him. He knew very well that he was the one who had poisoned Lu Huan. Currently, Lu Huan only had the strength to protect himself. If he moved, the poison in his body would invade his organs. At that time, even a Daoist celestial being would not be able to save him. If Lu Huan wanted to suppress the poison in his body, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours was enough for his master, Fang Hui, to escape from Lu Huan's pursuit. Su Qi. Tears welled up in Fang Hui's eyes, and his face was filled with emotions. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. When he found out that Su Qi did not really betray him, the disappointment in his heart vanished. All that was left was happiness. He realized that he had not misjudged Su Qi. This disciple, who had been by his side since the beginning, had always regarded him as his only master. Master, leave quickly. However, Su Qi knew that this was not the time to be sentimental, so he hurriedly urged her. Wasn't he poisoned? I'll kill him now. However, Fang Hui had no intention of leaving. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lu Huan, who was focusing on expelling the poison. Master, it's just that he doesn't dare to move, but he still has the ability to protect himself. Let's go. Let's go. Su Qi continued to urge him. He was so agitated that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His injuries worsened. Good. I'm leaving. Although Fang Hui was unwilling, he knew that Su Qi would not lie to him. He gritted his teeth and was prepared to leave with Su Qi. However, at this moment, ha 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 ha, a burst of loud laughter suddenly resonated in the air. It was filled with wanton arrogance. Both Fang Hui and Su Qi's expressions changed when they heard the loud laughter. In the distance, Lu Huan, who was standing in the air and laughing loudly, had no trace of green on his face at all. At this moment, Lu Huan stood there in high spirits. He did not look like a person who was poisoned at all. Impossible. Impossible. Upon seeing this, Su Qi's body began to tremble violently. He kept shaking his head. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. It was apparent that he did not expect this to happen. Nothing is impossible. Lu Huan smirked. I'm a saint refinement master who focuses on refining medicine. Although I've neglected it for many years, I've consumed the 1,000 poison beasts' flesh when I was young. Ever since then, although my body isn't immune to all poisons, it's still extremely resistant to poison. The poison that you used is indeed not bad. It's very subtle as well. Unfortunately, it's not much of a threat to me. Every word that Lu Huan said seemed to have struck Su Qi's soul directly. It caused Su Qi's face to turn even paler. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. Since you're so close to your master, I'll send both of you to hell. Lu Huan's eyes turned cold. His body moved as though it had transformed into a hurricane. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Hui and Su Qi. Master, if there's a next life, I'll still be your disciple. Su Qi suddenly shouted. He used the last bit of strength in his body to leave Fang Hui's side and charged toward Lu Huan. He wanted to use the last bit of strength he had to protect his master. He would die without regrets. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lu Huan smirked. With a lift of his hand, a vast and rolling energy exploded Su Qi into a bloody mist in just a blink of an eye. Apart from not being able to touch Lu Huan, the bloody mist splattered all over Fang Hui's face. Fang Hui's heart turned as cold as ice when he sensed the bloody stench that was coming toward him. His soul began to tremble violently at this moment. Su Qi, Lu Huan, die. Fang Hui suddenly shouted. The true energy in his qi surged out without any reservation. It was as though he was going to fight Lu Huan to the death. However, the gigantic saber that was consolidated by Lu Huan's true energy consolidated weapon easily broke Fang Hui's ferocious attack. Fang Hui, perhaps you could be compared to me when you were young. However, you're no different from an ant in my eyes now. Lu Huan stared at Fang Hui coldly and said condescendingly. That's right. My ability can't be compared to yours. However, your disciple can't be compared to the disciple that I've taken in. Fang Hui smiled again when he was on the brink of death. A figure flashed in his mind. It was a young man who always wore purple. He was also his hope. Duan Lingtian. Fang Hui, I've told you before that I won't let you die a quick death. I'll torture you until you're left with your last breath. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Lu Huan's eyes turned even colder. He took one step at a time and faced Fang Hui like a hunter hunting his prey. Every step he took seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hammer that slammed heavily on Fang Hui's chest. Without warning, Lu Huan lifted his hand and grabbed Fang Hui at lightning speed. At this critical moment, a swift sword light suddenly pierced through the air and passed between Lu Huan and Fang Hui. It shocked Lu Huan so much that he retracted his hand. Who's that? Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face when he realized the threat of the sword ray. Ha! Elder Lu Huan, it seems like we haven't seen each other for a few years, right? At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Along with it, a strong figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a strong build. The middle-aged man's gray robe fluttered in the wind. He was holding a sword in his hand. You're Wang Tao? Lu Huan asked in a deep voice as he studied the middle-aged man in front of him with a frown. It seems like you still recognize me, Elder Lu Huan. Wang Tao smiled. Humph. Wang Tao, I can't believe that you've also broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage after so many years. However, do you think you can stop me? Lu Huan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Lu Huan had some impression of the person before him. He was an inner court deacon in the Moon Illumination sect. However, it did not cross his mind that he would meet this person again here. Since Wang Tao was able to pass through his territory that covered an area of 100 meters without him noticing, one could easily imagine his cultivation base. He must have entered the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even so, he was not afraid of Wang Tao. A martial cultivator who had just broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage was nothing to him. I'll have to try to find out if I can stop you, Elder Lu Huan. Wang Tao smiled faintly with a carefree expression. It was as if he did not take Lu Huan seriously at all. Deacon Wang? Fang Hui finally regained his senses. He stared at the muscular figure in front of him in a daze. It did not cross his mind that this person would appear at this moment. Moreover, it was obvious that he was here to protect him. Wang Tao was the youngest inner court deacon in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, he was also a sword cultivator. However, due to his reclusive nature, he did not have much of a reputation. Based on Lu Huan's words, this Deacon Wang seemed to be a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Good. Very good. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Lu Huan was so angry that he laughed. Wang Tao, I really want to know why you're protecting him. As far as I know, you don't seem to be friends with him, right? Elder Lu Huan, you don't have to test me. I'm only protecting him because someone asked me to. Wang Tao said nonchalantly. The person who asked you to protect him. Is that person Elder Bai Li? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. However, Wang Tao did not answer him. All he did was stare at him quietly. At this moment, Lu Huan was almost certain. Humph. Lu Huan's expression changed for a while. In the end, he clenched his teeth and chose to leave. However, before he left, he did not forget to leave behind some ruthless words. Wang Tao, the grudge between you and me has been formed. He had thought it through carefully before he decided to leave. Initially, he did not dare to make a big fuss about killing Fang Hui. For this reason, he had even used his true energy consolidated territory to cover an area of 100 meters to conceal himself so that nobody would notice him. This was because he knew if people saw that he was the one who killed Fang Hui, he would definitely enrage Elder Bai Li. Perhaps, Elder Bai Li would not care about Fang Hui's life or death. However, he would care about Duan Lingtian's emotions. However, he was not afraid as long as nobody knew he was the one who killed Fang Hui. Chapter 15-17. However, Wang Tao's appearance forced him to give up. It was obvious Wang Tao was sent by Bai Li Hong to protect Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Although he was confident he could defeat Wang Tao, he did not have the confidence to kill him. After all, they were both at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Unless the disparity in their strength was too great, nobody would dare to say they could kill each other. Moreover, even if he was confident he could kill Wang Tao, Bai Lihong would definitely suspect him when he returned and learned about Wang Tao's death. There were not many people in the Moon Illumination sect surrounding area who could kill Wang Tao. It was not difficult for him to suspect him. Killing Wang Tao was completely different from killing Feng Hui. Anyone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage would be able to kill Feng Hui. Thank you, Deacon Wang. Feng Hui sighed in relief when he saw Lu Huan leaving just like that. He quickly thanked Wang Tao. You don't have to thank me. I was just asked to do this. Wang Tao replied nonchalantly and left as soon as his words left his mouth. Naturally, he did not really leave. Instead, he hid at the side and secretly protected Feng Hui. On the other hand, the more Lu Huan thought about it after he left, the angrier he became. Damn it. Bai Lihong, that old man, is such a busybody. At this moment, a sense of helplessness rose in Lu Huan's heart. It was as though Bai Lihong had predicted every move he made. It made him feel extremely aggrieved. I hope the people from Mountain Shade Black Market can seize this opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop during the hunting assessment. Once Duan Lingtian is dead, Bai Lihong won't be able to target me anymore. Lu Huan thought to himself. Moreover, from today onward, any disciple I, Lu Huan, accept must swear on the lightning penalty oath that they'll never betray me. If they don't swear, I won't accept them no matter how high their innate talent is. Lu Huan was annoyed when he recalled Su Qi whom he had just killed and Zhou Qi whom he had killed earlier. He really felt like he was the unluckiest person in his 8 lifetimes. The 2 direct disciples he had accepted consecutively had betrayed him in the end. Due to this reason, he made up his mind. Whoever wanted to acknowledge him as their master would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath first. When Lu Huan returned to the Moon Illumination sect gloomily, Duan Lingtian had also killed many wild beasts in the mountainous forest. Even though he had killed quite a number of savage beasts, his robes were still bright and clean. It was as if killing the savage beasts was nothing to him. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. Putting aside the fact that he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base than him, just based on his current cultivation base at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, it was almost impossible to find a wild beast that was a match for him in this mountain forest. Even if there are Mastery Saint Realm wild beasts here, I'm afraid there aren't many of them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Along the way, he had only killed a few dozen intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. Most of them were early Saint Realm wild beasts, several hundred of them. Perhaps it had heard Duan Lingtian's thoughts, but as he continued to walk forward, a deafening beast roar sounded. It was like a clap of thunder, as if it wanted to tear apart Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Is this a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast? When Duan Lingtian heard the beast's roar that sounded like a sonic attack, he was shocked. Soon after, he saw a gigantic beast the size of a small hill charging toward him. Wherever it passed, the ground would tremble as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Wherever the gigantic beast passed, the trees would collapse one after another. Huge footprints would appear on the ground one after another. Each of the footprints was like a huge pit. Good timing. In the face of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that was charging at him menacingly, not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even went up to it. At this moment, a gush of vast true energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into a gigantic hammer in the air in just a blink of an eye. It fell like a meteor and slammed hard on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast in front of him. It was a wild beast that looked very similar to a gorilla. Roar! In the face of Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated weapon technique, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast opened its bloody mouth and roared loudly. The terrifying sound wave formed a sound wave attack in an instant, causing clear ripples to appear in the air. As the sound wave rolled out, the gigantic hammer that Duan Lingtian had condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique seemed to have hit a cotton ball. It advanced rapidly before it was squeezed out. In the end, it was even defeated. What a powerful sonic attack. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect his true energy consolidated weapon technique would be defeated by the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage Wild Beast's roar. In fact, the gigantic hammer that he had condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique was able to kill an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage Wild Beast with a single strike. Good. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Facing the powerful strength displayed by the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage Wild Beast, Duan Lingtian was not afraid. Instead, his eyes lit up as he raised his hand and took out a heavy sword. It was none other than the 1,000-catty heavy sword. Roar! At the same time, the wild beast roared again as it lifted its boulder-like fists and smashed them toward Duan Lingtian. A deafening sound of wind and thunder resounded in the air as it passed by. Good! Facing the pair of giant cannonball-like iron fists of the wild beast, Duan Lingtian laughed and swung the 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand to meet the wild beast head-on. It was as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Heavy as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian seemed to be particularly excited as he shouted the name of his next move. The 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand slammed down like a collapsing mountain towards the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. Pung! Pung! Accompanied by two deafening noises, Duan Lingtian's 1,000-catty heavy sword collided with the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. True Qi collided, causing waves of Qi waves to appear in the air as they continuously pressed against each other. The waves of air surged and set off a series of thunderous explosions. Gusts of raging wind swept out and blew gravel and trees in the surrounding area. It was as if a strong typhoon had set off. Roar! The wild beast roared and took a step back. When it looked at Duan Lingtian again, its eyes that were as big as a gong were not only red, but there was also a hint of fear in them. Although the wild beast did not have the intelligence of a saint beast, it had its own survival instinct to survive in a harsh environment. Duan Lingtian blocked its fists with his sword. At this moment, it regarded Duan Lingtian as a strong enemy. Just when Duan Lingtian saw the fear in the wild beast's eyes and thought it would retreat in the face of difficulties, a shocking scene appeared. Dong! 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 Along with the sound of drums, the savage beast was beating its own chest with its fists. Its crazy appearance was exactly the same as that of a gorilla. There was no difference at all. If there was a difference, it would be the size of the wild beast. It was several times bigger than a gorilla. Has it gone mad? Just when Duan Lingtian thought the wild beast in front of him had gone mad, a shocking scene appeared. As the wild beast kept hitting its chest with its fists, a blood-red mist appeared from its heart. It spread all over its body and merged with every pore on its body. The blood-red mist continued to grow. In the end, the wild beast's body seemed to be covered by a layer of blood-red energy. On top of the blood-red energy, one could vaguely see a blood-red lightning flashing. What's this? Duan Lingtian was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Could it be berserk? In the blink of an eye, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The reason why such a thought popped up in his mind was because he recalled the berserk mongrel rodent clan. They were a clan that was good at berserk. Once they went berserk, their strength would increase tremendously. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The wild beast that was shrouded in blood-red energy seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war at this moment. It roared at Duan Lingtian. The sound waves rolled in the air and continued to compress and explode, creating a thunderous sound. It's really become stronger. Even Duan Lingtian felt a little uncomfortable with the sound waves. It was obviously on a different level from the previous sound waves. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate. He infused his true energy into the 1,000-catty sword in his hand and activated the 2-star saint inscription, the 1,000-catty saint inscription. When the wild beast swung its fists at him again, he met it head-on. Heavy as Mount Tai. It was the same sword, but due to the power of the Thousand Caddy Saint inscription, it became even more terrifying. However, this terrifying sword was actually repelled by the wild beast's iron fists. Not only that, but it also caused Duan Ling Tian's hand to go numb. A faint trace of blood could be seen on his hand. Although he did not bleed, it was enough to shock Duan Ling Tian. His body was different from an ordinary human's body. Even the five-clawed divine dragons who were at the same level as him among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land could not compare to him in terms of body strength. Even so, the web between his thumb and index finger was still slightly cracked from the impact. Roar! Duan Lingtian's sword was repelled, and the wild beast's iron fists also changed its direction and landed on empty air. However, it quickly regained its senses and swung its iron fists at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. I'm not going to play with you anymore. With a raised brow, Duan Lingtian's true energy swept out from his Qi Si and flowed into his hands through his 99 saint veins. At the same time, he casually put away the Thousand Caddy sword and clenched his fists. He was actually going to meet the wild beast's fists head-on. If someone was here, they would definitely think Duan Lingtian was overestimating himself. Even his sword was defeated by the wild beast after it had gone berserk. He actually dared to fight the wild beast with his bare hands. He was simply seeking death. However, what they did not know was that Duan Lingtian had also used his brute strength in this punch. Chapter 15:18. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It shook the air so much that it seemed to distort slightly. Ripples that could be seen clearly spread out. Bang! Another loud bang reverberated in the air. Even the birds that were hundreds of meters away were frightened and fled in all directions. At the same time, two clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. It was as though a small blood rain was falling. It was the wild beast that had gone berserk. Its iron fists were smashed by Duan Lingtian's fists. Roar! The wild beast shrieked in agony when its iron fists were gone. Its survival instinct urged it to turn around and flee immediately. At this moment, in its eyes, Duan Lingtian, this little thing, was no different from a devil. Right now, it only wanted to get as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. This feeling of fighting fire with fire is really good. It feels so good. Duan Lingtian grinned and laughed heartily as he looked at his fists that seemed to be wearing a pair of golden gloves at some unknown time. Earlier, when his fists were about to collide with the wild beast's iron fists, he had cast the golden shirt that he had cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, in time to strengthen his physical strength again. It was precisely because of this that he could easily smash the pair of iron fists of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that had gone berserk. In this hunting assessment, the points of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast will definitely be more than the points of an Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian took out the sun shooting bow at lightning speed. He raised his hand and shot an arrow out. The true energy arrow that contained the penetration saint inscription easily pierced through the wild beast that was only focused on fleeing and killed it. To him, the wild beast was the equivalent of points. Boom! The wild beast's huge body crashed to the ground. Duan Lingtian chased after it in time and left his name on the wild beast's body. This meant he was the one who killed the wild beast. As long as he left his mark, he did not have to worry about a second person leaving his name behind to claim it. This was because the traces left behind one after the other could be seen from the degree of drying of the bloodstains. While Duan Lingtian was leaving his name on the body of the savage beast, he did not know that a black figure was hiding in the leaves of a large tree not far away. His body seems to be, the figure was curvaceous and it was obvious that it was a woman. Moreover, it was a woman with a great figure. Now, the woman's exposed pair of autumn eyes flickered with excitement. Found it. I finally found it. Not only was her gaze excited, but her heart was also very excited, as if Duan Lingtian was her old acquaintance and lover. He's Duan Lingtian? Soon, the woman with a hot figure, who was covered in black clothes and only revealed a pair of exposed autumn eyes, came back to her senses and murmured. A harmless-looking purple sparrow was perched on her shoulder. Although the purple sparrow seemed to be very quiet, the gleam in its eyes as it stared at Duan Lingtian showed that it was not calm at all. This woman was none other than the Mountainshade Black Market's quasi-4-star assassin, Qi Mei. He must know her, he must know her. Moreover, their relationship is not ordinary. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't be so strong on him. Qi Mei had just calmed down when she sensed the barely detectable aura on Duan Lingtian's body. She said with certainty. At the same time, she moved and hovered in the air in front of Duan Lingtian. She looked at Duan Lingtian calmly as though she was trying to see if there was anything special about Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to not notice such a big living person. He reacted immediately, and his expression changed. Mountainshade Black Market, Qi Mei. Qi Mei hovered in the air and replied nonchalantly. If the other assassins from the Mountainshade Black Market heard Qi Mei's words, they would definitely be shocked. This was because as far as they knew, Qi Mei would not speak nonsense when she made a move, let alone reveal her identity. In fact, almost all of the Mountainshade Black Market's assassins had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, so it was almost impossible for them to reveal their identities. If the other assassins from the Mountainshade Black Market saw that Qi Mei was not killed by the lightning penalty of the 99 Heavenly Tribulation after revealing her identity, they would be even more shocked. This was because this meant that Qi Mei did not swear on the oath at all. Without the oath, she was not considered a real assassin of the Mountainshade Black Market. However, Qi Mei was indeed an assassin of the Mountainshade Black Market. In this case, there was only one possibility. Someone had used his authority to make Qi Mei an assassin of the Mountainshade Black Market without her swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Such a person would usually be a person who held great authority in the Mountainshade Black Market. In the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, only the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch could use his authority to do such a thing. Mountainshade Black Market? Upon hearing the pleasant female voice, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. However, he was not surprised by the fact that the other party was a woman. Based on the black-clad person's graceful figure, it was not difficult to tell that she was a woman. A woman with a hot body. When he first saw this woman, he even had the urge to remove the veil on her face. It was not that he was a pervert, but it was his first reaction as a man. The woman's figure was too perfect. It was so perfect that it could move anyone. She was not inferior to his 2 fiancées at all. However, when the woman revealed her identity, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. The Mountainshade Black Market had actually sent someone again. Before this, he had learned from his senior brother, Bai Lihong, that once the Mountainshade Black Market's assassin failed, the mission would either be cancelled or they would send a more powerful assassin to continue the mission. In other words, the assassin in front of him was even more powerful than the black-robed man from before. That black-robed man was one of the best among those at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. If the other party was not a devil cultivator, it would be impossible for him to kill him. However, the woman in front of him was even more powerful than that person. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Although his strength had increased tremendously and his cultivation base had entered the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he could only defeat opponents who were at a higher level than him even if he used all of his techniques. He could only fight with ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. If he encountered someone whose strength was comparable to the black-robed man and was not a devil cultivator, he would definitely not be a match for him. However, the woman in front of him with a hot body and a young voice was obviously more powerful than the black-robed man. How could he be a match for her? I can only hope that she's a devil cultivator as well. Duan Lingtian prayed silently in his heart. This was the only way he could escape this calamity. At the same time, he took out a jade token and crushed it. This jade token was given to him by Jianghu, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. He could crush it when he was in danger as a warning. The moment Duan Lingtian crushed the jade token, a streak of light shot up into the sky. However, it was destroyed by an invisible force before it could even reach the sky above the forest. It did not serve as a warning at all. Swoosh! Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. He stared at the black-clad woman in front of him in shock and asked, "Why, you're a saint stage powerhouse?" He had heard from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that even an imminent saint stage powerhouse would not be able to block the warning from the jade token in his hand. "If I'm not a saint stage powerhouse, do you think I'll be able to block the warning from your jade token that's inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription?" The woman spoke again. Her pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, but it was like a death sentence. She doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how the woman in front of him made her move earlier, he was certain she must have made a move. Even if she did not make a move herself, she must have used her territory. However, even then, the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring did not react at all. Since the Devil Seal tablet did not react, it meant the other party was not a devil cultivator, and he could not use the Devil Seal tablet to deal with her. "She's not a devil cultivator, she's not a devil cultivator. What should I do now?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety. How was he going to fight against a saint stage powerhouse who was not a devil cultivator? Although he was burning with anxiety, he was not someone who would sit there and wait for death. He raised his hand and grabbed the sun's shooting bow tightly, ready to make a move at any moment. "Huh!" At this moment, Chi Mei exclaimed softly as she stared at Duan Lingtian's hand. "Your bow doesn't seem to be an ordinary saint weapon." As Chi Mei raised her hand, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body being bound by an invisible force, causing him to be unable to move at all. He could only watch as the sun's shooting bow was taken away and fell into Chi Mei's hands. This material, Chi Mei's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Where did you get this bow from?" "I picked it up." When Duan Lingtian realized that his life was in the hands of this black-clad lady, he could not break free from the invisible force that was binding him even though he had exerted all his strength. When he heard her question, he immediately replied in a huff. At this moment, he also realized that something was amiss. If the other party was really an assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market, by right, she would not have wasted so much time talking to him. Moreover, she did not reveal any killing intent from the beginning until the end. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that he was not the only one who was puzzled. Even if the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 sect alliances was here, he would also be dumbfounded if he saw Chi Mei like this. This was because the Chi Mei he knew was completely different from the person he knew. "What? Do you think I'll covet your things?" Chi Mei smiled lightly. With a lift of her hand, not only did she untie the binding on Duan Lingtian, but she also returned the sun's shooting bow to him. This made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. "Since you're an assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market, shouldn't you be here to kill me?" "I'm here to kill you." Chi Mei nodded. Chapter 15-19. "Of course, it's easy to kill you, but I'm very interested in you now. Don't worry, after today, the Mountain Shade Black Market will cancel the mission to kill you." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chi Mei's unhurried reply made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. "Don't tell me I'm so charming that this woman has taken a fancy to me?" When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Although the woman in front of him had a great figure, who knew what her face looked like under the cover? Perhaps she was an ugly freak? However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was because Chi Mei had removed the cover on her face without any warning, revealing her true appearance. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her pair of autumn eyes were like the 2 brightest stars in the night sky. Her jade-like nose was slightly straight, her small lips were rosy, and her perfect lines outlined a peerless face that was capable of causing the downfall of nations. On this beautiful face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted, there was not a single flaw to be found. Everything was so perfect. However, when Duan Lingtian saw Chi Mei's peerless face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He stood rooted to the ground and was dumbstruck. When Chi Mei saw the shock on Duan Lingtian's face, a hint of realization flashed in the depths of her eyes. It seemed like everything was as she had guessed. He was indeed related to the person she had been looking for. Moreover, their relationship was not shallow. Otherwise, it was impossible for his body to have such a strong aura that belonged to that person. At this moment, nobody could understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Duan Lingtian's emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. As he looked at Qi Mei, his eyes flashed with bewilderment, reminiscence, and gentleness. His gaze became more and more complicated. The reason why Duan Lingtian felt this way was because Qi Mei's face was not unfamiliar to him. Of course, although the face in his memory was almost exactly the same as the face in front of him, it had a bit more of a pretty girl from a humble family. That's right. The Qi Mei standing before Duan Lingtian now had a devastatingly beautiful face that was identical to Duan Lingtian's fiancé, Ke. No matter which part of the face it was exactly the same. There was no difference. However, although they looked exactly the same, Duan Lingtian had never thought that she was Ke. Qi Mei's temperament was completely different from Ke's. Ke's temperament was as gentle as jade, but this Qi Mei's temperament faintly revealed a trace of coldness, exuding an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wondered if Ke and the person in front of him were twins. But in an instant, he suppressed this thought. This was because it was almost impossible. Qi Mei was an assassin from the mountain-shade black market in the Dao martial saint land. She was a saint stage powerhouse. Ke, on the other hand, was born in a remote place on the mortal continent. She had walked out of Fresh Breeze Town with him. It was impossible for her to be related to Qi Mei. Moreover, when he first met Ke was planning to sell herself to bury her mother. He had never heard Ke mention that her mother was not her biological mother. Tell me, what do you want? Duan Lingtian suppressed the thousands of questions in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Qi Mei was an assassin from the mountain-shade black market, but based on her words, not only did she not want to kill him, but she even wanted the mountain-shade black market to cancel the mission to kill him. This made him vaguely feel that something was not right. Logically speaking, he had nothing to do with her, so there was no need for her to do this. There must be something fishy about this. Duan Lingtian had always believed this. What? You're a big man, and you're afraid of a little girl like me? Qi Mei asked with a faint smile as the corner of her lips curled up into a perfect arc. Qi Mei's peerless beauty coupled with her devilish talent was enough to arouse the desire in the depths of any man's heart. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any desire at this moment. Instead, he was on guard. I believe you won't dismiss the idea of killing me for no reason, and you even want the mountain-shade black market to cancel the mission to kill me. Duan Lingtian said. For no reason? Of course, there's no reason. Qi Mei said indifferently, before I met you, I, Qi Mei, have never let anyone live when I make a move. You're the first. Should I feel honored then? Duan Lingtian smiled self-mockingly and asked, Tell me, what's the reason? Not only did you not make a move on me, but you even want to help me? Reason? What if I say it's because I find you pleasing to the eye? Qi Mei smiled. Qi Mei's words caused Duan Lingtian to feel a chill run down his spine. Who knew if this woman who did not look older than him was an old witch who had lived for a few hundred years? Perhaps, in terms of seniority, she was old enough to be his grandmother's grandmother. Fortunately, Qi Mei did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, she would have slapped him to death. I believe we'll meet again in the future. Qi Mei took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could return to his senses, Qi Mei had already left. She had completely disappeared before his eyes without a trace. Who is she? Great confusion arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. An assassin from the mountain-shade black market who looks exactly like Ke. She was originally here to kill me, but she changed her mind at the last minute and wants to help me cancel the mission. Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clearer at this moment. Naturally, he would not be so arrogant to think that she did not kill him because she found him pleasing to the eye. As an assassin from the mountain-shade black market, she was a cold-blooded person. It was impossible for her to stop because of such a ridiculous reason. No matter how I think about it, there's only one reason. It's because of Kerr. However, even if she's really related to Kerr, how would she know about the relationship between Kerr and me? Don't tell me she's been hiding in the dark all this time when Kerr and I were together? If she's been hiding in the dark all this time, she should be protecting Kerr. Why would she follow me? Moreover, even if she's following me, there's no need for her to expose herself in front of me, right? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. I guess I'll have to ask Kerr when I return. However, Kerr has already told me about her in the past. She didn't mention that she has a relative in this world. Since he could not figure it out, Duan Lingtian no longer thought about it. His mind returned to the hunting trial. As time went by, the hunting trial finally came to an end. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was ranked first in the results. How can Duan Lingtian have so many points? It's 10 times more than the person in second place. Even if he killed all the wild beasts he encountered, it's impossible for him to have so many points, right? The group of inner court disciples did not object to Duan Lingtian being ranked first in the hunting trial. They had long heard about how monstrous Duan Lingtian was. However, Duan Lingtian's results made all of them suspicious. All of them felt that there was an element of cheating. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the group of inner court disciples' doubts. He was not bothered by it at all. Duan Lingtian's points are so high because he killed the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, the berserk giant ape. At this moment, an inner court elder who had been looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze could not help but speak up when he heard the group of inner court disciples whispering among themselves. As soon as he spoke, another inner court elder smiled wryly. It was obvious he knew this as well. Bai Li Hong's face was calm. He did not seem surprised at all. Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. His expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking about. Berserk giant ape? When the inner court elder spoke, the group of inner court disciples were completely stunned. They were no strangers to the berserk giant ape. It was a famous existence among the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. Once it went berserk, its strength would far surpass wild beasts of the same level. It was known as the slaughterer among the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. However, such a wild beast was killed by Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the group of inner court disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, doubt, and surprise. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention at this moment. Since the berserk giant ape was killed after it went berserk, the points awarded for killing it will be doubled. That's why Duan Lingtian's result is so different from all of you. I'm sure all of you know that the points awarded for killing a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast will be doubled. Another inner court elder said. At this moment, the group of inner court disciples no longer said anything even though they had mixed feelings. Just like that, the Moon Illumination sect's annual hunting assessment ended. Duan Lingtian had also obtained the honor of being the first to enter the sect storehouse. Although most of the items in the sect storehouse were covered in dust, making it difficult for ordinary people to identify them, one had to admit that there were many treasures in there. Naturally, most of them were just scrap metal. However, even so, Duan Lingtian was still looking forward to the sect storehouse. He had a feeling that he would be able to find something good in there. On the way back to the Moon Illumination sect, the group of inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with mixed feelings. Every one of them had entered the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago. However, none of them could compare to Duan Lingtian who had just entered the sect this year. This made them feel a little uncomfortable. Uncle, I hope you'll really give up on the idea of going against him. Otherwise, you'll really be cutting off your own path of retreat. He Zhong was also looking at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was even more complicated than the other inner court disciples. One could say that he had watched Duan Lingtian grow up step by step. The speed of his growth was so fast that he could only look at him in the dust. The 4 Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials, including Bai Lihong and Zhonghua, did not notice him at all. Not far behind them, a black figure was following them at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. It was a graceful lady. Chapter 15:20. Follow him. We should be able to find that little girl. The lady following behind the Moon Illumination sect's people was none other than the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin, Qi Mei. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Ling Tian as she muttered to herself. I'm going back for a while. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him leave your sight. Don't let him out of your sight, Qi Mei said to the purple sparrow on her shoulder. All right, sister. The purple sparrow said listlessly, how boring. I thought I could loosen my muscles and bones this time. If you want to loosen your muscles and bones, can't you just find them to play with? However, try not to touch anyone close to him. Qi Mei looked at the group of figures in front of her and said nonchalantly. The moment the purple sparrow heard that, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood. It instantly became energetic as it urged Qi Mei, sister, you should go back now. Compared to the previous purple sparrow, the current purple sparrow was like a completely different bird. Qi Mei shook her head and did not say anything else. She disappeared into the air immediately. In just a blink of an eye, she had already flown far away in the direction of the Mountain Shade Black Market's lair. After Qi Mei left, the purple sparrow's eyes gleamed brightly. It flapped its wings and shot toward the Moon Illumination sect's people like a bolt of purple lightning. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of the wind whistling caused the Moon Illumination sect's people to feel as though they were facing a formidable enemy. What's that? At this moment, everyone felt a gigantic shadow looming over their heads like a black cloud, blocking the sunlight that was supposed to shine on them. When they lifted their heads, they were shocked to see a gigantic purple sparrow flying above them. At this very moment, there was a huge purple bird floating in the air. Its sharp eyes were firmly staring at the group of people. The gigantic purple sparrow spread its wings. It was like a cloud in the sky, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Bai Lihong, Zhonghua, and the other 2 Moon Illumination sect's inner court elders looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. The group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, had a horrified expression on their faces. A voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Brat, is there anyone in your group that you hate? This was the content of the voice transmission. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian heard a woman's voice, and looked around. But, he couldn't find the source of the real Qi sound transmission. You're really silly. Can't you see me when you look up? The voice sounded again, and for a moment, Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. After a long while, he came back to his senses. You're this big bird? What big bird or small bird? It's so unpleasant to hear. Listen carefully, this young lady is a super holy beast, the purple cloud thunder rock, not some big bird. The giant purple bird transmitted its voice again, its tone filled with dissatisfaction. Super Saint Beast, Purple Cloud Thunder Rock. Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard the violet-colored enormous bird, and only then did he seriously size it up. He noticed that it was really similar to a rock, yet there was a huge difference. Shockingly, there was a single golden horn on its head. If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that she was a female bird. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Boy, I'm asking you a question. Is there anyone in your group that you hate? The Purple Cloud Thunder Rock continued to ask. Although Duan Ling Tian had no idea why the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock asked this question, he instinctively looked at Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. Even he had no idea why. Perhaps it was because Zhonghua had always been hostile toward him, and it made him feel annoyed. You must be a saint beast, right? May I know why you're blocking our way? Zhonghua took a step forward and cupped his hands together as he asked the giant purple bird. Although he could not recognize the giant purple bird, the aura that was faintly emitted from the giant purple bird made him feel pressured. The only thing that could make an imminent saint stage powerhouse like him feel pressured was a powerful being who had already entered the saint stage. The reason he thought the giant purple bird was a saint beast was because the aura of a saint beast was very different from a wild beast. However, the giant purple bird in front of him was obviously not a wild beast without intelligence. This could be seen from its bright eyes. Can't I just do nothing? The giant purple bird, the purple cloud thunder rock, spoke in human language and said lazily. At once, the corner of Jianghu's mouth twitched violently. What kind of reason was this? Bai Li Hong and the other two inner court disciples, as well as the other inner court disciples other than Duan Lingtian, were dumbfounded. Although Duan Lingtian was not dumbfounded, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch when he heard the purple cloud thunder rock's words. When Duan Lingtian saw the purple cloud thunder rock staring at Jianghu, he knew Jianghu was going to be in trouble. At this moment, he could not help but wonder if he had tricked Jianghu earlier. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, the purple cloud thunder rock's wings flapped violently. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two purple ripples spread out with its wings as the center. Wherever the purple ripples passed, the air seemed to have stopped. At the same time, apart from Jianghu, the group of moon illumination sects people, including Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong, were pushed back by the purple ripples. In just a blink of an eye, they had retreated 100 meters away. When they regained their senses, only the purple cloud thunder rock and Jianghu were left in the distance. You'll be the one to help me loosen up my muscles. The purple cloud thunder rock hovered in the air and looked down at Jianghu as it said lazily. Upon hearing the purple cloud thunder rock's words, Jianghu's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Previously, he had only guessed the purple cloud thunder rock was a saint beast that had entered the saint stage. However, now that he had witnessed the purple cloud thunder rock's technique, he was 100% certain it was a saint stage saint beast. A saint stage saint beast wanted him to loosen up its muscles? Wouldn't he break all his bones then? Senior, I'm Jianghu, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. If I've offended you in any way, please let me know. I'll sincerely apologize to you, Jianghu said to the purple cloud thunder rock with a bitter expression. At this moment, he hoped the saint stage saint beast would let him go for the sake of the Moon Illumination sect. However, the purple cloud thunder rock's next words made Jianghu's face turn even paler. Moon Illumination sect? I've never heard of it. As for you, you didn't offend me. I just want you to loosen up my muscles. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The purple cloud thunder rock shook its head and said nonchalantly. The moment its words left its mouth, it seemed to have transformed into a purple hurricane that swept towards Jianghu. In the distance, Duan Lingtian and the group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples only saw the purple hurricane sweeping past before Jianghu disappeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Jianghu did not disappear. It was because his speed was too fast that they could not see him clearly. Saint stage saint beast. At this moment, whether it was Bai Li Hong or the other two inner court elders, all of them had a wry smile on their faces. They could vaguely see the swift figure in front of them. They could not bear to look at Jianghu's miserable state. Naturally, they did not dare to help him. If the saint stage saint beast was unhappy and wanted them to loosen up its muscles as well, would they not die in vain? At this moment, even Bai Li Hong was thankful that the saint stage saint beast had chosen Jianghu and not him. Otherwise, wouldn't his old bones be torn apart? Bai Li Hong thought the saint stage saint beast had chosen Jianghu by coincidence. If he knew the reason the saint stage saint beast wanted Jianghu to loosen up its muscles was because of Duan Lingtian, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Saint stage saint beast? Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. Only now did he know the purple cloud thunder rock was a saint stage saint beast. When he recalled the voice transmission the saint stage saint beast had sent him earlier, he was confused. Why would this fella ask him who he hated? Moreover, he had only glanced at Jianghu instinctively, and Jianghu was in trouble. It was as though the purple cloud thunder rock was helping him vent his anger. He had never seen this purple cloud thunder rock before. In fact, this was his first time seeing a saint beast like this. Moreover, it was a saint stage saint beast. What kind of luck am I in today? It's only been a day, and I've met 2 saint stage powerhouses consecutively. I wonder if there's any relationship between them? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why, but when he thought about it, he actually connected the purple cloud thunder rock in front of him with Chi Mei, the mountain shade black market's assassin who had appeared earlier. You're so useless. Forget it, I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll follow you back to the Moon Illumination sect and play with the strongest person in the sect. It'll be more fun that way. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the purple cloud thunder rock's voice. Subsequently, the purple cloud thunder rock and Jianghu appeared at the same time. The purple cloud thunder rock was in high spirits and did not look any different from before. However, Jianghu looked as though he had been tortured. Apart from the bruises all over his body, his robe was also torn. Not only that, but he was also standing in the air with all his might. His body was swaying as though he would fall at any time. Although he was battered and exhausted, Jianghu still sighed in relief. Master. At this moment, He Zhong rushed forward in time to support Jianghu. When he looked at the purple cloud thunder rock, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Let's go. I'll follow all of you back to the Moon Illumination sect. When the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect heard the purple cloud thunder rock's words, the purple cloud thunder rock's body swayed and transformed into a purple-clad young girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old in just a blink of an eye. Her delicate face had a hint of childishness as though it was carved out of jade. However, she was still a beauty. However, nobody paid attention to her appearance after she transformed into a human. They were all shocked by her domineering behavior earlier. She appeared out of thin air and said she was looking for someone to loosen her muscles. Then, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Jianghu, was unlucky. Chapter 1521. The group of people from the Moon Illumination sect had fear on their faces when they saw the purple-clad young lady who looked harmless. Nobody dared to get close to her. They could only smile wryly when they heard that she wanted to follow them back to the Moon Illumination sect. How should I address you, young lady? Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face as he looked at the purple-clad young lady. The purple-clad young lady replied. At the same time, she winked at Duan Lingtian, rendering Duan Lingtian speechless. I don't think I know her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was getting more and more curious about the purple-clad young lady's identity. I wonder if she has anything to do with Chi Mei. If she doesn't, then this is too much of a coincidence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Why did you help me earlier? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the purple-clad young lady through voice transmission. Because you're the only one who's wearing purple among this group of people. The purple-clad young lady's reply rendered Duan Lingtian speechless. Just because of this, you're helping me? Duan Lingtian really did not know what to say. Initially, he thought the purple-clad young lady had something to do with Chi Mei. After all, she had taken the initiative to communicate with him through voice transmission as soon as she appeared. However, he finally realized the reason she took the initiative to communicate with him was because of this. This was because he was also wearing purple like her. Indeed, he was the only one who was wearing purple among the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect. He only wore purple. No matter if it was his past life or present life, he had a special liking for the color purple. Oh, it's young lady Z. Bai Li Hong did not notice the young lady winking at Duan Lingtian since he did not dare to look at her directly. After all, she was a saint stage saint beast. Young lady Z. At this moment, the other 2 inner court elders of the Moon Illumination sect also bowed at the young lady respectfully. They were afraid they would offend her if they were not polite enough. When the group of inner court disciples saw the 3 inner court elders bowing at the young lady, naturally, the group of inner court disciples did not dare to slack off. Even Jianghu, who was beaten up badly by the young lady, also bowed at the young lady together with He Zhong after his injuries had recovered slightly. Although he had lost face, Jianghu did not hold any grudges. What a joke! This was a Saint Realm holy beast. Even if he had stepped into the Saint Realm, he might not necessarily be a match for her, not to mention that he was just a half-step Saint Realm expert. Since she dared to make a fuss about going to the Moon Illumination sect, it was obvious she was confident in her own strength. Otherwise, she would not have acted so rashly. Junior brother. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was the only one who didn't bow to the girl, Bai Li Hong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, the others also noticed this scene. Miss Z, When Duan Lingtian saw the anxiety on Bai Li Hong's face, he was moved. In order not to make him worry, he nodded at the girl in purple and greeted her. Seeing how casual Duan Lingtian was, Bai Li Hong's expression changed again. On the other hand, the others, including vice sect leader Jianghu, were more or less gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. However, what the young girl did next made them completely dumbfounded. You're not bad. You have good taste just like me. Both of you like to wear purple. Purple is the most beautiful color in the world. As for green, it's really ugly. The girl nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then, she looked at Zhonghua, who was dressed in green, and frowned. How can there be such a bad taste in this world? He actually wears green. Everyone was speechless at once. Wearing purple means he has good taste? Wearing green means he has bad taste? Upon hearing the girl's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. It turned out the girl was targeting Zhonghua not only because he had glanced at Zhonghua, but also because of the green robe he was wearing. At this moment, the others finally regained their senses. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Zhonghua. There was a hint of pity in their eyes. When Zhonghua heard the girl's words, he almost threw up blood. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to burn all of the green clothes when he returned this time. Now, he finally understood why the girl would target him. As it turned out, it was because he was wearing green, and the girl happened to hate the color green. The dignified vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect was beaten up by a Saint Beast just because he was wearing the wrong clothes. The inner court disciples present on the scene seemed to have expected the commotion this news would cause when it was spread to the sect. Nobody was surprised that the girl liked purple. After all, her true form, the giant purple bird, was covered in purple feathers. On the other hand, the fact that the young girl hated green made everyone feel that Zhonghua was unlucky to have bumped into her. At this moment, it was not only Zhonghua. Even Bai Li Hong and the others were already thinking to throw their green clothes away as soon as they returned to the sect. Otherwise, they would cause trouble sooner or later. Zhonghua was a good example of this. At this moment, even Zhonghua did not expect what he had experienced today would be passed down in the Moon Illumination sect for many years. It would even be talked about frequently in the next 100 years. Of course, most of the time, it was just for fun and jokes. This incident would follow Zhonghua for the rest of his life. At the moment he died, he regretted wearing green clothes today. However, all of this was a story for another day. Just like that, the group of people from Moon Illumination sect brought the girl, back to the sect. If they had a choice, naturally, they would not want to bring her back. However, did they even have a choice? When the group of people was about to return to the Moon Illumination sect, Chimei had also returned to the lair of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. As soon as she returned, she went to look for the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market lived in an independent mansion halfway up the mountain. When Chimei entered the mansion, she was fearless. It was as though she had entered a no-man's land. She directly descended from the sky and landed in the mansion's backyard. As for the formation in the sky above the mansion's backyard, it did not seem to have any effect on her. In the backyard, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance who wore a black robe with golden edges was originally cultivating with his legs crossed. The sudden movement caused him to open his eyes instantly. Naturally, he did not have a pleasant expression on his face when he was woken up by someone. However, when he saw the person who had woken him up, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. Miss May, The black-robed middle-aged man suddenly stood up and bowed to Chimei respectfully. The respect he showed in front of Chi Mei seemed to come from his bones. If the other people in the Mountainshade Black Market's branch saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded and would find it unbelievable. The leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, the person with the highest position in the branch, actually showed such respect in front of the quasi-4-star assassin, Chi Mei? At this moment, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch was like a subordinate facing a superior when he faced Chi Mei. Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian. I still need him, Chi Mei said indifferently with a cold gaze in front of the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch. Yes. Upon hearing Chi Mei's words, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch did not ask for the reason and agreed immediately. Not only that, after Chi Mei left, he immediately walked out of the mansion and passed down the order. An hour later, the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in Han River City also received the order. Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian? When Yin Yang received the order, he thought he had heard wrongly. It was only after he confirmed it that he realized he did not hear wrongly. Moreover, the order was personally given by the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch. Did Chi Mei fail as well? Tai Wu frowned. That's possible. Yin Yang nodded. Then, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. However, even if Chi Mei failed, by right, the leader wouldn't have given such an order. Chi Mei is only a quasi-4-star assassin. There are many 4-star assassins and quasi-5-star assassins in our branch. The leader's strength is comparable to a 5-star assassin. Yin Yang found it strange. Perhaps there's a powerhouse behind Duan Lingtian, and the leader is giving face to that powerhouse. Tai Wu guessed. That's the only possibility. Yin Yang nodded. Other than that, he could not think of any other reason. Right now, I'm getting more and more curious about that Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect. Tai Wu's eyes gleamed as he said. With Tai Wu's strength, he was definitely a quasi-5-star assassin in the Mountainshade Black Market. Tai Wu, don't act recklessly. This order was personally given by the leader. You should know the leader's temper. Those who disobey his orders will not have a good ending. Yin Yang quickly reminded him when he heard Tai Wu's words. Don't worry. I only said that I'm curious about that Duan Lingtian. I don't plan to attack him, Tai Wu said. I'm not going to attack him. A hint of dread could be seen in Tai Wu's eyes when he thought about the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch. When he had just arrived at the branch, he had defeated most of the Saint Stage powerhouses in the branch. There was only one person who managed to fight him to a draw. However, in the end, the other person made a move and defeated him with just one move. Not only that, but he was also defeated so badly that he did not have any temper at all. The person who defeated him with just one move was none other than the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Soon after, Lu Huan's mission in the Mountainshade Black Market was cancelled. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the rest had also returned to the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when the young girl whose true form was the Super Saint Beast, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock, left his sight. Although the young girl was friendly to him, the moment he thought about how she had the strength to easily crush him, he could not help but feel dread in his heart. I wonder if the Saint Realm powerhouses in the sect will be able to subdue her. Chapter 1522. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering what kind of commotion the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock would cause in the Moon Illumination sect, the Moon Illumination sect was as calm as usual. There was no movement at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed. Initially, he thought he could join in the fun and witness the battle between the Saint Stage powerhouses if the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock caused a commotion in the Moon Illumination sect. However, Duan Lingtian's attention soon shifted elsewhere. This was because the sect's storehouse was about to open. As the person who ranked first in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court's hunting assessment, he was, naturally, qualified to enter the sect's storehouse and take the most items from there. The ranking of the hunting assessment was directly related to how many items one could take from the sect's storehouse. Junior brother, initially, you're only allowed to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. However, I've spoken to the sect leader, and he's allowed you to take 10 items from there. He must have spoken to the storehouse elder by now. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian before he headed to the sect storehouse. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Bai Li Hong. If it were not for Bai Li Hong, he would only be able to take 5 items from the sect storehouse. However, the number of items he could take had doubled now. You don't have to thank me since we're brothers. I'm going to be angry if you continue to be so courteous in the future. Bai Li Hong said with a straight face on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Go, you have one day. Come and look for me when you return from the sect storehouse. I have something to tell you, Bai Li Hong said. I have something to tell you. All right. Duan Lingtian responded and left for the sect storehouse. The opening of the sect storehouse was divided into a few days. As the person who ranked first in the hunting assessment, he would enter on the first day. He would be given priority to choose the items in the sect storehouse. On the second day, the person who ranked second would enter. And so on and so forth. The sect storehouse was located in the north of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. It was located in a remote area. From afar, it looked like a dilapidated mansion. It was apparent that it had gone through a long period of time. The person guarding the sect storehouse was an old man wearing a tattered robe. He looked very inconspicuous. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he was sweeping the floor with a broom. Every time the broom swept out, the dust swept to the side in the same trajectory. What a powerful cultivation. Just this move alone was enough to show that the old man's cultivation was unfathomable, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Elder. Therefore, when facing the old man, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him and respectfully greeted him. Are you Duan Lingtian? The old man slowly lifted his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, the broom in his hand did not stop moving. He continued to wave the broom, and the trajectory of the dust was not affected by his distraction at all. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock when he saw this. Yes. However, in the face of the old man's question, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him. Huh? All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man's gaze changed when he looked at him. His originally cloudy eyes lit up all of a sudden. It was this moment that made Duan Lingtian feel like he had nowhere to hide. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he had no secrets to hide from the old man. Go in. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling slightly anxious, the old man said nonchalantly and continued to sweep the floor. As soon as his words left his mouth, the door of the sect storehouse opened without any reason, as though it was opened by itself. Duan Lingtian responded and walked into the sect storehouse. When he passed by the door of the sect storehouse, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced at the old man. He noticed that the old man seemed to be walking in the air with every step he took. He looked extremely ethereal. Don't tell me this elder is a saint stage powerhouse. Even Duan Lingtian did not know why such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Regardless of whether the old man was a saint stage powerhouse or not, he had left a deep impression on Duan Lingtian. After walking into the sect storehouse, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to contact Hua Lao, who was inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao, see if there's any material here that can be used to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The items in the Moon Illumination sect storehouse were passed down from generations to generations. Some of the items were ugly, so the inner court disciples who were lucky enough to enter the storehouse would not choose them. Due to this reason, they had been around for a very long time. With Hua Lao around, Duan Lingtian was not worried that he would not be able to find any treasures. You can choose 10 items. A voice transmission suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was the old man who was sweeping the floor at the door. As expected, with Hua Lao's golden gaze fiery eyes, Duan Lingtian quickly picked out 7 items. These 7 items were also materials that could be used to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, they were the best materials that could be found in the sect storehouse. Although there were still many materials that could be used to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, they were far inferior compared to these 7 materials. As for the other 3 items, you can choose those 3. With Hualao's reminder, Duan Lingtian picked up 3 items that looked like compasses. Of course, it only looked like a compass on the outside. The patterns on the surface were worlds apart from a compass. They were completely unrelated. What are these? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. These are formation compasses. Hualao said. Formation compasses? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was his first time hearing this term. What's that? Even if you don't know about formation compasses, you should know about formations, right? Hualao asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not unfamiliar with formations. When he was on the mortal continent's cloud continent, as someone who had merged with the lifetime of inscription memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily set up an inscription formation. An inscription formation was a type of formation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, formations were divided into 3 types. The first was Dao Talisman Formation. The second was Saint Inscription Formation. The last type was a combination of Dao Talismans and Saint Inscriptions to complement each other. Among the 3 types of formations, the latter was the best. With this formation compasses, you can directly activate the formation. Hualao said, ordinary formations require a lot of effort to set up, and the person who sets them up must have experience in setting up formations. However, formation compasses rely on the formation compasses. Even those who don't know anything about formations can use the formation compasses to activate the formation. Hualao's words shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. Formation compasses? It can activate formations? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian had an excited expression on his face. He knew he had found a treasure. However, Hualao's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to calm down. Although these 3 formation compasses are not bad, they're all damaged and can't be used to set up formations. These were Hualao's exact words. Hualao, since they're damaged, there's no point in taking them. I can only choose 3 things. Don't tell me you really want me to choose these 3 pieces of junk. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Although the formation compasses were very attractive, they were not useful to him because they were damaged and could not be used to set up formations. Who said they're junk? Hualao continued to speak. I can repair these 3 formation compasses. However, 2 of them will take longer to repair because they're more damaged. As for the last one, I'll be able to repair it in 3 months at most. You can repair them? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. If it's an ordinary person, it's naturally impossible for them to be repaired. However, this is a small matter to me. Moreover, these 3 formation discs aren't anything special. Hualao said. It's not a great disc array? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian felt a little discouraged again. Indeed, they're nothing special to me. However, they'll be of great help to you now. Even the Saint Stage powerhouses here might not be able to break the formation contained in these 3 formation compasses. Hualao said again. Even the Saint Stage powerhouses might not be able to break it? Duan Lingtian's current mood was as if he was riding a roller coaster, going down and up. At this moment, he finally remembered Hualao's origin. Although the formation compasses were nothing special to Hualao, it did not mean that they were nothing special in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, even if the formation compasses are in good condition, the strength of the formation compasses depends on the strength of the energy that's injected into it. Hualao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. Just like the inscription formation he set up back on Cloud Continent, the strength of the inscription formation depended on the energy contained in the origin stones used to set it up. Then, I'll choose them. Duan Lingtian trusted Hualao, so he took the 3 formation compasses away. They were the only 3 formation compasses in the Moon Illumination Sect storehouse. Although the 3 formation compasses were placed in an inconspicuous corner, they were placed together. It was obvious that they were collected by the Moon Illumination sect seniors. Since he had chosen the items, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay any longer. He left immediately. Before he left, Duan Lingtian did not forget to greet the old man who was sweeping the floor. The old man did not check his spatial ring at all. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this at all. With the old man's unfathomable cultivation base, even if he did something in the sect storeroom, he would definitely be discovered immediately. Hua Lao, do you know what kind of formations are in the 3 formation compasses? On the way back, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his curiosity and asked Hua Lao. 3 formation compasses. One of the formation compasses can set up an illusory formation while the other 2 formation compasses can set up an offensive formation and a defensive formation.